157. He comes from Baihe, and his name is Lu Sheng. 1. Lu Sheng thought for a while and said, "Then I'll take you to school." No, I'm actually fine. Get your luggage first, then take a taxi." Lu Sheng did not give Yang Yuan the chance to refuse, so he naturally took the small suitcase from her hand and walked forward alone. Yang Yuan, who was a little depressed, heard Lu Sheng's unquestionable decision and stood there inexplicably, feeling his heartbeat was beating faster. "Why don't you leave?" Lu Sheng, who was more than 10 meters away, turned around and looked at her. Yang Yuan's cheeks were hot, and she responded with, "Come," and then quickly followed. Although there is no chance to get along with Lu Sheng, the current result. It seems to be good, too. "Master, please go to Wudao University Town in the Lower East District." Lu Sheng got into a taxi, took Yang Yuan into the car, and reported the address he wanted to go to. He originally wanted to send Yang Yuan to the school to report first, and then transfer to his own school. But unexpectedly, it was discovered that the Beijing Martial Arts University, where Yang Yuan is located, is not far from the 7th Martial Arts University, and the two schools are located in a university town. This is also good, saving him the trouble of taking a taxi back and forth. There is a long distance from the airport to the city center. On the road, towering buildings came towards Lu Sheng, and various vehicles flowed on the spacious road. Compared with Shirakawa City, and even the capital of Higashi 07 Ning Province, Kyoto Province is undoubtedly much more prosperous. Even Lu Sheng was shocked in his heart. He has seen the more majestic base number 1359 in the dream space, but the difference is, although the former city is larger, the whole city is silent, just like the remains of a dead giant beast, giving people a sense of desolation and loneliness. Kyoto Province gives people more of a sense of excitement and prosperity. When the popularity reaches a height, the prosperous age presented is like brocade and cooking oil with a strong fire. After entering the city, Lu Sheng even saw it. The well-behaved middle-aged man walking on the side of the road suddenly looked down at his phone, and his whole body accelerated suddenly, turning into a phantom and disappearing into the crowd. The girl in sportswear and headphones jogging suddenly jumped onto the street light, and a beautiful leap across the sidewalk. There are too many similar scenes. The people around him looked like they were not surprised by this. The number of formal warriors is the biggest difference between Kyoto Province and other provinces and cities, Lu Sheng said to himself in his heart. No matter which city he was in the past, he had never seen such a high density of warriors. When martial arts manifestation becomes the norm, it presents such a prosperous scene of martial arts prosperity. This also leads to the inexplicable sense of superiority, even for ordinary people living in Kyoto Province. Today, Wuhan University starts school. I have received more than 5 college freshmen like you who come to Kyoto to report today. One of them was also a provincial martial arts champion. The taxi driver chatted with Lu Sheng. Yang Yuan suddenly smiled, and Lu Sheng handed her a look of, "Don't talk too much." And then she shut her mouth obediently. If the taxi driver knew that the back seat of his car was the top scorer of the Dragon Martial Arts this year, I wonder if he would take them around the Kyoto Province a few more times and accumulate more topics of talks that he would brag in the future. "Thank you, master." Lu Sheng took the initiative to pay the car, helped Yang Yuan take off her luggage, and then said goodbye to the taxi driver who has a sense of superiority. Yang Yuan stood bently, watching Lu Sheng carrying her luggage for her, and her heart was filled with unprecedented great satisfaction. This scene reminded her of the high school couple who reported the beginning of school together, and the deer in her chest was dancing even more happily. "Let's go, I'll report you first." Yang Yuan followed Lu Sheng obediently, and suddenly felt that even for the sake of this moment, it was the wisest choice she had ever made in her life, even if it was just for the moment before her. The car was parked at the gate of Jinghe Wuhan University. A killing banner with the words, "Welcome Jinghe Freshmen to School," was pulled at the gate. There were 2 tables underneath. Several young men in their early 20s were sitting in front of the table chatting and fucking. When Lu Sheng and Yang Yuan appeared at the school gate, the few people immediately stopped chatting, and their eyes lit up when they looked here. "Damn it, the best! No one should compete with me. This junior is mine. Roll!" The 2 young men pulled and quickly came up. A rather sturdy, short-sleeved cuff rolled over the shoulders, revealing strong arm muscles. The other one is tall and thin, with a little long hair. "Hello, schoolmate. Are you here to join Jinghe? I'll take you in. Come on, I'll help you carry your luggage." The 2 young men came to Yang Yuan with a smile, with an extremely attentive attitude. Yang Yuan was a little scared, and hurried directly behind Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng was quite calm. In his previous life, as a senior, he welcomed freshmen. It's almost the same virtue. "Then I'll both of you." Lu Sheng stuffed his luggage into the hands of 2 young men. Only then did the 2 notice Lu Sheng's existence. To be precise, I realized the light that was emitted unconsciously by Lu Sheng. A strong sense of crisis suddenly appeared in the eyes of the 2. "This junior is also the freshman of our Jinghe?" The tall and thin young man with long hair looked at Lu Sheng vigilantly. Lu Sheng shook his head. "No, we are classmates. Come to Kyoto to report together. I will send her over here first." Oh. When they heard Lu Sheng say that it was not Jinghe's, their eyes were slightly relaxed. As long as it is not from the same school, the threat is greatly reduced. As the saying goes, you will get the moon first. "Then the junior sister, come with us." The 2 led Lu Sheng and Yang Yuan toward the school. The gate of Jinghe Wuhan University is quite wide, and the scenery inside is quite good, better than any university Lu Sheng had seen in his previous life. Like Lu Sheng, Yang Yuan looked around curiously about this place where she might stay for several years in the future. "How is it? It's good." The young man with the long hair smiled and said, "Although our Jinghe Martial Arts University is only a 2nd-tier university, the conditions are all based on the 1st-tier university. The school has all kinds of training rooms and is close to the martial arts street. There are 3 opportunities to enter the Martial Saint Tower every month. When you come to Jinghe, you will never regret it." Lu Sheng's expression moved and asked, "Can ordinary martial arts masters also enter the Martial Saint Tower?" The long-haired young man glanced at him and replied, "Of course, the Martial Saint Tower is a treasure of the entire Dragon Kingdom. How could it be only used by students of Sheng University? Not only are we ordinary Wuhan University students, but even those outside martial artists, who can apply to the Martial Arts Association, you can be qualified to enter the Martial Saint Tower. It's just a bit troublesome, not as convenient as we college students. It is more convenient for students from Sheng University to enter anytime, anywhere without having to apply." Lu Sheng thought something. The young man with long hair took the initiative to warn Yang Yuan. "Senior sister, senior, tell you the first principle of coming to Jinghe. In our East District University town, you can provoke anyone. There are people in the school who help you stand out. At worst, you can fight with others. But don't mess with the 7th Saint Martial Arts University." "Why?" This time, Lu Sheng spoke again. The young man with long hair was a little annoyed by his repeated snatching words and said impatiently, "Because the students of Sheng University are all crazy people. Those people have the task of Strange Beast 023 as soon as they enter school, and they start to see blood in their freshman year. If you fight, you may be beaten to death and crippled, not to mention that their strength is terrible. Do you understand, Junior?" Lu Sheng smiled slightly and nodded. "I understand." At this moment, several people have already 158. The 7th Saint Martial Arts University, Wutanhua, Kyoto Province. 2. Lu Sheng dragged his suitcase and walked all the way along the university town. On the way, the pedestrians I saw were basically young men and women. Almost every one was full of energy and blood, reaching the level of a formal warrior. There are many new students like him, who are carrying a backpack and dragging a suitcase in his hand. Every gate of Wudao that Lu Sheng passed by was a lively welcome scene. The entire East District University town is like a huge beast, constantly absorbing the fresh blood from all over the world. Lu Sheng navigated according to his mobile phone and finally stopped at the gate of a university. The 7th Xingwu University. Lu Sheng looked at the university in front of him, his eyes shining. Unlike other Wuhan University he saw, the gate of the 7th Saint Martial Arts was quite deserted. There is almost no new life. But the 7th Saint Martial Arts University is very big. It's really big, far beyond Lu Sheng's imagination. At the gate of the 7th Saint Martial Arts University, a gatehouse that is several hundred meters wide and 100 meters high stands. On the gate tower are 5 large gilded characters dozens of meters in size. Each character is like a knife. The 7th Saint Martial Arts University. Signature, Tanshengyu. Looking up, there was an extremely huge fountain at the entrance, followed by buildings. The most eye-catching thing is a strange-shaped tower towering into the clouds, and in a hexagonal shape. The trees and green plants planted inside are also tall and dense, just like those moved out of the primeval forest. The first impression that the entire 7th Saint Martial Arts University gave Lu Sheng was shock. Great shock. An indescribable magnificence hits the face. Especially the signboard written by the martial saint at the door, and the striking and majestic martial saint tower. It gives people a feeling of looking up at the mountains and ridges. Lu Sheng suddenly felt that even if it was just to increase his knowledge and broaden his horizons, this trip to university was not in vain. A mind is also an extremely important part of martial arts practice. The master has mountains and rivers in his heart, and the martial saint has the universe in his arms. Not casually said. If he had been huddling in this small place in Baia's city, the road to martial arts might not have been narrow. Lu Sheng looked at the dormant beast for a while, and then walked towards the welcome reception at the school gate. It is similar, and there are several young men and women standing or sitting under a welcome banner. A woman was watching something, and the other put her long legs on the table, and was tiring her nails boredly. There was also a young man half sitting on the edge of the table, holding a metal sword more than 1 meter long in his hand, and was carefully wiping it. The posture is casual, but it does not reduce the ferociousness at all, like a cheetah licking her minions. "Hello, I'll report it." Lu Sheng walked to a girl with a ponytail and a healthy wheat-colored skin, and spoke. The girl was looking down at something. When she heard Lu Sheng talking, she looked up at him. "Take the notice and take a look." Lu Sheng handed over the admission notice of the 7th Saint Martial Arts University that had been prepared long ago. The latter glanced at it, and his eyes lit up quickly. "Hurry up! Come and have a look." The girl greeted her companion next to her, and pointed at Lu Sheng and said, "This year's top scorer in Dragon Martial Arts." The young man who was wiping the alloy sword and the girl who cut his nails instantly stopped the movements in his hands and looked up at Lu Sheng. "I'll take a look." The girl next to her put down her nail clipper and snatched the admission letter from the wheat-skinned girl's hand. She looked around and kept making sounds from her mouth. "It's true. It's so rare." The girl looked at Lu Sheng with a smile, licked her lips, and said, "This is the first time that our 7th Saint Martial Arts University has recruited the top scholar in the Dragon Martial Arts. She is still a rare young man." Drooling down. "Roll." The young man holding the alloy sword glanced at the admission notice and narrowed his eyes, and looked up and down at Lu Sheng. "Are you Lu Sheng?" Lu Sheng felt like he was stared at by wild beasts and regarded as prey. He frowned slightly. This feeling made him uncomfortable. But considering that this was the 7th Saint Martial Arts University, and it was the first day he entered school, he still gave up the idea of erasing this discomfort from the root of the spot. "Yes." The young man nodded slowly, then picked up the alloy sword in his hand and pointed Lu Sheng in a direction. "Walking inside, there are signs on the road." "Good." Lu Sheng didn't say anything nonsense, picked up his suitcase, and walked into the school gate. After Lu Sheng's back gradually faded away, the three people sitting at the school gate began to speak. "From the breath, it seems like there are 2 brushes." The wheat-skinned girl turned her head and glanced at the young man in a short time and frowned. "Can you stop swaying around with your sword all day long? Now is not the time to go on a mission. What do you know?" The young man ignored it and said lightly, "Cold weapons are the closest companions of warriors. On the battlefield, if you want to survive, you can only rely on it. It seems like you have been on the battlefield." Another girl curled her lips speechlessly and asked, "How much did this Lu Sheng achieve in the college entrance examination?" "Have no idea." The wheat-skinned girl shook her head, but her face showed a bit of seriousness, and she whispered, "But I heard that the chi and blood value is level 6. It breaks many records of the past." The young man holding the alloy sword paused his movements. The other girl also opened her mouth in surprise. "Good guy, he's another monster. He's really worthy of being the top scorer in dragon martial arts." But soon there was a cramped smile again. "Now there's a good show." When Lu Sheng walked into the school gate, he felt the vastness of the 7th Saint Martial Arts University more. He remembered the information about the 7th Saint Martial Arts University that he had seen in the information. The transcendence of the holy martial arts is not only reflected in status, but also in all aspects. The 7th Saint Martial Arts covers an area of 100,000 mu, and the permanent population is less than 1,000. In Kyoto province, where every inch of land is valuable, such a terrifying per capita area. It's simply unimaginable. Lu Sheng basically didn't see anyone on the road. On the lush campus, he seemed to be the only one walking alone. After walking for a few more minutes, I saw someone living. "Damn, why are you back?" The fat boy with fair skin and slightly rounded cheeks stood at a fork in the road, with a sad face. Like Lu Sheng, he also carried a big bag and looked like a freshman enrolled. Seeing a tall and thin handsome boy walking towards him, the fat boy rushed forward like he caught a life-saving straw. "Class, did you come to report on the first day?" Lu Sheng looked at the fat boy in front of him, who was somewhat similar to Lu Qiming, but his chi and blood value was many times stronger than Lu Qiming, and nodded slightly. "Yes." "Very good." The fat boy breathed a sigh of relief and said quickly, "Then let's go together. I am a natural road dream, and can't find where to check in." Lu Sheng swept around. There is indeed a great risk of getting lost in the campus of the 7th Shenghui University, which is full of tall green plants everywhere, and is as wide as a maze. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng, who had a natural affection for the fat boy in front of him, nodded happily. "Yes, let's go together." The fat boy was overjoyed and learned the movements on TV, clasping his fists with Lu Sheng. "Thank you." Lu Sheng's mental power dissipated and led the fat boy in one direction. At the entrance of a wide accommodation area, a large group of teenagers dragging their luggage, obviously looking like freshmen, are gathered here. The boys all had a hint of youth on their faces, and a faint arrogance flowed between their eyebrows. But at this time, these arrogances that accompanied them for a long time were quickly dissipating and declining. Snort! A figure groaned, flew backwards, and landed heavily outside the crowd. He raised his head his pretty face full of 159. I want to bring another person in with my hands 3. Not realistic. Wudong shook his head and said, the martial artist at the peak level 5 has nearly 1,000 qi and has the support of qi and qi. He is as strong as a cow and is not that easy to exhaust. And Wudong's eyes shifted, and his eyes fell on the old man in black, who was holding his hands with his chest, and his eyes were joking, and he slowly said, don't forget, he also has companions. Moreover, this person gives me the feeling that it is more dangerous than the young man in black. Maybe it's already level 6. His. Class 6. The boys next to them all showed a look of horror on their faces. Wouldn't it be that the Grandmaster is almost there? You think that although the distance between level 6 and level 7 is like a natural barrier, many people will never get up for the rest of their lives. But don't forget where this place is. The highest martial arts institution in the entire Dragon Kingdom brings together the top geniuses among nearly 100 million martial arts candidates every year. It is no exaggeration to say that everyone who can enter here is in existence once hailed as a master. Every year, 2/3 of the winners of the several master-level warrior badges issued by the Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts Association come from the 7 Holy Martial Arts University. The teenagers remained silent and realized it only then. Since they stepped into the school gate of the 7th Saint Martial Arts University, the halos attached to them were fading away bit by bit. Select the best from the best, and in an environment where the best is the best, once the efforts and talent are not enough to continue to support them, they will soon become lost in the crowd. At this time, 2 more figures came from a distance. Everyone turned their heads and looked at them, one tall and one short, and they looked like a newborn, and they quickly withdrew their gaze. The young man in black looked at the 2 of them and smiled and said, newcomer reports, then I will repeat the rules. The young man in black stepped on the flower bed outside the accommodation area, gently patted a stack of iron plates similar to the door number in his hand, and glanced at the audience. If you want to stay, it's very simple. If I take my next 3 moves, I can get in. After taking the next 5 tricks, I can bring my luggage in one piece. I know what you guys are thinking. I also know your identity and origin. But don't forget that this is the 7th Saint Martial Arts University. Whoever can enter here every year is not the top martial arts scholar in various places, and the top martial arts scholar in the province. The top scorer in the city is considered to be the worst in terms of conditions. The halos you once proud of are glories. Here, worthless. At the 7th Saint Martial Arts University, everything depends on strength to strive for. No strength. The young man jumped onto the flower bed and looked down on the audience with his eyes. An arrogant and cold smile appeared on his face, and he spoke word by word. You can only be an ordinary person here. Even ordinary people are inferior to them, and they can only be a dog, a humble, pitiful person. This is what I teach you as the 7th Saint Martial Arts old student, your respected senior. The first lesson of admission. Every word of the young man is like a cone, deeply penetrates the hearts of the new boys. The teenagers lowered their heads in silence, their eyes flashing. There are humiliations and unwillingness in it, but more of it is doubts about oneself and deep confusion about future life. Why did you do this again? Lu Sheng frowned and looked at the young man in black standing on the flower bed, and lying on the flower bed. A little irritation arose in his heart. It seems that every time he goes to a place, there will always be some people who will jump out and tell him about the principles of life and the laws of the jungle. He heard it, and his ears were almost calloused. But he is so weak that he is dying. He is the kind of small character who can kill him with just one slap. It's really speechless. This guy looks so arrogant. The fat boy around me seemed a little excited. Is the first lesson to enter? Interesting. I like to step on this self-righteous senior and enjoy their shocked and fearful eyes. The fat boy put down the suitcase in his hand and showed an eager attitude. Oh! Lu Sheng looked at the fat boy in surprise and suddenly remembered something. This guy is not Lu Qiming at all. Isn't it just a few tricks? What's the difficulty? These cowards! The fat boy took off his backpack and swept the silent teenagers around him with disdain. He turned his head and grinned at Lu Sheng, revealing his white teeth. Brother, I forgot to tell you. My name is Lin Zhe, and I am the top martial arts scholar in the Sichuan Provincial College entrance examination this year. 2. Ranked 19th in the country. Remember. After saying that, the fat boy rushed over the crowd and rushed towards the young man in black. He shouted, What are you breaking the rules? You are still whining when you move in. Let's see Grandpa come to teach you a lesson. The next moment, the white chi light flashed. A figure flew back quickly like a sandbag, hitting 7 or 8 meters away, and rolling out 10 meters away like a ball. Dark face. The young man in black slowly retracted his right leg, as narrow and sharp as a knife, and said 2 words coldly from his mouth. Idiot! Instead, he continued to scan the audience. Is there anyone else to challenge? All the freshmen around looked at the fat boy who was dizzy and getting up from the ground in a daze with admiration, and said in his heart, This is a real warrior. Damn! I have all the energy. This guy is too fierce. Lin Zhe covered his stomach, grinned, and slowly walked back. Seeing the gaze that Lu Sheng cast, his fat face turned red, scratched the back of his head, and stammered embarrassedly. Miss Su, I don't know, this guy is so strong. Meet it. Lu Sheng sighed in his heart. This naughty appearance is so similar to what Lu Qiming looked like when he pulled him to the school gate security guard and tried to escape to surf the internet. You're already amazing. Lu Sheng patted Lin Zhe on the shoulder and encouraged. Then he walked towards the young man in black. The crowd's eyes instantly gathered on Lu Sheng. The young man in black looked at him condescendingly. His eyes swept over the backpack behind him and the luggage in his hand, and his eyes were playing tricks. Are you going to take me 3 moves like this? Oh! Lu Sheng seemed to have reacted, put down the luggage in one hand, twisted his wrist, and said calmly, It's okay now. The people around were speechless. The young man in black was even more happy. Birds of a feather flock together, and the ones around the silly heads are also silly heads. Lu Sheng ignored the ridicule at his words and said calmly, Can you start? As you wish. The young man in black smiled slightly and licked his lips with cold eyes. I will let you know what is true cruelty. Before he finished speaking, a whip raised his leg like a knife. The white chi is as rich as chi, tearing the air and making a sharp whistling sound. This leg directly caused a small hurricane on the field, blowing the freshmen around them back with a moving look. But Lu Sheng seemed to have not seen this leg. He just stretched out his empty hand and grabbed it straight into the face of the young man in black. For some reason, Lu Sheng's capture was not very fast. Everyone can see clearly. It is completely incomparable to the young man in black, who almost turned into an afterimage. But Lu Sheng's hand was faster than that of the young man in black. In less than a blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of the young man in black. Damn it! In the eyes of the young man in black, there seemed to be an invisible black hole vortex hidden in the palm of his hand, bringing him an indescribable sense of fear. His face changed drastically, and a rich white light of chi suddenly appeared on his body. The big hand fell steadily. The slender and fair 5 fingers were as sharp as a knife, and they exerted a little force. Click! The white energy is broken like fragile porcelain. He grabbed the young man's neck with his big hand, and then swipe it down hard. Boom! The ground cracked and large cracks broke out on the hard cement pavement. The young man in black lay on the ground like a dead dog, his body twitching. 160. Go back and learn to knock on the door before coming to see me. 4. That's it. Lu Sheng walked around the accommodation area and finally found the residence corresponding to the iron plate engraved with the door number in his hand. You can imagine. The student accommodation area of the 7th Tsinghua University is home to a set of single-family villas. Not only that, Western, European, Chinese, modern, retro, all kinds of styles are available. The area covers even larger than the villa Lu Shengjia just bought. Looking inside through the exquisite wooden fence, there were small pavilions and hot spring rockery in the yard. Too outrageous. Lu Sheng couldn't help but sigh. But it's really cool. The key is that all this is free. Lu Sheng doesn't know whether others want to pay. He doesn't need it anyway. Not only does it not require it, but you can also get a scholarship, which is 1 million per semester. If it is more, it depends on his performance in the school. Lu Sheng casually inserted the iron plate into the slot at the door. This means that from now on, as long as Lu Sheng has not graduated from the 7th St. Martial Arts University, the right to use this villa will belong to Lu Sheng. These are all information written on the back of the iron plate. Brother! Brother! Lindsay, who was holding the suitcase, caught up from behind, looking shocked. Are you really Lu Sheng? This year's top scorer in Dragon Martial Arts? Lu Sheng smiled at him. Why, it doesn't look like it. Lindsay nodded. It looks so much like it. When I got lost in school before, I didn't think you were like a mortal, but I didn't expect it to be so awesome. Lindsay and Lu Sheng walked into the accommodation area and realized it, saying, fuck, all the way. It was a little better now, but I was still shocked. I originally thought that I was also the top martial arts scholar in the provincial capital. It was the 19th national team. Not to mention being awesome in the Tsinghua University, at least it was the second most awesome. As a result, I met you as soon as I came in. Lindsay sighed and said, I also specially submitted the 7th St. Martial Arts University. What I think is that you, the top martial artists who are ranked first in the Dragon, can all go to the St. Martial Arts University in front. Unexpectedly, your most powerful character actually came to the 7th St. Martial Arts University. What, is the 7th St. Martial Arts very weak? It should be. Lindsay scratched his head and said, I don't know much, but the ranking of 7 sounds like the weakest. Moreover, the top scholars in the previous Dragon Martial Arts are basically the top Tsinghua University. I have checked the results of the National College Students Martial Arts Conference every year, and the 7th St. Martial Arts University is also at the bottom from time to time. Do you think this is the weakest? No matter whether it is weak or not, it is a martial arts tradition passed down by the martial saint, which is enough for you to practice. Lu Sheng pushed the door and walked into the courtyard, saying casually, Okay, I'll call me if I have something to do. I'm going in now. Oh, by the way, let's add a micro. Before Lindsay finished speaking, he saw that the door of the courtyard had been closed. Forget it, let's talk about it later. I know the place anyway. No, when I meet such a great person today, I have to brag about this with my dad. Lindsay was carrying a big bag and was about to withdraw it. When he looked back, he was stunned in this vast villa area. Fuck, there are so many houses, how do I find them? The room card is inserted into the villa gate, and Lu Sheng can easily enter. The side of it is a martial arts practice room of more than 400 square meters, with the ground covered with light gray cushions. All kinds of instruments and equipment are placed around. In addition to the instruments for measuring chi and blood and combat effectiveness, the most eye-catching one is the huge black vertical sandbag placed in the middle that is more than 3 meters high and surrounded by more than 1 meter. Bang! Seeing Lai, Lu Sheng was happy, and couldn't help but go up and punch. The big sandbag shook hard, and a deep pit appeared on the surface of the bag, which quickly recovered. Strength standards for Grandmaster level force measuring instruments. Lu Sheng touched the skin of the sandbag and exclaimed, "Even the bags are made of strange animal skins." Lu Sheng took another look at the instruments for measuring combat power, and it was indeed a master level. There are also a box of advanced blood-taking needles next to the instrument for measuring qi in blood. No wonder everyone says that the holy martial arts is a martial arts holy land. This cultivation environment and cultivation specifications can indeed reach the standards of the high martial saint land. Lu Sheng couldn't help but sigh. Apart from the practice room on the first floor, there is only one bathroom and bathroom left. Lu Sheng carried his luggage to the second floor. The second floor is also simple, but the decoration is quite atmospheric. There are all TVs, beds, air conditioners, etc. There is also a large semi-open kitchen, and the refrigerator is empty, with only a few bottles of functional drinks. The computer placed on the table next to the bed is also the highest configuration. Lu Sheng opened it and glanced. In addition to 2 racing online games on the desktop, there is an icon that is exactly the same as the school emblem of the 7th Sheng University. I clicked it, and found out that it was a campus forum. Chen vs Shaolin, the complete video of the first battle for the 7th Saint Martial Arts student list. Fire. Cui Mingmen tear up the 5th level alien beast with his hands. Be careful if the timid ones. A inventory of the 7 holy people on this month's list of the storms. A brief discussion on the tips of the 13th level of the Martial Saint Tower. On the small computer screen, the door to a new world seemed to be open to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng tried to click on the video that ranked first in the popularity list. In the video, 2 young men in their 20s confronted each other, one holding a sword in his hand, and the other holding a knife. The 2 of them seemed to be in a small square after the 7th Saint Martial Arts University entered. When Lu Sheng came in, he swept around with his mental power, and he had a little impression in his mind. Follow the comments. These 2 people seem to be the 2 strongest among the 7th Saint Martial Arts University who have not graduated. Let's see how good the level is. Lu Sheng glanced at the comments and learned about some of the situation in his heart, and was about to continue watching. As a result, a prompt box suddenly popped up on the website. The trial was completed with 6 seconds. Please register the user and pay the points and watch it. Sure enough, all the video websites in the world have the same virtue. Lu Sheng didn't even know his student account at this moment, so he couldn't register a user at all, let alone any forum points. After closing the video casually, Lu Sheng went up to the 3rd floor and watched it. The 3rd floor is a small open-air platform, allowing you to see the scenery in the distance without any sight. This place is pretty good. Lu Sheng's eyes lit up. He practiced the great sun visualization of star body refining, and had to look directly at the sun every day. This small terrace on the 3rd floor is suitable for him to practice. After going downstairs, Lu Sheng took out his cell phone and took a short video from the 1st floor to the 3rd floor. I posted it in Lu Kingila's family group before leaving. And attached, the 7th Saint Martial Arts University has arrived, and the check-in has been completed. After the message was sent, it took a few seconds. 0. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The message flashed continuously. When I clicked on it, I saw that it was all Lu Cheng's dummy expression. I don't care. I want to go to Sheng University. I also want to live in such a good dormitory, and such good conditions in martial arts practice room. So envious that I cry. A curve appeared on the corner of Lu Sheng's mouth, and this was the effect he wanted. It is still possible to work hard and repeat the study for 2 more years. Come on! Knife, knife, knife. Lu Sheng waited for a while, but he didn't. 161. The list of old students, the list of 7 holy people. There are many geniuses in the world, and the saint needs to continue working hard. 5. This is your student ID, and you have already connected the room card of this villa. Room cards are also a card. With the room card, you can use all instruments and equipment within the campus of the 7th Sheng University. I can also go to the school office to receive a bottle of level 4 alien blood with my card every month. A medium tall and thin young man stood in front of Lu Sheng, and carefully talked to Lu Sheng about matters related to admission. There was a box next to him. The box contained some spare toiletries. These guys are students who are responsible for re-entry and deliver things to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng nodded and said that he knew. The thin young man finished what he should say, and then his expression became hesitant. Lu Sheng glanced along the light at the corner of his eyes, and saw standing beside him. The young man with a pale face and dusty face was looking at him, with a complaint on his face, with a very pale face. Lu Sheng couldn't help frowning. What? Are you waiting for me to apologize to you? He raised his head slightly, and the well-proportioned muscles on his fair and toned body floated like running water. A terrible aura like magma rose from Lu Sheng. 023. 3 people trembled violently. The young man with acne marks locked by Lu Sheng's eyes felt his scalp numb, and his chest was as painful as it was broken. He quickly lowered his head and said quickly, "It's not that meaning." Then the 3 of them almost fled and left Lu Sheng's residence. Lu Sheng's face was not good looking. The thing he hated the most was that someone disturbed him while practicing, no doubt about it. He can liven up at home, but when he is outside, he deserves to be beaten to death with one punch. Outside the villa, 3 young people run by students escaped in a panic. Looking back at the villa behind him, the 3 of them showed a look of lingering fear on their faces. Fuck, it's so frustrating. As an old student, he was beaten up by a freshman. The young man with acne marks said hatefully. He pulled it to his chest and coughed violently like a tuberculosis ghost. The companion looked at him with a very sympathetic look and said, "If you want to seek revenge, you will go with me. I won't accompany you." The young man's internal organs were almost coughing out, and he waved his hand. "I just found out I didn't hurt this much when I encountered a level 6 beast on a mission last time. This kid is too perverted and can't afford to offend him." The companion sighed. "What do you think is the top scholar in the dragon martial arts?" "Then let it go." The other person seemed a little unwilling to give up. The young man with acne mark looked at the villa, his face changed for a while, and said, "How can I just forget it? The rockery in this guy's yard has not been repaired yet. Go back to report to the school office and replace it with him today. I can also get a level 4 alien blood every month, and the benefits are really good." Lu Sheng played with the card in his hand and sighed. "Although the alien blood is not very useful to you, you can sell it for money." He estimated that many people in the school should do this. Otherwise, where will the money to buy cold weapons and cold weapons classes come from? You have to pick it out from the gaps in your teeth. Lu Sheng threw away the card, got up and went to the 2nd floor to take a shower. He sat in front of the computer with a head of wet hair and big shorts. Using his student ID number, he logged in to the campus network of the 7th Sheng University again. Click to open the video you haven't watched before, and click to pay for points. Unexpectedly, the payment was successful. It is estimated that every newly registered account will give you some newcomer points. The video is full screen and continue playing. This time Lu Sheng was able to see the appearance of the 2 young men in the video. The one holding the sword was wearing a straight suit, with a handsome appearance and a cold temperament. Lu Sheng had no good feelings for this kind of sexy bag that was wearing a suit in a fight, but it was also because of the other party's prominent feature that he allowed him to determine the other party's identity from the barrage scrolling all over the screen. This guy is Chen Yishuan. The other one is Xiaolan. Xiaolan and Chen Yishuan have a completely different style. Short hair is like a needle, and it is not good-looking or ugly, but its eyes are bright and energetic. Wearing a black vest with camouflage pants, she looks like a Special Forces king in service. The video should have been edited, and there was no nonsense between the two, and they started to fight directly when they came up. Lu Sheng turned off the barrage of too much brain destructiveness and focused on watching the battle. He was very curious about how strong the martial arts genius represented the highest level of martial arts genius in the Dragon Kingdom was. The video has been more than 10 minutes in total, and some images have been slowed down. In the end, Chen Yishuan, who was wearing a suit and holding a sword, won. Xiaolan's strength is 1 point short of that, a pity. After reading all of Lu Sheng, his expression was a little serious. The strength of these two people. Very strong. Even if he does not use the will of the master, he must use at least 50% of his strength to kill them. This is already very exaggerated. You should know that Lu Sheng is now a little bit powerful, and his combat power is conservatively estimated to be more than 2 million. 50% of its strength will definitely exceed 1 million. Therefore, these two people are obviously true geniuses, who have not reached the Grandmaster level, but have Master-level combat power. This is the 7th Saint Martial Arts University, and there are 6 other Saint Martial Arts University. There must be people who are better than these two, and there should be many. Lu Sheng heard from Lin Zhe that the enrollment situation of the 7th Saint Martial Arts University is not ideal every year. The top scorer of the Dragon Martial Arts in the previous few sessions was at other Saint Martial Arts University. So, there are still many geniuses in the world, and I need to work harder. There was a golden light in Lu Sheng's eyes, and a scorching sun rose. Dong Qingxue is right. Every warrior should indeed come to Kyoto once in his life. This is the real gathering place for martial arts elites. The tiger occupies a dragon plate. Lu Sheng felt a long-lost sense of excitement awakening from his blood vessels. In a small place like Baihe City, Dongning Province, there is not even a person who puts pressure on him, so he can only practice hard on his own. In Kyoto Province, you can find 2 geniuses who need to work hard to kill if he clicks on them. This feeling of being challenged. Really good. However, Lu Sheng also discovered that neither Chen Yishuan nor Xiaolan had understood the will of the master. Not even the prototype. But they are still young and may have the opportunity to become true masters in the future. In order to earn some points for watching the video, Lu Sheng casually called a string of 666, the boss is awesome, under the video and sent it out, and then turned it off. Continue browsing the website. After browsing, the words that Lu Sheng caught the most are the old student list, the 7 saint list, the martial saint tower also has the words credit tasks 0. Needless to say, the latter 2 are mainly the first 2. It seems that everyone is very enthusiastic about these 2 lists, and most duel videos are also triggered to compete for the rankings on this list. There is no first in literature, and no second in martial arts. Even the college entrance examination must be ranked, let alone the passionate warriors. This ranking saves me a lot of effort. If you want to challenge the strong, verify your strength, and just find the people in the ranking. As Lu Sheng flipped through, he suddenly found a video that had just been released. The strongest freshman in the history of the 7th Warriors? On the first day of school, I beat the top 300 old students. Lu Sheng was stunned and clicked on the video. Sure enough, the video recorded the scene of him beating the young man in black in the accommodation area before. From the perspective of a third party, the scene was quite shocking. In the picture, Lu Sheng, who was tall and straight, held the suitcase in one hand and grabbed the neck of the young man in black with the other, and smashed him hard to the ground with a downward press. Boom! 162. Donate your brain to those in need without using it. 2 things I hate most in my life. 1. The school cafeteria of the 7th Sheng University did not disappoint Lu Sheng. It has a unique Kyoto flavor, quite good. The main ingredients are still edible parts of the strange beast. Even the student dormitory is placed in the master's level dynamometer. If the canteen does not provide the strange beast meat, Lu Sheng, it will be strange. Lu Sheng slowly chewed the soft and tight black-toothed sword pig's calf meat, thinking silently in his heart. After entering a certain class, what was once unattainable has become accustomed to it now. Lin Zhe is also a genius of food. I didn't eat less than Lu Sheng. In fact, Lin Zhe is not fat. There are very few fat people who have reached his level in martial arts, and their bodies are generally very well proportioned. Lin Zhe just had a lot of flesh on his face, and in his own words, he even made his face even more powerful when drinking water. Saint brother! Lin Zhe took a bite of rice into his mouth, looked around sneakily, and said to Lu Sheng, "Many people are looking at us." "Oh no, look at you." Based on Lu Sheng's awesome image in Lin Zhe's eyes, Lu Sheng's title naturally became Saint Brother when he said. Lu Sheng's mental power was scattered, and he saw many people secretly looking at him, and he heard the whispers from time to time. "This is the strongest freshman, Lu Sheng? He looks pretty handsome. Don't look like you look white and clean. You're so rough when you do it. Is Chi-Ching and Wang Silla beaten up by this kid? Chi-Ching is already level 6. Who knows, I'm careless. Who would have thought that a freshman in 2007 could be so strong? The top scorer of Dragon Martial Arts, really arrogance. He beat the old student when he entered school on the first day." Lu Sheng's expression remained unchanged, and he thought that the video on campus began to ferment. Lin Zhe also heard some voices, his face full of envy. "Damn, it would be great if I had you as strong as you, brother Sheng. He will be the rhythm of becoming a campus celebrity on the first day of school." Lu Sheng didn't say anything and continued to eat. Lin Zhe took the initiative to find topics. "Do you know the new student list, the old student list, and the 7 saint list?" Lu Sheng raised his eyes and looked at him. "You seem to be very researchy. I browsed the campus network for an afternoon and had some experience." Lin Zhe finally found his value in front of Lu Sheng and said happily, "The freshman list is set up for us, a group of freshmen. The specific ranking has not yet been released, but brother Sheng, you should be recognized as the first. Then there is the list of old students, which is updated in real time, including all the students who have not graduated from school in the second year to senior year. It can be regarded as the most authoritative strength ranking list in our 7th Sheng University. Those who can be on the list of old students are very strong, but they are basically the first and fourth year people on top. Those who can get up in the second year are considered monsters. Brother Sheng, the Chi-Ching you beat before, is a junior. He was a top student in the province and ranked among the top 100 in the old students list. By the way, brother Saint, you should be considered the top 100 experts in our 7th Holy Martial Arts. However, those old students insisted that Chi-Ching was careless, not serious achievements, and a group of guys who were desperate for face. What about the 7 Holy list?" Although Lu Sheng knew the existence of these lists, he had never paid close attention to what he meant. The 7 Saints list is actually a list that includes all the 7 Saints Masters lists and then screens them. It is very authoritative in the 7 Saint Martial Arts University, and many people only recognize this list. Even if the old student has been on this list after graduation, it is also a very important resume. Lu Sheng nodded. He thought Lin Zhe was good and was quite talented in collecting intelligence. "Saint brother, I've also found out. Lindsay suddenly lowered his voice and leaned close to Lu Sheng and whispered, "The strength of our 7th Saint Martial Arts University is really not very good. There is not even one in the top 10 of the 7 Saints list. Xuan, who currently ranks first in the old student list, is only ranked 13th on the 7 Saints list. TSK. No wonder the results of the National College Students Martial Arts Conference are at the bottom of the 7th. Lin Zai's expression was sighing, as if he regretted coming here to school. Lu Sheng felt that it was normal. The martial Saint Tan Zhongyu, who founded the 7th Saint Martial Arts University, was originally the youngest and most experienced and foundation among the martial saints of the Dragon Kingdom. When the faculty is similar, the teaching performance can only be determined by the students. The 7th Saint Martial Arts University is not ideal for enrollment every year, so it would be strange if it could be compared with other Saint Martial Arts University. The two continued to eat and chat, mainly because Lin Zai kept saying that Lu Sheng just listened and occasionally interjected a sentence or two. At this moment, a few people suddenly stood up in the cafeteria. These people walked straight towards Lu Sheng, obviously observing him for a long time. "Hurry, there's a good show now." Many people quickly turned their attention. Lu Sheng is right. 3 or 5 people stood in front of Lu Sheng, and the leader was a tall boy with a height of nearly 1.8 meters and a toned body. He has the now popular round and short hair, and a few slashes were scratched on both sides. He wore black earrings, fair skin, and a refreshing and handsome smile. "Saint brother." Lin Zai saw that these people were not good at coming, and he twitched his flesh on his face and wanted to stand up. But he was suppressed by Lu Sheng's words. "Eat." Lin Zai could only sit in his seat honestly, but stopped eating, just staring at the handsome boys with fierce eyes. The handsome boy glanced at Lin Zai, sneered, turned to look at Lu Sheng and said, "Lu Sheng, get to know me. My name is Wu Fan. He is the 2nd best martial arts student in Yue province this year, and ranked 17th in the country in the college entrance examination." Lu Sheng raised his head and said calmly, "So, are you here to report your college entrance examination results to me?" "You?" The few people behind the handsome boy seemed a little unhappy when they saw Lu Sheng's appearance. They wanted to rush up, but were stopped by the handsome boy. The handsome boy narrowed his eyes slightly, stared at Lu Sheng, and then smiled. "Lu Sheng, I know you are very strong. I may not be your opponent, but since you know you're not my opponent, why do you want to provoke me?" The handsome boy was interrupted by Lu Sheng before he could finish his words. He was stunned for a moment, and then he saw Lu Sheng gently put the chopsticks in his right hand on the dining plate in front of him, and then push the dining plate forward slightly. "Stand up." In an instant, Wu Fan and others' faces changed. If Lu Sheng, who had been eating in a seat before, made people feel like a tiger with her minions put away and was eating, then now, the tiger stood up. The colorful tiger's skin on his body gradually faded away, revealing a terrifying aura like a beast under his body. A bit of cold breath emanated from Lu Sheng's body, causing a lot of goosebumps on several people's bodies. When Lu Sheng stood up completely, the few people seemed to see a shadow rising rapidly in front of him. Lu Sheng was half a head taller than Wu Fan, the tallest among the few people. His deep and dark eyes fell on Wu Fan, and the latter's scalp immediately became numb, and all the hairs on his arms stood up, and a creepy feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. What do you want to do?" Wu Fan's face turned pale, his smile was very reluctant, and his body retreated unconsciously. Lu Sheng had no expression on his face, but just looked at him quietly from a high position. "I know that some things should not be done, and some people dare not provoke them, but they just want to be strong. Do you think you have something wrong? Since you don't have any brains, donate them to those in need." Lu Sheng said calmly, and when he said the last word, his body was full of fierce aura. He suddenly reached out his hand and grabbed Wu Fan's head direct. 163. Respect me like being respectful to ghosts, fearing me like being fearing God. 2. Brother Sheng, you are so awesome. Lindsay couldn't find a better word to describe it. Lu Sheng said he would do it when he started, and he would just kill someone with one move. He was so impressed that he was so arrogant. In Lindsay's own words, it's, "What, men should do this." Lu Sheng was not as excited as Lindsay. On the way to the exit of the canteen, Lu Sheng could feel that many people were looking at him. Although there is awe, there is more of it being eager to try and bad eyes. Although Lu Sheng can understand them very well. Martial arts is a way to compete for the best, not to mention that this is the 7th Saint Martial Arts University, which brings together the top martial arts geniuses in the country. The most undesirable person is someone who is as strong as Wu Fan before. The main thing is that it's not afraid enough. If they are facing a master now, would they still want to go up and challenge? Won't. So what I have to do is make them afraid enough. They were beaten until their gallbladder was broken and their bones were soft. Respect me like a ghost, fear me like a god. Then there will be much fewer of these annoying flies. Lu Sheng thought silently in his heart. I have to find an opportunity. Lu Sheng. At this time, someone suddenly called Lu Sheng's name. Lu Sheng stopped, frowned, and the breath that had just been restrained for a while was emitted bit by bit. The man obviously noticed this, and quickly ran to Lu Sheng and said quickly, Don't be excited, I am a student office. The acting vice principal will send you a message. The vice principal will ask you to wait for his office, and explain it if you have something to do. After saying that, he ran away without looking back. Lu Sheng entered the 7th Saint Martial Arts 3 times, and his fierce and violent style of behavior was still a bit shocking for some people. Vice Principal. Lu Sheng recited it lightly. His face quickly calmed down and continued to walk out of the cafeteria. Hudong, this Lu Sheng is so cruel. In a corner of the cafeteria, several teenagers sat together, looking at the direction Lu Sheng left. Hudong has become the center of this small group and is guarded by several people. At this time, the expression on his face was also a little solemn. It's really strong. Wu Fan was very arrogant when he entered school yesterday and had a lot of fun with several newcomers. The peak strength of level 4, the speed talented warrior, and the practical ability is strong. As a result, under Lu Sheng, he couldn't even resist and was knocked unconscious. It's just horrible. The teenagers looked at Wu Fan, who was carried out of the canteen like a corpse, and rushed to the infirmary, and their eyes became complicated one by one. The dining tables at the 7th Saint Martial Arts University are not made of ordinary materials, and their hardness is almost as good as steel plates. As a result, Lu Sheng pressed Wu Fan's head and fucked it up. Wu Fan's body tempering was completed, and his head was hard enough, otherwise it would have been killed if it were ordinary people. This also shows how cruel Lu Sheng's methods are. I guess no one of these freshmen can compare to him. After all, he is the top scorer in Dragon Martial Arts this year. A young man sighed a few times and couldn't help asking Hudong. Hudong, are you Wu Tanhua from Kyoto Province? This year's National Martial Arts 2nd place. Wu Tanhua seems to be from your Kyoto Province. How do they compare to Lu Shenglai? Hudong looked thoughtful on his face, and he thought for a while and said, I don't know much about one of those two people. However, this year, the 2nd-tier martial arts name of Kyoto Province is Nyerinjia. He used to be the leader of the 3rd Saint Martial Arts High School, and he is considered my old opponent. The third one behind in the college entrance examination is also the 3rd Saint Martial Arts University. That guy. Hudong paused and said in a deep voice, It's very strong. The teenagers looked at each other, their faces slightly moved. They all know Huadong's strength, and they are so perverted. Even Huadong wants to say that a strong guy must be really strong. But compared with Lu Sheng, it should be a little worse. After all, Lu Sheng is the top scorer in the dragon martial arts this year. It's all monsters. I felt that I was already monsters before I came to school. After comparing these people here, I suddenly realized, damn, I'm just an ordinary person, okay? It's incomparable, it's incomparable. A young man sighed. Others also felt the same. Huadong comforted. College has just begun, and being strong for a while does not mean being strong for a lifetime. There are opportunities to catch up in the future. You are right. None of us came from the college entrance examination. The real hero is the one who can laugh to the end, just work harder. Right. The teenagers' fighting spirit suddenly rose, and they all had ambitions. Huadong also had a bright eye, looking at the direction where Lu Sheng left, thinking in his heart, Lu Sheng, Niarenjia. You people will be trampled by me sooner or later. Come in. A central and peaceful voice came from the door. Through the office door, Lu Sheng could clearly detect that there was a flame-shaped human figure sitting upright inside. Xiao Kantai, one of the vice presidents of the 7th Shenghui University. Like Xia Pingnan, the former provincial governor, he was a serious 7th-level master. Judging from the intensity of qi and blood alone, Xia Pingnan is a little better than Zhao Katai. It was normal to think that Xia Pingnan was a provincial governor who rushed out of the battlefield after all, and his iron-blooded killing aura was strong. Lu Sheng pushed the door and walked in, and saw a middle-aged man wearing glasses sitting behind the desk looking at him. Zhao Kantai looks elegant, and exudes a strong bookish spirit. The gold-rimmed glasses used to decorate the face make this temperament even more heavy, making people less afraid. Lu Sheng, right? Just sit there. Zhao Kantai has a gentle attitude and looks approachable, giving people a feeling of spring breeze. Lu Sheng found a chair and sat down. Zhao Kantai smiled and said to him, I came here today, mainly to let you prepare for the matter of speaking on stage tomorrow. Go on stage to speak? Lu Sheng was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. Yes, Xiao Kantai explained. As the top scorer in the Lanwu exam this year, you are also the best among our 7th Shenghui University freshmen. The school decided to let you speak as the representative of the freshmen at tomorrow's admission ceremony. In fact, just say a few simple words, and don't need to prepare too much. Lu Sheng thought for a while, and nodded in agreement. Okay, Vice Principal, I will prepare well. Xiao Kantai nodded with satisfaction, and then asked a few more questions, all of which were trivial matters. For example, whether you are suitable for the environment of a new school. Are you living in the dormitory well? Is the food in the school cafeteria delicious? Lu Sheng answered one by one. Then nothing happened. Xiao Kantai kindly asked him to leave, and said that he would come to him at any time if he encountered any problems in life and study in the future. When Lu Sheng left, Xiao Kantai's expression gradually relaxed, and a little helplessness appeared. The top scorer of Dragon Martial Arts is still the top scorer of Dragon Martial Arts, who broke the record in previous sessions. Good or good, but it's a bit too thorny. Xiao Kantai took off the glasses from his face, and his originally calm and gentle eyes also became sharp. He pinched the bridge of his nose, and picked up several reports at hand. All of these are the various things that Lu Sheng caused after entering the school today. As soon as I came in, I beat up sophomore and junior students, and some students did it. What is the reason for the student to get beaten? The knock on the door is too loud. Is this kid so fucked? I broke something again in the cafeteria just now. Xiao Kantai felt a little headache. He has seen many thorny students. To be precise, few of them can enter the 7th Saint Martial Arts University School gate are honest and composed. But there are really not many top-notch thorns like Lu Sheng. 164. The 4 realms, where the spear reaches, are all the land of our land saint. 3. The remnant gun left by the Grandmaster Valkyrie is about 3 meters long, and the head of the gun is broken. The whole spear is light gray. I don't know what material it is forged, nor do I know what its original color looks like. Lu Sheng held it, but felt the weight was right, and there was a slight sense of blood connection. He speculated that it might be because he inherited Zhao Lingshuan's memory. I don't know when the first weapon class will start. Maybe I can mention this to Xia Pingnan in advance. A handy weapon is rare. The broken tip of the gun dragged out a rustling sound on the desolate street. Lu Sheng walked casually until he reached a figure more than 2 meters high and as strong as a bear. The man was wearing a pure black one-piece combat armor, which looked a little loose. Lu Sheng knew that it was caused by body atrophy and muscle collapse. From this we can imagine how powerful the owner of this combat armor should be before he died. The person wearing black combat armor looked down and looked quietly at the ground, with his hands hanging naturally on both sides of his body, giving people a feeling of being motionless like a mountain. There was a hideous wound on his chest and abdomen, which was still shocking even though it was already withered. The rustling sound of the remnant gun mopping the floor attracted the attention of this person. He raised his head and showed a determined and silent face. The third master. This is the new opponent Lu Sheng found in the dream space. This strong master is a rare master warrior who majors in defense. The defense is so strong that it is exaggerated, and it is completely different from the Valkyrie Grandmaster Zhao Lingshuan. His strength is also much stronger than the first Sheng, but he should not be as high as a master. Grandmaster Lu Sheng has only seen one nearby, and you can feel the difference between it and the Grandmaster-level zombies from afar. Moreover, there were several master zombies wandering around the Grandmaster zombie, and Lu Sheng did not dare to win over his sharpness. Switch, the wind breath. There was no nonsense. Lu Sheng flew towards the strongman's master with a flash of 040. The golden wind turned into substance beside him, making Lu Sheng seem to have golden sand in his every move. Some of them look like the light effects in action online games, which are quite cool. The spear looks like a shadow. Lu Sheng held a gun in one hand, and the gray residual gun was like a python flying to explore. The fourth realm gun technique formed a huge net, covering the strongman's master. The strong master's attack method was like his own momentum. Every time he waved his fist and raised his arms, it was like a mountain, a sea, rumbled and crushed over. But before this mountain and this sea were completely fell, it was broken down into silk by Lu Sheng's spear technique and turned clean. This is the 4-level gun technique. Lu Sheng has been practicing with the strongman master for more than 2 months, and has long had a deeper understanding of Zhao Lingshuan's 4th-level gun technique. If the 3rd-level gun technique is to control and perfectly control every inch of power attached to the gun, then the 4th-level gun technique should be. A cold light flashed in Lu Sheng's eyes, and a spear was like a dragon, and one shot shocked the strongman's grandmaster half a step back. The tip of the gun was stuck tightly by the strong master's hands, and the gun body bent into a curve. Lu Sheng waved slightly, spreading the strong master's hands, and the shadow of the gun fell like a raindrop again. Field. The 4-level gun technique should be the realm of the domain. Within the range of the spear, they are all the land of the land saint. He is like a king, and everything must be surrendered. Bang! The spear hit the shoulder of the strong master, and the strong master's body shook slightly, unmoved. Lu Sheng's eyes burst into golden light, and his expression became more ostentatious. The first form of the 10 perfect martial arts. The momentum around Lu Sheng changed slightly, and the spear trembled violently, like a spiral rotating, transmitting a terrifying shock force. Under this force, the body of Master Zhuang, On shook more and more violently. The breath of flame, the state of emptiness and brightness. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from Lu Sheng's body like a volcano erupting. A large swath of blazing red flames erupted from him. But it quickly retracted in 1 second, and it was all condensed on the spear. The previously ordinary gray spear is now wrapped in red light, and there are also flame patterns like dragons wrapped around it. It's like an ordinary spear, which suddenly turns into a super artifact with 12 more. Boom! The strong master finally couldn't hold on, and fell to the ground with one knee. Lu Sheng, with a monarchy, overwhelmed the rebel ministers. Looked down on the people. Call. The next second, all the momentum disappeared again. Lu Sheng fell back to his original position, and his spear was lightly placed on the ground of the street, his expression as calm as before, as if he had never taken any action. If I use the Hanji bird prison gun, you will die. Lu Sheng spoke calmly, and said to the strong man, who was slowly standing up in the distance. Unfortunately, the other party couldn't understand what he was saying. It doesn't matter to Lu Sheng either. He has the ability to send the strong master zombies to the road, but now is not the time. Should you wait for the golden obsidian humanoid to transform halfway, it's almost 2. The 4th level gun technique brought to Lu Sheng was too great. Combining the first form of the 10 comprehensive martial arts and the calming state, Lu Sheng even has a species. With a spear in my hand, I feel invincible. The domain level gun technique can be eliminated as long as it is close to his gun technique field, which can be eliminated by attacks that exceed the limit of the endurance. It is simply a necessary means for higher level challenges. The 4th level gun technique is already so powerful, so what about the 5th level? Even above the 5th level? Lu Sheng couldn't imagine what kind of state it was. The daily warm-up ends. Lu Sheng swept 2 more streets, accumulated fragments of memory in his head, and found a random place to start practicing crystal visualization, accelerating the transformation from diamond human form to gold obsidian human form. The second day. On the small terrace on the 3rd floor of the villa, Lu Sheng looked straight at the scorching sun. In my mind, the outline of the past day is rapidly forming and strengthening. When the sun gradually rose and the light became more and more intense, Lu Sheng felt that he could not bear it. He retracted his gaze. At this time, his eyes were like fire, and gold flowed in his pupils. It has a bit of a transhuman and innate divine feeling. This vision lasted for a long time before slowly dissipating. Lu Sheng was about to go downstairs when he suddenly saw a figure walking towards this side on the road in the distance. With a move under his feet, he simply jumped down from the 3rd floor. With a boom, it fell into the yard, leaving 2 cracked footprints on the floor tiles at the entrance. Lu Sheng took a step and raised the fine brick chips. Forget it! Let the students come and change it! Seeing the brand new rockery that had been replaced in the yard, Lu Sheng said to himself. After walking out of the yard, Lindsay happened to arrive. Brother Sheng, you are out? I'm just about to come to find you. Lindsay was quite happy to see him, and his dog legs were growing day by day. Where is the admission ceremony going to be held, do you know? What the vice principal explained yesterday is almost 9 o'clock now. I know, in the 3rd auditorium. I don't know how to find the way. Lindsay nodded seriously. Let's go! The campus of the 7th Saint Martial Arts University is very large, and most people are indeed easily lost, but Lu Sheng's mental power disperses, covering an area of more than 1 kilometer, so you can easily find the location of the 3rd auditorium. The 3rd auditorium is a building with a shaped appearance like a cap, which is very large, exceeding ordinary small and medium-sized gymnasiums. New students entered, the doors scattered. When Lu Sheng and Lin Zhe arrived, many people noticed them.
It's Lu Sheng who is here. He is Lu Sheng?
165. It turns out that garbage can also bring pressure to people when it gathers into a pile for. Wait for a while. At around 9 o'clock, Vice Principal Zhao Kantai and some school leaders came in one after another. A huge banner was pulled above the auditorium, the admission ceremony of the 57th freshman of the 7th St. Martial Arts University. There were already tables and chairs on the stage, and each table was filled with name tags. When Lu Sheng saw the name tag of Principal Tan Zhongyu in the middle, he was surprised that the martial saint was about to come in person at first. Later, I realized that this is the tradition of the Holy Martial Arts University, and the martial saint has not appeared in front of the public for a long time. There was also a brown-black solid with lecture stand in front of the tables of each leader, and there were various flower baskets on both sides, which was quite formal. Many leaders of the 7th St. Martial Arts University came, and some of them were also sent by sophomore and junior students, but I didn't see that there was a strong qi in blood. Thinking about it, those who are strong are probably going out to work. Those who want to rely on students to complete the credits. Probably those who are not confident enough in their own strength. The leaders of the 7th St. Martial Arts University are full of blood and are generally in the category of level 6 warriors. Vice President Zhao Kantai is even a level 7 grandmaster.
There are 4 or 5 vice presidents of the 7th St. Martial Arts University. If each of them is like Zhao Kantai, then they are 4 or 5 grandmasters. There are nearly 30 masters in the 7th St. Martial Arts.
It seems that the master is worthless. But Lu Sheng didn't forget it. This is Kyoto Province, the heart of the Dragon Kingdom, and the martial arts holy land that warriors across the country yearn for. It's not that the masters are worthless, but that many masters gather here. The level he is now at has improved. If he looks at the surrounding environment with his previous mentality and by his city, he will inevitably have this illusion.
Welcome to the 7th St. Martial Arts University.
The admission ceremony began, and school-level leaders spoke one by one. Vice President Zhao Kantai also spoke. It is roughly to let the freshmen study hard and practice hard, and not waste their precious 4 years of college in vain. In the future, they should be a person who is useful to the country and the army, such as Balabala. After Zhao Kantai finished speaking, the host stepped forward and spoke.
Next, we will invite this year's freshman representatives, the top scholar in Lan Wu, and Lu Sheng, the representatives of the freshmen, to speak on stage. Buzz!
After the host finished speaking, there were a burst of commotional sounds immediately under the quiet place that had been very quiet before. A school leader stood up and emphasized the silence several times before the auditorium could barely remain quiet. But the whispering sounds always existed, buzzing and seemingly noisy. Lu Sheng stood up calmly, and did not deliberately use his mental power to find out what these people were talking about him below. Even before the ceremony began, these guys conspired for something privately. He didn't care. All he knows is, from now on, what has been hovering in front of his eyes and ears. Those flies that hate people. They will all disappear. Lu Sheng stood up and walked to the speech stage. Zhao Kantai looked at the turmoil in the audience, frowned, and then asked Lu Sheng gently,
"Are you ready?"
Lu Sheng nodded.
"I have been preparing for a day. There should be no problem." "Prepare for a day."
Zhao Kantai was stunned for a moment. He thought Lu Sheng would be the kind of arrogant genius who cares nothing but martial arts, but he didn't expect that he would be so concerned about Xiao Zhao's speech and give him face so much. It seems that his understanding of Lu Sheng is still too one-sided, and he has to see it from a small way. Thinking of this, Zhao Kantai's expression was a little gentler and encouraged him.
Okay, just talk about it. Quiet!
Shao Kanai spoke out in a special voice. Even the Grandmaster's aura emitted a trace, and the bottom was solemn and quiet. Lu Sheng walked to the speech seat, turned the microphone up, and quietly swept the bottom. He saw a pair of young and glamorous faces. Some of these faces are written with curiosity, some are awe, some are admiring, some are playful, some are disdainful, and some are sneering. Something else is the ambition to try and replace it. Lu Sheng spoke.
I am Lu Sheng. I know many of you don't accept me. So today, I will give you such an opportunity to challenge me. Allow you all. Go together.
After saying that, Lu Sheng turned around and said to Zhao Kantai calmly,
Vice Principal, I have finished everything I should say. Next, I am ready to do it. I hope you can understand.
Then walked back to the middle of the podium. Everyone was confused, whether on stage or off stage. Fortunately, Zhao Kantai was looking forward to Lu Sheng's speech leisurely at first. He really wanted to hear how wonderful it would be to prepare a manuscript for one day as the top scholar in the dragon martial arts. Result? That's it? 4 sentences? In the end, you still have to do it? As a level 7 master, Zhao Kantai was stunned. The freshmen below were also confused. Whether it is fear of Lu Sheng or the person who is preparing to overthrow Lu Sheng. What? They haven't done anything yet. Lu Shengxian stood up and said he wanted to deal with him. The script shouldn't be like this. Lin Zhe stared blankly at Lu Sheng on the stage, and after a long time, he put a word out of his mouth.
I am worthy of being my saint brother, but I am awesome.
After a few seconds of quietness, Lu Sheng was a little impatient. He frowned and a momentum suddenly burst out from him. It seemed as if there were invisible ripples swept across the entire venue quickly.
What? I don't dare to do it all.
Lu Sheng glanced at the audience, his eyes cold.
Are you all waste?
This sentence is like a catalyst, and it starts to stir from the audience.
Saint Lu, you're a little too crazy.
A strong boy with a quintessential skin, a bit of ruffianism, stood up from his position, with anger in his eyes.
Who do you think you are? Boom!
A powerful aura suddenly burst out from the boy's body. His chi and blood were shaking, and the tables and chairs in front and behind were blown away by invisible aura. The color of his skin began to change, from the original bronze to a silver black, flashing with a metallic luster under the light. The strong boy stood up like a fuse. Another tall and burly boy stood up.
Yes, I really think I'm invincible.
The third one is a handsome boy and slender figure this time.
It's been a long time since no one has said such a thing in front of me.
4th place.
I have long wanted to see the strength of the top scorer in the dragon martial arts.
Number 5. One after another, the freshmen stood up, both men and women. Each one is filled with a powerful aura that is far beyond his peers. These momentums are like straight-up wolf smoke, and like volcanoes that are about to erupt, making the atmosphere of the entire auditorium become anxious and hot. 0. The rolling fighting spirit affects everyone. Seeing that Wu Fan, who was even bandaged on his head, stood up, Wu Dong's eyes flashed, and he also had the urge to try. Intuition told him that this was not a wise choice, but Wu Dong could feel the eyes of the people around him looking at him. If he doesn't stand up today, the small group around him with him, as the core, will probably collapse immediately. Everyone will think Wu Dong was afraid of Lu Sheng.
Hold!
Even Lin Zhe, who has always been fearless, was a little panicked when he saw this scene. Dozens of powerful figures among the freshmen stood in front of him in unison, and their followers were full of momentum. These are not ordinary people, but the top martial arts geniuses gathered in the country. The breaths were connected together, and the spearhead was pointed directly at Lu Sheng. Even if he was just watching, Lin Zhe felt like he was about to fall.
Forget it, At worst, I'll get beaten up. Could it be that they dare to beat me to death?
Lindsay gritted his teeth and ran to Lu Sheng's feet. Facing his fierce fighting spirit and fierce eyes, he showed his lifelong ferocity. 166. The warriors failed in conquest, and the long rule belonging to the Devil 5. Lu Sheng leaned forward and instantly appeared in front of the tall boy. Almost close to it. Facing the golden eyes and the pupils almost suffocated the tall boy in an instant. He was really suffocated. Lu Sheng's right hand had already pinched his neck at some point and raised him high. The latter's fist thumped his 5 fingers and back of his palms frantically, but only a dull and weak voice was made.
Weak, but stubborn.
Lu Sheng shook his head and smashed him hard to the ground with a swinging gesture. Bang! There was a huge collision sound in the auditorium. With tall boys as the center, all the tables and chairs around them were shattered and the ground was cracked. He was almost half sinked into the floor, as if he was being embedded in it. Everyone around was stunned. At this moment, each of them had an illusion in their hearts. With Lu Sheng as the center, a huge shadow is rising rapidly, gradually covering the lights of the entire auditorium ceiling.
Go together!
I don't know who it was, and shouted angrily. The powerful newcomers, who had stood up before, woke up like a dream and rushed towards Lu Sheng quickly. Lu Sheng turned his head, his expression calm. He raised his right arm, and the energy on his arm surged, as if a golden wave was set off in the air.
Boom!
Several freshmen, who had just bullied Lu Sheng, flew backwards faster than when they came.
Bah! 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 Bah!
It hits the wall, like an oil painting that was originally hung on the wall and then shaken off. One by one, the walls slowly slid down.
After all, garbage is garbage, and even if it is gathered, it is still garbage. I have too much expectations for you.
Lu Sheng walked in the aisle in the middle of the auditorium, with a dull expression, as if it was just an ordinary walk. On both sides of him, people kept launching attacks on him. But Lu Sheng just raised his hand and waved his fist. That person was blown away like a scarecrow. The turbulent energy surging on his body was like a golden flag rushing. Wherever you point, it is a disaster. The freshmen facing Lu Sheng were pale. They looked at Lu Sheng, who was walking towards them slowly, as if they saw a huge shadow spreading towards them little by little. The despair and depression made their bodies tremble uncontrollably, their legs trembled, and their mouths and tongues dry. A stout boy gritted his teeth, roared, and his eyes rushed towards Lu Sheng with red eyes. Large clusters of flame surged from his fist, and the heat surging. The whole person seemed to turn into a cannonball that was unswerving and hit Lu Sheng with a bang. Then, Lu Sheng lowered his head and looked at the boy whose fist was stamped on his chest, with a little surprised expression. His brows frowned slightly.
You burned my clothes.
Lu Sheng raised his hand and waved it horizontally. The thick boy didn't even have time to say a word, but he flew out horizontally and smashed a piece of table and chairs. Lu Sheng patted the charred t-shirt by a thick boy with one punch, raised his head, his face still calm. Fear spread rapidly in the auditorium like a plague. The remaining freshmen looked at Lu Sheng as if he was looking at a monster who was free from sleep, breaking the seal and raging the world. Lu Sheng continued to walk forward, and the soft soles of the shoe made a slight sound of footsteps on the smooth floor. It also stepped on the remaining heart of the freshmen in the auditorium.
Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang.
A girl with a well-proportioned figure and a body-boosting figure finally couldn't stand this pressure and rushed towards Lu Sheng. Her figure disappeared halfway through, as if it had turned into wind.
It's too slow.
Lu Sheng spoke calmly and reached out and grabbed the air somewhere in front of him. The girl's figure suddenly appeared and was strangled by Lu Sheng's right hand and his limbs were struggling wildly. Lu Sheng raised the girl, leaned closer and looked carefully, and was about to throw it out. Suddenly, a violent sound of breaking through the air sounded in my ears. Dozens of black and silver cone-shaped weapons were nailed to Lu Sheng's back, and the clothes behind Lu Sheng were torn to pieces.
I hit him!
An extremely excited voice sounded in the auditorium. A handsome boy walked out with his eyes shining and his face filled with great excitement and joy. But the next moment, the boy's pupils contracted, as if he saw an extremely incredible scene, and blurted out,
"Impossible!"
I saw dozens of black and silver alls floating up automatically. Lu Sheng's back was smooth and his perfect muscle contour appeared. There were no wounds on it, not even a trace. Dozens of small black and silver cones flew to Lu Sheng. Under the pressure of a pair of invisible big hands, it quickly twisted and squeezed together, and was kneaded into a ball. Lu Sheng's eyes fell on the pretty boy, who trembled like a sieve, and said with his lips trembling,
Are you actually a spiritual minder?"
Lu Sheng did not answer, but asked seriously,
"Who allowed you to scratch me without authorization?"
Next second, the black-silver twisted iron ball in front of him flew out suddenly. Before the handsome boy could react, he was hit by a small ball, led it away, and hit it hard on the wall. Pooh! Lu Sheng threw the girl, who was already unconscious, and his hand on the ground at his feet, and glanced at the audience with indifferent eyes. An invisible force suddenly burst out from him, and a circle of broken objects and tables and chairs around him flew out, form a vacuum zone centered on him. At this point, the huge auditorium was silent. Everyone was numb, their heads were blank, and they lacked the ability to think. Only one instinct is left. That's trembling. Uncontrollable tremor. Although Lu Sheng in their eyes was just standing there plainly, endless pressure erupted from him. It made them suffocate, and couldn't help but want to kneel down. That is the instinctive reaction of predators at the top of the food chain that creatures at the bottom of the food chain face. The leaders of a cadre on the rostrum were also stunned. They all know Lu Sheng's identity as the top scorer in the dragon martial arts, and have read the admission materials. I knew that Lu Sheng was very strong, but I didn't expect that he could be so strong. It was like a level 10 typhoon passing through, and there was nothing to stop wherever it passed, and all obstacles were pushed away or crushed. Even their hearts could not help but feel a little scared. They are only level 6. Shao Kongtai was still sitting upright, and the golden-rimmed glasses on his face still could not block the sharp and strange light shot out from his eyes. Shocking 0. Spectacular. Zhao Kongtai can only use such words to describe Lu Sheng's performance.
"I'm really looking forward to it."
Zhao Kongtai picked up the teacup at his hand and took a sip. The remaining half of the sentence was buried in the slightly cool tea.
"The day people from the other 6 Saint Martial Arts Universities saw Lu Sheng."
Wudong was completely confused, standing there motionless. While he was still considering whether to take action, the battle called overthrow of Lu Sheng was over. Simple and fast. The entire battle was a one-sided situation from beginning to end. Lu Sheng defeated all opponents with an absolute overlord attitude.
"The warrior's conquest failed, and the world will usher in a dark and long rule that belongs to the devil."
Wudong suddenly jumped out of this line from his mind for some reason. I don't know which anime I saw. In a daze, he even whispered and said softly. And this sentence seemed to attract Lu Sheng's attention, which Lu Shengqiao Wudong looked at. Wudong woke up suddenly, his body tense, and subconsciously wanted to retreat. But Lu Sheng was very fast, and appeared in front of him in a blink of an eye. Lu Sheng looked at Wudong with a high apology, and Wudong could not see Lu Sheng's face clearly. Lu Sheng's back blocked the light above his head, leaving only a shadow casting on Wudong's face.
"You just stood up."
Lu Sheng spoke.
"No." Wudong quickly spoke up for his explanation, and in order to strengthen his persuasion, he even shook his head.
No, I just saw you stand up.
I don't.
Absolutely not.
Wudong was anxious and tried it. 167. When hiding the edge, hide the edge, and when not hiding it, reveal it. 1. Super Burning Editing, the strongest freshman in history, the list of new students who dominate 100. The strength of Lu Sheng, the top scorer in the Dragon Martial Arts, is fully exposed. The second day of school entrance examination, you should work hard. A level 6 warrior plus a level 3 spiritual thought master? A comprehensive analysis of the strength of Lu Sheng, the top scorer in the Dragon Martial Arts. The strongest new star of the 7th Saint Martial Arts University was born. Lu Sheng browses the campus network every day. Scroll the mouse and just scan it for a moment to post about him. His high profile and shocking battle at the entrance ceremony caused a lot of sensation on the campus of the 7th Saint Martial Arts University after a few days of fermentation. It was like a stone thrown into a calm pool, causing waves. Lu Sheng had expected this result, and clicked on a video at will. I don't know if it was the new student shooting or the third auditorium surveillance that was directly retrieved, but the video quality is quite clear. Watching this battle from the perspective of a bystander, Lu Sheng himself felt a little shocked. The Lu Sheng in the video is like a senior boss who accidentally entered the novice village, rushing around among a group of freshmen and crushing everywhere. That kind of terrifying strength that can control everything gives people a great sense of visual impact. Even through the video, you can feel the powerlessness and despair in the hearts of those newborns in Lushengshire. Even Lu Sheng felt a little sorry for those who were pressed to the ground and rubbed back and forth. No wonder it can cause such a big sensation in the school.
07.
Lu Sheng looked at the video in front of him, recalling his various behaviors after entering school, and questioned himself in his heart.
Is it because the strength has grown too fast? There is part of the reason.
I think about it carefully. It took more than half a year from the end of Qiming's general selection to the end of the college entrance examination and the start of university. It has gone through a long period of precipitation. During this period, he had never fought with anyone except fighting in the dream space. And strength has experienced a series of rapid progress and transformation. So much so that the desire for fighting, expressing, and destroying in his heart have accumulated to an unprecedented level. This state reaches its peak after successfully solving the long-term goal of Grandmaster Valkyrie. Then after entering the 7th Saint Martial Arts University, I couldn't wait to find a gap to fill it.
There is another important reason that these guys are too weak.
Lu Sheng looked at the newborns, who were tragically ravaged by him in the video, thinking silently. Weakness is not the original sin, but weakness does not know it, that is wrong. When he fought with these freshmen, he could not feel any pressure at all. Just like that. In the game, I went up to a certain level and returned to the novice village in a divine outfit. I killed the novice monster and swept a large area, as if I was mowing grass. It's because the opponent is weak, and it's too annoying. So Lu Sheng subconsciously thought of using the simplest and most direct way to solve the problems in front of him.
Violence cannot solve all problems, but violence can solve the vast majority of problems.
This is a principle that Lu Sheng has always admired. In martial arts, there is no humble etiquette. Every punch hits your own future.
I have to quickly improve the authority of the Fire Resource Library by showing the saint. When it is time to hide the edge, you can hide the edge. When it is not supposed to hide, you should show your edge.
Lu Sheng's face was calm, and there was a sharp light like a gun in his eyes. After his strength grew rapidly and his abilities and wisdom gained became more and more, Lu Sheng himself did not notice that his personality and mentality were also changing. Become more decisive, more domineering, more arbitrary and aggressive. buzz? The originally obscure and vague outline of the sun in my mind suddenly trembled and became quickly solidified. Even Lu Sheng's mental power shrank inward for a while, and then revealed it, showing a bit of crystal clearness. There is a breakthrough in martial arts, Will. Lu Sheng was stunned and quite happy. The idea of the great sun visualization is the master's way of star body refining, and its mental power is closely related to the master's will. His perceptions resonate with both, which proves that his idea is correct. Lu Sheng smiled, his eyes clear, and his diamond-like luster. He looked at the freshman, who was beaten by him in the video, and said to himself, "Yes, I can pity, sympathize, and even feel guilty. But you can't regret it. Which true master is not the only one, and I am the only one. If you can't do this, you can't become a master at all." The Grandmaster's words are wrong, but they must not be taken back. If you don't even believe in what you have done or the road you have walked, how can you condense your own way? Lu Sheng could clearly feel that he had taken one step forward from the level of the Grandmaster. Lu Sheng flipped through the post again and suddenly found a very interesting comment. "It's just a group of 3 or 4 level kids fighting. What's there to make a fuss about? If you change the strongest people at the top of the old list, go in and see which one can't achieve this effect." This Lu Sheng is strong, but his strength is because his opponent is too weak. A genius who has not experienced the task and special training with life and death can only be regarded as a flower in a greenhouse, which is much different from an old student of the same level. I'll ask you, how many of yours can you do when you enroll in school now? The number of likes in this comment was very high, and even Sheng Lu couldn't help but like him. Although the commenter also made a comment from the perspective of Lao Sheng to protect Lao Sheng's face, deliberately avoiding the fact that Lu Sheng beat Lao Sheng twice in a row, it has to be said that some of his ideas were still good. Really, he said to himself, I urgently need to enter a higher and larger stage now. You can't really stay in college for 4 years. Lu Sheng casually dropped the web page. The 7th St. Martial Arts University is actually no different from an ordinary university. Most of them are boring people who have nothing to do except practice and are bored. After 2 days, the old student list will fluctuate, and these posts about him will be covered soon. Dingling. The phone placed next to the computer rang. Lu Sheng glanced at the caller and answered the call. Governor Xia, Provincial Government, I am Lu Sheng. Okay, I get it. Lu Sheng hung up the phone. Xia Pingnan called to inform him that the cold weapon and spear he had purchased for Lu Sheng would be delivered within the next few days, so he would pay attention. It seems that I will choose the cold weapon that majors in today. Xia Pingnan gave this gift in time. Lu Sheng looked at the time again. The remaining time was enough for him to take a shower and then rush to class just right. After Lu Sheng finished packing and walked out of the villa, Lin Zhe had already been waiting at the door. After the admission ceremony, Lin Zhe's attitude towards Lu Sheng took a new change. Respect, worship, almost fanatic. Lin Zhe has become Lu Sheng's #1 fan and younger brother, and is proud of it. Brother Sheng is still the same brother, but Brother Sheng is not the original brother. Of course, Lin Zhe bravely stood up at the entrance ceremony, stood on Lu Sheng's side, and tried hard to shout out the words, I knock on all of you horses, to the new students who were trying to challenge Lu Sheng, which also showed his loyalty. This made Lu Sheng's already good impression of him a little better. Brother Sheng, you are completely popular now. It is said that some people in the old students have already proposed to include you in the old students' rankings. When Lin Zhe saw Lu Sheng, he immediately said to him with excitement. But Lu Sheng just nodded very casually and didn't say much. Seeing that Lu Sheng didn't seem to like talking about this, Lin Zhe immediately changed the topic. By the way, today I will choose to major in cold weapons and then divide the class.
040 Brother Sheng, what weapon do you plan to choose? I will follow you then.
Lu Sheng glanced at him and said,
What are you planning to choose?
Lu Sheng clearly wanted to listen to his true thoughts. Lindsay
168. The invasion of rules will lead to the end of the journey. 2. Wudong sat down in a position in the back row, feeling equally aggrieved. But it was more about the lingering shadows and fear of the enrollment ceremony battle a few days ago. Lu Sheng is so terrifying. As the last person to be knocked out by Lu Sheng, Wudong watched the battle from beginning to end. Body and mind shocked. Especially the one that Lu Sheng crushed him in the end. The feeling of despair and powerlessness that could not even resist had made Wudong dream of being trapped in a completely closed underground water tank for 3 consecutive nights. There are water lines that keep rising upwards, and nothing can be done, and they can only be swallowed up by coldness and despair little by little. Then wake up and repeat.
Danglong, is Danglong really that scary?
Wudong asked himself in his heart. The answer I got is, what is terrifying is not the top scorer of the Dragon Martial Arts, but the person Lu Sheng who became the top scorer of the Dragon Martial Arts. The level he reached as the top scorer of Dragon Martial Arts is really too high, far exceeding his 5th place in the country, and definitely surpassing Wudong's old rival Niarangia, who won the 3rd place in the country, or even 2nd. Thinking of having to study in the same school for 4 years with a guy like Lu Sheng, Wudong regretted coming to the 7th Saint Martial Arts University. Wudong looked at the freshmen around him, who were obviously scarred on their bodies. I thought silently in my heart, I guess everyone has the same thoughts as him now. The breath in my heart fantasized that one day I could find the place back from Lu Sheng. It was probably the last bit of genius pride and stubbornness left by these people. Lu Sheng didn't know what others were thinking now, but he thought it was pretty good now anyway. At least a little bit. As he sat in the front row of the classroom, the gaze that fell behind him was obviously much less. There are more than 200 freshmen enrolled in this class of 7th Saint Martial Arts University. If you always have 300 eyes sweeping around you every time you attend class or participate in a group activity, do you think you are annoyed? Lu Sheng found a good reason for his previous violent actions. Very comforted. Dingling. The class ringtone rang. Someone walked in at the point, and Lu Sheng looked up. The person who came was a 50-year-old man wearing a gray suit jacket, with silver-white hair mixed with black framed glasses. Lu Sheng is familiar with the people who come. After all, he has been in class for several days. The man's surname is Su, and he is the main tutor of the new student's biology course, and is at the professor level. In the 2 studies of veterinary pharmacological engineering and veterinary materials engineering, they enjoy a certain reputation throughout the world. They are considered to be highly respected and are a special professor and lecturer at the 7th Saint Martial Arts University. The study of alien beasts is the most important cultural course in university. So far, Lu Sheng has listened very seriously in every class. At the same time, he also felt that Professor Su was very good at speaking. The elegant Professor Su walked to the podium, put down the courseware and textbooks in his hand, pushed the glasses on his nose and glanced at the whole class, and then said,
Everyone should have known the news that the class will be divided into cold weapons today. So, I hope everyone can listen carefully in the next class. Because the content of this lesson has a lot to do with what cold weapons you choose to practice, why you need to practice cold weapons, and how you should follow your future martial arts path. Professor Su has always been easygoing and doesn't care whether you listen or not when giving lectures. Anyway, he only talks about his own. This is the first time I have seen such a serious attitude, and it must be a very important thing. Even Lu Sheng straightened his body slightly. Seeing that everyone's attitude became more correct, Professor Su nodded with satisfaction. We will not talk about the contents of this strange beast class today. Let me ask you a question first. Why do you think humans need to practice martial arts?
Professor Su looked at the freshman below and finally stopped on a boy wearing a red t-shirt.
You answer.
The boy in the red t-shirt was not shy and stood up and replied,
Humans practice martial arts to fight against alien beasts and protect their health and maintain their homes. Then why do humans choose the method of martial arts, or, in other words, what you young people can understand more?
Professor Su continued to ask.
Why do we humans need to point a martial arts tree when facing a powerful opponent like a strange beast, rather than a technological tree that has long been fundamental?
Professor Su's question stunned everyone. Lu Sheng's eyes flashed for a moment, and he seemed to know what the purpose of Professor Su's question was.
Because the original thermal weapons of humans are useless to alien beasts and have little effect. Good.
Professor Su expressed his affirmation to the boy in the red t-shirt and threw out the third question he asked in this class.
So, please answer me. Why are the original technological thermal weapons of human beings useless to alien beasts?
This time the boy in the red t-shirt couldn't answer. Most people in the classroom were in the expression of thinking. Lu Sheng heard Lindsay beside him mutter,
Who knows this? No one has taught you.
Yes, no one taught me. In other words, from childhood to adulthood, these people were instilled with the idea that hot weapons cannot deal with alien beasts, and practice martial arts well, and only martial arts is the only way to fight against alien beasts. They only know that thermal weapons are useless to alien beasts, but they don't know why thermal weapons are useless to alien beasts. It's like someone told you since childhood that 1 1 is equal to 2, but you don't know why 1 1 equals 2. One truth.
Because of the rules.
Lu Sheng answered in his heart. His eyes were calm, and the explanation he had found in the dream space naturally emerged in his mind. And these explanations are the answers made by Professor Su in front of him. Basically similar.
Because of the rules.
Professor Su answered coldly.
Humans have been fighting against alien beasts for more than 300 years, and so far, they have never stopped exploring and studying the sources of alien beasts. Although there is no answer yet, one thing is certain.
Professor Su turned around and wrote a few keywords on the blackboard with chalk: a different world, a different space.
These strange beasts are creatures from another world, another space, or even another dimension. It's not clear what they invaded us for now. Maybe it's just an instinct for invasion, maybe it's because of something else. It is precisely because of their origins, and this characteristic that causes our thermal weapons to fail. Next, I will show you a video material.
Professor Su turned on the projector in class, connected to the storage disk he'd brought, and then started playing a video. Lu Sheng looked at the video. What is presented in the picture is a battle between humans and strange beasts. It was a terrifying beast that was more than 8 meters tall and 12 meters long, with 4 sickle-like forelimbs raised high, like a huge mantis.
This is a 7-legged sword mantis, a 7th-level alien beast, equivalent to a 7th-level master among us human warriors.
Professor Su explained from the side. Faced with such a terrifying beast of level 7, the humans sent just a team of ordinary soldiers. Or rather, it is not ordinary, and its physical fitness has reached the level of a level 2 or even a level 3 warrior.
If martial arts were not yet on the rise, these people could be called elite among the elite.
Each of these soldiers was equipped with powerful heat weapons, and fired wildly at the 7-legged sword mantis. But those fierce fire attacks hit the 7-legged mantis, as if sugar beans were sprinkled on it, without any power it should have. In the end, even the sound of fire changed. It turned into da-da-da, as if the sound of a toy gun was heard, and there was a deep sense of powerlessness.
Brute!
In the picture, a brave soldier suddenly roared and rushed towards the sword mantis, holding a bunch of bombs. He succeeded.
He successfully arranged his corpse to fall in front of the seven-legged sword mantis. But he also failed, because the bombs that had been detonated on him did not spark a single spark until he died. Click! The video came to an abrupt end, and Professor Su pressed 169. Pay attention. Never choose guns as a major. Never choose. 3. It's not that we chose martial arts, but that martial arts chose us. If we want to survive the invasion of strange beasts, we can only rely on the power of martial arts. Professor Su said. Professor, since our thermal weapons will be affected by the rules of another world, will the alien beasts enter our world not be affected? At this time, a girl with a domineering temperament and calm eyes stood up and asked. Good question. Professor Su praised him, but then said, It's a pity that I can't answer your question. I'd also like to know the answer. Maybe the answer is right in front of us, but we didn't find it. What does it mean, Professor? Professor Su's eyes under his thick lenses were as cold as ice cubes without temperature. I mean, maybe these strange beasts have been affected by the rules. Perhaps they were originally stronger, but now they are weakened. Or maybe they were just like this. Professor Su picked up the chalk in his hand and gently placed it on the projection screen. The hideous face of the huge seven-legged mantis was frozen on the screen. A little insect that we can pinch to death at any time will become a behemoth we see now after experiencing the amplification of the rules. Everyone was stunned and someone muttered, This is unfair. Yes, it's really unfair. Professor Su put down the chalk, sighed softly, and said to everyone in a tone mixed with inexplicable emotions, In this world, there are many things that are not fair to say. This is the lesson I want to give to you today. I hope it will help you choose to major in cold weapons and 040 to have a little help in the future martial arts path. Thank you. Get out of class ended. Professor Su took off the glasses from his face, wiped them with a handkerchief, then put away the courseware and walked towards the door. The bell rings just now. The huge staircase classroom was quiet for a long time. Everyone was immersed in what Professor Su said, shocked and impacted, and could not calm down for a long time. After a few minutes, the classroom became buzzing and restless. It's so irritating. I can accept that the strange beast is strengthened by the rules, but how is it possible that such a small mantis has become a 7th-level master? Do you think so, Brother Sheng? Lindsay muttered and said to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng did not answer. He was still thinking about what Professor Su said. Mastering the fire resource library and possessing the crystallization of 10,000 years of martial arts civilization, he knows more and more deeply than Professor Su. But what Professor Su just said gave Lu Sheng an inspiration and deeper thinking. If the invasion of strange beasts is really the product of the amplification of the rules, it's just a group of unconscious insects that accidentally entered the lower world, just like Gulliver accidentally broke into the Lilliputian kingdom. This is not impossible. Lu Sheng watched similar movies in his previous life. High-latitude creatures invade low-latitude worlds, and an ant can destroy the world. If the origin of the human crisis comes from an insect, so is the reason for the demise of mankind? Real invasion of intelligent creatures in another world? A picture popped up in Lu Sheng's mind. An ordinary man stood in front of an ant hole, and he sprinkled some water, which became a flood of destruction in the eyes of the ant. He threw down a few stones, which in the eyes of the ant were meteorites from the sky. In fact, the gap between high and low dimensions is much larger than this. If it is really a high-latitude intelligent creature that accidentally discovers our small piece of paper world and becomes interested and begins to actively throw things in and enjoy it, even in the end, he took action himself, then it is entirely possible that the fall of human civilization, the difficulty of saving human civilization, will be far beyond my imagination. At this moment, Lu Sheng felt a lot of confusion in his heart. This is no longer a step back. He gritted his teeth and gave up his family for everyone, throwing out all the things in the fire resource library in one breath in martial arts for 300 years. It's very difficult, very difficult. There is almost no direction to the road ahead, any hope. Lu Sheng quickly returned to peace. The worries now have no value. All he can do is to constantly strengthen himself, step by step, and solve the mystery bit by bit. Perhaps, when the authority is raised to a certain extent, the Tinder Resource Library will tell him the real answer. The short break time was soon over, and a person with a strange appearance and a lecturer walked into the classroom while walking the ringtone.
My name is Jiang Weiye, and he is the general counselor in charge of your new students. I'm sorry that I've met you for the first time after school started so long, mainly because some other things have been delayed.
Seeing that he was not much older than the freshman, the young man in his 20s said this on the podium in a plain tone. Lu Sheng smelled a faint smell of blood and wounded medicine from him. He remembered that on the day of the admission ceremony, the position of the chief counselor on the rostrum was indeed empty, but the position was relatively remote, and no one noticed it at all.
It's actually not too late. After all, cold weapons are the content that everyone really majored in 4 years in college. In the future, you can come to me anytime if you have any questions. Please remember my phone number.
A young man named Jiang Weiye wrote down a string of numbers on the blackboard, and then enlarged some pictures on the screen through the projection screen. Here are some pictures of cold weapons: knife, sword, gun, halberd, whip, hammer. Almost all the cold weapons that can be imagined are included, and there are some new cold weapons that Lu Sheng has never even heard of. There is also a large paragraph of text description below each cold weapon picture.
Jiang Weiye said, "Next, I will briefly explain the pros and cons of each cold weapon. During this time, you can combine the content of Professor Su in the last class and your own talent and preferences to decide what type of cold weapon you should choose to major in. I decided to sign me up before this class is over, and you will have 3 days of trial time. During these 3 days, if you feel that you are not suitable for this weapon, please ask me to replace it at any time. Simply put, in these 3 days, you can take any cold weapon class at will. But if you want to change it after 3 days..."
Jiang Weiye paused and said,
"It's not impossible, it's just a lot of trouble, and I don't recommend you do this. Okay, next I will introduce it to you from the first cold weapon."
Jiang Weiye explained the knowledge of cold weapons to the freshmen below one by one according to PPT and video. Lu Sheng listened carefully. His major weapon had been selected, and it was a gun. But it does not mean that he does not need to learn other cold weapons. The existence of 10 comprehensive martial arts is destined to be very different from that of ordinary warriors in the future. That's after walking the path that everyone has to go, leaving everyone with no way out.
Brother Sheng, are you really planning not to reveal to me in advance what cold weapon you are going to choose?
Lin Zai secretly talked to Lu Sheng, with some expectation and pleading in his eyes. It's not that Lin Zai really does this. The main reason was that if he majored in the same cold weapon as Lu Xingxian, he would ask Lu Sheng to help him give him some advice if he encountered any difficulties in his practice in the future. Lu Sheng thought for a while and replied,
"I haven't decided yet, you can choose first."
Lin Zai's face suddenly became bitter. Jiang Weiye explained very quickly, and he stopped from time to answer the questions raised by the freshmen. During the explanation, the foundation of the Holy Martial Arts University began to be revealed bit by bit. Whether it is the mainstream cold weapons such as swords, guns, halberds, axes, or the unpopular hammers, whips, sickles, hooks, or even piercings. According to Jiang Weiye, as long as it is found in the picture, The 7 sacred martial arts can find you with sufficient qualifications, instructors, and professors. For ordinary Wuhan University, this is simply unimaginable. For example, you are born to use thorns, but you can only teach you cold weapons and martial arts such as swords and other cold weapons in the Wuhan University. Forced to help 170. Talent is like a demon. Graduated just after class 4. The cold weapon practice classroom is located south of the campus. There are tall and lush trees everywhere here, and the school roads are dense like spider webs, connecting one small square after another. When I passed by again, I could hear the sound of shouting from my ears from time to time, and the sound of cold weapons cutting through the air. Lu Sheng and Lin Zhe stopped when they passed by a sign standing on the Gun Technique Practice Temple 3. It should be here. Lu Sheng's dispersed mental power captured the small square pointed at by the standing card. There were many people standing in each hand holding a spear.
Isn't it a practice classroom? It seems that it is not here on the map.
Lin Zhe stared at the campus map on his phone and scratched the back of his head.
Let's go and have a look first.
Lu Sheng walked towards the small square. Lin Zhe naturally wouldn't say anything, so he kept up quickly.
Only by practicing basic gun skills can you fully utilize the power of the Song Python move. I'll practice it now.
When Lu Sheng walked to the small square, a middle-aged man with short hair and flat head, wearing a vest and solid muscles in the small square, was teaching the students below. As he spoke, he began to dance the spear in his hand. The black gun, which was more than 3 meters long and was clenched in the man's hands, danced like a black python. It made a violent sound of breaking through the air, as if the best silk was constantly being torn off by someone. Suddenly, the man shook his hand. The spear in his hand suddenly swung, and a spear burst out of a gorgeous white energy, which exploded with a pop in the air. The sound is crisp and loud. The white air waves visible to the naked eye spread around, and the circle of students watching below were swept away by the invisible emptying force, and a passage was separated from it. At the end of the road, Lu Sheng with a calm face and Lin Zhe with a terrifying face were standing.
What's wrong with you two?
The middle-aged man stood up with his gun and looked at Lu Sheng and asked. Lu Sheng told me about the division of cold weapons. The middle-aged man nodded and said,
Since he is a freshman in the trial class, then go and pick a gun next to him and stand next to him. I will test your root and bone qualifications to see if you are suitable for learning guns.
Lu Sheng didn't say anything, and his eyes turned to the side of the small square. There was an iron weapon stand, and black spears were inserted into the stand. If you think about it carefully, Lu Sheng had never touched a real spear in real life. Now, the opportunity is right in front of you. Lu Sheng chose weapon stand walked towards him. Except for Lu Sheng and Lin Zhe, the others who listened to the lectures in the Gun Taoist practice square were all old students. There are very few juniors, almost all sophomores. Lu Sheng's arrival attracted the attention of many people, and someone soon recognized him.
It's Lu Sheng. I didn't expect that the cold weapon he chose was actually a gun. Who is Lu Sheng? This year's top scorer in Dragon Martial Arts, the strongest freshman. Haven't played the campus network these 2 days? It's him.
The old students whispered and bit each other's ears. Seeing that Lu Sheng had already come back with a gun, he immediately closed his mouth, but would turn his head from time to time and look at him secretly. Lu Sheng's attention was all on the spear in his hand. The long spear body is made of solid wood that Lu Sheng had never seen before. It is as hard as iron, but elastic. The tip of the gun is pure steel, but the tip is smooth. I felt light when I grabbed the whole spear in my hand. I think it was because I was too powerful. Lu Sheng naturally would not have too high demands on this kind of training gun. He held the spear in his hand and carefully explored the texture structure of every inch of it. Carefully note the feeling of touching the gun body, every inch of the skin in your palm, the weight of the entire spear, and so on. This is what he inherited from Zhao Lingquan's memory. This step is called familiarity with the sense of gun. It is a way to quickly cultivate tacit understanding between cold weapons and spears. During this period, middle-aged men had been teaching old students the skills of gun skills, and occasionally they would call one or two old students to go up and practice to give demonstrations. When the teaching was almost done, the middle-aged man announced,
"Okay, everyone can get off the get out of class now. If you want to stay and practice for a while, you can. You two, come up."
The middle-aged man pointed at Lu Sheng and the others. The old students turned their eyes one after another. If it were normal times, at least half of the people would be dispersed now. But it happened that Lu Sheng, who was the most popular in the school, took the first day of class recently, and everyone chose to stay and wait and see, and none of them left early. Lu Sheng walked up with a gun. The middle-aged man said,
"My name is Yu Haiba, the bishop's cold weapon and gun technology course from freshman to junior."
Lu Sheng felt it early in the morning that the middle-aged man in front of him was full of blood and was already a martial arts master at the peak of level 6. His whole person's temperament is also sharp, just like the big black gun he was holding.
"You guys will attack me one by one with guns. Let me see your roots and bone qualifications."
After the middle-aged man introduced himself, he said to Lu Sheng. Obviously, he wanted Lu Sheng to come first. Lu Sheng didn't say anything nonsense, held the spear in one hand, stepped forward a few steps to Yu Haiba. The circle around the two had been vacant for a long time, and the old students were around. Someone even took out his mobile phone to take a secret video, probably thinking about uploading the campus online to earn some points. Lu Sheng's face was calm, and his eyes looked like the ancient pond that had not changed for thousands of years. He held a gun in one hand, his figure was straight, and he faintly merged with the spear in his hand, and breathing was the bond between the two.
"Be careful, Master Yu."
Yu Haiba smiled and said nothing. Although Yu Haiba is not a master, he has been invading the gun for decades, and his gun has reached the realm of transformation. Even if the master sees him, he will still like a few words. Just a freshman who has just entered the school for a few days. Before Yu Haiba's thoughts could be finished, a dark light suddenly appeared like a faint light piercing through the white curtain, and quickly magnified in front of him. Yu Haiba's pupils contracted sharply, and he subconsciously raised his gun to defend.
Song, song.
Bah! After several consecutive sounds of gun body collision, a large black gun fell to the ground, rolled a few times, and stopped. Yu Haiba's body was stiff, and he kept standing there in one move. His neck was tightly tight, and sweat dripped from his sideburns. I saw a blunt gun tip hovering quietly 3 inches in front of his throat. The smooth spearhead shot out of the sharp edge, making his scalp numb, and the sky spirit cover seemed to be about to be lifted. The huge small square is silent, and the needles can be heard. Everyone was stunned when they looked at Lu Sheng, who was holding a gun in one hand and looking calm. 0. There was an old student who was taking a cell phone to shoot, with his mouth wide open and his whole body remained motionless. Some people didn't even hold the gun in their hands, and then suddenly realized it with a click sound.
"So you have a foundation."
Yu Haiba tried hard to calm his expression and tone, and spoke slowly. Lu Sheng nodded and stopped. The black spear was like a black python returning to the hole. Without anyone seeing it clearly, the spear was already standing in Lu Sheng's right hand. It seems like this was the case before, and it has never been moved. My heart was even more terrifying.
"I have practiced it, and offended Master Yu."
Yu Haiba waved his hand, smiled bitterly, and said nothing. But there have been a storm and thunder in my heart. Enter the micro realm. His gun technique is to enter the micro realm. However, He had not even walked 3 moves in Lu Sheng's hand, and was knocked down his weapons. If it were a life-and-death duel, Yu Haibo would have been dead at this moment, and his body would be almost cold. What does this prove? This proves that the freshman in front of him, who has only been admitted for less than 2 days, has a deeper attainment in gun art. 171. What happened to Lu Sheng for a AA level credit task? 1. Credit Mission Hall, Marshal St. Tower, Cold Weapon Training Room. Lu Sheng recalled the campus map of the 7th Shenghu University, and connected these 3 locations in his mind to outline the shortest route. The attitude of the gun tutor Yu Haibo towards him made Lu Sheng feel very satisfied. His 4th level gun technique and the elective gun technique class was just a formality, just for that little credit. If he really wants to go to Yu Haibo to teach every day, it would be a waste of time. Lu Sheng strolls on the campus of the 7th Shenghu University. On both sides of the school road, green trees are shady, and the flower beds are full of blue and purple iris, but most of them are wilted. This is not their season. Occasionally I saw a few hibiscus flowers blooming lively, and the light pink flowers filled the tree. Lu Sheng walked forward, stepping on the mottled tree shadow, and walked quickly towards 2 men and 1 woman, 3 men and 3 men, walking, discussing something intently. Bandages, hemostatic drugs, injury drugs, dry food, all of these need to be prepared, and you may not be able to use them at any time. No need, you don't have to go out of the wild this time. What if that guy just finds a deep mountain forest to get into it? Lu Sheng's mental power dissipated, and his face was calm, but he was actually listening to the conversation between them. These 3 old students seemed to be preparing to arrest someone, and were discussing the preparation for 040 before the mission. It was not until they heard that they walked out of their mental power that Lu Sheng regained his mental power. At this time, a building similar to a library appeared in front of him, and the entrance of the building reads the 7th Shenghu University Student Mission Management Center. Lu Sheng's first destination. Lu Sheng brushed his student ID at the door, and then walked into the mission center. There is a lot of people in the central hall. Almost all of them are old students in the 3rd and 4th grades. This can be seen from all aspects. The sophomore old man still has a youthful body, but he almost disappears in his junior year. In his senior year, he is full of the aura of an old fried dough stick. There are many windows in the mission center hall, and a huge LCD screen is hanging in the middle, and task information is scrolled on the display. Some are like high-speed rail stations and airports. Many people stood below, watching and discussing each other. Lu Sheng also walked up and scrambled into the crowd to check. Class C mission. Capture a fugitive suspect of a 3rd-level warrior. If there is a murder case, you can kill it if necessary. Mission requirements. Level 4 warrior or above, with certain practical experience. Mission reward. 500,000 cash, 5 credits. Level B mission. Arrest the fugitive suspect of a level 4 warrior, have accomplices, have murder cases, and can be killed if necessary. Mission requirements. Level 4 warrior or above, with rich practical experience. Mission reward. 2 million cash, 20 credits, depending on the number of suspects killed. Level A mission. Capture a level 5 warrior fugitive suspect, have murder cases, have weapons, and can be killed if necessary. Mission requirements. Level 5 warriors or above, rich practical experience, outstanding results in cold weapons classes, and it is recommended to team up to 2 or more people. Mission reward. 10 million cash, 50 credits. A level mission. Lu Sheng looked at it for a while, and was a little confused. Why are all the tasks of arresting fugitive suspects? An old student next to him with a red headband tied on his head, and wearing a white basketball uniform turned his head to look at him, and said in surprise, "You are here to take on a mission for the first time?"
It's all wanted criminals in the morning. The alien beast mission was released in the afternoon. The other tasks are at night. After saying that, the old man looked up and down at Lu Sheng, and his expression became even more surprised. Why do you look like a freshman? A freshman? Lu Sheng glanced at him, but didn't say anything, nodding to show that he understood. He flashed and appeared under a window, and rushed to a girl in the window who was staring at the computer screen, saying, I want to take a task. The people in charge of the tasks in the task center are all students in the school, usually sophomore students. The girl glanced at Lu Sheng quickly and asked quickly, Which one should I take? Mission number. Lu Sheng looked back at the top of the task on the display and reported its task number. The girl typing on the keyboard and suddenly screamed, Ah! Double level a level mission? Are you sure? She turned her head and looked at Lu Sheng with surprise, as if she was waiting for Lu Sheng to say something like, Oh, sorry, I reported the wrong number. But she was disappointed. Is there any higher task than double a level? Lu Sheng asked. The girl's expression suddenly became a little cold. Class, I warn you. If you come to me on purpose, I can report to the school to deduct your credits. Lu Sheng also frowned and asked, What? Aren't your window to take on the task? The girl sneered at him, pointed to the words on the computer screen and said, The mission requirements are above level 6, the cold weapon class has full credits, and the actual combat ability is strong. Are you satisfied? Lu Sheng didn't talk nonsense to her, and took out something from her pocket and slapped it in front of the girl. The girl glanced lightly, and then her eyes almost protruded from her sockets. This is a very beautiful badge, mostly made of silver, with golden patterns in the middle. At the middle of the badge is a delicate character, 6. Level 6 warrior badge. Well? The girl picked up the badge, leaned in front of her and looked at her for a while, then raised her head with disbelief, looked at Lu Sheng and said, Is this yours? Lu Sheng had no expression on his face, and stretched out his right hand. The white and slender 5 fingers rolled like a solid golden energy, flowing back and forth like liquid gold, with dazzling glow flashing. Do you want me to try it? The girl suddenly shuddered, and then looked at Lu Sheng's cold eyes, and suddenly felt a chill on her back. The mission also requires that the major in cold weapons science scores must be full. The girl spoke with a sting. Lu Sheng said lightly, Just an hour ago, my gunsmith tutor Yuhaiba just admitted that I graduated. I think the credits will be added soon. Oh. The girl nodded stiffly and said, Then take out the student ID, and I will register it. All tasks above level A need to be approved by the school leaders, and they cannot be accepted just by wanting it. Whether to give it to you or not is up to the school leaders to decide. Okay. Lu Sheng readily handed over his student ID. The girl took the student ID handed over by Lu Sheng with both hands, looked carefully, and looked up at him in surprise. Are you Lu Sheng? How long will it take to procrastinate? Believe it or not, I will complain directly to you. Lu Sheng was really impatient. The girl quickly shut up and typed her hands and fingers on the keyboard. She completed all the procedures in less than half a minute. Our mission center will send a message or call to notify you as soon as possible after the review results come out. Please pay attention to it. The girl returned the student ID to Lu Sheng and said quickly 0. Lu Sheng nodded, too lazy to say anything to her. He grabbed the student ID and the badge of the level 6 warrior on the windowsill and left. Since he came to Kyoto province, he has been carrying the warrior badge with him, but he didn't expect that he would use it here today. As soon as Lu Sheng left, the girl in the window immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that no one came to handle the matter outside, a blazing gossip fire suddenly ignited on his face and greeted the old student on the windowsills on both sides. Hurry up, come here. Guess who I just received?
I'll have dinner soon. Let's go to Wuxingta in the afternoon.
Lu Sheng left the mission center, took out his cell phone and took a look, and simply changed direction to the canteen. He doesn't plan to go to the cold weapon training room today. The spear that Xia Pingnan sent him has not arrived yet, and he can't train even if he goes there. It's just useless. Lu Sheng didn't 172, 10 Chen Yishuan and 1 Lu Sheng 2. The newborn's manifestation soon showed human-to-human transmission. And it is not only new students, but also the old students. Everyone was almost the same. They took out their cell phone first, then said, "Damn," with shock and disbelief on their faces. Huadong was full of doubts, so he pinched the single knife in his hand into his armpit, and quickly took out his cell phone. Log into the campus network. The homepage is topped, and several posts with 7 or 8 small flame icons marked behind us came into view. Huadong saw the title of the post clearly, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The strongest monster in history graduated in 20 minutes, setting 7 new records. 3 moves to kill the cold weapon instructor in seconds. How powerful is Lu Sheng's gun technique? Entering the micro-entering gun technique? Controlling the realm gun technique? Full analysis of Lu Sheng's strength, version 2.0. Huadong looked at the titles of the posts whose popularity was rising rapidly, as if he could hear the sound of his heart beating, bang, bang, bang. He chose a post with a video, and clicked in slowly. The video begins to play, and Lu Sheng and another middle-aged man, with a strong temperament, appear in the picture. The two of them faced each other with guns, and then Lu Sheng took action. The video is short, probably only a few minutes. During the video watching, Huadong's heart kept beating and accelerated as the video progress bar progressed. Faster, faster, and faster. When the video ended, Lu Sheng shot down a spear in the middle-aged man's hand with a gun, pointing the tip of the gun straight to the man's throat in 2007. The speed reaches its peak, and the heartbeat connects in a line. Beep! Huadong's eyes turned black, and he almost fainted. His hand holding the phone was trembling slightly, and the single knife in his arm had already fallen to the ground, and his eyes were in a daze. The comments below came into view. Damn it! The gun tutor Yuhaiba is a master of gun tutor who is in the micro realm. His pistol technique is superb. He can't even get through 3 moves in Lu Sheng's hand? I'm blind. This video is P.Ed. I don't believe it anyway. What kind of old is Lu Sheng this year? And his gun technique has reached the level of micro-entry realm. He is a monster. Have he practiced guns since he was killed? Is this the top scorer in the dragon martial arts? I was shocked. Huadong felt as if something was rapidly collapsing in his heart. He took the swordsmanship class for the first time and practiced his basic swordsmanship in a few hours until he was smooth and proficient. He was praised by the swordsmanship tutor as a rare genius. Fortunately, he is still complacent and ambitious. Unexpectedly, Lu Sheng beat the tutor directly after taking the gun class for the first time. Graduated on the spot. This can no longer be described as exaggerated, it is simply outrageous. At this moment, Huadong only felt that the shadow nightmare in his heart was rapidly expanding and spreading. In a blink of an eye, he occupied the entire sky in his inner world. In the spacious and flat courtyard, a slender and handsome young man is practicing swordsmanship. His swordsmanship was swift and elegant, and there seemed to be a wisp of breeze lingering around his body. The white energy flowed all over the young man's body, flowing to the tip of the sword, like a spiritual snake spitting out a letter. The young man suddenly shook his wrist, and the white energy at the tip of the alloy sword shot out suddenly, hitting a rockery 7 or 8 meters ahead of him in a small, half-moon shape. The rockery exploded instantly, and exploded into hundreds of pieces of gravel of different sizes. The ground was messy. The young man stood up with his sword,
gasped slightly, walked to the side, and picked up a white towel to wipe the thin sweat on his face, then picked up a bottle of mineral water and slowly started drinking it.
Yixuan, your move to Zhan Qingqiu is much more powerful than before. If Xiaolon comes to challenge you again, he may be defeated by you within 100 moves.
A girl with a slim figure and a beautiful face, wearing a sports suit, walked up with a smile. The handsome young man swallowed the clear water in his mouth and said casually,
Xiaolon was defeated by me once, and it was no longer within my consideration. My current target is the top 10 people in the 7 holy list. Only they are qualified to be my opponents.
With your current strength, you may have the strength to enter the top 10 of the 7 saints list,
the girl said. The handsome young man shook his head.
If I could condense a trace of my martial will, maybe I could enter easily. Now, it would be too difficult.
The girl comforted.
The natural barrier between level 6 and level 7 is stuck in countless people. Even the top martial arts genius will spend a lot of time here to understand the mind and seek the self. It's not that easy to be a master. It's more about luck than talent.
The handsome young man nodded and agreed.
Oh, by the way, today I found a very interesting freshman. Let me show you.
The girl remembered something, took out her cell phone and handed it to the young man.
A freshman who has just entered the school for a few days. In the first class of cold weapons, I beat the tutor directly.
Oh!
The handsome young man showed a little curiosity on his face and took the phone. After watching the video, the young man couldn't help but feel moved and amazed.
I have fought with Yu Haiba, and I am quite strong among the many weapons class tutors. If you want to knock down the gun in his hand within 3 moves, you can't do it without the level of gun skills that you are very good at. Yu Haiba is too careless.
The girl sighed.
Yu Haiba was indeed careless, but it did not have much impact on the result. This freshman's attainment in shooting skills is indeed better than Yu Haiba.
How fast is the reaction speed of a level 6 warrior? This underestimation of the enemy can be realized in less than a second. If Yu Haiba responded with all his might, he would probably drag the defeat of 3 moves to 5 moves and 10 moves at most.
This freshman named Lu Sheng is very strong. The level of gun technique can at least reach the level of micro level, or even reach the peak of micro level, if you control the realm.
The young man glanced at the comments below and shook his head to reject them.
It's too exaggerated, impossible.
But even so, his face was full of complexity. You know, his swordsmanship is only at the middle of the micro level, which is about the same level as Yu Haiba. It will feel uncomfortable to ask anyone to see a younger person than him, but have stronger strength than him. The girl smiled and teased him.
You are the first in the old student list. Do you feel a sense of crisis and urgency when you see such a fierce junior?
The handsome young man has now broken free from the complex emotions and returned with arrogance on his face.
You think I've been in vain in the past 4 years at the 7th Saint Martial Arts University? Realm is realm, and actual combat is practical combat. Not everyone is qualified to be my opponent, Chen Yixuan. However, you can focus on it. This Lu Sheng is really a bit evil, so you may not catch up at any time. Okay.
The girl nodded, put away her phone, then smiled a little on her face, and said to the young man,
You'll finish practicing. I'll go shopping with me after practicing. You've promised yourself. Okay.
The handsome young man looked helpless.
Wait for me to take a shower.
A huge martial arts practice room. A young man, with a naked upper body, exposed bronze muscles, short hair is like a steel needle, and a fierce face is sitting cross-legged on the soft pad in the middle of the practice room. In front of the young man, there was a plate of red apples and a large water cup. He picked up an apple and graved the 3 words, Chen Yixuan, on the apple with his right index finger, then put it on the water cup and pinched it hard. The big hand, like a palm leaf fan, pinched the whole apple into pieces, and the light yellow juice slowly flowed out from his fingers and flowed into the water cup. The young man pinched the apples one by one, and carefully engraved the name, Chinishwan, before pinching each apple. It seems that he is not pinching an apple like this, but Chinishwan himself. Suddenly, the phone placed next to the young man's hand tinkled. The young man picked up 173, red crystal dragon pattern, quasi-level 7th level master spear. 3. The campus is full of turmoil, but it has no effect on Lu Sheng. Now, he just wants to complete the credits as soon as possible, graduate early from the 7th Saint Martial Arts University, and then enter a higher and larger stage. This stage is not the list of old students, nor the list of 7 holy people. But, Grandmaster, it belongs to the master stage. Lu Sheng, who walked out of the cafeteria, was planning to go to the famous Wusheng Tower to take a look, but just after he came out, his phone suddenly rang.
I am Lu Sheng.
Good. Lu Sheng changed his destination and turned to the school gate. His steps were light, his face was calm, and his eyes were filled with excitement and expectation. The phone number just now was called by a courier. The express delivery told him that the dragon mounting ceremony that Xia Pingnan prepared for him was here.
It's Mr. Lu Sheng. Please show your ID card. You must confirm that you signed for valuable items. I'm sorry.
The courier wearing Kyoto Logistics uniform said politely to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng handed over his ID card, and the latter glanced at it and took out a document for Lu Sheng to sign it. Then he walked towards the small van behind him. He took out a huge wooden box and walked to Lu Sheng with some difficulty, and said with a wry smile,
To be honest, I really don't want to take the express delivery from you warriors. It's too heavy. Sometimes I can't move it alone.
Lu Sheng smiled and took the wooden box in the courier's hand with one hand, without saying anything, and turned around and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The courier almost thought he was a ghost in broad daylight, so he swallowed his saliva, shook his head, and got into the car and left.
Switch the wind breath.
A light golden wind lingers around Lu Sheng, eliminating the resistance brought by the air along the way. Lu Sheng's figure seemed to be completely integrated into the wind, and was so fast that even ordinary warriors could not capture it. There was an old student walking on campus, and he felt a flash in front of him, and his hair was fluttering. It seemed that something was passing by his eyes quickly, and looked around and backwards, and it seemed that there was nothing. Lu Sheng rushed back to his accommodation. The golden wind blew open the villa door, and quickly brought it on. When the wind stopped, Lu Sheng's figure also appeared on the middle cushion of the martial arts room on the first floor. Lu Sheng stared at the big wooden box in his hand with a bright look, and he didn't see any movement. The wooden box automatically disintegrates, and pieces of wood boards and nails connecting the wooden boards fall off from it. After a while, the things in the wooden box were officially presented to Lu Sheng. There are 5 things in total: the gun tip and 4 gun bodies. Although Lu Sheng had already used his mental power to explore it, he still couldn't help but feel excited and happy when these things were truly presented to him. Naturally reach out and grab the gun body part.
Kaka!
A few seconds later, a silver spear that was nearly 3 meters thick and half a fist was born in Lu Sheng's hands. For easy portability, the gun body is a combined splicing type. There are hidden snaps at the connection between the gun body and the gun body to bite each other to death. The entire gun body was beautiful silver gray, and there were fine golden patterns on it. It gives people a luxurious and mysterious feeling. The spear tip was unexpectedly crystalline. An unknown light red crystal is polished, with a sharp tip that is far better than ordinary iron gun tips, and its hardness is even more incredible.
The hardness is more than diamonds, but it is not as crisp as diamonds.
Lu Sheng judged.
It should be some kind of rare crystal.
The first second after Lu Sheng held the spear, his mental power had already penetrated into the gun body and began to cultivate the sense of the gun. He found that the silver-gray gun body was actually mixed with a large amount of dense iron and dense silver. There is also a special metal that is rarer than dense silver. Secret gold. It should be a more precious secret gold. Lu Sheng was surprised. The price of secret gold is 10 times more expensive than secret silver. Based on the content of dense iron, silver and gold in the gun body, he roughly estimated the cost of the entire gun body, and came up with a number far beyond his estimate. Xiaopingnan's gift is really a bit big. Wait until Lu Sheng picked up the instructions scattered on the ground and finished reading it. I only realized that Xiaopingnan gave him this gift. How big is it? The fire flame crystal spear tip. Special alloy steel mixed to measure the dense iron, dense silver, and a small amount of dense gold. The number Lu Sheng estimated before was doubled up several times. Q7 spear. Red crystal dragon pattern. Red crystal dragon pattern gun. Its gun tip is a genuine 7th level material. The one that dragged down the entire spear level was actually mixed with the gun body of the Mijin. If you change the gun body, it will be a real level 7 spear. Grandmaster level cold weapon. This gift from the provincial governor Xiaopingnan. It's really too heavy. Lu Sheng took a deep breath and stood up with his spear in his arms. Wisps of red flames rushed out of his skin pores and spread towards the gun. Start at the end of the gun. The golden patterns on the silver-gray spear lit up quickly bit by bit, connecting to a gorgeous dragon pattern. Against the backdrop of the flames, it was like a real red fire dragon tangling and climbing onto the gun body. When the gilded flame climbs to the spearhead position, the originally light red spear tip burst out with a bright red light, like a ball of burning flames jumping on the spear tip. Lu Sheng's eyes flashed, and he followed the gun. Even the phantoms dragged out in the air were filled with brilliant flames. It's like adding 12 weapon special effects, which is extremely cool. Boom! Like a fire dragon spear, it was placed on the Grandmaster level sandbag in the middle of the martial arts practice room. The sandbag flew directly backwards and exploded in mid-air. The iron sand, steel rings and various anti-destructive objects were hidden inside, and each one was covered with red flames, like countless tiny meteors. Boom, 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 boom. The huge martial arts practice room was in a mess in an instant. It was like a level 10 flame tornado rage across the border. Lu Sheng grabbed the red crystal dragon pattern gun and stood quietly in the middle of the martial arts temple, with a calm expression. The combat effectiveness of my growth has increased by at least 30%. Most importantly, the power of elemental control finally has a real way to exert it. No need to sit on the bench anymore. Jump from the auxiliary position to the main position. Only then did Lu Sheng truly realize how powerful the combination of elemental control talents and cold weapons is. This power, even in the Grandmaster realm, is probably a great advantage and support. The meaning of the red crystal dragon pattern spear to Lu Sheng is summarized in one word: like a tiger with wings. If Lu Sheng had a little bit of a secret before, he was facing a true master level. Now that the quasi-level 7th spear is in hand, he is truly confident to fight with the master. A head-on battle. The aura on Lu Sheng's body gradually converged, and the gorgeous flame special effects on the red crystal dragon pattern gun slowly dissipated. He glanced at the unrecognizable martial arts practice room and thought secretly, "Let me ask the students to clean up. If it really doesn't work, just live in another place." Cold weapon practice. This kind of indoor training room looks a bit smaller. What I have to do now is to get familiar with the gun feel of the red crystal dragon pattern gun as soon as possible and build a connection between people and guns. This is very important. A cold weapon that has always been with a warrior with the same heart, and a cold weapon with single quote soul is definitely not comparable to ordinary cold weapons. And I want to cultivate the soul of the red crystal dragon pattern gun as soon as possible. The method is very simple. A lot of exercises. Besides, open the tip with blood. The blood here is not ordinary blood, but the blood of 174. Picking flowers and flying leaves, drawing a knife to cut off water, the peak of skills. 4. You still have to register and wait for notifications first. In the towering Wusheng Tower, a young man with one hand holding the dark blue starry sky wrapped in one hand, with a tall and handsome appearance standing in front of the window, frowning. Of course, do you know how many people apply to enter the Marshall St. Tower every day? In the window, a woman in her 30s and delicate skin looked at Lu Sheng speechlessly and said, "The Marshall St. Tower has only 30 rooms in total, and only 30 people can enter each time. You are a student of Sheng University, and it's better that you have 20 positions to apply. All the warriors outside have to grab 10 positions, so they have to go to the Martial Arts Association to apply first. If it is once a year, it will be considered good luck." Lu Sheng never expected that it would be so troublesome to enter the Marshall St. Tower. "Then how long will I have to wait? See how long the people inside can last." The woman glanced at the form on the computer screen, thought for a while. "You have more than 200 students in front of you to apply. If you are quick, 3 or 5 days will be enough." Lu Sheng was silent for a while and nodded. "Okay, I understand. Then please notify me then. This is my duty, but I want to remind you that it is best to come within 10 minutes after receiving the notice, otherwise you will have to wait for 3 people to reset you." Lu Sheng said he knew and walked out of the Marshall St. Tower with his weapon bag. He turned his head and looked up after walking out of the Marshall St. Tower. The towering Marshall St. Tower towers into the clouds, and when you get closer, you can feel its transcendence and majesty. The Marshall St. Tower was much larger than he thought. The base is almost as thick as 4 or 5 buildings, and each floor has 30 martial arts practice rooms, decreasing several layers upwards. The entire tower takes on a triangle-like shape. Lu Sheng dispersed his mental power, and could clearly sense a huge and solid will that came out of the tower like a sword that soared into the sky. In Lu Sheng's mental power 040, the entire Marshall St. Tower is glowing like a huge fluorescent cylinder. This is the power of martial arts will, a very terrible and powerful martial arts will. It is a huge size that Lu Sheng has never seen before. Compared with this will in his mind, the master's will is like a firefly to the bright moon, and the light is incomparable. Although the will of the master in my mind is not completely complete, the gap is too exaggerated. Is there such a big gap between a level 7 master and a level 9 martial saint? Lu Sheng was amazed. Facing the Marshall St. Tower, he felt like he was admiring the mountain. "Forget it, don't rush." After learning that the Marshall St. Tower had entered the queue, Lu Sheng's excited and restless heart calmed down after getting the red crystal dragon pattern spear. The more you cherish the resources, the more people you need, which is normal. Soul cultivation is not something that can be accomplished overnight. I am too anxious. I may achieve half the result with twice the effort. Haste can't achieve it. Before, he was like a child who had just gotten his favorite toy and couldn't wait to take it to various places to play. Now he calmed down again. The credit task approval has not been completed, and the Wusheng Tower has to queue up. There is only one convenient place that Lu Sheng can go, the cold weapon cultivation room. If I can't even go to the cold weapon training room, then I may have to go back to the dormitory to practice. Lu Sheng thought, and took his weapon bag and walked towards the cold weapon cultivation room. It's been full for the time being. The administrator in charge of the cold weapon training room had no choice but to say to Lu Sheng after checking the computer, He pointed to the benches placed in the hall of the cold weapon training room and suggested,
"Why don't you sit and wait for a while? Og, the room should be empty soon."
Lu Sheng's face was calm, but countless black lines rose in his heart. It's Murphy's Law. Do you even have to drink cold water if you admit your bad luck? The cold weapon training room is actually full. When did the 7th Shenghui University have so many students? Isn't the per capita area of up to 100 acres? The right hand holding the weapon bag tightened. Lu Sheng took a breath and said calmly,
"Forget it, then I'll come back tomorrow." "That's okay."
The administrator nodded.
"You remember to be early tomorrow, and the appearance of 7 or 8 in the morning is the emptiest."
Lu Sheng walked out of the gate of the cold weapon cultivation room, looked at the weapon package that he had run away for the morning but had never opened it, and smiled bitterly. Shaking his head, ready to return to the dormitory.
"Hey, Lu Sheng, you wait."
At this time, someone called Lu Sheng's name behind him. Lu Sheng turned around and saw the training room administrator who had just dealt with him running up.
"As soon as you left, someone came out immediately. I thought about coming out to see if you were still there, but fortunately you didn't go far."
Lu Sheng glanced at the other party in surprise.
"Do you know me?"
The training room administrator smiled and took out his cell phone and shook it.
"Before you came, I just saw your videos online on campus."
"All right."
"Thank you."
Lu Sheng thanked the administrator seriously.
"A small thing."
The administrator waved his hand with an atmospheric look on his face and led Lu Sheng back to the hall of the training room. After completing the procedures, take out something similar to a room card and hand it to him.
"The number 8 practice room is in the 4th room on the left inside."
The administrator smiled at Lu Sheng and said,
"I saw the comments in the video that you said so fiercely. I didn't expect that I was quite polite. It turns out that the sharp eyes are true."
Lu Sheng was so amused that he said thank you again and walked in. Find the 4th room on the left and swipe the card to enter. The one presented to Lu Sheng was a rather spacious room, empty, and nothing was available. The 5 walls on the front, back, left, and right sides of the room are covered with small fine holes, just like honeycombs. Lu Sheng remembered the body practice room he had visited in the Genius training camp, which looked similar. As if he was thinking, he had a rough guess about the way cold weapons were cultivated. Lu Sheng took off his shoes and walked into the training room barefoot.
"The first stage of cold weapon training is about to begin. Please prepare."
A pleasant mechanical prompt sound rang in the room. Lu Sheng calmly opened the weapon bag and assembled it in less than a second. With the red crystal dragon pattern in hand, Lu Sheng's entire temperament changed. Become more confident, more high-spirited, sharper, and more sharp. Drop. Accompanied by a prompt sound, iron beads as big as broad beans suddenly shot out from the 5 walls of the room. Lu Sheng's eyes were calm, and his body moved with the gun. In the cultivation room, a fire dragon roared, and the iron beads turned red in the flames, and then shattered under the shock of the chi attached to the gun. Lu Sheng swept over, and the iron beads around him were washed away the moment they flew out.
"Training is over. Results: 20% of the completion of the first phase of training."
"Well?" Lu Sheng was stunned for a moment, his expression a little surprised. Failed? He didn't know what was wrong. Since Lu Sheng obtained the 10,000-year inheritance of martial arts, the word failure rarely appears in his dictionary. The mental power carefully swept the room and finally found the reason in a notice posted at the entrance of the room.
"It turns out that any means other than your own power are not allowed to be used, including gongqi, elemental power, etc."
Lu Sheng thought about it for a while, and then understood.
"Yes, if you can use gongqi, you can sweep a large piece with cold weapons, and you will completely lose the meaning of training." The training of skills can naturally only use strength. Understand the key points and reset the first stage of training. Soon, a large number of iron beads shot out from the holes in the wall again. This time, Lu Sheng's eyes were like quiet water, and he controlled the spear with his power alone. His qi and blood value is increasing every day, and he has long been completely in the power category of a level 6 warrior. 175. Consolidation and Transformation. The Sloppy King 1. In the cultivation room, a figure was as sharp as a dragon. The spear in his hand danced like a spirit snake, accurately shattering all the beads in the air. In the room, countless messy objects were piled up and scattered, forming a thick layer of garbage on the floor of the room. However, the circular area with Lu Sheng as the center origin, with a radius of arm span and gun length, is as neat as before, and there is no trace of debris to be seen. It's like an oasis in a garbage dump, quite strange. The gun shadows were weaving, forming a semicircular silver-gray barrier. Any object that attempts to enter this barrier will be shattered and destroyed. Lu Sheng's figure and the gun shadow in his hand were extremely fast, but he was still not making any sound of breaking through the air. Only the sound of objects shooting out from the circular holes on the walls, and the slight sound of objects breaking in the room. It was like there was a pure vacuum around the land of Holy Land. This contrast between extreme noise and extreme tranquility, extreme speed and extreme slowness presents a picture with great visual and auditory impact. Unfortunately, no one saw it. Call. The gun shadows that were almost at their limit suddenly disappeared. Lu Sheng's figure reappeared in the center of the room. He breathed slowly, and his long breathing blew a small whirlwind into the room, blowing the garbage debris on the ground. At this time, Lu Sheng was naked, and his muscles were rising and falling with his breathing. Sweat slowly remained along the gullies between the muscles. Before it even fell to the ground, it was evaporated into white air by Lu Sheng's body temperature, rising in strides. Lu Sheng turned his head and looked at the red crystal dragon pattern gun in his hand. The feeling of blood connection became more and more obvious. In just a few hours of practicing in the cold weapon cultivation room, the tacit understanding between him and the red crystal dragon pattern increased rapidly and increased explosively. If you continue to follow this progress, it will probably not take long to fully develop a gun feeling and successfully enter the next soul-raising stage. During the training period, Lu Sheng also opened his eyes to this so-called cold weapon cultivation model. From the iron beads at the beginning to the wood beads at the back, plastic beads, water beads, popcorn, foam, and even down. He didn't know how people who invented the cold weapon training room thought of so many messy things in their minds. But the effect is also obvious. It is no longer a simple need to control the power attached to the cold weapon without revealing a trace, but also includes the control of power, all aspects. It is impossible for ordinary people to do it without decades of hard work. But for me, who has the 4-level gun technique and inherits the memories of 2 great martial arts masters, all I have to do is develop this part of my body's ability. Even so, Lu Sheng almost failed several times in the middle. Lu Sheng got Zhao Lingxuan's gun inheritance after he was promoted to level 4. At that time, his internal strength had already transformed into the turmoil. And his strength has grown too fast, and there has never been an opportunity to control his own strength to this level in the past. This time, Lu Sheng benefited a lot. He felt as if an invisible iron pickaxe hit his head a few times, and shot all the unstable parts of his body firmly, and his martial arts foundation was more solid. A machine, even if it has certain functions, if it is not used for a long time, the parts in that part will rust. I'm like this machine now. Lu Sheng absorbed too many martial arts memory skills in the dream space. Sometimes, if you don't force yourself to a certain situation,
You don't know that you are so strong. Lu Sheng now feels like he is observing the fire and knows it well. The boxing technique that had been in control for a long time climbed up, and the bottlenecks of many martial arts that entered the micro-level realm also began to loosen. The second form of 10 comprehensive martial arts is waving to him. Moreover, Lu Sheng also had a faint feeling. This ability to improve purely skill is also of great benefit to him being promoted to a master.
Why haven't the next stage of training started yet?
Lu Sheng waited for a long time, and his body temperature dropped, and his sweat was dry, and he didn't wait until the next stage of training began. I walked over and saw it. It turns out that the entire 5-stage training in the cold weapon training room has been completed. There was a prompt sound just now, and he was so fascinated by the thoughts that he didn't hear it at all.
Is there 5 stages?
Lu Sheng was a little regretful, and a little unfulfilled. But there is no way, so I can only end here.
Come and swipe it every day in the future. If you brush it, you will say it will have no effect on me.
Lu Sheng picked up the T-shirt that he threw on the ground, put it on his body, then removed the red crystal dragon pattern and wrapped it with a weapon cloth. Then he opened the door of the training room and walked out.
It's full again? I've been full for 3 days in a row. Are you wrong?
A girl with a long alloy knife wrapped in a strip of cloth stood in front of the window and frowned. The chubby administrator looked helpless.
It's useless to shout at me. There are only a few practice rooms in total. Or you go and give advice to the school leaders and ask them to create a few more. If I had that ability, I would still have to come to the school's training room.
The girl with the knife was muttering and walked out.
There is no place for the Marshal Saint Tower and the cultivation room. It's really unlucky.
At this time, a handsome boy carrying a dark blue weapon walked out of the hall aisle. My hair was wet, and I obviously had a lot of exercise just now.
Hey!
Seeing the handsome boy walking out, the administrator immediately lit up and reached out to call the girl.
Don't leave first, you're lucky. Someone just happened to come out.
He turned around and asked Lu Sheng again.
You are going to leave?
Lu Sheng nodded and returned the room card in the training room to the administrator. The administrator handed the room card to the girl, who was returning from the sword.
Study room number 8.
The girl was quite surprised and even looked at Lu Sheng a little, so she patted him on the shoulder, said,
Thank you, classmate.
After finishing, she quickly walked towards the number 8 practice room. Lu Sheng glanced at the girl and withdrew her gaze and stopped looking. The administrator chatted with him, while using his student ID to register for card refund.
How do you feel when you enter the training room for the first time?
Lu Sheng thought about it and replied seriously.
The harvest is great.
0.
Continue to work hard. The more you get, the more you gain.
The administrator smiled and handed him the student ID. Lu Sheng was embarrassed to say that he had already passed the level, so he said thank you and left the center of the cultivation room. At the same time, the girl carrying a knife was excitedly swiping her card to enter the number 8 training room, where Lu Sheng had just stayed.
I'm just lucky. I just got a flaw. Haha.
The girl muttered to herself, her eyes full of joy and little gratitude. But when the door opened, she saw the scene inside clearly, but she was shocked.
Sky.
All girls are stupid. This is not a training room? Is this a garbage dump that has not been cleaned in a few days, okay? Thinking of Lu Sheng, who had just given the cultivation room to her, he had a good impression of Lu Sheng, but now it turned into an extremely bad impression.
How come there are such sloppy people in the world? Are boys so sloppy?
The girl is almost crazy. Her eyes swept across the floor of the room. 0. What did she see? Cotton wool, wood chips, sewage, feathers, so even popcorn. That guy is still eating popcorn in the practice room?
The girls really can't stand it. He reached out and slapped a button on the wall. Suddenly, suction openings appeared on the edge of the floor of the room, and the garbage on the ground began to be cleaned up.
What's the difference between this and not flushing the toilet after going to the toilet? I looked so clean, but I didn't expect it to be a garbage king. It's really hard for him to create so much garbage in a small cultivation room.
176. True knowledge is seen in the subtleties, and strength has skyrocketed, to as author instructions must read. All training progress in the 5 stages of cold weapon cultivation. There are still 5 stages of cold weapons cultivation? This is the first reaction in a girl's mind. She usually practices the first stage of training. Some people around her have entered the second stage, and have also seen screenshots of the completion progress of the 3rd stage of the campus online. But the 5 stages. Not to mention seeing her, she listened. I never even thought about this level. The 3rd stage is already a field that can only be reached by reaching the micro-level attainment of cold weapons. 5 stages. That is enough to not control the realm, or even control the cold weapon attainments above the realm? The girl was confused. Not to mention the students of Sheng University, even those cold weapon tutors, who have been obsessed with their respective cold weapon attainments for decades, can reach this level. Maybe it can only be done by the masters in the school, or even the grandmasters. The girl thought about it further and further away, and she suddenly came to her senses. He patted his forehead hard.
I'm stupid. That guy looks not as old as me. How could he have anything to do with the master or the master?
Lu Sheng's face flashed through the girl's mind, and the impression she gave her was completely the image of a freshman. I felt like I had seen it somewhere, but I couldn't remember.
0 and 40. Damn, it must be that the system has gone wrong.
The girl subconsciously knocked on the display screen in front of her twice. But he didn't want to use too much force, and he broke the display with 2 punches. Do-do-do. The display took a moment, made a harsh sound, and then it completely blackened with a click. The girl was completely stunned. Turn around and look at the floor of the training room that has been completely cleaned. For a moment, I was even confused about what I had just seen and experienced, but in the end, I was actually dreaming. When Lu Sheng returned to his residence, the first thing he did was to take out a tube of golden ambergris from the refrigerator and, gulu, to pour it into it. Feeling the effect of the golden ambergris evaporated in the body, the hot current ran around, and the physical strength consumed in the cold weapon cultivation room also quickly recovered. So he began to sit cross-legged and began to practice the 2nd stage of the immortal golden body in
star body refining.
When the effects of a whole tube of golden ambergris were absorbed, Lu Sheng opened his eyes, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. The exploration and tempering of the peak of his skills has allowed him to reach a new level of control of his own power. Unexpectedly, the practice of star body refining has been improved as a result. The 2nd stage of immortal golden body practice is twice as effective as usual. He could clearly sense that many subtle things in his body that had not been tempered before were triggered, awakened, and participated in this practice.
According to this progress, the completion of the 2nd stage of the immortal golden body is probably half shorter than I expected. Perhaps it can be completely completed before officially becoming a master.
Lu Sheng was a little excited, so he stood up and took out the red crystal dragon pattern gun and started practicing. The people from the school affairs office of the martial arts practice room that he destroyed yesterday had not had time to repair it, and he cherished the few time that could be unscrupulous. Fortunately, Lu Sheng is now practicing pure skills, and his strength is controlled between the tops of the sky, and he does not cause cruel secondary damage to the poor martial arts practice room. From this day on, Lu Sheng's life suddenly became regular.
I get up every morning to practice the visualization of the sun, and then go to class, mainly learning the beasts. I went to the cafeteria for lunch, and went to the Wusheng Tower in the afternoon to see how the queue was. Then go straight to the cold weapon training room, and brush the 5-stage training from beginning to end. After coming back in the evening, I found
Star body refining,
natural breathing method, and crystal visualization. When I was tired of practicing, I entered the dream space to mow the grass and search for a master-level zombie to accompany me. Lu Sheng, who does not need to take cold weapons classes, has much more free time than ordinary freshmen, and his strength has also made rapid progress in such a regular and fulfilling life, transforming day by day.
The 5-stage training of cold weapons training has been completed.
Lu Sheng stood in the middle of the training room with a calm face, holding a red crystal dragon pattern in his hand, with a straight posture and a steady and long breath. Beside him was still that huge circular vacuum area. The only difference is that this circle looks more round and perfect than before. Compared with before, Lu Sheng's temperament has also undergone a huge transformation. It is a kind of uncensored jade towards beautiful jade. Treasures wash away all the mud and sand, and famous paintings undergo a precipitated transformation. Lu Sheng seemed to have nothing changed, but he seemed to have completely changed someone else. Only Lu Sheng knew best how much he made in less than a week. His qi and blood value increased by more than 3 times. The combat power has also soared wildly. Now, with a casual punch, you can hit more than 5 times the combat power effect before. Even the qi surged. This is what is manifested after precipitation, and the foundation of martial arts is completely consolidated.
I know the subtle prescriptions. If it weren't for the inspiration brought to me by the cold weapon cultivation room, I wouldn't even know that there are so many loopholes, gaps, and shortcomings on my martial arts foundation. These vulnerabilities and shortcomings seem insignificant to the present. But the further I went, the more obvious it became. If I waited until I achieved level 7 or level 8, I would like to come back and make up for it. It would be almost impossible.
Lu Sheng knew the truth that a towering building rose from the ground, and a 1,000-mile dike collapsed from an ant hole. He is now very glad that he did not go directly to the Eastern Military Region and skip the university stage. The reason why the Holy Martial Arts is called the Holy Martial Arts as its transcendent status is indeed true. The martial arts insights of a generation of martial arts saints, a little bit leaking from his fingers, are enough for him to benefit for life. Although he inherited the crystallization of civilization for the next 10,000 years of martial arts, Lu Sheng has always been exploring and moving forward alone. The existence of the Holy Martial Arts University, which has a clear direction of martial arts guidance, is exactly what he lacks. After finishing today's 5-stage homework, Lu Sheng did not stop. Walk out of the training room and walk towards the training room hall. After registering and canceling the card, the administrator, who has been very familiar with it, chatted with Lu Sheng for a few words.
I left so early today. The time you stayed here is getting shorter and shorter. Is the training progress a bottleneck, right?
Lu Sheng smiled and didn't have much explanation. He left after dealing with a few sentences. The time to complete the 5-stage training is getting shorter and shorter, which is proving that his overall strength is getting stronger and stronger. After Lu Sheng left, a figure quickly walked out of the side door and walked to the administrator and asked him to enter the number 8 practice room. Seeing the applicant's appearance clearly, the administrator frowned and couldn't help but say something more.
Why is it you again? Remember not to damage public property this time, otherwise I will directly pull you into the blacklist. Don't even think about coming to me for practice in the future. No.
The girl with a knife turned red when she heard this, and took the room card of the number 8 training room and turned around and left quickly. 0. When the administrator couldn't see the corner, The girl with a knife stopped and waved quickly to a corner. Soon, a few old-fashioned men and women bent over and ran in quickly. The group headed straight to the number 8 practice room. When I entered the door, I looked at the messy floor of the training room, and the girl immediately shouted,
"Look, I didn't lie to you, right?"
The old students, who had just entered the door, were obviously shocked by the garbage all over the floor and the eye-catching vacuum circle in the center of the room. The girl quickly walked to the display screen, reached out to operate it a few times. 177, Miss, let your 7th martial arts master come out to guard the tower. 3. The others were silent for a while, and someone said,
"If it is really as we have seen, let alone Shenixuan, the top 10 of the old students may not be Lu Sheng's opponent."
All people can see Lu Sheng's martial arts strength. Even if you don't reach level 6, you will definitely be at the peak of level 5. The golden energy that's surging like a tide and gorgeous as the noon sunshine. It has almost become the unique label of Lu Sheng, and you can feel the terrifying destructive power contained in it through the video. In addition, the spear skills that transcend into the micro realm, or even beyond the control realm. In the old student group, there is really no one who can compare with Lu Sheng. The eye-catching big words,
5-stage training has been completed,
are right in front of you. With such terrifying cold weapons attainments, the challenge of stepping above the level under the master is as simple as eating and drinking water. I'm afraid that the 4 words, invincible, of the same level can be regarded as being invincible.
Not to mention the top 10 of the old students, I'm afraid even the top 10 of the 7 holy list will be easy.
Someone said something. No one has any objection. Several people were relatively speechless for a long time, and finally someone spoke.
"What should we do now? Come here for nothing? What's the point of knowing?"
Several others expressed their deep feelings. It was like discovering a great secret, but I couldn't spit it out. This feeling was so uncomfortable. The girl with a knife in her back thought for a while and said,
"Just think she doesn't know anything first. With Lu Sheng's usual style of conduct, his true strength should not be hidden for too long. I always have a premonition."
The girl turned her head and looked at the amazing words on the display screen, and said thoughtfully,
"He is holding a big one."
Ding dong. On the way back to the dormitory, Lu Sheng suddenly received a text message. He took out his cell phone and looked at it, and his face suddenly showed a happy expression.
"Your Martial Saint Tower has been ranked. Please be sure to come within 10. Otherwise, the ranking number will be postponed."
After waiting for a whole week, I finally arrived. Lu Sheng looked at the text message in front of him and felt a sense of emotion for a moment. About half of the reason he came to Kyoto to attend the Holy Martial Arts was for the Martial Saint Tower. Now that I finally have the opportunity to enter and feel it, how can I not be happy and excited?
10 minutes are enough for me to go back and take a shower and change my clothes before going.
Lu Sheng was thinking in his mind that his body movement was running under his feet, and the breathing method of the wind automatically switched. His whole person seemed to be integrated into the wind and ran quickly on the campus. Back in the dormitory, it took less than 5 minutes to take a shower and change my clothes. Lu Sheng, who even had time to blow his hair slightly, walked out of the yard. He was about to head straight to the Martial Saint Tower. At this moment, the phone rang again. This time it was a phone call. Lu Sheng picked it up.
"Hello, it's Lu Sheng. I'm here at the management office of the Credit Task Center. The approval of the double-level credit task you applied for has been approved. Because the task is relatively tight, I hope you will come to the task center immediately. There are some things we need to explain to you."
Lu Sheng hung up the phone silently, and a cold light flashed in his eyes.
"Hold."
Lu Sheng, who has always been a calm person, couldn't help but swear. I applied for a week and waited for the 2 sides. I didn't come early or late, but I just came together. Both sides asked him to rush over immediately. And Lu Sheng only has one. Obviously, he had no choice but to give up one of them. After weighing the trade-offs, Lu Sheng made a decision. The Marshal Saint Tower can enter at any time, and at worst, you can queue up again. However, the AA level credit tasks are not available every day, and the approval process is slow, and it may not be possible to approve them. So, he had no choice but to give up the opportunity to enter the Marshal Saint Tower. It's so close! Lu Sheng clenched his fists, feeling a little unwilling, but he still changed his destination and rushed towards the credits mission center. The envelope is related to this mission. Remember to destroy it after reading it. All expenses for this task can be reimbursed. Please keep the relevant invoice receipts and give them to me when you come back. It was the girl who received Lu Sheng last time, and she explained to Lu Sheng in detail. It is probably because Lu Sheng was on a popular campus network. The video of defeating Yu Haibao with 3 moves, and the girl was extremely polite to Lu Sheng this time. After talking about the tasks, the girl paused, thought for a while, and added to Lu Sheng. The last point is, the first time I have a task, it is a double level A task. Remember to pay attention to safety. The mission can fail, but there is only one life. The girl's face was full of seriousness. Lu Sheng looked at her in surprise and nodded seriously. Thank you, I understand. I wish you all the best. The girl made a cheerful move towards Lu Sheng, which was quite playful. Lu Sheng smiled, and his perception of girls was greatly improved. Turning around, he waved his hand with the envelope simply, and strode out of the center of the mission. Looking at Lu Sheng's back as he was gone, the girl murmured, The first time, I was a double level A level mission. I really dared to take it. The school is so, I really dare to approve. Lu Sheng walked out of the mission center, and tore open the envelope in his hand. There are only a few thin pieces of paper inside. The first piece of paper says the task location. It is a small city located in Kyoto province, a little distance from Kyoto province, and it seems that it is a business trip. The second piece of paper contains detailed information about the target person in the mission, including strength, cases, personality, etc. Lu Sheng glanced and flew past. After picking up the third piece of paper, Lu Sheng paused his eyes. There are teammates. He let out a breath, with no fluctuations on his face. I went back to the dormitory and cleaned up a little, brought the red crystal dragon pattern, and a few sets of changing clothes, and then left the gate of the 7th Saint Martial Arts University. He stopped a taxi and said, Master, please go to the high-speed rail station. Looking through the car window, at the school gate of the 7th Saint Martial Arts University, Lu Sheng remembered that he had not said hello to Lin Zhe yet after he had a mission. Shaking his head, he took out his cell phone again. Before I knew it, I also had some ties at the 7th Saint Martial Arts University. Marshal Saint Tower. The woman in charge of registration checked out the time, and then looked at the door. He shook his head and muttered, I have to apply for it, but I can't come after I get the order. I really don't understand these young people now. As he said that, he moved an applicant named Lu Sheng on the computer screen out of a certain form. At this time, the elevator in the hall of Wuxing Tower lights up. The elevator door opened, and a young man who looked pale, as if he hadn't been sleeping for a few nights, walked out of the elevator. It's over. But the woman was not surprised by the young man and asked casually, Yes, I can't hold on. The young man smiled bitterly and handed the student ID to the woman. While operating, the woman said, It's not bad. She's going to another level than last time. If you work harder, you might break the record of your 7th one. The young man really didn't have the strength to speak back, so he could only roll his eyes to respond to the woman's joke. Now, He just wants to sleep well for 3 days and 3 nights after going back, and his head hurts as if it is about to crack. After finally waiting for the woman to complete the procedures, the young man hurriedly took his student ID and walked quickly outside the Wusheng Tower. But as soon as he reached the door, the young man suddenly felt a shadow passing by. He subconsciously raised his head, and then he saw several tall and magnificent bodies standing in front of him, looking down at him from a high point.
Student from the 7th St. Martial Arts University?
The young man took a few steps back. 178. Crazy. This task will kill people for.
What's the matter?
The taxi driver turned his head and looked at him and shouted,
Young man, where did you hear the news? Don't talk nonsense. That may be that I made a mistake. Maybe it's not your news about Yenha City. Well, such a big thing. How could I not know if it happened? You must have made a mistake.
Lu Sheng smiled and didn't continue on this topic.
It seems that those bandits had not had time to take action yet, so I was not too late. However, judging from the emergency situation of the mission, it is probably only 1 or 2 days.
Lu Shendong sat quietly in the back seat of the taxi, wearing a white t-shirt and black casual pants, looking like an ordinary college student coming to travel. But in my heart, I was silently recalling the information about this mission. The main goal of this mission is a gang of robbers, with unknown numbers. I only know that the leader among them is a warrior who has reached level 6. Strong, cruel and cunning. This is a group of gangsters who have committed many serious cases. The total cumulative amount of crime is as high as 2 billion, and they have carried more than 50 lives, including more than 30 policemen. It is equipped with a large number of thermal weapons at the same time. It can be said that it is a group of people who are full of evil and extremely vicious. Therefore, this mission was also designated as a double level A mission, and only students with level 6 warriors or above are eligible to apply. However, the reward for completing the task is also extremely generous.
Catch or kill a gangster and reward 10 million in cash, and 10 points of credit. Catch or kill the bandit leader Ma Guiyun and reward 100 million in cash. Credits of 100 points. If I can complete several tasks of double level A or above in succession, my credits will be completed soon.
Lu Sheng thought to himself. At this time, the taxi slowly stopped, and the taxi driver in the front row reminded Lu Sheng through the rearview mirror.
Young man, you're here. The fare is 50.
Lu Sheng turned his head and looked outside and found that the driver pulled him to the entrance of a very luxurious hotel. There seemed to be a hotel on the upper floor, which was quite in line with his requirements.
Thank you, master. Don't look for it.
Lu Sheng threw down 100 yuan, took out the weapon bag and luggage, and got out of the car.
Yenha City Gubin Hotel.
Lu Sheng looked up at the sign and walked straight into the hotel. The interior decoration of the store is luxurious but a little old, and the layout and style are also relatively old. It should be the kind of luxury hotel that was more than 10 years ago, but now it is in decline. Lu Sheng had nothing to dislike. He checked in at the front desk first, put down his luggage, and went downstairs with his weapons. I ordered a table full of dishes in the lobby on the first floor. While eating, I put a piece of paper with my personal information in front of me and watched slowly.
Su Mangyao, a senior student of the 3rd Shengwu University. Strength, level 6 warrior. Good at cold weapons, double swords. Task completion rate, 67%. Meng Jianfei, a senior student of the 3rd Shengwu University. Strength, level 6 warrior. Good at cold weapons.
Both are old students who are the 3rd senior master of the holy martial arts, and they probably know each other. Lu Sheng looked at the information on the paper lightly and recorded the appearance of the two of them. Then stretch out your index finger and gently put it on the piece of paper. A tiny flame burst out from his fingertips, and soon ignited the piece of paper. In the blink of an eye, the paper was burned into ashes, and was waved away by Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng used a spoon to scoop up a large spoonful of beef fried rice, and put it into his mouth. He chewed it carefully, his eyes like still water. Hopefully no one will drag him down this mission. Yinhe Shermao Street, a deserted alley. An old street light was quietly on, casting a dark yellow light, mosquitoes flying in the light, and a few meters away was a garbage pile. This is the back alley of Bar Street. From time to time, drunkards staggered to the street lights and vomited a lot. Or they urinate against the wall, which is very dirty, and even homeless people rarely come here to spend the night. Su Mengyao, who had a short white T-shaped body on her upper body and a hot jeans on her lower body, looked at a drunkard who was sleeping soundly on her vomit from a distance, with disgust on her face. She didn't know how many times she took out her phone to check it out, and she urged impatiently, "When will that guy arrive? Wait a little longer." Next to him, the thin young man with Su Mengyao took a deep breath of the cigarette in his hand, and then threw it on the ground and stepped on it to the death. Under the young man's feet, cigarette butts of different lengths were scattered everywhere. "Can you suck a little less? It's choking to death." Su Mengyao stretched out her hand and waved it back and forth twice in front of her with disgust. The young man looked helpless. "I think it's really boring. You know the lung capacity of a level 6 warrior. A cigarette is not enough for me to suck. No wonder many people smoke cigars. I didn't understand it before, but now I understand it. Resistant to pump." Su Mengyao was too lazy to talk nonsense to him, so she clicked the screen of her phone again and said coldly, "If this guy doesn't come again, I plan to do it myself. I can't help anyway." The young man's expression was a little hesitant. "It's not good to do this. After all, we are our teammates. They come from all the way, so we can't let him go for nothing. Teammate? I think it's a burden." Su Mengyao sneered. "Have you not read the information? A freshman. The completion rate of the mission is 0, which is obviously the first time to go out. I have never seen chi or even blood. I really don't know what the 7th Saint Martial Arts University thinks and can actually apply for his mission. We will deliberately send it to increase the difficulty of our mission." The young man pondered. "At least, it's a CT6. I've heard his name. Lu Sheng, the top scorer in the college entrance examination this year. At this age, his talent is terrifying. Ha ha, no wonder." The more sarcastic meaning of Su Mengyao's pretty face became stronger, and she said, "It turned out that she came to Gilded. Why are the people from the 7th Saint Martial Arts University so interesting? They have to take the genius from their own school to work on the mission. Why don't they come from their own people and throw them to us? I don't have time to help them see the children. This task will kill people. Let's go." After saying that, Su Mengyao stopped talking nonsense. Swish! 2 ruler-long knives were pulled out from behind. A cold light flashed in the darkness of the knife, and I don't know where she hid the knife before. At this moment, the young man straightened his body, looked up in one direction and said, "Here you come." Su Mengyao also heard the footsteps from far to near, and looked in the sound. I saw a tall figure slowly walking towards them from the entrance of the street. The street lights pulled the other person's shadow long and fell on the wet street. As they approached, the two saw clearly. The person who came was a handsome boy, holding a dark blue and black weapon bag in his hand. His eyes were calm and deep. "I am Lu Sheng." The handsome boy looked at the two and spoke calmly. Su Mengyao looked at the other person, pulled the corner of her mouth, and didn't say anything, but just handed the young man next to her a look, and the two walked towards the street corner. Lu Sheng said nothing, and followed the two of them. After leaving the alley, Su Mengyao and Meng Jianfei got into a white sedan parked on the side of the road. Lu Sheng sat in the back row and placed the weapon bag on the seat on his right hand. Su Mengyao started the car. Meng Jianfei and the co-pilot turned his head and said to Lu Sheng, single quote, "Have you read all the mission target information?" "See it." Meng Jianfei nodded and turned around and stopped talking. Silent all the way. The white sedan galloped like a flying road at night, flexibly traveling through the traffic. I quickly left the city and drove towards the suburbs. Su Mengyao drove the car faster and faster. 179. Please accept the sanctions from Zheng, Lu, E. Saint. Doge 5. Su Mengyao and Meng Jianfei are obviously veterans who have experienced many times, otherwise they would not dare to take on this double-level task and pass the review. Just walking, you can see the old Taoist on the two of them. Whether it was Su Mengyao or Meng Jianfei, they only hit the ground with half of their feet when walking, just like a cat, landing silently. The body passed through the grass and trees, making only a slight rustling sound. Lu Sheng followed behind the two, looking calm. Midway through, Su Mengyao turned around and looked at him, and found that he was very honest and his actions were very quiet, so he didn't say anything, and his eyes were slightly relieved. Soon the three of them approached the abandoned factory. Su Mengyao and Meng Jianfei found a broken and abandoned cement pipe, hid behind, and secretly observed the direction of the factory. There are 4 cars in total at the door, and 3 people are looking at the wind. They are too far away to tell what their strength is. Young man Meng Jianfei narrowed his eyes, and looked at the direction of the abandoned factory and spoke. "Then get closer." After Su Mengyao finished speaking, she glanced at Lu Sheng and said seriously, "We two go up and check the situation. You can wait here honestly." Lu Sheng didn't say anything, and didn't even look at Su Mengyao. He was dissipating his mental power, and exploring the abandoned factory. Several figures of blood appeared in his perception. Seeing that Lu Sheng did not reply, Su Mengyao's eyes became a little cold and her tone increased. "Did you hear it?" Lu Sheng finally turned his head and looked at Su Mengyao and frowned slightly. This small movement fell into Su Mengyao's eyes. For some reason, her heart suddenly accelerated, and she felt an inexplicable feeling of panic. But Lu Sheng's beautiful eyebrows quickly stretched out and nodded lightly. "You guys go." Lu Sheng 040 felt a little regretful at this time. He would have known that he would have come here alone to complete the task. But it doesn't matter after just a while. Su Mengyao's expression was slowing down when she saw Lu Sheng talking. The feeling of panic disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared before. "Because I took on a double-level task for the first time and brought a newcomer, I was a little overnecked." Su Mengyao shook her head, and quickly threw this emotion behind her. After looking at Meng Jianfei, the two of them touched forward with great understanding. Both of them are of level 6 warriors, and their strength is far beyond that of their peers. Several people who looked at the wind couldn't notice their approaching, and were still chatting and smoking. Su Mengyao and the others leaped onto the exterior wall of the abandoned factory, leaned on the edge of a broken window, and then looked inside along the window break. In the factory, the lights are brightly lit. More than a dozen people sat around, feeling the unconcealed fluctuations of blood emitted from the people below, and their pupils shrank violently. CT6. Many level 6 warriors. "What do you mean by Chao and I Ma Guiyun? So many of us do things with you. Why do you have to monopolize 30% of them alone? Just because you Ma Guiyun is at the peak of the 6th level? There are still a few little bastards under your command who are not afraid of death." A strong man in a camouflage vest and muscular body slammed the table and shouted loudly at someone. The yelled person is a middle-aged man with short hair in his 40s. This man is strong and sits like a tiger, but his eyes are triangular, and he occasionally reveals a hint of cold light, like a poisonous snake. Faced with the strong man's questioning, the middle-aged man was not angry at all, but said lightly, "I made the plan, I made the guy, and I did all the early work. You just put in your strength, stretch out your hand to carry a few things, and kill a few people. Do you think I should want 30%? That 30% is too much. I'll give you 20% at most, otherwise we will turn around and leave now. That's it. Ma Guiyun, without us, you can't even eat this batch of goods alone." Seeing that the people in the factory were getting more and more intense, Su Mengyao and the young man quietly retreated. I originally wanted to return the same way, but now two people were blocking the road in the middle, unbuttoned my belt, and started to let go. The boss gives them the opportunity to join, and they are still thinking about eating big heads. Why don't they be able to kill them? It's all a mess. But I can't jump for a few days. When we rob this batch of strategic material transport vehicles, the boss will be promoted to the master with this resource. How much these guys eat, even the belts and bones will be spit out again. Yes. Ha ha. Su Mengyao and Meng Jianfei listened to their conversation expressionlessly, then changed directions, and retreated hundreds of meters away from the abandoned factory. These guys are crazy and want to rob the strategic material transport vehicle. As soon as he stopped, Su Mengyao couldn't help but speak. Meng Jianfei's expression was also a little solemn. With Ma Guiyun, the power of all people is impossible to complete this task. No wonder Ma Guiyun is so unscrupulous, and he is not afraid of being discovered by us at all. He was not worried that we would come to him. 8th and 6th level players, plus the thermal weapons they had, were enough to flatten the entire Yinhe city. Su Mengyao looked ugly and said slowly, "How can such a person actually want to be the master? It's a fool. We have to report the message quickly. This is beyond the scope of double-level A-level tasks, and I am afraid that they can reach level S. We can't complete this mission at all, so let's make a long-term plan after we go back," Meng Jianfei suggested. Su Mengyao nodded, and the two of them were about to leave quickly. But not long after they walked out, they suddenly stopped and looked at each other. "Hold!" Young man Meng Jianfei couldn't help but curse, patted his forehead, and smiled bitterly. "I forgot to bring back the boy from the 7th Saint Martial Arts University." Su Mengyao also looked speechless. She forgot, too. The main reason is that the information I just obtained was too amazing, and I subconsciously ignored Lu Sheng, who had no sense of existence. It's really troublesome. I hope that kid is obedient and don't make any troubles. Su Mengyao shook her head, turned around, and quickly turned back. 8 level 6, including 2 level 6 peaks, and several level 5 and level 4. Lu Sheng's mental power swept into the abandoned factory, and the situation inside was clear at a glance. If I had known that the double A mission was so simple, why bother to hide it? Lu Sheng shook his head to himself, and then took out the weapon bag he had been carrying with him. Put the red crystal dragon patterns inside into pieces. Then carefully fold the weapons at the bottom of the dark blue starry sky and stuff them into your pocket. Make sure you don't lose it before you stand up satisfied. Under the moonlight, Lu Sheng held a gun in one hand, walking towards the abandoned factory like a wandering stroll in the courtyard. The moonlight shone on his shoulders, casting a shallow outline on the ground. If we ignore the spear he is holding, Lu Sheng looks no different from those who come out for a walk in the middle of the night. Several younger brothers who were looking at the wind soon discovered Lu Sheng's figure. Several people quickly threw away the cigarettes in their hands and shouted, "Who?" The moment the word, "who," came out of the other party's mouth, Lu Sheng took a step forward. With this step, he seemed to be completely integrated into the wind. A few people who were looking at the wind only saw a little red light in front of them,
like the speeding taillights of the car drifting. Lu Sheng had already appeared in front of them. His expression was calm, and his eyes were like deep water. "Hold!" The bandit in the lead cursed and wanted to take action. But his hand was just half lifted. I felt my body swinging back involuntarily. There seemed to be a hole in his throat, and warm liquid splashed out from it, taking away a lot of energy and temperature in his body. The man covered his neck and slowly fell backwards. During the fall, he saw his two other companions. They also covered their necks with their hands, their faces filled with shock and disbelief, and a large amount of red blood. 180. 2 minutes. Those who want to escape can start running now. 1.
No matter how you divide it, I want 20% anyway. Chow Nima, you said you want 20% of the money. Who do you think you are? Grandmaster? What do you mean?
Ma Guiyun sat on a steel chair, listening to the people in front of him quarreled. His temples kept bulging, and the blue veins on his forehead were leaping. Suddenly, he stood up, disappeared on the chair in an instant. When he appeared, he had already appeared in front of a scar-faced man with the loudest and most noisy voice, and punched him with a sudden punch. The fist wind whistled, the chi exploded, tearing the air.
Shut up!
The scar-faced man's expression suddenly changed. He subconsciously raised his hand to block it, but he was still hit in the chest by Ma Guiyun. He groaned and took more than 10 steps back. The powerful aura belonging to the peak warrior of level 6 was released from Ma Guiyun, and the cold and fierce aura enveloped the entire audience. The scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone calmed down, staring at the tough body located in the field, with a slightly solemn expression.
I thought about the plan. I made it. I made the fist here, I said. How many achievements can you get? If anyone thinks he has any objection, I won't stop him from leaving now.
Ma Guiyun glanced at the audience, his eyes as cold as a poisonous snake swept across the murderers one by one. Someone picked his eyelids hard, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes, but he didn't say anything.
Since you have no objection, then sit down for me and listen to my assignment,
Ma Guiyun said coldly. The atmosphere on the court was frozen for a while, and then someone sat down, and others sat down one after another. Ma Guiyun's face was cold, his eyes were slightly restrained, and he turned around and walked back to the chair, and sat back on the chair with a golden sword. At this time, a sound of dull and ugly sound, as if rough sandpapers were rubbing against each other, sounded in the scene.
Brother Ma is right. Everyone comes out to make money. Why bother fighting for small profits to hurt each other's harmony?
Among the crowd, a middle-aged man wearing a blue suit jacket, a white shirt, and a silver necklace, and half of his face was as bumpy and twisted as if burned by fire, walked out with a smile. Unfortunately, he laughed even worse than crying, and under the swaying light, he looked like an evil ghost crawling out of hell.
Ghost-faced vultures, a whole team of strategic resource vehicles, isn't a small profit for flies,
someone said lightly. The ugly middle-aged man took out a cigarette from his pocket, pulled the corner of his mouth, and smiled hoarsely.
For a level 6 warrior, it is indeed not a small number. But if it is for the master, it is nothing.
The man stuffed the cigarette into his mouth, then stretched out his 2 fingers, placed it under the cigarette, and rubbed it gently. A ball of flame rushed out and lit the cigarette. The man took a deep breath, slowly exhaled the smoke from his lungs, and then smiled at Ma Guiyun in front of him.
I'm right, Brother Guiyun.
As soon as the man said the words, the murderers in the field suddenly changed their qualities, as if they suddenly remembered something, and their eyes at Ma Guiyun also changed a little.
It turns out that Brother Ma asked us to grab strategic material trucks to attack the master. I'd said it earlier, so what else can we fight for? Big Head will definitely let you. Yes, Brother Ma just assigns it at will. Even if there is no benefit, I, Su Lao San, have made a decision this time. It is rare for us to produce a master among the bandits. Brother Ma is amazing."
In a short period of time, the storm on the field changed drastically, and they all became arrogant at first and respectful at the end. Ma Guiyun narrowed his eyes and looked at the ghost-faced man in front of him. He didn't say anything, only a cold light like a knife kept flashing in his eyes. The ghost-faced man looked at him with a smile, took out a cigarette, and handed it out. Ma Guiyun stood up, walked to the ghost-faced man, took the cigarette and put it in his mouth. The ghost-faced man snapped his fingers, and the previous flame reappeared and lit a cigarette. Ma Guiyun took a deep breath of cigarettes, and the man with ghost face leaned closer to his ears and said softly,
"If you want to become a master, I want to do it too. So I have to do it 30%. Ma Guiyun paused for a while, and then returned to normal.
"Good,"
he responded expressionlessly, and white smoke rose from his eyes. Ma Guiyun's eyes were as calm as water, but the murderous intent in his heart was rolling around. The middle-aged ghost-faced vulture in front of him is called the ghost-faced vulture, and he is the only existence on the field who is qualified to compete with him in terms of strength. Not because of anything else, just because of the other party. He is a rare elemental control talent warrior, and he is already at the peak of level 6. He was full of majestic energy and flames, and even he was extremely afraid. It is said that this ghost-faced vulture was originally a master of martial arts, but a fire burned the whole family to death. Since then, his temperament has changed drastically, and he has embarked on the path of a bandit. This guy's cruel method is famous even in the bandit circle. He likes to burn people to death with fire the most.
Since everyone has no objection, I will give it a simple assignment. Don't worry, Ma Guiyun has always been sensible in his work, and will never let everyone go for nothing.
As Ma Guiyun said, he was about to start explaining the distribution and action plan. Just then, a sound rang out of the factory.
"Who?"
The sound quickly rang out and went out quickly. It seemed so abrupt in the quiet field. Everyone present was a level 6 warrior, with 5 senses and keen eyes. They immediately looked towards the door.
"It seems like there is movement outside."
Ma Guiyun glanced lightly and said with a calm expression,
"It's probably the policeman who has arrived. It's no big deal. I'll be killed later. Let's talk about it in a different place." "Yes, we have so many 6th level teams. Are we afraid that a few of them will not be able to do it? It's just right here. I'm so angry that I'm just trying to vent my best."
The murderer's expressions also quickly relaxed. As Ma Guiyun said, there are some of them who have guys, and even if all the police in Yenha City come, there is no need to be afraid. They can fight out.
"Go and have a look."
Ma Guiyun handed the little brother beside him a look. The younger brother nodded and walked towards the gate with a sinister expression. The murderers are no longer talking about interests now, as if they are discovering something more interesting. They held their arms one by one, staring at the direction of the gate with playful eyes. Someone moved his hands and feet, making a crackling sound from his neck, and his expression seemed to be doing warm-up exercises casually. 0. Ma Guiyun's younger brother walked quickly towards the gate. I was about to walk to the door. Suddenly,
bang!
With a loud bang, a piece suddenly protruded inward from the middle of the iron door, and the pure steel door bolt blocking the door also became distorted. My brother stopped immediately, and the murderers in the factory narrowed their eyes slightly, and a cold breath flowed on their bodies. The door that was smashed hard quickly became quiet, and there was no movement, as if the people outside had given up. The younger brother, who was investigating the situation, took a deep breath and was about to continue going up. But as soon as he raised his foot, he saw the
crunch
sound of overwhelming iron door in front of him. The entire door face bulges inward, the edges are twisted, and the screws are falling off one by one. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire factory door broke free from the constraints of the border and flew inward. My younger pupils contracted, and he had no time to dodge. He was hit by the huge iron gate and kept blowing it away. The murderers all stood up in a flash, and Ma Guiyun and the ghost-faced vulture's eyes also became cold. 0. Smoke and dust were everywhere in the abandoned factory. Everyone stared at the location of the gate. Soon, the dust dissipated, and they saw a handsome young man and his 10-year-old strode in. The boy's eyes were calm. 181. You are here, come and help wash the floor too. All the murderers were stunned. It seems a little unbelievable what I see. Their eyes fell on the bandits lying on the ground, and blood was flowing out from the other side's door. Just a few minutes ago, the guy was still blushing and slapped loudly with them about the distribution of interests. Now, he has turned into a cold corpse, and even his brain has flowed all over the floor. Those who can be called together by Ma Guiyun have more or less knowledge of each other's background. CT6. Only level 6 warriors are qualified to enter their circle. But such a powerful man in just a short time. Was he shot to death by a young man who was only 10 years old? One shot. Just poked to death. The murderers were all confused. The level 6 warrior has a great chi, and his muscles, bones, skin and flesh are as hard as steel plates, and he can't even penetrate bullets. As a result, the boy's hands were as crisp as a piece of paper. How could they accept it? What's wrong with this kid? It's weird. Ma Guiyun stared at the red crystal dragon pattern in Lu Sheng's hand and said coldly, There are more than a few more people in the Grandmaster level cold weapons he is holding, which is better than a head-on battle with him. Grandmaster weapon. The murderer's face is sternly. No wonder. Soon, several people looked at each other with a 040 look and quickly surrounded the boy from various positions. While walking, he pulled out his cold weapons from his waist and back. The Grandmaster level weapon is worth hundreds of millions of dollars whenever you sell it. Su Lao San is dead again, and some of them are divided. A murderer with a long centipede tattoo on his neck grinned, and a large piece of white energy burst out all over his body, and slashed at Lu Sheng with a fierce sword. Others were not willing to be outdone, and followed closely behind. Lu Sheng stood there calmly with a look of stance. 3 powerful bodies with white energy surged all over his body approached him, and the sharpness and murderous aura of cold weapons attacked him like a tide. Lu Sheng took action. The red crystal dragon pattern looks like a spiritual snake suddenly rising. The red gun tip flashed rapidly in the air. Lu Sheng walked slowly towards Ma Guiyun. The moment they passed by, the 3 murderers with a deep hole in their eyebrows fell to the ground, and the cold weapon in their hands fell to the ground and made a crisp sound. Their faces still contain the ferocity and hostility of their lives, and they don't even know how death came. The remaining people's pupils shrank violently, and their bodies and minds were swept by a huge wave of horror and horror. Dead. 3 level 6 warriors died. I haven't even been able to last for a few seconds. Kill multiple level 6 instantly. This is no longer something that a master weapon can explain. Monster! This kid is a monster! A murderer screamed, and his eyes at Lu Sheng had completely changed. Ma Guiyun and others also looked pale. I have never seen any thieves and bandits like them, who have been licking blood from the knife for many years. But such a strange experience is unprecedented. A college student who is only 10 years old, killing a level 6 like killing a chicken, destroying the dead. It's simply incredible. Okay. Lu Sheng no longer talked nonsense to a few people, and took the initiative to take action. Switch, the wind breath. Lu Sheng's figure merged into the wind and disappeared with the red crystal dragon pattern. After the level of power control reaches a new level, Lu Sheng's strength undergoes a qualitative transformation. Even he himself didn't know how strong he was now. He didn't even need to use the gongqi, relying solely on his own control of the perverted power and the sharpness of the red crystal dragon pattern. Dealing with these generally level 6 bandits is like cutting melons and vegetables. One shot at one, even the second shot was saved. In Ma Guiyun's eyes, Lu Sheng seemed to teleport, disappear and appear. He stabbed a bandit to death with one shot, and then disappeared. When it appeared again, another bandit fell down. Within a few breaths, the number of murderers on the field dropped rapidly and died one by one. Death is similar. All of them are holes the size of a baby's fist on the forehead. That was a gun.
Master! This kid is a half-step master!
A middle-aged man in a blue suit and an ugly face screamed and ran out the door. Lu Sheng flashed and appeared behind him, about to raise the gun. Suddenly, the middle-aged man turned around suddenly, his ugly face twisted together, like an evil ghost. There is no panic and fear at all, only hysterical madness and ferocity.
Go to your grandmaster, die for me.
A sharp edge of light burst out from the hands of the ghost-faced vulture wrapped in red heat waves, and rushed into Lu Sheng's arms. Lu Sheng's eyes fluctuated for a moment, but soon returned to calm again.
Die! Die for me!
The ghost-faced vulture rose all over its body, mixed with rich energy, and almost all its strength was pressing on its arms. The flames were surging. But he roared a few times, and suddenly felt something was wrong. When I looked down, I was stunned for a moment. I saw a palm firmly grasping his hidden red blade. The palms were white and slender, and there was a brilliant golden energy flowing between the 5 fingers, like flowing gold. The energy, power, and flames in the whole body of the ghost-faced vulture were all injected into the palm, but it seemed as if mud and sand were entering the sea, and even the slightest sensation could not be stirred up.
You're also called fire?
Lu Sheng looked at him and spoke calmly, as if he was declaring a fact.
That's what I call fire.
The next moment, a surging heat wave far exceeds the ghost-faced vulture suddenly burst out from Lu Sheng. For a moment, the ghost-faced vulture felt as if he was standing on the edge of the crater. The volcano erupted, and the hot magma melt rushed towards him. He felt a sudden redness in front of him, and his whole body was burning and painful. Before he could scream, he completely lost consciousness. Lu Sheng let go of his hand, and the hot flames that devoured the ghost-faced vulture retracted back to his palm like running water. Under the
empty and bright state,
Lu Sheng's elemental control ability is close to level 4. The temperature of the flame awakened by the flame breathing is not comparable to that of a ghost-faced vulture. Lu Sheng shook his hand, and the iron juice melted and his palm fell to the ground, scorching one after another. Lu Sheng turned around, looked at Ma Guiyun, who had been stunned on the side, and asked casually,
Have you thought about how to die? Have you thought about how to die?
Lu Sheng's tone was as plain and casual as if he was acquaintances' greetings and greetings. Have you got a meal yet? What's the weather today? But when it fell into Ma Guiyun's ears, it seemed like countless thunders exploded. Ma Guiyun's face turned pale, without a trace of blood. He swept across the audience barefootly, and looked at the cold and stiff corpses on the ground. This thief, bandit, murderer, like a tiger, or a poisonous snake. Finally, I couldn't stop the fear that was surging like the sea in my heart and started trembling violently.
Damn it!
Su Mingyao rushed to the original cement pipe location and saw the empty grassland and cursed quietly. Ming Jianfei's face was also very bad. He looked in the direction of the abandoned factory. The thieves who had been standing at the entrance of the factory were gone. 0. He smelled the bloody smell carried in the night wind.
That kid may have rushed in.
Ming Jianfei smiled bitterly, and said a guess that was very likely to become a fact. Su Mingyao's face was as deep as water. Her face changed for a while, and she slowly pulled out her 2 swords from her waist.
I knew it would be a burden. It's so annoying.
Su Mingyao cursed a few times, and her face became firm.
Let's go in and see if she can have a chance to rescue the top martial arts champion.
Ming Jianfei nodded, his eyes both gentle and helpless. Su Mingyao has such a personality. Her words are like a knife. But when she really encounters something, she is more soft-hearted than anyone else.
8CT6.
Ming Jianfei picked up his long whip, looked at the direction of the abandoned factory, and twisted. 182. There may be someone who can protect the 7 major faces, and the prophets are taking action. 3. The 7th Saint Martial Arts University. 2 young men in their 30s, wearing martial arts uniforms, walked in from outside the school gate with a chat and laughter. Walking all the way to the bottom of the Martial Saint Tower, I suddenly discovered it. This area, which was not too lively in the past, is now 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, completely surrounded by people. It seems that some grand gathering is being held.
I'm going. Why are there so many people? They are all students from Sheng University. What are you doing?
A young man muttered a few words in surprise, and he was about to squeeze in if he opened the crowd.
Please let me go, little brother. What are you squeezing?
Several Sheng University students who were put on his shoulders trembled, and a recoil force was heard, swinging the young man away, and took 2 steps back.
What do you want to go in?
A student of Sheng University looked at him with a calm face.
I received a text message and lined up to me into the tower.
The young man looked surprised.
I came back next time. I didn't see us guarding the tower, so why bother to join in the fun?
Someone waved at him impatiently.
I've been waiting for several months.
The young man couldn't help but scream. Before he could finish his words, his companion covered his mouth.
Sorry. We won't enter the tower. You guys continue.
The young man's companions apologized repeatedly and pulled the young man backwards.
What are you doing? I applied for the entry of the tower through formal procedures. Why don't I give me a chance to enter?
When he arrived at a corner away from the crowd, the young man broke away from his companion's hand and said anxiously. The companion had no choice but to point to the crowds over there and said,
Why don't you look at the eye at all? You didn't see this group of students from the 7th Saint Martial Arts University feeling a little angry. If you squeeze it hard, be careful of being beaten.
The young man opened his mouth and then realized that the college students gathered under the Martial Saint Tower. Each of them looked ugly, their eyes were gloomy, and some even clenched their fists, staring straight into the direction of the Martial Saint Tower. The seemingly bustling crowds didn't speak much. From a distance, there seemed to be a thick layer of dark clouds gathering on the heads of these people, and a thunderstorm brewing from it at any time.
Good guy, what's going on?
The young man was a little surprised and couldn't help blurting out.
Why are they all like their dead father? I didn't hear them say that they were guarding the tower. If they didn't defend, the person of the 7th Saint Martial Arts University would be much more serious than the dead father.
The companion pointed to the center of the crowd, something like a big screen. At this time, some rankings are scrolling on the big screen. Name the number of layers of the Martial Saint Tower where you are located. The young man is not very sharp-eyed. He can only barely see the top 3 rankings on the big screen. The first one is Miaorenxiong, the 21st floor. The second one is Chenishuan, the 19th floor. Third, Shaolon, the 18th floor.
Fuck! Isn't Miaorenxiong the 4th Saint Martial Arts University? It seems to be quite famous. I have seen it in a magazine. The leader of the 4th Saint Martial Arts University and ranked 6th on the 7 Saints.
The young man screamed.
Yes.
The companion nodded. the 7 holy martial arts can kick each other in the form of breaking through towers and guarding towers, which is what we see now. Once the tower is successfully opened, the party who fails to defend the tower will give up the right to use the Martial Saint Tower for 1 year. This kind of healthy competition was encouraged by the leaders of the 7 Sheng University colonels. There were such rules when the Martial Saint Tower was first established. Now Miao Renxiong, the 4th Holy Martial Arts University, came to break into the tower, but didn't see Chen Yixuan and Xiaolan, the 1st and 2nd ranked seniors in the 7th Holy Martial Arts University, both of them. No wonder they were nervous. Once the tower guard failed, the next year, the students of the 7th Saint Martial Arts University wanted to enter the martial arts tower again. Just like us, we have to fill out the form to apply first, and then wait in line for a short half-year. You said it is so big that it is about face and martial arts practice. Do they dare to beat you up? Don't get angry. Anyway, there are opportunities in the future. Just come back. I see. After listening to the explanation of his companion, the young man showed a thoughtful expression on his face. He suddenly raised his foot and walked towards the crowd ahead. My companion was anxious. Hey, why don't you listen? Are you going? The young man didn't look back. I didn't want to enter the tower again. It's so rare and lively. If you don't watch it, I still want to watch it. Why do you go back? 2. It seemed to make sense for my companions to think about it, so I quickly followed. A tall, short hair is like a steel needle, and a tough temperament, but a pale face walked out of the tower. Seeing this person appear, the 7th Saint Martial College students surrounding the Wuxing Tower suddenly showed disappointment on their faces. Looking at the rankings on the big screen, I looked unwilling. Oh, Xiaolan is out too. Now Chen Yixuan is the only one left in the tower to have a chance to beat Miao Renxiong. The Miao Renxiong has been familiar with the Martial Saint Tower of our 7th Saint Martial Arts for 2 days. Today he tried his best, but he didn't expect that it would be so fierce that no one could catch up with him from beginning to end. After all, he is a genius in the top 10 of the 7 Saints list, and Chen Yixuan and Xiaolan are still far behind him. It's hard. Xiaolan, who had just walked out of the Martial Saint Tower, stared at the ranking on the big screen for a while. Several familiar old students wanted to go up and help him, but he pushed him away with great irritation. Get out! After saying that, he walked to the side with a gloomy face. Seeing Xiaolan's appearance, the onlookers became more and more depressed. If Chen Yixuan also loses, what should we do? A girl with a bun on her head said with some concern. Will you not be able to raise your head in the next year when other students from Sheng University are facing other students? You have to grab a few places to enter the tower with people outside. I don't want that. Before he finished speaking, he heard a burst of commotion coming from the front. The bunny girl looked up and subconsciously covered her mouth. A young man with a slender figure and handsome appearance was walking slowly out of the Martial Saint Tower. He didn't seem to be in good condition, and he was a little listless, as if he had been sleeping all night. Chen Yixuan is also out. The crowd of onlookers suddenly became turbulent. The accumulated emotions that had been previously burst out at this moment, releasing a lot of disappointment, irritability, and unwillingness. Chen Yixuan broke through the 20th level, and Miao Renxiong had not come out in the 21st level. It's over. The bunny girl looked slightly pale and murmured. Even Chen Yixuan lost, then who else can be the opponent of Miao Renxiong, our 7th Saint Martial Arts University? It seems that we will really have to squeeze in a few application channels with the outsiders in the future. At this time, a girl next to the bun-headed girl with a metal knife on her back suddenly spoke. That's not necessarily. Chen Yixuan may not be the best among our 7 majors. I know that someone may have the opportunity to help us 7 major faces.
Well, the bunny girl was stunned when she heard this and turned her head to look at her best friend.
You are stupid. Chinishwan is the first in the old student list. Who can be better than him? I have entered the top 10 of the old students, and Chinishwan has the best results.
The girl with a knife looked at her, and suddenly something she didn't understand appeared in her mouth.
Awesome people may not be on the list of old students.
The girl with a knife suddenly took off the alloy knife on her back quickly, stuffed it into the girl's arms of the bun, and said hurriedly,
I'll find that person. You can look at the knife for me. You have to hurry up, otherwise it will be too late.
After saying that, without waiting for the bunny girl to refuse, she 183. Return yes, I want to go in and guard the tower. 4. Lu Sheng sat in a taxi back to the 7th Shenghu University at the high-speed rail station. This credit task was completed on the first day of his trip, and the delayed day was mainly to cooperate with the local police in handling follow-up affairs. Ma Guiyun's case involves 4 or 5 national A-level wanted criminals across provinces and cities, and several of them have cases that are not smaller than Ma Guiyun. Especially the ghost-faced vulture that was killed by Lu Sheng is ranked higher in the national wanted criminal ranking than Ma Guiyun. Coupled with sensitive events involving strategic transport vehicles, this double-level A-level task may directly rise to the height of 3-level A or even S level. Yinhe City Police patted their chests and promised Lu Sheng that they would definitely report to their superiors and contact the Shenghu University Branch Mission Management Center to improve the final reward of Lu Sheng for this mission. When Lu Sheng came back, the top leader of the Yinhe City Police Department personally sent him to the high-speed rail station. As for the 2 old students from the 3rd St. Martial Arts University, Su Mingyao and Ming Jianfei, after seeing Lu Sheng killing almost all the bandits with one force, sinking into a long silence. They didn't even spend the night in Yinhe City. That night, after cooperating with Yinhe Police to record their confessions, they hurriedly left Yinhe City. Lu Sheng didn't care about them either. For him, these 2 people are dispensable in this mission, and they can't even be considered a small episode.
Young man, are you back from a trip?
When the bus went out, the driver chatted with Lu Sheng casually. Lu Sheng responded casually, then took out his cell phone and sent a message to Lin Zhe.
The mission is completed, and I have returned to school.
Then I was too lazy to read Lin Zhe's reply, leaning against the back seat of the taxi, closing my eyes and pretending to sleep. A weapon bag wrapped in red crystal dragon pattern was placed at his feet. Through the shoes and weapons, Lu Sheng could clearly sense the existence of the red crystal dragon pattern. That feeling is wonderful. He seemed to be able to hear the breathing of the red crystal dragon pattern. It seemed as if with a wave of his hand, the red crystal dragon pattern would be automatically assembled and flew into his hands. Don't rely on mental power.
Is this the soul?
Lu Sheng recited it gently in his heart. He knew that the soul raising of the red crystal dragon pattern had begun. The bandits he killed were full of energy and blood, and each of them was a powerful and vicious thug. It is most suitable to open the red crystal dragon pattern. Lu Sheng felt that the gains were really great for this mission.
Here, the 7th St. Martial Arts University.
Before I knew it, the taxi had stopped. I found that Lu Sheng was really a student of the 7th St. Martial Arts University. The taxi driver was extremely enthusiastic and even took the initiative to wipe out Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng thanked him. As I got off the bus, I saw the tall and strong Lin Zhe standing at the school gate, stretching his neck and looking around.
Saint brother!
Lin Zhe saw Lu Sheng at first sight and ran towards him happily. This guy probably learned from Lu Sheng, and now he always carries a spear behind his back wherever he goes. He also deliberately did not disassemble the gun and carried it behind his back,
like a pole flag, walking in the crowd, was extremely conspicuous and often gained a full turnover rate. Lindsay was proud of this, and in his own words,
"This is the effect you want. Brother Saint, you're back."
Lindsay ran to Lu Sheng, took the suitcase from his hand quickly, and asked curiously,
"How is it? Is this mission difficult? Is it exciting?"
Lu Sheng said a few casually. When Lindsay heard that Lu Sheng killed several wanted criminals, his eyes when he looked at Lu Sheng changed.
"Murder? Brother Sheng, did you kill someone?"
Lindsay opened his eyes wide, looking disbelief. Seeing Lindsay's appearance, Lu Sheng thought he was scared. Although Lindsay is not weak in martial arts and is an absolute genius, he is still a teenager in his 10th year. Killing is indeed a bit cruel to him. Lu Sheng was considering whether to focus on describing the cruelty and inhumanity of Ma Guiyun and others to Lindsay. But I heard Lindsay scream,
"Damn it, Brother Sheng, you actually killed someone. Is it fun to kill someone? Is it okay? Next time I will take on the wanted criminal mission and kill a few people to enjoy it."
Lu Sheng seriously suspected that Lindsay's body contained the violent genes. The two walked and chatted, heading towards the dormitory. Basically, Lindsay asked, and Lu Sheng answered a few casually. On the way, Lu Sheng's mental power dispersed and found that many people were rushing in one direction. Among them are students from the 7th Saint Martial Arts University, as well as some students and warriors from other schools. Lu Sheng looked at the direction of the flow of the crowd. The towering Wusheng Tower stands in front of you.
"Why are so many people rushing to the Martial Saint Tower?"
Lu Sheng asked. Hearing this sentence, Lindsay suddenly felt excited.
"Yes, Brother Sheng, if you are not here in these 2 days, something big will happen to our 7th Holy Martial Arts. Several old students from the 4th Saint Martial Arts University came to kick the tower, and the one who took the lead was Miao Renxiong, was very strong. Ranked 6th on the 7 Saints list, and even Chen Yishuan and Xiao Lan could not compare with him. Many talented old students in our school rushed to guard the tower."
Lindsay sighed and said,
"But I guess this tower can't be held back. When I just received your text message, Xiao Lan, the 2nd-ranked student, happened to come out. The 1st Chen Yishuan is also behind."
When Lu Sheng heard Lindsay say anything, he didn't feel any fluctuations in his heart. It's just like listening to the news. It doesn't have much to do with him. But when Lindsay's next sentence came out, Lu Sheng's steps suddenly stopped.
"Hey, if these old students can't hold on, then our 7th Saint Martial Arts University will be in trouble. There will be no privileges in the next year. If you want to enter the Martial Saint Tower, you have to apply first, just like students and warriors from other schools, and then queue up for half a year." What's wrong with you, Brother Sheng?"
Lindsay was talking, and suddenly found that Lu Sheng was standing still and looked at him with a very strange look.
"Why didn't you say it earlier?"
"What did you say earlier?" Lindsay scratched his head, looking confused. In the next breath, Lu Sheng's figure suddenly disappeared in front of him, leaving only a faint sentence.
"I'll go guard the tower. Please help me check my luggage." Oh.
Lindsay nodded subconsciously. The next breath suddenly came to my senses.
"What did Brother Sheng say? He is going to guard the tower?"
Lindsay almost jumped up.
"Fuck! This is a big deal."
After saying that, he carried a spear and carried Lu Sheng's suitcase and quickly chased towards the Wusheng Tower. Lu Sheng galloped like the wind. His face was as heavy as water. He was not interested in the boring games of old students from Major Saint Martial Arts University. Don't want to participate, don't want to pay attention. But now this game involves his vital interests, and even if Lu Sheng doesn't want to end up, he won't be able to do so.
"I can still wait for a week in line, for half a year."
Lu Sheng took a deep breath. "Kill me." Lu Sheng really doesn't want to see it. Before the fate between me and the Martial Saint Tower began, the fate was completely over. The previous dilemma left a huge shadow in his heart. Lu Sheng burst out almost all his speed, like a strong wind passing through the border. Wherever you pass, the sycamore leaves and hibiscus flowers on both sides of the school road fell one after another. When he arrived at the Wuxing Tower, the surrounding area was surrounded by countless students on and off campus. The mental power dissipated, and whispering sounds came into his ears. This time, the 7th Saint Martial Arts University will definitely lose. Even Chen Yixuan, who is the first in the old student list, has stopped. Who else can match Miao Renxiong in the 7th Saint Martial Arts University? Now it depends on 184. I'm sorry for those zombie brothers if I don't wear records every day. 1. Is the first place Lu Sheng on the freshman list? Lu Sheng's reputation in the 7th Saint Martial Arts University is not too small, and some people can recognize him. Even if you don't know, ask around and quickly figure out Lu Sheng's background. After learning about it, I was secretly shocked. Good, this class of freshmen has produced such a fierce person, beating all freshmen? Even the gun tutor you highball was selected? Do you think you can climb a dragon without a few brushes? But someone still shook his head. So what about the dragon? So what about the spear skills? Not just a freshman, but comparable to Miao Renxiong? The people next to him also sighed. The words are rough but not rough. No matter how brilliant Lu Sheng's past record was, or how dazzling he was when he entered the school, he was still just a freshman. A freshman who has been admitted for less than 2 months. How do you compare with Miao Renxiong, who has been in the Fortune Wuda for almost 4 years? Miao Renxiong was also the second best martial arts nationwide when he first entered school. His martial arts talent was also the top-notch existence in terms of the 7 saints, not to mention that he had 4 years of practice than Lu Sheng. The 4-year gap is not so easy to smooth out. A few of the 4 Shengwu masters who followed Miao Renxiong saw many people discussing Lu Sheng, and couldn't help laughing when they heard it. You guys are really interesting. Old people are useless. Now they are still pinning their hopes on a new student. It's so funny. The people from the 7th Saint Martial Arts glared at him, but could not find strong words to refute him, and could not do anything. Many old students surrounded Chen Yixuan, and naturally saw Lu Sheng walking into the Wuxing Tower. Yixuan, the freshman Lu Sheng has entered. Chen Yixuan glanced at him, withdrew his gaze and nodded. I saw it, let him go. Lu Sheng has very good talent, and is much better than mine. This time, he can feel the strength gap between himself and the 4-year-old student at 040 in advance, which will be very helpful to his future martial arts development. Perhaps in a few years, he will be in the top 10 of the 7 saints list, and even rule for 1 term. But now, Chen Yixuan looked at the scrolling ranking on the big screen. At this time, Miao Renxiong's number of layers of the tower had reached 22. Chen Yixuan seemed quite depressed, shook his head and sighed softly. It's too difficult. As a student of the 7th Saint Martial Arts University, he should be most familiar with the martial arts tower at his doorstep for 4 years. But even so, he is still not as good as the foreign Miao people. What does this prove? This proves that the gap in strength between him and Miao Renxiong has reached a point. If the two met each other, he might lose within a few moves. The top 10. Is this the top 10 of the 7 holy list strength? Chen Yixuan sighed softly and smiled bitterly. Now you don't have to queue up to enter the tower. Lu Sheng stood in the empty hall, with only the window woman who had met several times before. Need not. The woman responded. While registering for Lu Sheng, she looked towards the door with curiosity. Why are you the only one in the 7th university this time? Is there no one else? Go out and call more people to scatter. The slutty boy from the 4th Saint Martial Arts University is about to break your records.
Lu Sheng took the student ID handed over by the woman and said calmly,
Don't worry, it can't be broken. I'm alone enough.
The woman was stunned for several seconds when she heard Lu Sheng's words. It was not until St. Lu entered the elevator, and the elevator went up, that she came back to her senses.
I'll go, Og, I'm even more crazy than the boy named Meow.
The girl carrying a knife walked back with disappointment on her face. The most uncomfortable thing in the world is not that there is hopelessness. But after seeing hope, I feel desperate again, and this is the most collapsed. On the way back, the girl kept replaying the achievements Lu Sheng had made in the cold weapon cultivation room. The more I think about it, the more I feel that Lu Sheng is likely to defeat Miao Renxiong and successfully defend the face of the 7th Saint Martial Arts University. But it was a coincidence that Lu Sheng was not in school.
Is this destined?
The girl imitated the tragic heroine in the TV series and cursed angrily, then walked back to her best friend. The bunny girl saw her walking back and asked curiously,
Where is the person you went to find? Have you found it?
The girl shook her head.
Who is it? You said so well.
The girl with buns asked the bottom line. The girl didn't have the heart to answer, but just smiled bitterly.
It doesn't matter who it is. The person is not in school, so there is no chance to prove it. Tisk mysterious.
The bunny girl looked at her with a look, then returned the aloe knife in her arms to her.
I'll give it back to you. If you are in school in the future, you can't take this broken knife. It's too hindering. Lu Sheng, who had just finished his freshman year, entered the tower, and a group of people squeezed around, holding you. I almost fell down.
The bunny girl complained. The girl listened casually at first, and when she heard the word Lu Sheng, she jumped up.
What did you say? Lu Sheng, a freshman? Lu Sheng entered the tower?
The bunny girl was shocked by her best friend's excitement and nodded.
Yes, I just went in.
The girl with a knife hurriedly looked at the big screen. Sure enough, Lu Sheng's name already appeared at the bottom of the screen.
Very good.
The girl with a knife clenched her fists hard, and her originally listless eyes shone again, and she seemed to be alive. Her eyes were staring at the ranking of Lu Sheng's grades on the big screen, with expectations in her eyes. She didn't know why she was so confident and excited about Lu Sheng.
Maybe this is a kind of pride that belongs to sister fans,
the girl said in her heart. The elevator goes up to the first floor. The elevator door opened, and in front of Lu Sheng was a rather spacious room. Rather than saying it is a martial arts room, Lu Sheng felt it was more like a lounge. Because in this room, there is actually a bed. Dare you believe it? There was a big bed in the room, with no quilt on the bed, only a white pillow. There were a few things next to the bed. A helmet full of technology. There are also bags, which read disposable sheet pillowcase, please replace them yourself. Then, there are disinfectant water, cleaning cloths and so on.
How come it's the same as the #1 player?
Lu Sheng muttered. The #1 player is a science fiction movie that Lu Sheng watched in his previous life. The people in it are living in the virtual reality world with similar helmets. Lu Sheng felt the ubiquitous will of the martial saint in the surrounding environment, and had a rough guess about the training form of the martial saint tower. He first changed the pillowcase and sheets on the bed, and then carefully wiped the helmet with disinfectant and cleaning cloth. Then put on your helmet, and lay down calmly on the bed. I silently recited a sentence in my heart. It seemed that a cold needle penetrated Lu Sheng's scalp into his skull. Of course, it was just a feeling. When Lu Sheng opened his eyes again, suddenly I found myself appearing in another room. This room is many times larger than before, and it is covered in white everywhere. There is another person in front of me, standing quietly. The silent voice of Lu Sheng's heart was louder, and even his expression became strange.
No, no, no. The so-called Marshall Saint Tower is not really in the same form as the dream space.
The answer is obvious. Lu Sheng looked at his not-so-fine body and clothes and sighed softly.
Since that's the case, I'm sorry for the zombies I sent away in the dream space for the past year.
Lu Sheng moved his hands and feet, and his body made a click, activate sound. His eyes fell on the figure in front of him. This is a young man with an ordinary appearance. His eyes are extremely translucent, his face is green, and his body is full of high spirits.
Did Tan Zhongyu look like when she was a teenager?
Lu Sheng muttered. The next second, his figure suddenly disappeared and suddenly appeared in front of the boy, almost at the distance between the teenager and the face. Unfortunately, the 185. Both are the 6th level. If I use a gun, I will be considered bullying you too. The figure condensed again is basically similar to the previous teenager, but it is a little older. Of course, this point is relatively large, and it is much smaller than Lu Sheng. If the boy before was 13 or 14 years old, then he is now 13 or 5 years old. As soon as the young figure appeared, he took the initiative to attack Lu Sheng. The fist was fierce, with a momentum of indomitable progress. Bang! The boy's punch hit a heavy palm without any turmoil. Lu Sheng's face was calm, his 5 fingers contracted, and he grabbed the boy's fist and pulled it back gently. The boy staggered and ran into his arms. Lu Sheng raised his elbow lightly.
Boom!
The boy's chest exploded, and his eyes slowly fell down without any attention. Lu Sheng casually pushed away the boy's corpse, and felt the mental power was extracted as the corpse dissipated. More than before this time.
I almost understand. I thought before that the trial of the Marshall Saint Tower may be related to mental power and will. But one thing I haven't figured out is that if you want to provide so many people with spiritual trials over the years, even the will of the Marshall Saint should have been consumed long ago. Why can the Marshall Saint Tower last forever? It turns out that there is a charge. This charge is the mental power of the tower enters the tower. Every time you pass, you must collect a corresponding little mental power to stimulate the imprint in the will of the Marshall Saint and generate an opponent. Perhaps the spiritual power paid by the person entering the tower will be more than once. Otherwise, the will of the Marshall Saint contained in the Marshall Saint Tower will not be huge to this extent.
If you think about it this way, Lu Sheng understood a little why the annual enrollment status of the 7th Saint Martial Arts University is not as good as the other 6 Saint Martial Arts University. Because the Marshall Saint Towers of the other 6 Saint Martial Arts units will be built longer than the 7th Saint Martial Arts units. The Martial Saint will snowballs and the tower will roll bigger and stronger, and the effect of entering the Martial Saint Tower trial will be better. Although Tan Zhongyu is the founder of the 7th Saint Martial Arts University, he is also the only martial arts saint in the 7th Saint Martial Arts University. In theory, he is in charge of all the affairs of the 7 Holy Martial Arts University at the same time. No matter which university in the 7 Saints Dali, someone breaks the record of the Martial Saint Tower, he has the opportunity to obtain his summons and inheritance.
With the same opportunity, it is understandable to choose an environment with better practice conditions. As the founder of the 7th Saint Martial Arts University, Tan Zhongyu even tilted resources to the other 6 Saint Martial Arts University in order to show his mind, and this is not impossible. It's like when someone else's children came to visit the house when they were young, parents would give delicious and fun first to the guests. This is the reason. If I've analyzed the Martial Saint Tower correctly, is the source of the dream space the same principle? Lu Sheng stretched out his hand casually, grabbed the head of the boy who had condensed for the 3rd time, and squeezed it out, feeling the pleasure of squeezing the powerful Martial Saint with his own hands. The dream space may also be generated based on the will of a certain person, or many martial arts powerful people. Although the dream space is much more brilliant than the Martial Saint Tower, there are also too many martial arts powerhouses in the next 10,000 years. There are many martial saints at level 9, and there are even strong men at level 10 and 11. How powerful should these peoples will be integrated together? It is not impossible to directly build a world of mental power. The fire plan should not just include 10,000 years of martial arts information, etc. The more Lu Sheng thought about it, the more he felt that this was possible. Unconsciously, the young man condensed in the space was killed several times. Every time, mental power is drawn, but this mental power is just a drop in the bucket for him, who is close to level 6 and has 2 wills of masters. But the only thing that Lu Sheng doesn't have in common is, how did I choose me in dream space? And why did I choose me? As his strength continued to increase, Lu Sheng finally began to try to think about the origin of dream space. But like many things in the world, the more Lu Sheng knows, the more confused he is in his heart. He seemed to be standing in a circle. As his strength became stronger and larger, the unknowns he could touch outside the circle gradually became more and more. Never mind. Boom! Lu Sheng punched the young man in front of him, who had grown to the same age as him, and shook his head and said, "These questions are still too far away for me now. Let's take every step forward first." Lu Sheng took a deep breath, temporarily threw away the mixed thoughts in his mind, and focused his attention on the trial in front of him. I was a little excited when using the martial saint as a template to experience the pleasure of fighting for power with the martial arts saints during different periods. Lu Sheng's eyes lit up slightly. Looking at the human form that had been condensed in front of him for countless times, the fighting spirit in his chest was ignited bit by bit. He has had many masters in the dream space, but he is just a master after all. This is the first time that a level 9 martial saint. And it was a level 9 martial saint who was perfectly replicated and had all the strength of different periods. Feel how big the gap between the martial saint and me when he was young. The people condensed in this space are almost the same age as Lu Sheng. A young man with slender figure, ordinary facial features, and extremely bright eyes rushed towards Lu Sheng quickly, like an arrow from a string. Lu Sheng stood still, twisted his head slightly, and the fist wind whizzed past his cheek. His face was calm, and various information about Tan Zhongyu slipped through his mind. The martial saint Tan Zhongyu has a family education and started his father as a level 6 warrior. He practiced martial arts at the age of 10, became famous at a young age, and became a 4th level person at the age of 17, making him famous. Lu Sheng's figure kept changing, and the young man kept punching at him, but he couldn't even touch a corner of his clothes. Suddenly, Lu Sheng stopped. His right hand gently grabbed the boy's fist, met the other party's alarmed eyes, and said to himself, "Level 4 is almost level 5, then I'm hitting Tan Zhongyu, who is about 17 or 18 years old." Lu Sheng took a casual palm, and the boy's chest collapsed, and his whole body flew out like a kite with broken strings. It appears again, and it has grown a few years longer. His eyes were burning, and his face was full of greenness. As soon as the figure condensed, Lu Sheng's figure appeared in front of him like a ghost, and reached out to pinch his neck. Level 5 is less than 6, and it seems that Tan Zhongyu, who is in his 20s, is already in college. Lu Sheng casually twisted Tan Zhongyu's neck. The next appearance of Tan Zhongyu grabbed a long sword in his hand, showing his sharp temperament. "This is the beginning of learning the sword." Lu Sheng shook his figure and punched while commenting. The fist wind whistled, tearing the air, and shattering it with a knife. "This is a small achievement of the sword path. This is another breakthrough." Next, Lu Sheng killed Tan Zhongyu from different periods. Every Tan Zhongyu had a move in his hands. 0. Almost immediately after coming out, he was killed instantly. Until a young man in his 30s appeared in front of Lu Sheng. The young man's face was calm, and his breath was calm. He held two swords in his hand, and his gentle eyes gave people a feeling of clearing the edges and washing away the dew. When Lu Sheng saw the young man, his eyes lit up. The 32-year-old Tan Zhongyu is at the peak of level 6 and has achieved success in swordsmanship. He is known as the first person among his contemporaries and the best among his masters. Okay. As Lu Sheng said, he slowly moved his hands and 10 fingers. It is said that the martial saint, was late for the great power, and it was not until it was about to enter the Grandmaster realm that it showed the image of a saint. Let me take a closer look at what kind of strength the so-called first person under the Grandmaster, the image of a saint. 186. Refresh the record and use the 6th level body to fight against the 9th level Master's Way. 3. I saw that the name Lu Sheng, who was still at the end before, had already reached the middle. 13th floor. Chen Yixuan was stunned when he saw this result. So fast! It's really fast. It has only been a long time since Lu Sheng entered the tower. Miao Renxiong has just passed the 21st floor. Even if the previous level is relatively difficult, this speed is a bit too fast. Chen Yixuan thought about the time, and Lu Sheng's ranking rose again. 14th floor. It's really fast. More people discovered this, and spoke in their mouths. 15th floor. Chen Yixuan's pupils shrank slightly. 16th floor. Oh my God! Someone exclaimed, with a puzzled expression. This is a bit outrageous. 17th floor. When the number of layers behind Lu Sheng's name reaches 18 levels. In an instant, the crowd was sensational. Damn it! What is the speed of breaking the level? Can Lu Sheng fly? The tower that has entered the 17th minute is now 25 minutes. An old student recorded the time, and now he looked at his phone and showed an incredible expression of horror on his face. 18th floor, you don't even need to spend one floor on average. Many people's expressions have become exaggerated. 0 and 40. Just now I just felt that Lu Sheng was very fast, but how fast it was, and how fast it was. They are all a vague concept. Now the specific value is in front of you. Even Chen Yixuan and others' faces are moved. Less than one floor in a minute, and I rushed to the 18th floor. Damn, did Lu Sheng go up directly by the elevator? Just when everyone was amazed. Swish. The ranking results representing Lu Sheng suddenly changed continuously. Go directly to the 21st floor. The noise of the onlookers suddenly stopped. Quiet for a whole number of seconds. Then a boom exploded completely. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! A old man opened his eyes wide and stared at the big screen with disbelief, and couldn't jump out of his mouth except, fuck. Shit, 21st floor. Someone was sucking in the air conditioner and looked horrified. Chen Yixuan is only 20 levels. Is Lu Sheng superb Chen Yixuan? Damn, I won't be confused, right? Lu Sheng is second. Catch up with Miao Renxiong right away. Pinch me, I suspect I'm dreaming. Many people were stunned and looked crazy. Chen Yixuan also had a suffocating expression, looking at the rankings on the big screen, and didn't know what he was thinking. As for the old students from the Four Saint Martial Arts University, who came with Miao Renxiong before, they stood up all at once when they saw this scene. Chow Mudhorse, you can't afford to play the 7 Saint Martial Arts, right? You dare to fake the achievements of the Martial Saint Tower? You're shameless. Someone opened his mouth and yelled. The people around them looked at them with a look of fools, and they didn't answer. The man's face changed for a while, and he gritted his teeth and said angrily, Okay, I'll go in and check it myself. The man rushed into the Martial Saint Tower with one step. Half a minute later, He walked out again with an ugly expression, without saying a word, and sat down. What is the result? It is clear at a glance.
Oh my God!
In the crowd, the bunny girl looked at the dazzling name on the big screen and murmured,
What kind of strength is this Lu Sheng? It's too outrageous.
Halfway through her words, she suddenly reached out and covered her mouth. A pair of beautiful eyes that had been simply drawn suddenly opened wide, and their eyes were almost protruding from their sockets. The noise around also faded like a tide, falling into a strange silence. I saw that Lu Sheng's name had reached the top at this time. The results after the name are clearly displayed: Wusheng Tower, the 25th floor. The air in this space seemed to be completely drained. Everyone was staring at the big screen stupidly, unable to say a word. There was only one thought left in my mind. A record-breaking. Lu Sheng broke the record. The best result in the 7th Saint Martial Arts Martial Saint Tower in history at this moment. Being a freshman who has just entered the school for less than 2 months. Completely refreshed. The girl with a knife-carrying face, standing beside the bun, was shining with her whole face. Her hands were clenched tightly. A voice yelled in my heart, I know that this will be the case. In the distance, some students were rushing towards the Wusheng Tower. When he walked to the range where his eyes could reach the large screen, he suddenly stopped and stood there, and his expression was frozen. It was as if there was an invisible force, slowly spreading around with the large screen as the center. Anyone who is swept by this power will fall into a state of silence and petrification. A young man with a big gun in his back and carrying a suitcase in his hand ran over. Run to the distance where you can see the words on the big screen clearly, and break suddenly. The suitcase in his hand fell to the ground with a snap. The boy with a slightly fat cheek opened his mouth a little bit, looking at the eye-catching and familiar name in the distance, murmured,
Damn, Saint Brother is super amazing again. Boom!
The fair and powerful fists hit the smooth forehead heavily. A golden flame exploded at the back of the head. The young man's eyes quickly dimmed, and half of his head was almost smashed to pieces. Shaking his swing, his 2 swords could not hold them firmly, and he eventually fell down. Lu Sheng slowly withdrew his fist, and the golden energy and flame attached to his hands retracted like flowing water. His face was calm, but his eyes were filled with amazement.
Amazing! This is the martial will of the master, who has completely condensed his own swordsmanship, and his swordsmanship has also entered the control realm. He is worthy of being the first person to be called the master at that time.
Lu Sheng asked himself if it was more than a week ago. I have not yet completed the control of the physical strength to the extreme in the cold weapon cultivation room, and the foundation of martial arts has not been consolidated, so it is probably impossible to achieve it at this moment. Kill the young man Tan Zhongyu without using a gun or using any will of the master. In that battle just now, he almost used all his skills except for a few trump cards. Even the first form of the 10 comprehensive martial arts and the calming state entered, and then a crushing situation was barely formed. If it was placed outside, it would be almost impossible.
The martial saint is worthy of being a martial saint, and he still has 2 tricks after all.
As soon as Lu Sheng finished sighing, he felt a thrust in his mind. A mental power that was far beyond the previous one was pulled out.
Damn!
Lu Sheng's face looked a little bad. The charges for the next level are a bit too expensive.
I guess it's Tan Zhongyu from the Grandmaster realm soon.
But thinking about it carefully is actually no problem. The Martial Saint Tower does not restrict the entry of the Grandmaster. If you really want to simulate a master-level mental clone, it would probably be a big burden for the Martial Saint Tower. And you can also appreciate the path of the Master, who is directly aimed at the Martial Saint level. How could it be possible not to charge more money?
That's me, if I were someone else, let alone reach this level.
The mental power required for this level can directly drain them.
Thinking about the people who came out of the Marshall Saint Tower, each of them was as pale as if they had been dead for several days. Lu Sheng couldn't help but feel a little sympathetic to them. At this time, the figures of the next level condensed. Standing in front of Lu Sheng was an ordinary middle-aged man. The man was wearing a simple shirt and trousers, and he looked at Lu Sheng quietly with his hands on his back. His eyes were like stars in the sky, extremely dazzling. The ordinary face became extraordinary. Lu Sheng looked at the man, his eyes stinged slightly, and he felt as if he was looking directly at a knife. The sharp aura on the knife seemed to want to cut his brain open.
What a strong master's way!
Lu Sheng took a deep breath. Lu Sheng is not a martial arts novice now, and he understands that there are also strengths and weaknesses in the master's way. The master's way in front of him is 187. The list of key attention of the martial saint. Are the vice principals crazy? 1. The 7th Saint War University, the vice president's office. Shao Kongtai sat at the desk, holding a document that had just been delivered, and his eyes were pounding.
This kid.
The information in Shao Kongtai's hand was just sent by the General Office of the Kyoto Provincial Government, and a summary of the task process for adjusting a double-level A credit task to a third-level A credit task, as well as a letter of thanks written by the Yenha City Police Chief himself. He was very happy and praised a student of the 7th Saint Martial Arts University throughout the article.
A level 6 peak with elemental control talents. He almost killed them all by one shot.
After reading all the reports, Shao Kongtai's first reaction was whether he had made a mistake. Then he looked at it carefully, and read it word by word, opened the student data library, retrieved the information, and carefully compared it. After doing all this, Shao Kongtai sat relaxed on the chair, chanting a name softly in a complex tone that he didn't know whether it was awesome or helplessness.
Lu Sheng.
That's right, it's Lu Sheng. Their 7th Holy Martial Arts University recruited one of the freshmen this year, the top scorer in the Dragon Martial Arts. Within 2 months of enrollment, he beat freshmen and old students. Even the tutor of cold weapons classes was selected by him. He is also the key target that Shao Kongtai has always paid close attention to.
I originally thought he would precipitate for a while before he emerged, but I didn't expect that he would give me such a big surprise now.
Shao Kongtai glanced at the documents in his hand and sighed softly. 8 or 07th place is a CET6. And they are not ordinary level 6 warriors, all of whom are licking blood from the edge of the knife, cruel and ruthless, and have extremely rich practical experience. Not to mention just new students, even those old students who have been famous for a long time in the 7 Saints may not be able to escape unscathed in the face of such a situation. However, Lu Sheng was swept across the board with one shot, and it was destroyed and completely crushed the situation.
I already have a bit of the style of the first person under the Grandmaster of Martial Saint.
Shao Kongtai picked up the information and said to himself,
this record, coupled with his previous performance, may be qualified to enter the side of Master Wu Sheng.
Although Martial Saint Tan Zhongyu has not appeared in front of the public for many years, it does not mean that she completely isolated the communication with the outside world and stopped paying attention to the 7 Saints. In fact, the Martial Saint has always been quite concerned about the 7 Saints. The vice presidents of each 7 Saint University are the eyes and ears of the Martial Saints. Integrate and collect good martial arts seedlings who are qualified to be on the list of Martial Saints for him.
Outsiders say that being able to enter the 7 Saints list is a kind of glory, a symbol of strength and talent. In fact, being able to enter the 7 Saints list is also included in the list of Martial Saints' attention. Especially the top 10 of the 7 Saints list is the list of focus on Martial Saints. In the top 10 of the 7 Saints, who has secretly not received direct or indirect guidance from the martial saint. The stronger the talent and ability, the more resources and help the stronger the ones are. The 7th Saint Martial Arts University has been out with students who have not been on the list of the martial arts focus for several consecutive classes. Zhao Contai had previously recommended Chen Yishuan, who was the first in the old student list, but he was still slandered. Chen Yishuan's talent is quite good among the 7th Saint Martial College students in recent years, but it is still a little short of the height of the focus of martial saints' attention. Fortunately, there is finally another one. Zhao Contai looked at the information in his hand and smiled on his face. The abilities Lu Sheng has shown are much greater than Chen Yishuan. Although he is not as high as the top 10 of the 7 saints, he is very likely to pass the approval with the blessing of his age and freshman status. Find some time and go to the Wushu Association. Marshal Saint Tan Zhongyu is also the current president of the Dragon Kingdom Warriors Association. Zhao Contai was in a good mood and put the information in his hand aside and prepared to handle other matters. Just then, the phone rang on the desk. Hello! Zhao Contai picked it up. The voice of the secretary came from inside. Vice Principal, Wu Xingta has a phone call to you to report urgent matters. Marshal Saint Tower. Zhao Contai's eyes flashed and he said, Check in. He has also heard of the 4th Holy Martial Arts Miao Ren Xiong coming to their 7th Holy Martial Arts Tower in the past 2 days. Now that the call of Wu Xingta is coming, is it possible that the tower breaking has ended and the result is out? If Miao Ren Xiong succeeds in breaking the tower. Zhao Contai had an idea in his mind, but he didn't continue thinking about it. He had no choice but to have such a fair competition among students. Nothing can be done except passively accepting the results. I hope we don't let our 7th lose too badly, Zhao Contai said softly. To be honest, from the moment I learned that Miao Ren Xiong came to break through the tower, Zhao Contai was ready to be embarrassed. It just depends on whether this face is too great. Soon, the phone was picked up by the secretary. It's the voice of a woman. Is Vice President Zhao? I am the general manager of Wu Xingta. I know you said. Zhao Contai's tone was calm. That's right, Vice President Zhao. The woman on the other end of the phone paused and said quickly in a rather joyful tone. Just now, someone broke the tower-breaking record of our 7th Saint Martial Arts Tower and reached the 24th floor. Oh! Zhao Contai's heart sank, and a voice was cursing. Damn, the worst happened. The 4th Holy Martial Arts University Miao Ren Xiong not only successfully broke the tower, but also broke the records of their 7 majors? He can't raise his head in front of other vice schools for several years? Then please inform the people from the 4th Saint Martial Arts University later. It's not very convenient for me. Zhao Contai's tone was a little stiff. He didn't want to put his face up and let someone beat him. The sound on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment. The 4th Saint Martial Arts University? Why should I notify the 4th Saint Martial Arts University? Our students of the 7th University broke it themselves. What? Zhao Contai was stunned for a moment, and his tone became anxious. Our 7th Saint Martial Arts University's own student broke it. Who? Who broke it? A few names such as Chen Yishuan and Xiaolan were instantly flew through Zhao Contai's mind. These people are the most powerful geniuses on the list of the 7 old students. It may not be impossible to accumulate strength. If you have an enlightenment in martial arts, you will soar into the sky. Who can say it well? Freshman! Vice school, it's a freshman who is broken. The voice on the other end of the phone laughed, and the voice was heartwarming. I'm a freshman named Lu Sheng. I don't know if you recognize the vice school. Saint Lu? Zhao Contai's hand holding the microphone tightened suddenly, and with a click, he forced the microphone handle to crack. A hint of ecstasy rose from Zhao Kongtai's heart. Lu Sheng is actually a record that Lu Sheng broke. How old is Lu Sheng, and how long does it take to enroll? This refreshed the record of the Martial Saint Tower, on the 24th floor. With this resume, the matter of being on the list of focus on Martial Saints is completely stable. Zhao Kongtai took a deep breath, tried to calm down his inner joy, and spoke in a deep voice.
Are you sure? Is it called Lu Sheng? Confirm, there should be only one freshman named Lu Sheng in this freshman. Ah!
A low cry suddenly rang from the other side of the phone. The person who spoke seemed to be frightened, and his voice suddenly became silent.
What's wrong? What's wrong?
Zhao Kongtai asked quickly, afraid that something would happen to 040 again. After several seconds, the sound rang again. This time the voice seemed a little trembling, and there was uncontrollable excitement and joy conveyed through the micro. 188. After the warm-up, I heard from heaven, and Lu Sheng's power is traceable. 2. In the vast spiritual space, two figures fought together, surrounded by a golden flame, dazzling, like the sun at 90 o'clock in the morning. The other one is sharp, cold and decisive, like a sky knife that is unsheathed. The two of them were extremely fast, and could not catch them with their naked eyes. If there are outsiders present, I guess they can only judge the traces of the two fighting based on the golden flames that explode from time to time. Suddenly, the figure surrounded by golden flames jumped high. The golden flames surrounding him all came to his right fist like flowing water. In an instant, the golden light shone to the extreme. His right hand palm. It seems like I have grabbed a sun.
Star grip, 10 days are the same day.
A calm voice came from the golden light. Rising on 10 days. Fall 1 day. The white sword light came from bottom to top. The two collided with each other without any fancy. The dazzling golden light swept through everything, as if a star exploded in this space.
Hoo-hoo!
Lu Sheng knelt on one knee, his spine bent slightly, and his chest was undulating violently.
Natural breathing method
is operating to the extreme, quickly responding to the physical and mental power he consumed in that move just now. Lu Sheng felt his headache breaking out, as if his brain was cut by someone and split it open. He slowly raised his head, his eyes red and bloody. But the bloodshot gradually dissipated, and a brighter, more intense golden rose from the bottom of the eyes. In front of him, the figure of the young man holding two swords slowly dissipated. After all, Lu Sheng won this battle. Call. Lu Sheng stood up, his figure stretched out like a stretch of mountain. Use the 6th level body to fight against the true 7th level master, and he is the future martial saint. Very stressed. The outline of the big sun in his mind was almost split open by Tan Zhongyu's blade. But, destroy and then stand. The outline of the big sun after rehealing becomes more stable and clearer.
Martial arts compete for the battle and will collide, which is also a valuable tempering for my master's teachings.
Lu Sheng looked at the outline of the sun in his mind and estimated.
It's almost complete. Maybe the next time he stares at the scorching sun at noon, he can be completely formed. At that time, I will be able to officially reach the level 7 master realm.
Not only that, Lu Sheng's 10 perfect martial arts have also made great progress. He was fighting against Tan Zhongyu empty-handed, creating pressure on the edge of life and death, and his martial arts had already entered the micro-realm. It is estimated that it will take not long to break through all the ways to completely unlock the second form of the 10 comprehensive martial arts. Lu Sheng's accumulation is too strong, and the only difference is just an opportunity. Wu Xingtao gave him this opportunity, and it was natural to make a breakthrough. With the mental power drawn, a new figure slowly appeared. Lu Sheng moved his body, and a spear quickly emerged from his hand.
It looks like a red crystal dragon pattern. Not only that, the Wujian sword will also appear next to Lu Sheng. The real weapon completely simulated by mental power is Lu Sheng. After reaching this level, there is still plenty of mental power to build weapons. Lu Sheng grabbed the red crystal dragon pattern and picked up a few gun flowers, and the blades of the Wujian knife will trembled around him.
The warm-up is over.
Lu Sheng looked at Tan Zhongyu, who was becoming more and more powerful in his eyes, and he felt calm and confident in controlling everything.
The next time is to test my true limit of strength.
After saying that, Lu Sheng walked towards Tan Zhongyu. The light is hot and dazzling as the sun on his body faded away. Instead, it is a biting and cold momentum that is as majestic as a river of ice for thousands of years. Cold halberd prickly.
Kill!
Outside the Marshal Saint Tower. Crowded. Everyone was fixedly looking at the eye-catching names on the big screen in front of them. There were still commotion and exclamations at the beginning. But I don't know when this area has fallen into a strange silence and stagnation. Everyone was in a daze, and could not determine whether what they saw and experienced at this time was reality or dream. The impact I received was too big and too much, and it became like this over time. When something goes beyond the scope that a normal person can accept, the human brain will enter a state of temporary downtime. This is the human body's self-protection mechanism at work. But such a long period of downtime, and such a large-scale downtime, that's really a bit rare. Moreover, this state is like radiation. Within the range that the large screen of the Marshal Saint Tower can cover, everyone's consciousness has been temporarily suspended.
Boom!
A figure suddenly fell from the sky and stood in the open space in front of the Marshal Saint Tower. The impact of landing caused a burst of smoke and dust, which woke many people up. It was like a huge rock plunged into a calm pond, rippling everywhere. Qi and blood are like a stove, and essence are like wolf smoke. The ordinary white shirt and trousers seem to be blessed by an invisible force field, twisting the surrounding air. Master of Martial Arts.
Deputy, Vice Principal.
Finally someone woke up and exclaimed. But this is just the beginning.
Boom! Boom!
Two more figures fell down one after another, and their momentum was no less than the first.
Boom!
The fourth path. For thin or tall and majestic bodies stand in four directions in the open space. The crowd dispersed to all sides. The students looked moved.
Vice Principal. All four vice principals were alarmed.
If you think about it carefully, it seems normal. So exaggerated things happened. It would be strange if the four master-level vice principals were not alarmed. Zhao Kantai and the other three colleagues looked at each other and nodded slightly. Then the four of them looked at the big screen in front of them. When they saw the words on the big screen, the pupils of the four people shrank violently.
St. Lu, the 7th St. Martial Arts University, Achievement, the 27th floor of the Marshal Saint Tower.
Hiss. Zhao Kantai and the other two were breathing in a slight way, although they all rushed over after learning the result. But seeing this fact with your own eyes will inevitably be greatly impacted. Moreover, Zhao Kantai remembers it very clearly. When he came, the results of the Wu Xingtao leader told him were 26th floor. What he sees now is 27th floor. The person in charge made an incorrect report? No. The only explanation is probably it was in the gap between time when they rushed over. Lu Sheng broke up another layer. Shocking. A huge shock that cannot be said. Even the heart of a master who is stronger than the rock has been greatly impacted.
The Martial Saint has said that if he can break through the 23 levels under the age of 30, he can summon him. If you can break through the 24th level, you can receive his guidance for 3 days. If you can break through 25 levels, you can enter his or her sect and obtain his or her inheritance. This Lu Sheng.
Zhao Kanai paused for a moment
and said with a complicated expression,
"But it is already the 27th floor."
The other 3 vice presidents of the 7th Saint Martial Arts University remained silent. Someone said slowly for a long time,
"This matter is over. We will report it to the Lord together. Sheng da tianting. Can. It should have been."
Shao Kantai nodded, and the 4 of them said nothing more and returned to peace. The conversation between the 4 masters was brief and concise, but it was once again turbulent among the students next to them.
"Damn, Lu Sheng is. It's hope that he will be directly taken to the Martial Saint." "Just kidding. The records of the Martial Saint Tower are almost destroyed by him. If you count for 50 years, there will probably be no one in the 7 Saints who can compete with Lu Sheng. Such a person is not qualified to be a disciple of the Martial Saint." "Who is qualified?" "Yes, Lu Sheng is probably the strongest student in the history of the 7 Saints. It's the strongest." "Freshman." "That's right."
189. Please give in. You are blocking my way. 3. 2 figures appeared at the entrance of the campus of the 7th Saint Martial Arts University.
"Students from Jinghe, come and go in."
The school guard registered the student ID information for the 2, waved his hand, and let them in. There have been too many similar people these days. There are also some martial arts college students from other schools in the East District, as well as some martial artists in society. Because Miao Renxiong, who ranked 6th in the 4 Saint Martial Arts 7 Saints list, came to the 7 Great Towers to break through, causing a big sensation in the East District. Many people rushed to watch the fun after hearing the news. The 2 in front of them are obviously the same. The 2 people who registered to the 7th Saint Martial Arts University were slim and fair-looking. They had a purple hairband tied to the ponytail behind their heads, jumping like an elf while walking. The other person is a young man with a well-proportioned figure and a slightly handsome appearance. The young man walked beside the girl, constantly talking.
"Junior sister Yang Yuan, you should be here for the first time in the 7th Saint Martial Arts University. Just let me follow this kind of thing. I have been in the East District University town for so long, and I am not familiar with any place. Even the 7th Saint Martial Arts University has several friends with good relationships."
The young man had a hint of pride on his face, and his tone was showing off. Yang Yuan's expression was cold, and she didn't seem to listen to what she said to the young man. Instead, he looked down at his phone from time to time. "Every time I look at it with hope, but I look back with disappointment." The young man saw this scene in his eyes, feeling a little unhappy, and couldn't help but say,
"Junior sister Yang Yuan, your high school classmate from the 7th Saint Martial Arts University hasn't replied to you yet?"
Yang Yuan said, and didn't say anything. The young man sneered and said,
"I think, since they don't want to reply to you, don't wait. I have seen such people for a lot of time. I think that entering Shengwu University is a master. I have completely cut off my friendship with 040.
Yang Yuan frowned and couldn't help but say,
"He is not that kind of person. Then you don't have to look for him."
The young man smiled and said,
"He recognizes you as a friend and doesn't want to reply to your message." "What does this mean?" "This shows that he was doing a bad life in the 7th Holy Martial Arts. I don't want you to see him in a mess now. As for boys, they all need face after all. To be honest, there are quite a lot of people like this in Shengwu University. Many geniuses who were once held by stars in a city and province, and their ambitions were higher than the sky. Suddenly, I came to an environment like Shengwu University where monsters were everywhere, and I was better than me at random. The former chief suddenly became the bottom. Falling from the clouds to the bottom of the valley, many people can't bear the psychological pressure, and they will be autistic and collapse. There are not only 1 or 2 people who voluntarily dropped out of Shengwu University for this reason in recent years."
Yang Yuan glanced at the young man, too lazy to waste his talk with him.
she knows very well what kind of person Lu Sheng is. With Lu Sheng's talent, even in the Sheng University, where geniuses are everywhere, he will definitely be able to stand out. Lu Sheng hasn't responded to her news these days. I think he should be busy with his own business. Lu Qinghe also said. Lu Sheng usually rarely reads and even responds to other people's news, except for their family members. Sometimes it is normal to reply when you think about it a week or a month.
Forget it, junior sister Yang Yuan, don't worry about your old classmate. It's rare to have a chance to come to the 7th Saint Martial Arts University, and even need a genius from the 4th Saint Martial Arts University to play. Why don't we go over and watch the fun?
The youth suggested. Yang Yuan shook her head.
Senior brother, just go by yourself if you want to see it. I will look for my classmates again. If I can't find it, I will go back directly.
Yang Yuan was very annoyed by the young man in front of her. The young man is a junior-senior at the Jinghui University Student Union. When he entered school, he met her once at a group gathering and was pestering her like a candy. This time Yang Yuan came to Sheng University to find Lu Sheng, and this guy also insisted on following him. If this guy hadn't had his strength, he would have blocked many crazy bee and waves for him secretly. Yang Yuan would probably have broken up with him. But even so, my attitude towards him has always been very cold. When the young man saw that Yang Yuan was about to separate from him, he suddenly became anxious. My mind was spinning quickly, and suddenly a light of inspiration flashed and I blurted out.
Junior sister Yang Yuan, Miao Renqiong's big thing is related to the face of new and old students in the 7th National Congress. Even people from other schools heard the news and rushed to see the fun. Do you think the people from the 7th National Congress will go and see it?
Yang Yuan was stunned for a moment and stopped.
You mean, my classmate may also be watching the fun in the Wusheng Tower? 80%. Oh no, 10%.
The young man quickly replied.
Otherwise, why would he not have time to reply to your message? We will definitely find him.
Yang Yuan's eyes flashed, and she hesitated for a moment, thinking that the young man made sense, so she nodded slowly.
Okay, then go and have a look. Good.
The young man then breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his face.
When the time comes, I will recommend someone to my senior brother, and I will be the top student at the 7th Saint Martial Arts University.
But I kept sneering in my heart. Fuck, he wants to take a good look. What kind of person is she who can make Yang Yuan, a top beauty, care about her wholeheartedly? I heard that Yang Yuan came to Jinghe with that boy. She did nothing in the dormitory every day, and just held her cell phone and waited for the other party to reply to the message. Fuck, it's so damn bad.
Come on, junior sister Yang Yuan comes with me. I have been to the Martial Saint Tower many times. I'm familiar with it.
The young man led Yang Yuan all the way forward. Soon, the two walked to the bottom of the Martial Saint Tower. I saw the bustling crowds in front of me, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, and 4 figures of blood and blood like furnaces and essence like wolf smoke. The young man looked moved, and he sighed.
Good guy, this incident is really a bit big. Even the 4 martial arts master level vice principals of the Holy Martial Arts University were all alarmed. Hey, junior sister Yang Yuan, why don't you leave?
The young man looked back and found that Yang Yuan didn't know when she stopped and stopped leaving. Yang Yuan stood there, her eyes fixedly looking at a bright and dazzling name on the big screen in the distance. Taking a deep breath, he slowly spoke in a rather proud and complicated tone.
I found my classmate. Oh?
The young man blinked his eyes and looked at Yang Yuan's gaze with a blank look on his face. The 28th floor. Outside the Martial Saint Tower, the old people were silent and all fell into deep shock. At this time, no one cares about this so-called game of breaking through towers and guarding towers.
Miao people are so powerful? What's that thing? I've been forgotten behind my head. Even the old students from the 4th Saint Martial Arts University, who followed Miao Renxiong, were all staring at the big screen at this moment, with confusion and trance on their faces. All of them had their eyes wandering back and forth in two places, including the 4 masters and vice principals. One is a large screen that displays the results. Another, it is the exit direction of the Wuxing Tower. They are waiting for Lu Xing's final results to come out. Waiting too. Their 7th Holy Martial Arts University, the most outstanding demon genius ever, made his way out of the tower. Time was infinitely extended, and it seemed like it was just a moment. Finally, the name on the big screen, which was ranked first, quietly turned gray and dimmed. Frozen. The 28th floor of the Martial Saint Tower. A number that makes people tremble. A new record was officially born at this moment. Everyone became 190, the era of Lu Xing's rule, when he was young and a young age 4. Miao Renxiong had a ghost expression on his face, and was turned aside. He was stunned. He is Miao people. The 4th is the first in the list of the Saint Martial Arts student, and the 6th in the list of the 7 saints. When have you been treated like this?
Fuck you.
Miao Renxiong felt anger rising from the bottom of his heart to the sky spirit gaze, and turned around suddenly. He punched the brave guy who dared to let him give way. The chi and blood surged, and the momentum of the peak warrior of the level 6 was unconcealed. But a slender and powerful arm quickly poked out of the darkness, and grabbed Miao Renxiong's neck. At this time, the sun shines brightly. At the gate of the Martial Saint Tower, light and darkness are at the junction of the border. Miao Renxiong was like a little chick, pinched by one hand and hung in the air. The warm sunshine shone on Miao Renxiong, but he felt cold. Miao Renxiong saw it. In that dark place beyond the reach of the sun, a young and tall body slowly walked out. The visitor pinched his neck and took him close to his eyes. His cold eyes fell on him, and said calmly,
"What? You still have any reason to block the way?"
Miao Renxiong fainted directly. When Lu Sheng was carrying Miao Renxiong, he walked slowly out of the Martial Saint Tower like carrying a bag of garbage. Everyone outside the Martial Saint Tower was suffocated. A few seconds later, the crowd was boiling. Countless eyes of shock, awe, worship, and excitement gathered on Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng was bathed in the brilliant sunshine, and seemed to have countless halos on his body. At this moment, he seemed to be more dazzling than the sun in the sky. It's shining brightly. This scene is probably unforgettable for everyone present. They witnessed the birth of a legend with their own eyes. From now on, many years to come, the 7th Saint Martial Arts University may have legends about Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng threw Miao Renxiong aside and squinted his eyes, and glanced at the crowd. He was not surprised by the scene in front of him. From the moment he entered the tower, he almost predicted the result.
Presenting saints in front of people may also be one of the driving forces of martial arts.
Lu Sheng thought to himself. It felt pretty good. After all, he was just an 18-year-old boy. When he was a boy in a bright clothes and angered horse, he saw all the flowers in Chang'an in one day. That's probably what it means. The 4 vice presidents of the 7th Saint Martial Arts University looked at Lu Sheng in front of him with a complicated expression. After seeing Lu Sheng himself with his own eyes, and seeing him walking out of the Martial Saint Tower with his hands pinching Miao Renxiong, the 4 of them no longer had any doubts. That should have been. Zhao Kongtai's lips squirmed for a moment, as if he was whispering something. When he saw Lu Sheng nodding at him, Zhao Kongtai and the other 3 vice-chairmen quietly retreated. Next is the time for the students, and it is a bit inappropriate for them to be present. Having said that, the 7th Saint Martial Arts, which has been depressed for a long time,
really needs a sharp look like the Holy Land. People like a comet rising, like a scorching sun, bringing them a hearty carnival. Those who knew Lu Sheng before, and had more or less had an intersection with him. At this moment, I feel the same way. Be proud of it. Especially the freshman. Proudly thrust his chest high. I am the same as Lu Sheng. The depression and a grievance that had been slapped by Lu Sheng was swept away at this time. I feel refreshed and indescribable. Even your chin needs to be raised a little more. Grandma, I was beaten by Lu Sheng's personal hand. Have you been beaten by Lu Sheng? No, haha. Lindsay was so excited that he was almost crazy, and he wanted to announce to the whole world, Lu Sheng, this is his boss. Chen Yixuan looked gloomy and smiled bitterly. He guessed that he might be surpassed by Lu Sheng one day, but he didn't expect that this day would come so quickly. From today, the Seven Saints generals usher in an era that belongs to the rule of the land saint. Chen Yixuan said to the people around him. No one refuted. Xiaolan thought about it, and began to think about it in her mind that after she went back, she would write Lu Sheng's name on the fruits she sucked every day. Good, who is this person? The young people who followed Yang Yuan were stunned. He has been in the East District for so many years, and has never seen a student from Tsinghua University look like this. They all looked like crazy, like the supporter of the young man standing at the gate of the Marshal Saint Tower. But thinking about the outrageous results of breaking through the tower as high as 28 floors, and the Miaoren Xiong who was lying on the steps like a dead dog, all this seems to have become a natural thing again. I'm not from the same world at all. The young man shook his head and said to Yang Yuan beside him, Junior sister Yang Yuan, didn't you say you found your classmate? Call out to meet him. We're back. The people from the 7th University are all like chicken blood. It's too dangerous and shouldn't stay for a long time. Yang Yuan glanced at him, pointed at Lu Sheng who was located in the rays of light, and said, Bang! Just stand there, don't you see it? The young man was stunned and said strangely, Junior sister Yang Yuan, you are kidding. Yang Yuan was too lazy to explain to him, so she turned around and left. I didn't expect that it was such a person, and his vanity was too strong. The young man was a little funny, shook his head, but hurriedly chased after him again. Junior sister Yang Yuan, wait for me, I don't mean that. Yang Yuan's pace was fast. She originally wanted to meet Lu Sheng, but now, no idea anymore. The young man standing in front of the Marshal Saint Tower, surrounded by the eyes of the crowd, and shining with light all over his body. It's really dazzling. She Yang Yuan. Not worthy. The young man quickly caught up and stood in front of Yang Yuan, smiling. Junior sister Yang Yuan, don't be angry. I believe it. Can't I believe it? Yang Yuan had a cold face and expressionless face. Get out of the way. The young man opened his mouth and was about to speak. Suddenly, a big hand reached out from the side, pinched his collar and picked him up. You didn't hear me if someone told you to get out of the way? You're deaf, right? Someone said in a rough voice. He is a tall and strong boy with a chubby face and a big gun behind him. What are you doing? The young man shouted in panic. Even my Saint Brother's woman dares to harass her. What do you think I want to do? 0. Lindsay showed a grim smile on his face. A moment later, the young man who was beaten into a pig's head lay on the ground with the word big. Hold! Lindsay cursed softly and scratched his head with some distress. I'm also a beef. Why can't I achieve the overbearing effect of Brother Sheng? Suddenly I remembered the purpose of my trip. He turned to Yang Yuan seriously and said, Yang Yuan, right? Brother Sheng asked me to tell you that you will wait a little and have dinner together in a while. Yang Yuan blinked. Are you Lu Sheng's friend? Lindsay grinned. Brother Sheng is my boss. He now, well,
it's not easy to get out, so let me come to you first.
Yang Yuan nodded and said, "Oh."
Then let's go. Okay, I'll take you around first.
Lindsay greeted him very enthusiastically, but Yang Yuan heard the word,
Saint's sister-in-law,
and her pretty face turned slightly red. Although she didn't say a word, her steps became lighter. A young man lying on the ground looked at the dense shade of trees above his head, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. 0.
Lu Sheng is really true. It's Yang Yuan's classmate. Fuck. Now I can't promise anything to you. Everything is waiting for the arrangements of Lord Wu Sheng.
In the vice president's office, Zhao Kong said to Lu Sheng earnestly,
But don't worry, this is definitely a good thing. And the credit reward for breaking the record of Wu Xingta will be issued as soon as possible.
Lu Sheng's eyes moved.
There are any credit rewards for refreshing the Marshall St. Tower record. Don't you know? No matter
191. Lu Sheng's third master's way. 5. The era of Lu Sheng is coming soon. Prepare to feel the fear of being dominated by Lu Sheng. Fire. The strongest freshman in the history of the Seven Saints. The glory belongs to the Seventh Saint Martial Arts University. Fire. When Jingxian, the first in the Seven Saints list, is it enough for Lu Sheng to hit with one hand? Come in and analyze it. Fire. Lu Sheng's all the pictures, super hot editing. Predictory post, how far is Lu Sheng from the Grandmaster? The first in-campus master in history may be born. Just flip through it, and hundreds of posts pop up. The comments below are even more like ghosts and wolves howling.
From now on, my 7th university has finally been proud and can raise my chest without feeling humble in front of other Shengwu University students. Lu Sheng is awesome. Strong. This should be the best day I have ever experienced. I will never forget today in my life. Who has any photos or videos of Lu Sheng pinching Yao Renxiong with one hand? Please! I plan to use it as a wallpaper. Brothers, the horn of the counterattack is blowing. Let's go to other houses to kick the tower tomorrow. Who has Lu Sheng's contact information? Please tell him if you know each other. Our sophomore sisters want to have his life seed as the top genius.
Some comments made Lu Shengdu's eyelids twitch. She is worthy of being a girl who practices 040 martial arts and is tough in speaking and acting. He turned off his phone and pulled the petals from a flower next to him casually. It can be expected that today's things will inevitably gradually spread out over time, and may even reach the ears of other students from Shengwu University. It doesn't matter to Lu Sheng either. Since he dared to show his strength in such a high-profile manner, he naturally had already done his best to bear all the consequences of high-profile principles.
It's good, right?
Lu Sheng pulled off the last petal and pinched it into mud between his fingers, leaving blue-green juice on his white fingertips.
Let them be more mentally prepared. Although the results will not change. But it would be boring to push with no resistance at all.
The golden flames ignited at Lu Sheng's fingertips, burning the traces of the flour mud. Lu Sheng stood up. He saw that Lindsay had already brought Yang Yuan over. When Yang Yuan walked closer to him, Lu Sheng smiled on his face, still in a calm tone.
Go to have a meal, and I'll take you back later. Good.
Yang Yuan nodded obediently, as if she enjoyed the feeling of Lu Sheng making decisions for her. Lindsay was very eyebrowed. After sending Yang Yuan, he immediately took the initiative to say that he had something to leave, and Lu Sheng couldn't even shout at him. When Lu Sheng took Yang Yuan out of the school gate together, in the corner, a young man with a pig's head saw Lu Sheng's appearance clearly, and the last trace of luck in his heart finally died completely. He ran to his school with a pale face. It is said that the school leave procedure was completed that day and rushed back to his hometown overnight. Entering night.
Lu Sheng sat cross-legged on the floor of the martial arts room on the first floor. The eyes were closed, and the perfectly contoured body was slightly undulating in the night with breathing. And his consciousness has entered the dream space. Lu Sheng looked at the light brain that was shining with blue light in front of him, stretched out his hand, hesitated for a moment, and then retracted.
Forget it. Let's wait until we see it later.
Lu Sheng originally planned to take a look at his current personal information, whether it had changed because of breaking through the tower. But after thinking about it, since I have decided to completely pass the 7 Saints Great, it's better to wait until everything is over before watching. Because the trajectory in the middle may change, it will be useless to watch it. Lu Sheng stood up and casually held the spear left by the Grandmaster of Alchemy.
There are still differences between dream space and the Martial Saint Tower. For example, I cannot use my mental power to build something in reality.
Lu Sheng thought.
Is it because there is no mental feedback?
Maybe not that simple. The spiritual space of the Martial Saint Tower is too simple. Everything is illusory and can be easily seen. But the dream space is different.
Compared with the Martial Saint Tower, this is more like a world, a complete world.
Lu Sheng scanned everything around him. Bend down and reach out to touch your feet. The fingertips can clearly sense the rough touch conveyed by the concrete floor. He could smell the scent of the air. Except for the feeling of hunger and excretion, everything is close to the most perfect reality.
If the two are compared to games, the Martial Saint Tower is undoubtedly too sloppy and requires players to participate in programming. Dream Space is a top masterpiece with all kinds of details that have long been matured, and the experience is full of thrilling.
Lu Sheng suddenly remembered a little. He never thought he would search for information about Dream Space in the 10 resource library.
Let's deal with it after the permissions are upgraded. I hope the level 5 permissions can give me some clues I want.
Not only Dream Space, but also strange beasts. Lu Sheng had already accumulated enough doubts in his heart. Put aside these distracting thoughts for the time being. Lu Sheng walked across 2 streets with a gun, and the figure of the strong master appeared in his vision. In my mind, most of the diamond human figures have been transformed into dark gold, and the golden obsidian human figure looks stronger and deeper from the appearance alone.
It can accommodate the third kind of master will.
Lu Sheng's purpose today is also very pure. Harvest. Harvest the fruit that is almost ripe and rotten by the strong man.
It won't work anymore. Otherwise, with my growth rate of strength, the will of the master level martial arts may be despised. You have to find the will of the Grandmaster.
Lu Sheng walked calmly to the strong man's Grandmaster. The golden energy flowed out of his hands quickly with the flames and merged into the remaining gun. After frequently using the fire breath, and its strength continues to grow leaps and bounds, Lu Sheng has completely stabilized the elemental control level at level 4 after entering the calming state. The blazing flames and the stellar energy complement each other, which is the most convenient power Lu Sheng uses now. The terrifying power of control, the golden flame almost condensed into substance, plated the entire spear into a brilliant pure gold. It seems that there are golden dragons swimming on the gun, extremely gorgeous.
Add 12 artifacts and spears to throw.
Lu Sheng took a deep breath, and the muscles of his right arm swelled slightly, like a large bow full of strings.
Go!
The remaining gun turned into a nearly unobservable golden stream light and shot out. After a boom, hit the strong man's master, the sound of breaking through the air like a silk breaking sound came late. The speed has long exceeded the speed of sound. After Lu Sheng threw out his remnant gun, he quickly switched to the wind's breathing, turning into a golden wind, and rushed towards the strong man's master.
10 perfect martial arts, the first form. Empty and bright state.
Lu Sheng appeared in front of the strong man's grandmaster like a teleportation, abandoning the blessing of the remaining guns, and completely confronted the strongman's grandmaster in an empty-handed form. After the cold weapon cultivation room, Lu Sheng's control over power reached a new level 0. Today's martial saint tower has brought his first form of 10 comprehensive martial arts to a close completion. The effect produced by the two superimposed is terrifying. Lu Sheng kept attacking the strongman's grandmaster. The strongman is a mountain. Now the mountain is collapsing and scattering. This mountain was smashed by Lu Sheng. When the strongman's master Kuiwei's body slowly fell backwards and turned into sand, a faint sadness suddenly rose in Lu Sheng's heart. If it is in a complete state, this strong master may not be worse than Tan Zhongyu, who is in the master's realm. Tan Zhongyu's sword may not necessarily break the defense of the strong master. Call. The brief emotional fluctuations were quickly smoothed out by the wind. Lu Sheng stood quietly in front of the strong master, watching a thick black smoke rising from his body and rushing into his body. Huge images of memory flocked to it. 192. The Ming Zun through the mountain, and he was as good as the Ming King if he was not moved, and he was also as good as the Ming King if he was moved. 6. Lu Sheng's breathing was even and smooth. Nowadays, it seems quite easy for him to absorb the memories of a martial arts master. No more of the headache I felt like before. When Lu Sheng opened his eyes, the memory of the strong master Shi Wei had been completely absorbed by him.
Compared with Tan Zhongyu, Shi Wei is the real representative of the late achievement.
Tan Zhongyu's so-called late bloomer is just compared with other martial saints. Although Tan Zhongyu was not particularly outstanding in his youth, he was also a genius in a city and a province. After becoming a master, he completely began to exert his strength. In just a few decades, he broke through 2 levels and won the martial saint. And what about Shi Wei? From the first day of practicing martial arts, it is a representative of dullness and rotten wood. Later, he was labeled as a fool. It was not until the age of 72 that he finally reached the 7th level. If it weren't for absorbing all Shi Wei's memories, Lu Sheng could hardly believe that someone could become a master in his 70s. You should know that once a level 6 warrior passes 6th year old, his qi, blood, physical functions and other aspects will gradually decline. It is already very difficult to make a breakthrough after the age of 65. Not to mention 72. Shi Wei did it.
Just as those people didn't think he could reach level 5 or level 6 at the beginning.
Shi Wei's master's way is very strong. Although it is not as good as Zhao Lingshuan's Hanjiju prison gun, it is also much better than Shi Xingning's grandmaster's Dao. Zhao Lingshuan's master's way can point directly to level 10, while Shi Xingning's master's way is expected to be level 8. Shi Wei's Tao has the potential to win the 9th level 07 martial saint.
In fact, before Shi Wei died, his strength had already stepped on the threshold of a grandmaster. If you don't die, you may be able to break through all the way and reach level 9.
Lu Sheng was shocked, and a deep admiration for Shi Wei rose in his heart. Those who admire him also admire his words. Shi Wei's Tao, from beginning to end, is always guardian. Protect everything he wants to protect.
In a sense, this is my way.
Since Lu Sheng obtained the dream space, everything he did was almost for his family, and for the future of mankind. It is also a guardian. Protect your family and everyone. Same as Shi Wei.
No, to be precise, it should be just a part of my way.
Lu Sheng thought about it and corrected it. Shi Wei's martial arts memory has greatly improved Lu Sheng. What he is best at is palm techniques and boxing techniques. Both martial arts have reached the control level. Shi Wei has been practicing, pondering and studying for decades. The blood and sweat he paid more than several times that of ordinary people. This memory is like the richest old wine, savored by Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng's palm technique naturally broke through to the control realm, and the boxing technique also greatly improved the control realm.
A chance may lead to the 4 realms of realms. Lu Sheng has always had a special liking for boxing and prefers fighting with empty hands. The main reason is that he enjoys the pleasure of slapping his opponent to death with his own hands. Very cool. It's hard to extricate yourself from being addicted to it. What is the core of the essence of martial arts? After sorting out most of Shi Wei's martial arts memories, Lu Sheng began to search for the remains of the sea in his mind. Soon, he found a memory fragment that was emitting a light brown color, as thick as mud. Absorb. Boom! A memory poured into Lu Sheng's mind. In a trance, Lu Sheng seemed to see a huge body as majestic as a mountain, standing between heaven and earth. This body and hands are in a way that supports the sky, exuding a more stable, majestic, and heavier atmosphere than the mountains. When Lu Sheng thought it was over, the huge body suddenly moved. The raised hands quickly, and the 10 fingers change a grab gesture. Then, suddenly upwards, turning upside down. Rumble. Lu Sheng's heart was shocked. The name of this master skill is also revealed. Named Mingzun through the mountain. It is rumored that Buddhism understands the world-honored one, whose body seems to be unmoving, indestructible, and invisible. The heart contains great compassion, and nothing can shake. There is also great wisdom, which cannot be understood by the world. When Mingzun was angry, the heaven and earth changed in color, causing the evil demons that invaded sentient beings to fear and stay away. Mingzun through the mountain! Lu Sheng's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but stand up from the ground. He stretched out his hands, and his whole body showed a calm temperament like a towering mountain. Blessings are like the soul switched to breath of the earth. In an instant, Lu Sheng felt that his whole body seemed to be connected to the ground beneath his feet. Under his feet, endless roots seemed to grow in an instant, holding him firmly on the ground. Just like those who grow up on the ground, not moving like a bright king. Immediately afterwards, Lu Sheng made his hands into claws, and used a little force to the air in front of him. The golden energy surged out, but the color became deeper. It seemed as if a person with an angry figure appeared behind Lu Sheng, raising his hand to hold the sky. Boom! In front of Lu Sheng's eyes, the street ground, which was 7 or 8 meters long, cracked and disintegrated in an instant, and large pieces of concrete broke out from the ground. Being invisible power, it snatched up and turned into powder. Movement is like the king of Ming. Lu Sheng put down his hands, and the phantom of Mingzun behind him gradually dissipated, his eyes burning. Master? May the master block my capture? Could the Grandmaster shake me half a step? After all, Lu Sheng underestimated Shi Wei's strength. He suddenly realized something. Shi Wei has lived in a group of strange beasts for decades, wandering between life and death almost every day, and be able to survive until you are promoted to Grandmaster. All I rely on is my own pair of fleshy palms. The powerful potential, at least. Tan Shengyu, who is in the Grandmaster realm, has not been able to show this potential. At this time, the half-diamond and half-gold obsidian mental human figure in Lu Sheng's mind had an additional chunk of the Grandmaster's will as thick as rock, becoming a brown one. The ice crystal will position in the Hanji Keiju gun Taoist's gun tract is the highest, and occupy the brain. Shi Xingning's Great Grandmaster's way is located in the heart. Shi Wei's will to master was deposited in Lu Sheng's left foot. Lu Sheng could feel that the originally stable golden obsidian human form reached its limit after Shi Wei's master will. I originally thought I could accommodate 2 more, but I didn't expect that 1 would be the limit. The main reason is that Shi Wei's master's power is beyond Lu Sheng's expectations. It was an accident and a surprise. From the current trend, it is both simple and difficult for me to be promoted to a master. As long as Lu Sheng follows the Great Sun visualization idea and Star Body refining technique,
he should be able to successfully enter the Grandmaster realm. Because Sheng's Grandmaster's way exists, this step may be able to go extremely smoothly. Just seamlessly connect. But the Star Body Refining Technique represents the Master's path belonging to the Dongji Sheyang King River, which directly points to the 11th level. Like a bright sun, stars are in their hands, they are extremely domineering. Lu Sheng had a premonition in his heart. Once he did this according to the promotion method of Star Body Refining. Perhaps, the balance in the body will be broken immediately. The most likely result is, except for the Master of Stars, the will of other masters will be swallowed or expelled. But these wills of masters are quite important to me. After all, I just learned from Wang He, not completely following the old path of Wang He. I can only reach level 11 at the highest and cannot walk the level 12. Lu Sheng thought. Before being promoted to a master, you should find a solution. Or, find the master path that truly belongs to me. In the following time, 193, no need, Lu Sheng has just refreshed the record 1. The 4th Shenwu Canteen. Well, I want this, and this. Miao Renxiong cooked his meal, and searched for seats everywhere with rice bowls piled up in a hill. As the 4th Saint Martial Arts Master, ranked 1st in the list and 6th in the list of 7 saints, Miao Renxiong is an absolute sensational figure in the 4th Saint Martial Arts Master. If the 4th Saint Martial Arts is compared to a game server, Miao Renxiong is the kind of absolutely top-notch boss. With the halo of being the best in the whole server, you can get a lot of gazes that look up and worship wherever you go. Of course, that was before. Since Miao Renxiong went to the 7th Holy Martial Arts to break through the tower, he failed. After returning, this incident spread at the 4th Saint Martial Arts University. So many people's eyes became strange when they looked at him. As soon as Miao Renxiong found a seat to sit down, he heard a whispering sound coming from his ears. It's Miao Renxiong. I heard that he failed to kick the tower at the 7th Holy Martial Arts University, so he came back in shame. That's right. I was beaten by a freshman from the 7th generation. It is said that I was squeezing my neck like a chick. Damn it, isn't it freshman? Is Miao Renxiong so naive? Hey, why do you think you don't have that strength to show off? The key is that I was beaten up by a freshman, which completely ruined the face of our 4th Holy Martial Arts University. The typical failure of pretending to be stupid, speechless. The Miao people have a level 6 martial arts, and their 5 senses are amazing. These voices of speech came into his ears, and the veins in his temples thrust and thrust. Miao Renxiong's hands had not left the meal bowl yet. He pinched several deep fingerprints from the edge of the steel rice bowl. Calm down! Calm down! Miao Renxiong kept saying to himself in his heart. Don't affect your mood for the sake of the remarks of a few fools. In fact, Miao Renxiong's mood was already very bad. Just because of breaking through the tower, he was so depressed that he even had a much worse appetite. He didn't see that he had less appetite today. In the past, Miao Renxiong compared the food piled up in the rice bowl in front of him. The height is at least 3 times that of this. Have a meal. Miao Renxiong took a deep breath, barely calmed down, and prepared to start a meal. At this moment, a figure broke into the cafeteria like a whirlwind, shouting at several people with excitement. Brothers, have you heard of it? Miao Renxiong went to the 7th Holy Martial Arts to kick the tower, and was beaten by a freshman. It is said that he fainted on the spot and was diapered. This man did not deliberately hide his volume, nor did he notice the existence of Miao Renxiong at all. The excitement sound seemed so abrupt and clear in the not-noise cafeteria. Many people stopped their hands and looked up at him. By the way, I also took a look at Miao Renxiong, who was sitting in the cafeteria. Several friends who spoke the man looked at him frantically, but the latter was unaware of it, and was still laughing foolishly. Ha ha, I'm so laughing. That guy Miao Renxiong is today. It's so funny that I was being beaten to pee my pants by a freshman. Collapse. Miao Renxiong's move that was originally preparing to eat was stopped. It seemed as if I heard the sound of a broken string in my heart. The hearty laughter sounded in my ears, as if the last straw that crushed the camel in the tower's heart. Wisps of flame rose from the bottom of Miao Renxiong's eyes, and quickly surged into a raging flame. Miao Renxiong's fists clenched little by little, making a creaking sound of joints shrinking. When anger accumulates to a limit, just like a volcano finally, break out. Boom! The table in front of Miao Renxiong flew out directly, and the food was spread all over. He stood up in a flash, rushed forward suddenly, and hit a table and chair along the way. In the middle of breath, he appeared in front of the person who spoke and lifted him up. Miao Renxiong stared at the fourth Sheng University student, who had already looked like a mortal face, and his anger almost spurted out from his eyes. He gasped, and there seemed to be white water vapor in his nostrils. I'll say it again, I don't have pee pants! The four major students, who were pulled by Miao Renxiong's collar, were pale and nodded wildly. Not wet pants. No, definitely wet pants, he echoed wildly. The whole cafeteria stood up and looked at Miao Renxiong with a nervous look on his face. I was afraid of some bloody incident on campus. Miao Renxiong is not an ordinary person. If he is really cruel, he will die. Fortunately, the angry Miao Renxiong finally had a little bit of rationality. An outbreak, coupled with the timely admitted defeat by the students speaking. The anger in Miao people's ambition seemed to have subsided, and even the breathing gradually calmed down. Seeing Miao Renxiong's eyes loose, he had already put the talking student on the ground. The onlookers have not come yet to breathe a sigh of relief. But a calm voice sounded in the cafeteria. Miao Renxiong! The sound seemed so abrupt and inappropriate, even with a bit of dullness and contempt. In an instant, Miao Renxiong's anger that had calmed down was once again ignited. His eyes were immediately congested, and his powerful aura burst out, and he turned around and punched him. I am a slut, which bastard has called me? Bang! The fistful of Miao Renxiong's anger hit a heavy palm. Like a mud cow entering the sea, it is unpredictable. Miao Renxiong's fist was gently grabbed by a white and powerful palm. The latter's body remained motionless, like a towering mountain range. Miao Renxiong stood there in a daze, as if a huge shadow was spreading rapidly in front of him, covering his whole body. He subconsciously looked up and faced a pair of calm and deep eyes. Miao Renxiong was stimulated by the coldness deep in his eyes. I felt that a basin of cold water was poured on my head in the summer, and I shivered and woke up instantly. You have never understood what politeness is. Lu Sheng stretched out his long arm and pinched Miao Renxiong's neck like he was pinching a chick, lifting him up in place. I'll come to your school to break through the tower and inform you. Do you have any objections? Lu Sheng grabbed Miao Renxiong with one hand and asked calmly. Miao Renxiong only felt like he was strangled by a pair of iron clamps. His whole body was cut off before it was condensed. The suffocation and fear swept across his body like a tide, causing his tail vertebrae to tremble and his scalp numb. Miao Renxiong's face turned red and could not say a word, so he could only nod his head desperately. Just have no objection. Lu Sheng nodded, threw Miao Renxiong onto a plate like throwing garbage, and then strode out of the cafeteria. Miao Renxiong lay on the ground, gasping heavily, his face pale, as if he had a lifetime after a disaster. It is completely different from his previous arrogant look. The whole cafeteria was stunned. He didn't even react and couldn't believe what he was seeing. That's Miao people. They are the 4th place in the St. Martial Arts University, ranked 1st in the old students list, ranked 6th in the 7 Saints list, the strongest in the Miaoren Sheng. Why is he so weak as a genius? He has no ability to resist at all, and he gets lifted up when he is pinched. Who is that person? After a brief quiet, someone suddenly came to his senses and shouted,
"Fuck! This person is Lu Sheng, the Lu Sheng of the Seven Saint Martial Arts. It is the one who rushed him back to the Seven Saint Martial Arts. Now Lu Sheng is coming to our 4 major players to kick the tower."
The 4 students who were originally stunned were shocked and realized the seriousness of the problem. They rushed towards the canteen door. The newborn Lu Sheng, the 7th holy martial arts demon, came to the 4th holy martial arts to break through the tower. The news spread like a hurricane, and spread throughout the Sheng University campus in just a few dozen minutes. Countless new and old students from the 4th Saint Martial Arts University went straight to the Martial Saint Tower without saying a word after receiving the news. When these people arrived at the Martial Saint Tower, Lu Sheng had already gone in. A group of students from the 4th Saint Martial Arts University were in a hurry, as if they 194 witnessed the birth of a dynasty. The Devil's Trip. 2. Lu Sheng, the new generation of the 7th Saint Martial Arts University, instantly broke the record of the 4th Saint Martial Arts University and took half an hour to reach 28th level. When the news came out, the entire 4th Holy Martial Arts was in an uproar. The 7th Saint Martial Arts side was also boiling, and the students in the 2 major campuses were restless for not waiting for how long. More shocking and impactful news comes one after another. The record of the 6th Saint Martial Arts Tower was also refreshed by Lu Sheng on the same day. It took about half an hour, and it was also the 28th floor. Boom! The 7th Saint Martial Arts group of new and old students exploded directly. The speed of Lu Sheng breaking through the tower is too fast. It was almost time for his opponent to react, and even his own people did not react. Just click on the 7 campus networks, and you can only see the screen full of
"Damn!"
small flame tags stuck everywhere. There are countless
666, 6666. I heard this news and felt irritated. No need to say anything. In one sentence, Lu Sheng is awesome. 7 great mighty. According to this trend, Lu Sheng wants to completely wear the 7 saints. An unprecedented feat will surely be recorded in the school history of the 7 Saints University, and belongs to the era of the Demon King Lu Sheng, officially kicked off. The 7 Saints list is a good thing. Feel the fear from Lu Sheng, the Demon King. Devil.
Lu Sheng, who returned to the 7th University early, and was sitting in the 7th University canteen for dinner. He had no idea that at this time he had been named Devil King, although he is not included in the 7 Saints list. But it is above the 7 Saints list. The uncrowned king of the 7 Saints list. The 5th Holy Martial Arts University. A temporarily requisitioned student runs a conference room. At this time, Xiao 057 almost included all the strong men in the top 20 of the 5th Holy Martial Arts Old Students list. There are men and women, and almost everyone's face is full of solemnity. There was still a bit of helplessness in the solemnity.
There is one of the freshmen of the 7th Saint Martial Arts University.
In the depressed conference room, someone broke the silence and spoke. But after saying a few words, he stopped again, as if searching for accurate words to describe the person he wanted to describe next, but failed.
Monster. I believe everyone knows it.
Everyone nodded.
I have sent the information to each of you, so you can check it out. He is from Baihe City, Dongning Province. He is a Qiming general in the eastern region this year, and the #1 top scorer in the country. In early September this year, the 7th Sheng University, who was admitted to the school, beat the people on the list of the 7 old students on the first day of their enrollment. Then,
halfway through the words, someone interrupted.
Jingyu, don't talk nonsense, just say what we should do.
The handsome young man who spoke at the beginning threw the information in his hand on the table, stretched out his white and slender fingers and rubbed his temples, and smiled bitterly.
What can I do? What do you think I have? The saints of the 7 continents broke the record of the 2 towers within half a day, and the name of the Devil King resounded throughout the 7 major powers. It is clear that the next goal is our 5 major goals. What can I do? After,
someone muttered.
You, Lin Jingyu, are also the top of our Wuda old student list, and the top 10 of the 7 saints list. Who will you do if you don't? I'll take my head over.
The handsome young man rolled his eyes wide, and he couldn't help but swear.
My ranking on the 7 saints list is not as high as Miao Renxiong. Miao Renxiong was beaten up by this Lu Sheng. How could I beat him? How many levels of the highest record in the Martial Saint Tower?
The handsome young man said, and someone below said in confusion.
Did Miao Renxiong just be beaten by Lu Sheng of the 7th National Congress to look for teeth? I remember that I seemed to be choked and fainted. More than that, it is said that even urination and defecation are incontinent. Yes, I heard that Miao Renxiong seems to have to help him when he goes to the toilet now. Damn, these 7 major Lu Sheng are too cruel. Wouldn't we be directly killed when we meet him? Very likely.
Looking at the style that has completely deviated from the theme of the conference, the handsome young man as the initiator of the conference fell into a long silence. Finally, he could only wave his hand powerlessly and said,
Forget it, the meeting will be over.
The people below were anxious.
The meeting is over now? What should I do if Lu Sheng comes to the door tomorrow? Let him fight, anyway, it's not our 5th Shenwu Grand family.
Lin Jingyu was obviously ready to lie down completely and slap to death. That night, a similar small-scale meeting of top leaders was also secretly held in several other Shenwu University. The theme of the conference is all Lu Sheng. How to resist Lu Sheng's invasion and block Lu Sheng's push. As for whether or not there is a solution, no one knows. Until dawn, the sun rises as usual. Cruff. Lu Sheng opened the door and looked up at the sky. Today is not a good day. There is no sun. The sky is gloomy, and it seems to be raining. Lu Sheng stretched out his body, and the muscles under his clothes floated like flowing water, and his whole body was like a tiger awakened in the mist in the morning.
It just so happens that the 5th Saint Martial Arts and the 3rd Saint Martial Arts are both in the western area, far away from the 7 majors, so you can go by earlier. If time is too late, you may be able to catch up with the 2nd Saint Martial Arts.
Lu Sheng was thinking silently. Yesterday, he broke through the 2 towers. It can be considered a great harvest. Not only did he temper the will of the master twice in a row, his mental power increased significantly, or he may have exceeded level 6. Under the pressure of deliberately creating, even the 10 comprehensive martial arts successfully entered the 2nd form.
The 2nd form of 10 to complete martial arts.
Lu Sheng raised his hands and looked at his palm calmly. He seemed to be able to easily control the subtle changes in every inch of his muscles through the texture of his skin. Not just applied to yourself. The same goes for others.
Strength is condensed, a fixed point explosion, insight into weaknesses, control into the micro. There are even more attack predictions. The feeling of being omniscient and omnipotent without any leakage became more and more obvious. Under the 2nd form of 10 complete martial arts, even the practice of the Divine Radical Sutra became simple, with the increase in qi and blood reaching 35%. After entering the 2nd form of the 10 comprehensive martial arts, Lu Sheng had the illusion of reaching the top to become a god. This feeling has appeared in the 1st form, but now it is stronger and more obvious. If I kept walking along this path, would one day really become the god of martial arts?
Lu Sheng took a deep breath and suppressed his inflated ambitions and delusions. Anyway, he had already grabbed a little regarding how he was promoted to a master, and a complete solution to the path of Master Wang He. It's just an idea, and he will only know the specific effect after he has practiced it. I haven't tested the qi, blood and combat power values for a long time, and I don't know how much it has reached. In fact, there are test instruments in the dormitory, but Lu Sheng was too lazy to test them, because no matter how high the measured value is, it has no effect. His only goal now is a level 7 master. His accumulation was so strong that it was extremely difficult to break through the path of the master. After gathering his thoughts, Lu Sheng walked out the door. When you open the door, there is a crowd of people outside the door. Lu Sheng was not surprised. He had already discovered all this with his mental power in this sect. They are all students from the 7th Saint Martial Arts University, with old students and new students, and even the strong men on the list of old students like Chen Yishuan and Xiao Lan are there. 195. I am the leader of all the fields, and I am invincible. If I am in the same class, you can only be the second place 3. The students of the 5th Saint Martial Arts University were shocked. Although in today's society, the strong are respected. But as a student of Shenghui University, no one is a top genius outside. They met the strong men on the list of old students or even the 7 saints, and they admired each other, but they would not support someone like the king of support. Someone couldn't help but shake his head and looked at the 7 college students, who were coming off the taxi in front of him with pity. These people from the 7th Saint Martial Arts University have become possessed, and have completely lost their pride and backbone as warriors. No wonder the 7th National Congress has always been at the bottom, and the school spirit is like this. It's no wonder that the top-level strong people cannot come out. Yes, even if you are the first in the 7 saints list, you won't be able to surround yourself to this point, right? A student of the 7 college, who had just gotten out of the taxi, couldn't help but sneer when he heard these words. You guys know nothing. The first place in the 7 saints list is every year, but Lu Sheng, there is only this one. The students of the 5th Saint Wu University were stunned. The next moment, they saw a slender and tall figure slowly walking towards them under the almost fanatical gaze of many 7th Shenghui University students. The pupils of the 5 people shrank slightly. The moment they saw the figure clearly, they seemed to see a mountain, a ball of fire, and an extremely huge and heavy shadow slowly moving towards them. The calm eyes on the handsome and bright face were staring at them. It was like the scorching sun casting light from behind the thick dark clouds, and the scorching eyes were so hot that people could hardly help but raise their hands to cover it. The crowd slowly dispersed and automatically gave up a passage. Lu Sheng walked over with his eyes calm. At this time, the sky was gloomy and large clouds were gathering in the sky above him. It seemed as if he was moving with his walking devil shadow. This scene was too shocking, and many students from the University of 5 were stunned and retreated unknowingly. They finally know now. What the 7 masters said just now is the first in the 7 saints list every year, but there is only one of their 7 land saints. What does it mean? Too scary. Just looking at the momentum is already amazing, and combined with the achievements made by Lu Sheng, it makes people. The scalp is numb. Lin Jingyu, who is the first in the 5th Shenghui University senior student list, is really numb at this moment. Everyone around him retreated, leaving him alone standing in front of the 5 major students. A unique and outstanding one. Lu Sheng's eyes naturally focused on him. When Lu Sheng was watched, Lin Jingyu felt like he was being targeted by more than a dozen level 6 beasts at the same time. The hair was creepy, and all the hairs on her body stood up. No wonder Miao Rinxiong was beaten so badly. Where did this come from? The Cross River Raptors. Before Lu Sheng came, he simply glanced at the list of old students at the 5th Saint Martial Arts University and easily recognized Lin Jingyu's identity. So he walked up and said calmly, "Do you know what I'm going to do?" Lin Jingyu nodded. "I know." "Nonsense. The entire 7 Saints knows what you want to do." "Then you lead the way and prepare to guard the tower." When Lin Jingyu heard Lu Sheng's words, he gritted his teeth and took a step forward with a tough bullet. He quickly said the idea he had already thought of in a voice that only he and Lu Sheng could hear. After Lin Jingyu finished speaking, he stared at Lu Sheng intently, his eyes both nervous. But to his surprise, Lu Sheng simply agreed. "Yes." Lin Jingyu suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, and his expression became relaxed. That's good. Please hear." More than half an hour later, Lu Sheng left the 5th Saint Martial Arts University. It was the same, breaking the record of the 5th Saint Martial Arts Tower and breaking to the 28th floor. The 7th college students cursed and left immediately. And Lin Jingyu, it has become the hero in the minds of the 5 college students. You really have it. You can think of this method. I am worthy of being the first in the old student list, and my mind is just quick. Lin Jingyu is awesome. They are all forced, and there is no way to do it. Lin Jingyu looked embarrassed and said humble, but there was a bit of pride in his eyes. Actually, he didn't do anything. He didn't even enter the Martial Saint Tower. He just asked Lu Sheng to discuss whether he could just let him go in and break through the tower alone, and everyone else was waiting outside. Then, Lu Sheng agreed. This is a way Lin Jingyu can think of to preserve the 5 major phases to the greatest extent. After all, there are few people who have seen it with their own eyes. After the 5 greats came out, Lu Sheng went to the 3rd Holy Martial Arts University without stopping, or refreshed the record in a simple way. He reaped a wave of shock and hate belonging to the 3 college students. Lu Sheng didn't care at all, and he even had lunch at the 3rd Shengwu University. The campus card of the 7 Saints University can be used in the 7 Saints University, which makes Lu Sheng quite satisfied. Moreover, the food in the 3 major cafeterias tastes pretty good, much better than the 7 majors. It was just that when I was making a meal, there was a small episode. The number of people eating was too high than usual because of the queuing for meals, and the 7th and 3rd year colleges and students started fighting. Lu Sheng didn't pay much attention to it. He kept silently digesting the gains of breaking through the tower twice in the morning while eating. After the 10 comprehensive martial arts entered the 2nd form, the progress suddenly slowed down. Not only is it more difficult to break through, but my accumulation is also a bit insufficient. Although Lu Sheng absorbed a large amount of martial arts memories in the dream space, more than 99% of them came from warriors below level 7. The 3rd form of 10 complete martial arts must enter the control realm of all martial arts. Control the situation. For warriors below level 7, the requirements are really high. In the future, we must try to harvest warriors above level 6. The construction of the metal and obsidian human form should be the top priority for my current practice. However, if my idea is feasible, even if the golden obsidian human form is not completed, it will probably accommodate more masters' martial wills. If it is not feasible, Lu Sheng picked up the soup at hand and took a sip of it slowly, his eyes calmed down. Then we will only absorb ordinary memories of the master level, and ignore the will of the master for the time being. When Lu Sheng went out in the morning and reached the 2nd form of 10 comprehensive martial arts, he had a vague idea in his mind. After breaking through the tower twice, and fighting with the Grandmaster level martial saint will projection twice, this idea gradually becomes clear and mature. In fact, the solution Lu Sheng came up with is very simple, that is, condensing a master's will that is stronger than pointing to the 11th level and is above all masters. Come and command all the masters. Lu Sheng directly named this Tao.
10 complete martial arts. I am the leader of all domains, and I am invincible in all directions. Perfect, without any flaws. All-inclusive, omnipotent, impeccable. The true ultimate martial arts.
If this can be really done, Lu Sheng can really condense this kind of master's way. 0. That any strength and balance are not a problem. Because whether it is the master will of the 11th level powerhouse Wang He, or the master will of Shi Wei and Zhao Lingxuan, they are all within the scope of the 10 comprehensive martial arts. Like a wooden barrel. The boards that make up the wooden barrels are long and short, but they do not affect the use of the wooden barrels. And it is precisely because of this huge ambition. Lu Shengkai is so high profile that he wants to win the 7 saints. He didn't do it for others to see. He wanted to do it for himself. He wanted to cultivate an extraordinary saint-level power that was absolutely controlled and invincible by defeating a martial saint-level master of the same period. It seems a bit mysterious.
196. Your will is too weak, and your unprecedented feat will fascinate Kyoto. 4. Lu Sheng's fist was punched out. In the area in front of his fist, it was like the air burning under high temperatures, showing a visually distorted effect. This is the embodiment of the strong power and condensation to the extreme. The black-haired young man, Bai Hengchuan, obviously felt the horror of the punch, and his face changed drastically. He gritted his teeth and slashed hard at Lu Sheng. The black long sword vibrated rapidly at an extremely high frequency, and a large number of white snowflakes and ice chips appeared around the blade. The temperature around suddenly dropped. It was summer, and many people were wearing short-sleeved t-shirts, and they were frozen and got goosebumps from their hands.
It is worthy of being the second in the 7 saints list. Bai Hengchuan's elemental control ability has probably reached level 3, and his sword skills are also very small.
Someone was shocked. I only knew that the top 3 of the 7 saints list were very strong, but I didn't expect that they could be so strong. Many people don't even have the courage to face this knife. The gap is too big. But what these people were amazed and shocked by Lu Sheng's fist was as fragile as rags and crisp paper. Before those biting snowflakes could fall on Lu Sheng, they were evaporated by the heat emitted by the rushing blood in his body. Lu Sheng only hit
057
with 1 punch. A big trick is not skillful, and a very trick is as clumsy. The boxing technique that controls the realm of great success, plus the huge chi and blood value far exceeds that of ordinary level 6 warriors. The maximum power bonus brought by the star's force. Lu Sheng's punch moved forward like a destruction. The fist had reached the area where Bai Hengchuan had seen a vacuum trajectory that could be seen with the naked eye.
Swish, 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 swish.
The ice and snow attached to Bai Hengchuan's black long sword collapsed directly around, as if he was hit by an invisible force head-on, and he almost couldn't even hold the knife.
Damn it! Why are you so strong?
Bai Hengchuan looked horrified. Lu Sheng clearly didn't even use the gang chi. Now who doesn't know that the 7 saints is so domineering that the demon king Lu Sheng is full of golden energy. After level 5, Gongqi is the most powerful attack method for warriors. Now that Lu Sheng's chi is not revealed, he is forced to do this. Is this still a human? Or a freshman 2 years younger than him? Bai Hengchuan looked like he saw a ghost, and suddenly gritted his teeth, and a strange aura suddenly rose from his body. With the emergence of this momentum, Bai Hengchuan's expression immediately became indifferent, the temperature around his body dropped sharply, and even his pupils turned into a line of ice blue.
Master's will.
The students standing off the field were all from Shengwu University, with a lot of sharp eyes, and they shouted out the origin of the abnormal changes in Bai Hengchuan.
Even if it's only a little bit, it's still a serious martial arts will that belongs entirely to you. This alone, Bai Hengchuan is already ahead of his peers. Within 10 years, Bai Hengchuan will become the master. Some old students, who have reached level 6, and have begun to look for the path to promotion to the master are moved. It has to be amazing because this is what they dream of. How many level 6 can the 7 Saint Martial Arts University output every year? How many of these level 6 can become masters? It is simply disproportionate. I can't tell how many people who have been praised as genius by everyone. Bai Hengchuan had already stepped on the threshold of a level 7 master with 1 foot. Seeing Bai Hengchuan's martial arts will be revealed, Lu Sheng suddenly stopped his fist. The domineering behavior shown before disappeared without a trace in his breath. His eyes were slightly brighter at Bai Hengchuan in front of him, and a little surprise appeared on his face. It's just an accident. Bai Hengchuan looked cold, and the area around his feet was covered with ice and snow, which was amazing.
Do you know what the foundation of the old saint is now?
Bai Hengchuan spoke lightly. He tried to find emotional fluctuations such as fear and shock in Lu Sheng's eyes. But he failed. He found out strangely. There is only appreciation in Lu Sheng's eyes? What kind of appreciation does seniors like to look at juniors? It's really a ghost. Bai Hengchuan gritted his teeth in his heart. He has never seen such a pretentious person. I will freeze you into ice lumps later, and it will see if you are still pretending. Just as he was thinking, he heard Lu Sheng speak casually.
Is this your martial arts will?
Bai Hengchuan frowned and had not had time to speak. The latter words of Lu Sheng had already come calmly.
Too weak.
The next moment, Bai Hengchuan is blind. To be precise, most people on the field are blind. An extremely dazzling golden sun rose from behind Lu Sheng, and the brilliant glow sprinkled all over the world, making people almost unable to open their eyes. When the golden light disappears, the scorching sun is disillusioned. Everyone saw that Bai Hengchuan was holding a sword in one hand and kneeling on the ground with a pale face. He was sweating all over his body, his eyes widened, and his face looked in disbelief. Around him, the ground that was previously covered by ice and snow. It was clean at this time, and there was not even a little water stain. Lu Sheng walked in the direction of the Martial Saint Tower. When passing by Bai Hengchuan, he stopped and said softly,
The foundation depends on strength, not on his lips.
After saying that, keep moving forward. The second Shengwu University students blocked the entrance of the Wuxing Tower automatically and consciously separated a path. The whole process was so quiet that only Shisua's footsteps moved and no one spoke. Everyone looked at Lu Shengruda's back with blurred eyes. They seemed to see an invisible momentum in Lu Sheng, growing rapidly and rushing to the sky. It is level with the towering Martial Saint Tower and complements each other. In the distance, several tall figures standing on the roof of the teaching building, looking at the distance silently. It took a long time for someone to speak.
If this Lu Sheng from the 7th Saint Martial Arts University becomes a master within 5 years, he should be as a martial arts saint.
No one refuted. The first Saint Martial Arts University. A young man with sparse eyebrows, fair skin and a high nose was sitting on the floor of the martial arts practice room. Hearing someone coming in, he quickly opened his eyes and asked,
How is it? Has Lu Sheng entered the Martial Saint Tower of the 2nd Saint Martial Arts University?
I've entered. Bai Hengchuan didn't take action. I took action, and even my will to martial arts was revealed, but I didn't stop it. The young man's expression suddenly became serious.
How many moves did Lu Sheng use to defeat Bai Hengchuan?
The visitor lowered his head and thought for a while, hesitated.
Half move? What's the meaning?
Lu Sheng only punched Bai Hengchuan from beginning to end, and then he took it back. The visitor had no choice but to speak zero. The young man was a little stunned.
How could he break Bai Hengchuan's ice slash?
Before Bai Hengchuan had time to use the ice slash,
His martial arts will was just revealed, and Lu Sheng also showed his martial arts will, and then the visitor thought it carefully, and used a word that he thought was very accurate. By Hengchuan's martial arts will melt. It's been transformed. It's been transformed. The young man who heard him speak seemed to be choked, his body shook suddenly, and then his mouth widened, with a confused look on his face. He really couldn't think of what kind of scene it would be like for martial arts to become willed. The visitor continued to speak. I guess Lu Sheng broke the record from the second holy martial arts, so it's time to come to us. Jing Xian, will we send someone to stop him? The young man shook his head. I can't stop it. I can't stop it. I can't stop it. Bai Hengchuan's strength is only a little worse than mine. Lu Sheng knocked him down without a single move. I also delivered food when I went there. The visitor was a little hesitant. Then our #1 Saint Martial Arts University does nothing. It seems that it is not good. The young man waved his hand indifferently. You don't understand. It's just that we do nothing that makes our #1 holy martial arts look different from others. Then no one will. 197. Kill the Grandmaster in public. The 10 complete martial saints. The master of 3 great practice. 5. If Lu Sheng's biggest expectation after pushing the 7 saints is what he expects, this is probably the case. Increase permissions, and unlock new resources, and new exercises of the resource library. To be honest, reputation in reality is really not very meaningful to Lu Sheng. Many people think that as a young man, Lu Sheng is a bit too hard on martial arts. He has almost no entertainment or hobbies. Almost all martial arts are martial arts. Every day is to practice, eat, sleep, and show off. Oh no, pretending not. Pretending to behave is forced. They don't understand it all. Lu Sheng said to himself. The process of being able to kill a powerful opponent with his own hands, how cool it is. Just like those who had a monthly salary of 2,500 in their previous lives did not understand the happiness of top rich people. But once wealth accumulates to a certain extent, it can only be reduced to numbers. Money is not omnipotent, but martial arts is. Marriage practice has reached its peak, and you should be able to do everything. Lu Sheng was not sure, but he wanted to try to go further and take a closer look. Thoughts are pulled back. Lu Sheng refocused his personal information in front of him. Name, Lu Sheng. Gender, male. Life, martial arts month. Marriage strength, level 9 warrior. When Lu Sheng saw the word 9 level warrior marked behind the column of martial arts strength, you know that your goal has been achieved. Martial Saint. 07 He eventually became the Martial Saint. Although it is still far from the 12 level in the target. But at least it has taken a big step forward, isn't it? Lu Sheng suppressed the turmoil in his heart, and continued to look down. Life experience, martial arts genius. The first 4 words have changed. It makes Lu Sheng feel inexplicably comfortable. Unexpectedly, he was certified as a martial arts genius one day. It seemed that the person whose chi and blood were lingering at 0.8 a year ago was not him. Continue down. The experience that has happened remains unchanged, mainly not yet happened. Breaking the record of the trial towers of the 7 Holy Martial Arts University in Kyoto, Ancient Dragon Kingdom, and being the first person in the Quasi-Master Realm. The first person in the Quasi-Grandmaster Realm? This evaluation is quite accurate. In the same year, he won the first place in the National College Students Martial Arts Conference and killed a warrior from the Grandmaster Realm of the Jidao Martial Arts Hall in the competition, making him famous in Kyoto. Lu Sheng was suddenly shocked and wondered if he was confused. Kill a powerful master in the Jidao Martial Arts Hall at the National College Students Martial Arts Conference. Lu Sheng was a little confused. Why did he kill someone on the spot? The one who killed the martial arts master was still the one who killed
He is not an ordinary martial arts master, but a master of the Jidao Martial Arts Museum. The martial saint is standing behind the Jidao Martial Arts Hall. What exactly is the reason that makes me willing to risk offending the martial saint and kill a master in full view of everyone? Lu Sheng frowned and had no clue at all. He has risen rapidly for more than a year, and it is impossible to say that he has not made a grudge with others. But they all make small grudges, which cannot involve a big grudge in life and death. And those who have had a grudge against him are also weak, and are almost impossible to have anything to do with Master Jidao. Can it be that Ma Guiyun's bandits? Or the third-level spiritual thought master who was erased by me with my mental power in Xianlin village? Apart from these two murders, Lu Sheng had no great revenge on life and death with anyone. Ma Guiyun should not be possible. They are all wanted bandits across the country, even if they have anything to do with the Master Jidao. The other party would not come to me for revenge in front of countless people. And that level 3 spiritual thought master. Lu Sheng really couldn't remember the other party's name, but he just remembered it was a pretty bad name. This is possible. But Lu Sheng knew too little about that person and had no way to judge. Let's go back and contact Tang Maolin to see how his situation is. Logically speaking, if I got into trouble because of this person, he should be unlucky before me. Lu Sheng tried to find more clues from the information, but the information only mentioned this matter a few times. I got nothing, so I could only press this doubt temporarily. Look further down. Entered the sect of the martial saint Tan Zhongyu, and was the third disciple of Tan Zhongyu. Seeing this, Lu Sheng's eyes flashed. As expected, not very surprising. Become a master at the age of 19. The words that popped up next sentence made Lu Sheng's heart thump. 19 years old. He is now 18 years old, and for several months. In other words, in a few more months, he will be successfully promoted to level 7 master. Sure, I can do it. An unprecedented confidence suddenly arose in Lu Sheng's heart. Lu Sheng couldn't help laughing loudly. It is not as useful as these few words to push the 7 saints. It's really not as useful as these words. Since it is displayed by the Tender Resource Library, it proves that he can do this at the worst in the future. Condensate the extraordinary and saintly, command the invincible master's way, and become a master in the area. Wait, it's not right. Lu Sheng was excited for a while, and suddenly realized something. Is it possible that I didn't follow the current idea, or that I tried it but finally gave up, and then I could only choose the method of visualizing the Great Sun to be promoted to the Grand Master? Leave it second best. Damn! This idea just popped up in Lu Sheng's mind, and it was a black line. The joy of the past disappeared. Bad my heart, damn it! Lu Sheng resisted the urge to smash the light brain in front of him, and kept taking deep breaths. If you want to blame, you can only blame yourself for too many thoughts in your mind, otherwise you might have already condensed your Taoism at this time. No matter what, this future may not be accurate, it is for reference only. Lu Sheng comforted himself. My subsequent resume is similar to what he saw before. He also joined the Eastern Military Region, but the time has been much shorter. Become a master at the age of 19. He became a great master at the age of 32. Promoted to martial saint at the age of 70. Founded the Holy Martial Arts Hall, and was named the 10 Comprehensive Martial Saint. The strength can be among the top 100 martial saints in the past 1,000 years of martial arts. After 457 years of martial arts, my energy was exhausted. At the age of 161. Historical figure evaluation, 6 stars. Tender Resource Library permissions, level 6. Lu Sheng was a little dazed when he saw it behind. The 10 complete martial saints. Founding the Shengwu Pavilion. The top 100 powerful men in the past 1,000 years of martial arts. at the age of 161. In this life, he seems to be following the path of pursuing the ultimate martial arts. And his achievements in martial arts are also brilliant. No wonder when I checked my lifespan before, I found that it was less than the life I became a master. It turned out that it was because of my exhaustion. Lu Sheng's expression was a bit complicated. Sure enough, without the assistance of the dream space, it is completely impossible to complete the martial arts with one person alone. Even the wisdom of a martial arts saint cannot do this. But I don't have a chance. As long as I absorb and digest all the huge treasure house of dream space, it is possible to achieve. Lu Sheng turned off his brain. I don't bother to go and see the spouses call him. Anyway, it would be a mess of his thoughts after seeing it. It took a while to calm down the mood, and then Lu Sheng remembered what he should do after his authority was increased. Lu Sheng thought about it and asked Guangbra first. Click out information about the dream space. Retrieval. The hundreds of millions of information were presented to Lu Sheng, and Lu Sheng was almost confused. Suddenly, I realized that 198 is such a useless person worthy of being my Lu Sheng's sister? Disconnect the sibling relationship as soon as possible. 1. Lu Sheng read the master's chapter of Natural Breathing Method. The content has become more mysterious, but the general idea is still understandable, which is about how to enter the deeper level of the emptiness and bright state. That is, the second level. At present, the 311 level supreme practices practiced by Lu Sheng are the ones that he cannot understand. The concept of star body refining and crystal visualization is simple and crude. The former is to continuously strengthen the body, push the qi and blood to the extreme. The body is immortal, and even the stars can control it with one palm. The latter is a saint of spiritual practice. From the inside to the outside, the inside is sage, and the outside is king, and the pursuit of spiritual immortality. As for the natural breathing method, Lu Sheng has not figured it out so far. What exactly is this martial art pursuing? The unity of man and nature, the connection between man and the universe? This concept is too abstract. Although Lu Sheng has gained considerable benefits from the natural breathing method, quick reply, control the increase in level, and improve the efficiency of practicing martial arts. But he always felt that this was just the simplest part of natural breathing method, and his true core power was not found. Lu Sheng tried to query the information of Yang Yizhou, the founder of natural respiratory method, through the 10 resource library. But all I got was a few words of information. Yang Yizhou, level 11 strongman, founder of the Natural Martial Arts School, and one of the highest leaders of the world's martial arts alliance. There are also some news reports about Yang Yizhou, which are of little value. Not even a photo. Is it still the reason for insufficient permissions? Lu Sheng originally wanted to see if he could find Yang Yizhou's video information on shooting, but unfortunately, he couldn't find it. But then I thought about it, maybe I couldn't see anything even if I found him. Now there is too big a gap between him and the 11th level strongman. The 11th level strongman took action in front of him, and probably Lu Sheng couldn't even see any hair. It's like an ant on the ground watching a human walk, and only see a sole of the shoe when looking up. As for how people go, they don't know anything. Shi Xingning saw Wang Yi take action at the beginning, and he could only see Wang Yi take action and destroy thousands of strange beasts. Although he also created the master skills of the 10 days, what he learned was only a little bit of fur. Perhaps even fur was not considered. Since he is the founder of a certain genre, he may have the opportunity to gain the memories of those who also practice natural breathing method. In the future, Lu Sheng can only rely on this point. After reaching his level, the difficulties in practicing the 311th level martial arts finally began to emerge. No one can teach Lu Sheng. He could only rely on himself to constantly think and constantly groping forward. The further you move forward, the more difficult it is to move forward. Take it slow. Lu Sheng withdrew from the master's chapter of Natural Breathing Method, and finally clicked on Crystal Visualization Method. There is no new content of the martial arts in the master's chapter of Crystal Visualization, but there is a secret technique to use mental power. The projection of will. Lu Sheng was stunned for a moment when he read the complete introduction of the secret technique. This so-called will projection actually describes how to use one's own mental power to simulate the martial will of others. Level 7 Grandmaster, Level 8 and Level 9, and even the martial arts will of Level 10 and Level 11 can be simulated. The simulation effect is related to the degree of mastery of mental abilities. If the ability is strong enough, you can even achieve perfect simulation. Lu Sheng was shocked. What kind of genius should this be, or an idea that a madman can have? However, thinking of the pearls and jade in the divine light of the Pluto Sutra, this so-called projection of will seems to be nothing. How does it feel? It's a bit like a dream space. Sheng Lu carefully looked at the description of the martial arts of the will projection several times, and the more he thought about it, the more wrong it became. Is there a possibility that the dream space I am in now is an existence created based on the projection of will? People who have truly lived in the future for 10,000 years of martial arts have died. What are the current dream spaces that are just projected clones simulated during their lifetime? So the master level zombies I hunted in the dream space can perfectly inherit their master's will. Then how should we explain the previously increased chi and blood value? The more Lu Sheng thought about it, the more confused he felt. He felt as if he had touched the edge of a certain truth, but the facts were so complicated than he thought that there seemed to be a thick layer of fog in front of him now. Can't open it or see through it. In the end, Lu Sheng had no choice but to give up temporarily. I have read all the contents of the master chapter of the 3 gates and level 11. To be honest, Lu Sheng felt a little disappointed in his heart. It was not as good as his imagination, the master skill created by the 11th level powerful man, and the only will projection that could be regarded as a secret skill. It also overlaps with the help that dream space can provide him, and it is not very useful. Maybe I thought too much from the beginning. A level 7 master is considered a strong man in martial arts for 300 years. But in the next 10,000 years, especially in the eyes of the 11th level bosses, I guess it's just the stage of laying the foundation. Lu Sheng sighed and withdrew from the dream space. The sky has just dawned. Lu Sheng woke up from the bed, walked to the refrigerator in the room, opened the door of the refrigerator under the door, and took a golden ambergris as a drink. 1, 2, 3, 4. When he took it, Lu Sheng counted, and there were only 5 golden ambergris left. Thinking of his push to the 7 saints, Xiao Kantai should have a reward soon, and Lu Sheng was not worried. Practice the second stage of the immortal golden body in the martial arts room on the first floor until the effects of the golden ambergris are fully absorbed. At this time, the sky was bright and the sun was shining brightly. Lu Sheng stopped practicing and let the fine sweat stick to him, and he was too lazy to wipe it. Looking at the wall in front of you is stunning. By pushing the 7 saints horizontally, increasing their authority, and developing invincible power, everything in Lu Sheng's plan has been achieved. What he is worried about now is how to condense the 10 perfect masters way he imagined. The will of the master cannot be achieved by thinking about it. Although Lu Sheng already has 3 kinds of master wills, he still has no idea about the 10 perfect martial arts will. No matter what kind of martial arts will it is, the most basic thing is to have a concrete manifestation. It's like Shishing's master will be the sun, Xiao Lingxuan's handicap prison's guns or glacier and Hanling bird, Shi Wei's master will be the unmoved Mingzun. Lu Sheng has been thinking about a question. His tenfold master said, what kind of existence should he be? He couldn't think of it. There is only one abstract concept in his mind. I only know what abilities should be possessed in the 10 comprehensive martial arts, and which level to reach. But what form should be reflected in? A blank space. Lu Sheng thought, until the sweat on his body was dry and his clothes emitted a sour smell. He stood up and chose to take a shower first. After taking a shower, Lu Sheng changed into clean and refreshing clothes, and sat on the edge of the bed, and continued to stare at the wall with a wet hair. The walls of the dormitory were clean and white like his brain at this moment. Oh, ding-dong! Until a message prompt sound broke Lu Sheng's meditation. The news was sent by my sister Lu Qinghe, and there was only one short sentence. Brother, I passed the first level formal warrior assessment. Excited? Lu Sheng wanted to come back, but after thinking about it, Lu Qinghe on the other end of the phone might be so proud of him now. It's time to pour some cold water on her. So Lu Sheng deleted the word, come on, and sent it to another 2 words. Waist. 199, round and gray, the prototype of the Tao of the 10 comprehensive master. 2. A white-collar young man in a suit walked quickly while making a phone call, subconsciously avoiding him, and was completely useless. After walking more than 10 meters away, I suddenly realized that the breakfast I had been holding in my hand was gone. Hold! The white-collar young man turned around, and saw a series of hurried figures similar to him. I can only secretly say that I am unlucky. Is it? Even breakfast is stolen. Lu Sheng picked up the pancake that had just passed through a white-collared young man and put it in his mouth and took a bite. The pancakes are mixed with grains, wrapped in eggs, lettuce, tenderloin sausage, and 2 layers of crispy. The sauce with a combination of characteristics makes the taste and taste great. This snack with great Kyoto characteristics is one of Lu Sheng's favorite foods. The canteen of the 7th National Congress is available every morning, but it is wrapped in strange beast meat. Every meal is full of strange beast meat, and it's good to eat some food that ordinary people eat occasionally. Lu Sheng suddenly felt a little moved. As his strength continues to improve, he seems to be getting more and more out of the living conditions of ordinary people. Just walk aimlessly everywhere. Until the peak hours of work passed, there were much fewer pedestrians on the road. Lu Sheng deliberately turned towards the remote alley, and the pace of contact was getting slower and slower. Under the prosperity of Kyoto, there are also some old alleys full of age. There are all the alleys in the old street, the courtyards aside, and the roads are paved with bluestone slabs. Moss and ivy grow in the area connecting the base of the walls. The telephone poles on the side of the road are covered with various strange small advertisements. The ant carrying a basket of vegetables, and the old man walking his dog and birds. Lu Sheng stood by the roadside and watched 2 old men wearing vests and shorts playing chess. His mind was still in the chess game at first, but after watching it for a while, he pushed all the possibilities of the chess game in his mind. He felt bored. He began to stare at the flat and round chess on the chessboard in a daze. Lu Sheng seemed to have grabbed something, but he went there, but couldn't remember it. General! Hee. The old man in the red vest completely dispelled the seemingly vague light in Lu Sheng's mind with a desperate kill. Lu Sheng shook his head and walked away from the chessboard. After walking a few steps forward, I suddenly smelled a tempting fragrance. The pancakes that I came before have been digested in my stomach, and Lu Sheng was a little hungry. Following the fragrance, I saw a small shop with the noodle restaurant sign hanging. Lu Sheng stared at the sign at the door of the store for a while, walked into the store, and found a seat to sit down, and ordered a bowl of fried noodles from the boss. Do you want it to be spicy? The noodle shop was opened by a couple, and the boss was a middle-aged man with a simple appearance. Take a little bit. Lu Sheng took a few tissues and wiped them on the greasy table. He saw two children, 7 or 8 years old, sitting on a stool watching TV. The old TV shows a cartoon of Superman fighting monsters.
Sit away and look at your eyes badly.
The woman who cleaned up the table said a few words, then hurried into the kitchen with her bowls and chopsticks. Lu Sheng remembered his mother Zheng Yufan, and was thinking about whether he should find time to go home. After pushing the 7 saints, his college career at Sheng University is coming to an end. So fast.
Here you.
At this time, the boss brought the noodles from Lu Shengyao, and sent a bowl of seaweed soup with boiling water. Lu Sheng said thank you. Looking at the big bowl of steaming fried noodles in front of him, the lost inspiration finally burst out again.
I see.
Lu Sheng smiled on his face, and a little joy in his eyes.
The Tao of the Master of the 10 Perfect Master is perfect and perfect, without any flaws, so.
He picked up a handful of noodles with chopsticks, and stuffed them into his mouth, and set the basic outline of the Master's way in his heart.
My master said that it should be round.
The circle is the most perfect shape, which is perfectly in line with the concept of the Master of the 10 Comprehensive Master. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Taking the first step, Lu Sheng felt that he was about to succeed, and his mood suddenly improved a lot, and even his appetite improved. After eating all the noodles in the bowl in 2 bites, I decided to order another 5 bowls. After thinking about it, I simply ordered all the noodles on the signboard.
Young man, you are a martial arts practitioner.
The boss asked Lu Sheng when he was taking the form, and his expression was not surprised.
Don't look at my new restaurant. There are many guests who come to eat on weekdays. Many formal warriors, even level 3 and level 4 major martial artists, often come to eat specially. Eat more than 10 or 20 bowls at a time.
When he said this, the boss's honest face showed a bit of pride.
It's really delicious.
Lu Sheng nodded with a smile, stingy with his praise at all.
I will come often when I have time. Next time remember to bring your girlfriend.
The owner's wife joked and interjected, praising Lu Sheng.
The young man is handsome. There are many girls chasing him in the school.
Lu Sheng smiled and said nothing. The store owner and his wife are quick-witted and work very quickly. The noodles ordered by Lu Sheng were served one bowl after another, and each bowl was filled with a golden poached egg.
Send it,
the boss explained with a smile. Lu Sheng was in a better mood, and he felt cute when he looked at the round poached egg. For the first time, he discovered that the circle was such a wonderful shape.
Special War Superman. Transformation. Angry form.
At this time, the two children sitting on a stool watching TV suddenly stood up and made movements in front of the TV screen. Lu Sheng glanced at it. The cartoon of Superman fighting monsters has now been broadcast to the top part of the episode. Superman, wearing a combat suit, twisted the button in the middle of his belt, and his light flashed all over his body, transforming from his original ordinary appearance to a tangled flame. The combat uniform on his body also turned red.
The Balabala immortal beast, Og, is finished. The special battle Superman in the form of anger is the strongest.
A child screamed. His voice was crisp and bright, even more excited than getting a full mark in the exam. The child next to him immediately retorted.
Who said that the Special War Superman in the Frost form is the strongest? Anger form. Frost form.
The two children started arguing at the TV, until the owner of the shop came over and yelled a few times before sitting down honestly. Lu Sheng was stunned. His eyes were fixed on the cartoon scene on TV, and the scene of Superman twisting his belt transforming just now was constantly replaying in his mind.
Anger, frost, state switching.
A stream of spiritual light spewed out from Lu Sheng's mind, jumping around. Hurry up and looking for a breakthrough.
Boss, for bowls of fried noodles.
A young man with two couples, one man and one woman, walked in. The young man shouted at the boss, and then asked his girlfriend to sit down. "Don't look at the noodle restaurant, it tastes good. I've been here several times." The girl nodded and saw the young man taking cigarettes out of his pocket, and couldn't help but say something disgusting. "Take it again." The young man smiled and said, "It's okay, I'm a second-level warrior. I'll be exhausted by metabolism in one night." The woman looked cold and didn't say anything, and glanced at the only customer in the store besides them, and looked at Lu Sheng curiously. "Look, this person eats as much as you. I guess his martial arts strength is not weak." The young man glanced at Lu Sheng after hearing this. His eyes were on Lu Sheng Junxiu's eye-catching side face for a while, and his tone was a little unhappy. "Eating more is awesome, and pigs still eat more. This kid can be fascinated by watching cartoons. How can martial arts be so powerful? You guy." The girl took a photo of the young man, but when she saw Lu Sheng staring at the Superman animation played on the TV, she couldn't help but feel funny. At this time, Lu Sheng's mind was undergoing 200. One, he can't do anything, I'll do it. The base of 12 levels, the 7th level mental power 3. 20 minutes later, Lu Sheng returned to the small terrace on the 3rd floor of his 7 dormitories. It was almost 12 o'clock at noon. The sun is the most intense of the day. The autumn tiger has just arrived, and the sun is scorching. Even a formal warrior will sweat all over when he stays in the scorching sun for a while, and it will be hard to bear the heat. But Lu Sheng was bathed in the bright sunshine, looking up at the scorching sun. There was fire in his eyes, and gold flowed in his pupils. The outline of the big sun in my mind became clear quickly. In a blink of an eye, it turned into a real golden and red sun, echoing the scorching sun in the real sky. Lu Sheng could have done this long ago, but he has not planned the prototype of the 10 comprehensive masters' way, so he has not taken this step for a long time. Now, he felt it was okay. When the outline of the big sun in my mind was completely fixed, Lu Sheng mobilized his mental power, qi, and blood. Bet on them all. So, there is light and heat in this big sun. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly. I feel like I am now becoming more transparent from the inside out. There was a sun in front of him, and there was a sun in his body. The two light sources communicate with each other, and the latter grows rapidly under the infusion of the former. Boom! The hot breath swept across Lu Sheng's body, his flesh, bones, and even deeper parts. They were washed over and over again under the radiant hot light. A large amount of impurities were washed out, and the progress of the second stage of the immortal golden body made rapid progress. Even his mental power became more and more transparent and dazzling within this erosion range. Lu Sheng felt that he had become some kind of utensil at this moment, and was being polished with cloth over and over again. The natural breathing method activates unknowingly, and the empty state enters. In a trance, Lu Sheng seemed to sense that there were a large number of bright spots of light in the sunshine that were constantly entering his body with his breath. The state of emptiness is deeper? The free energy in the universe? Before Lu Sheng could experience it carefully, he found that the golden obsidian human figure in his mind was already trembling violently. After the golden red sun appeared in his mind, he directly swallowed up the will of the golden master Qi Yang that belonged to Sheng. The latter is also very cooperative, very docile, and even proactive. Just like a minister meeting a monarch, he was almost fanatical to obey. After devouring Sheng's will of the master, the golden red sun quickly expanded, and its aura became even more violent. It came to the golden obsidian human form, like an overlord, domineeringly trying to drive away the ice-blue vortex that occupied its head. A small cold spirit bird rushed out of the vortex and roared at the golden and red sun bird, with a fierce expression. The golden red sun was not used to it at all, and the more intense and surging light emitted, like an invisible gun and spear, expelling the latter crazy. At this time, the tan rock blocks located on the soles of the human-shaped feet of the golden obsidian also trembled. A little Ming King walked out of it, looking similar to Shi Wei, strides upward, and with the Hanling bird with his hands to support the sky, he fought against the expulsion of Dari. Both are in front of the big sun. Retreat step by step.
It's so overbearing.
Lu Sheng's expression was complicated.
It is worthy of being the stellar will of the 11th level powerhouse Wang He. Under the power of a star, Zhao Lingxuan and Shi Wei joined forces are not its opponent at all.
The confrontation between the wills of the masters that broke out in his mind was as concrete as the battle between gods and myths and legends. No one believed it if he said it. There are 3 kinds of master wills in a person's mind at the same time. The key is that these 3 kinds of master wills have even started fighting. Lu Sheng has searched for similar examples in the Tinder resource library before. Don't say, there are really warriors who can practice 2 kinds of will of masters at the same time. There are extremely few warriors with schizophrenia and multiple personalities who may experience several kinds of wills of masters in their bodies after passing the 7th level. But the highest is level 7. Going up, either endure the pain and give up one of them, or you can only die in a state of insanity in the conflict between the will of the 2 masters. Lu Sheng didn't want to fall to this level.
Then try it.
Lu Sheng took a deep breath and mobilized the spiritual power in his body that was soaring due to the generation of the stellar will.
First of all, it's gray.
A gray mist appeared in Lu Sheng's mind.
Another round.
The gray fog surged, gradually condensing a perfect circle, like a gray disk. Although it is rough, it means perfection, balance, unknown, mysterious, the origin of everything, and the end of everything. When Lu Sheng gave this gray disk meaning, the disk immediately emitted a strange light. The gray light spread, quickly encompassing all 3 master wills in the battle. Han Lingke and budding Mingzuan were very obedient, but they just started to be a little alarmed and cooperated obediently. Perhaps they also realized that if they did not cooperate with Lu Sheng's plan, they would sooner or later be expelled and devoured. The will of the stars is really too strong. Lu Sheng felt an extremely huge force of resistance. The golden sun is rebellious and proud, and the light is full of arrogance. It does not obey Lu Sheng's command. It determines its own uniqueness. The gray light continues to retreat under the brilliance of the will of the star, and even tends to be assimilated. Lu Sheng gritted his teeth and forcibly drew the Han Ji Juju gun and the willpower of the Bud Ming Mingzun, trying to swallow the elephant with a snake.
I, Lu Sheng, founded the 10 complete Master Dao with his weak crown, aiming at the 12th level. I will take the step that Wang He can't take. I will do what Wang He can't do. I can control the power you can control. I can control the power you cannot control. It is your supreme glory to be the foundation of the most complete martial arts that is perfect and beautiful. Why are you not convinced? Why are you not convinced?
Lu Sheng roared in his heart. His heart was like a fire, and his intention was to burst into flames. The gray light of the disk instantly became extremely strong, and when the golden red sun was caught off guard, it was directly wrapped and closed. In an instant, the 3 masters' wills quickly shrank and fell on the gray disk. The previously gray disk surface also appeared at this time, and the lines divided the disk into grids of uniform size. The 3 master wills occupy one of the grids. A constant stream of power emanates from it, moistening the gray disk, making it clearer and stronger. A mysterious pattern appears on it.
Successfully.
Lu Sheng stared blankly at the gray disk that looked like a compass or a sundial. 0. He couldn't believe that he actually buried the unparalleled will of the star with a few short slogans. obediently, successfully condensed the prototype of the will of the Master Tao. Accidents are inevitable. After all, I have cultivated the will of stars bit by bit. Why don't you listen to me? It's funny. I think too much, but it is not that difficult to tame. Lu Sheng shook his head and exited the space of consciousness. Opening his eyes, Lu Sheng was still standing on the small terrace on the 3rd floor. He immediately felt his own changes. The 5 senses are more sensitive. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes and could clearly see the texture of the leaf at the top of a tall ginkgo tree several kilometers away. Looking up, the noon sun is gentle and not hot. He could stare at it for a long time without any discomfort. The mental power is also powerful, and I don't know how many times. Lu Sheng had a little thought, and his mental power spread out like light. A few scenes suddenly appeared in front of me. I don't know how far I had poked out, and then quickly retracted. 0. In a dormitory room a few thousand meters away from Lu Sheng, a young man sitting cross-legged on the floor and silently squeezing his bare hand suddenly, bang, and smashed the apple he had just picked up in his hand. The whole person 201. Everyone in the audience is in charge. It's good to be a big devil occasionally for. First, Mingzun is not moved. In my mind, the roulette rotates. It seems that there is an invisible pointer turning, and the 3 masters' wills move quickly. When the invisible pointer fell on Mingzun's will, Lu Sheng immediately felt as immovable as a mountain. Breath of the earth! Lu Sheng's feet were rooted on the ground, as if there was invisible force to quickly climb up from the ground along the 3-story building, blessing Lu Sheng. At this moment, Lu Sheng seemed to be integrated with the 3-story villa beneath him, giving people a sense of indestructibility. The illusory shadow of Mingzun loomed behind Lu Sheng, and his face could not be seen clearly, but his eyes were very similar to Lu Sheng. The 2 figures overlapped, and Lu Sheng suddenly took action. Boom! The rockery in the yard below flew straight up in the air, bringing large areas of rolling bricks and stones. The entire courtyard was immediately as if it had been plowed by someone, and the ground was messy. When the rockery flew to the high altitude, Lu Sheng's temperament changed again. Cold Jeju prison. In my mind, the roulette turned again, and the invisible pointer fell on the small cold spirit bird. Call. Lu Sheng breathed slowly, blowing up large pieces of biting cold air that could be seen in the naked eye, and ice and snowflakes appeared in the air. Ice breath! He used his arm as a gun, aimed at the rockery and punched a 057. Punch. Ice blue air flowed out. It seemed that Lu Sheng's punch hit a brilliant ice river. The rockery was frozen in an instant. Large tracts of frost condense on the rockery, and the volume of the rockery expands several times in a few seconds. Roulette turns again. The unruly golden red sun rose from behind Lu Sheng's eyes. At this moment, he was almost more dazzling than the scorching sun in the sky at noon. Lu Sheng's expression was calm, his eyes were brighter than gold, and there seemed to be endless light emitted in his every move. This golden brilliance is extremely domineering. He didn't have to do anything at all, and the ice attached to the rockery began to melt quickly and disintegrate. Boom! The tortured rockery fell heavily on the ground. Lu Sheng looked at his right hand with stars patterns on his palm. Now I will use the star to snatch the same day as 10 days. Can I kill the master? Lu Sheng didn't know, but he really wanted to give it a try. The invincible momentum developed by the 7 saints is most in line with the will of the star. The 2 are integrated together to form a powerful and domineering and powerful force. Under the influence of this momentum, Lu Sheng felt that even his own look. No one can tolerate rejection. Too domineering, too arrogant. Lu Sheng slowly dissipated the power of the stellar will. In this state, I'm simply a halo of ridicule. I guess people with some strength can't help but want to come up and beat me up. But it will definitely be very useful for people without strength. No need to do anything, just one look is enough to scare them. The truly complete version of the stellar will is more than 10 times stronger than Sheng's master will. The latter really just imitated a little bit of fur. Sheng's 10-day day is only stronger than the appearance, and he is not even as good as the unmoved Mingzuan. But stars have different will. Their strength comes from their physique, strength, and blood that are the best among their peers. What has roots and water has its source, so it is so strong that it is so unscrupulous. Sheng summarized that after the prototype of the will of the 10 complete master Taoism was formed, all 3 wills became much stronger. The commanding role of the 10 comprehensive master Tao is also the same as Sheng's original idea. Switch at any time, and all paths coexist. There is no need to worry about losing balance, because their current situation is completely different from that in the obsidian human form. Before, it was like a group of heroes. Once one powerful person grew ambitions and tried to swallow the others, the balance was immediately broken. Sheng knew this very well, so he came up with the establishment of a king and a supreme monarch on their heads. All the ministers are present. Ministers can have different strengths and weaknesses, and they will not attack each other. Once the power of that minister is needed, the monarch will do the next order. As it turns out, Sheng's idea is perfect. All the ministers are so powerful. How powerful should the monarch be? Sheng took a deep breath, his burning eyes full of expectations. The will of the 10 comprehensive martial arts is the will of the master that truly belongs to him. If you directly call the power of the 10 complete master Tao, what will happen? The roulette in my mind is frozen, and 3 invisible pointers are pointed together. The gray disc trembled, and a trace of indescribable strange aura emanated from Sheng. His eyes, it seems to be quietly turning into dust. Guru! Outside the door, 2 young people run by students looked at each other and swallowed their saliva with difficulty. Can you enter? One of them asked slowly in a difficult tone. The young man next to him changed his face and shook his head. Wait a little longer. Good. The 2 quickly reached a consensus and secretly regretted stopping this matter in their hearts. I originally wanted to take this opportunity to have a close contact with the devil Sheng. Didn't expect. It happened to be the time when someone demolished the house. The rockery flying in the sky, splashing bricks and earth and rocks. There are also sometimes towering and heavy, sometimes biting cold, sometimes like the fierce and domineering terrifying aura of fierce and domineering at noon. The 2 of them were frightened and their calves became weak. God knows what Sheng is doing inside. It's like several masters fighting in it. Grandmaster? One of the young people who were run by the students suddenly thought of something and said to their companions with shock expression, Did you say Sheng has reached the master? The companion frowned and made a thoughtful look. Estimate. Before he could tell his guess, the door of the courtyard suddenly opened. Sheng's figure appeared in front of them. Swish! The 2 students were caught by the instructor in military training and stood up immediately, straight. Even their hands and arms were hanging down against the middle line of their pants. What's up? Sheng asked calmly. Deputy, the vice school asked you to come over and tell you if you have something to do. 2 students held the young man stared at the tip of his shoes and answered quickly. I see. Sheng was about to close the door when he suddenly turned around and looked behind him, saying, Let me turn around and ask someone to repair the courtyard. Okay. Okay. The gate of the courtyard was closed. Seeing that the gate of the courtyard was closed, the 2 young men turned around and left without saying a word. The pace is getting faster and faster, and in the end, it is almost a trot. After they completely ran out of this dormitory area, the 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief. I won't come if I'm beaten to death in the future. Whoever loves to come.
A young man patted his chest with his hands, his expression exaggerated 0.
Damn, I'm a level 5 warrior after all. I don't even dare to breathe in front of Lu Sheng. It's so outrageous. Who isn't?
The companion sighed.
You are called out for nothing if you are the nickname of the Demon King. Even if Lu Sheng isn't a Grandmaster, his strength has definitely reached the real Grandmaster level. Note that it is the Master's level strength, not the combat power. Damn, do you think I am a martial arts novice?
The Grandmaster level combat power only needs to exceed 1 million combat power index. Many people can do the top 10, top 20, or even top 30. But the million level combat power is just an introduction. It is completely different from the true master strength. The weakest level 7 master can easily reach 2 or 3 million. The two chatted and exclaimed a few times from time to time.
Really fake? Damn it! It's too exaggerated.
Go away gradually.
How could it not work?
Lu Sheng frowned and was in a very bad mood. The Master Shirkwan could not use it alone, which was something he had never expected. When trying to use it, the gray roulette tends to 202 massive credits, the test of the martial saint, the reason for killing the master of the great Tao. 1.
Come in.
Lu Sheng walked into the vice principal's office and saw Zhao Contai standing by the wall figuring out a pair of calligraphy and paintings.
Saint Lu, you are here.
Zhao Contai glanced at Lu Sheng and waved to him.
Come on, help me see if this letter is hanging correctly.
Lu Sheng looked at the word Zhao Contai was fiddling with. Just idealistic.
It's right. It's good to straighten it. It's good to straighten it.
Zhao Contai took the towel on the coffee table and wiped his hands, walked to the desk, and took out a pair of tea sets from the cabinet behind the table.
What to drink?
Zhao Contai asked him with a smile. Lu Sheng was a little surprised.
It's okay. Then let's go to Pu'er. The best one here is Pu'er.
Zhao Contai made the decision for Lu Sheng, then walked to the water dispenser to pick up a pot of water, and placed it on the small mud stove on the coffee table, and slowly burned it.
Sit.
Zhao Contai sat down on the sofa and greeted Lu Sheng. Compared with the last time, Zhao Contai's attitude towards Lu Sheng was much more casual this time. Lu Sheng didn't be polite to him, and sat down and went straight to the point.
What's the matter with the vice school? It's what you think in your mind.
Zhao Contai smiled and fiddled with the teapot on the mud stove. He said to Lu Sheng,
The credit reward for breaking the tower to refresh the record has been reduced. A total of 75,000 yuan. You should be able to find it with your student ID.
Lu Sheng listened attentively, but Zhao Contai stopped after he finished speaking, and did not speak any more.
Is it gone?
Lu Sheng couldn't help asking. He pushed the 7 majors and broke the records of the 7 martial saints' towers completely, and he was rewarded with some credits. What about tonic? Where is the heterograph fluid? Where are the cold weapons? This is too far from what he expected.
What else do you want?
Zhao Contai was stunned for a moment, then frowned and said,
Do you have no idea what the concept of 75,000 credits?
Lu Sheng nodded. He really doesn't know.
No attention, no understanding. Yes, after all, you have only been enrolled in school for more than 2 months.
Zhao Contai suddenly realized, and his expression suddenly became complicated. More than 2 months. He felt that it was not a good thing to say. If Lu Sheng hadn't stood in front of him alive, who would have believed that a freshman who had only been enrolled in school for more than 2 months could have done so many feats?
The 7 Shengwu University, each school is the same. As long as you save up 500 credits, you can graduate from school. These more than 70,000 credits are enough for you to graduate from any Saint Martial Arts University 150 times.
Lu Sheng shook his head.
Why did I graduate so many times after I'm fine? Why?
Zhao Kantai looked at him speechlessly.
In addition to the credits required for graduation, the extra credits can be redeemed. You don't know this? Different blood, different marrow, tonic, weapons, exercises, and even guidance. Almost everything you can think of can be redeemed with credits. These campuses are available online. You can check them yourself.
Lu Sheng blinked his eyes, took out his cell phone, and started logging into the campus network. Zhao Kantai glanced at him and said quickly,
I'm wrong. It's not this campus website. It's done by the students. You can log into our official website of Sheng University, the one you were at the time of enrollment.
Only then did Lu Sheng realize that no wonder he had never seen any explanation on campus. Follow Zhao Kantai's guidance. Log into the official website of Sheng University campus. Sure enough, I found the entrance to the Credit Redemption Mall. Clicking in, Lu Sheng flipped it casually. As Zhao Kantai said, there is almost everything in the credit mall. Moreover, the value of credits is far beyond Lu Sheng's estimate. The 4th level alien blood actually only has 5 credits, and the 4th and 5th level cold weapons only range from dozens to more than 100 credits. The peak martial arts tutor at the level 6 peak guided him for a week and only earned 10 o'clock. Grandmaster level mentor, that is, vice school level, has a credit of 100 points every time. Lu Sheng kept pulling down to the bottom.
Class 6 level alien marrow fluid, 1,000 credits.
Lu Sheng's eyes flashed. The 75,000 credits are enough to redeem a total of 75 Class 6 alien marrow. If you count this way, this reward is really generous enough.
Do you still have the previous thoughts now?
Zhao Kantai looked at him with a funny look and reached out to pour him a cup of tea. Lu Sheng shook his head.
It's gone.
Then he asked,
Is there no level 7 different marrow fluid?
Lu Sheng has now achieved the will of the Master, and Masterly will be the first to finish the 2nd stage of the immortal golden body. He will immediately become the young Master. Thinking about the 1st stage when Lu Sheng completed it, he felt that it might be better to use higher alien marrow fluid when breaking through.
You need to use level 7 different marrow fluid?
Zhao Kantai looked at him strangely, frowned and said,
Not to mention the Holy Martial Arts University, it is difficult for even the Martial Arts Association to buy the 7th level of alien marrow liquid. If you really want to buy it, the procedures are very complicated and need to be verified by strength. Why?
Lu Sheng was curious. Zhao Kantai explained.
Because the flesh and blood cells of the level 7 alien beast contain too many negative factors, which cannot be completely eliminated by the current scientific and technological level. If you want to buy and take level 7 or above, unless you have the strength to prove that you have the martial will to easily kill the remaining consciousness of level 7 beasts. That is the master. Moreover, most masters rarely take level 7, which is too harmful to the mind. Although the CT6 effect is poor, the advantage is that there are no side effects.
Lu Sheng understands it. Zhao Kantai suddenly said,
You have condensed your will to the master, right? How much is it from the real master level?
Lu Sheng nodded.
The chi and blood value are enough. It's probably almost done.
In fact, he felt that his chi and blood value was almost enough, but in order to pursue extreme perfection, he wanted to wait until the 2nd stage of the immortal golden body was completely completed, and then use the will of martial arts to transform the chi and blood constitution. The 7th level Grandmaster's chi and blood are like lead and mercury, which is very different from ordinary warriors, and is completely different from that of ordinary warriors. The reason is that the chi and blood of the level 7 master have been tempered by the will of martial arts. Lu Sheng always understood, so he knew that he was only one step away from the real master level. As long as the star will slightly temper the flesh and blood that had already been tempered through the 1st stage of the immortal golden body, you can officially enter the Grandmaster realm. But he doesn't want to. Zhao Kongtai's eyes were full of complexity. Even though I had expected it, I was still shocked to see Lu Sheng admit it personally. It's just about blood and blood. Qi and blood. It's really the easiest problem to solve. Grandmasters cannot rely on resources to pile up. I don't know how many people are stuck at the level 6 to level 7, and I don't know how many people are stuck at this level of martial arts will. And Lu Sheng, who is only 18 years old, had his will completely taken shape. It's simply a monster.
Young master, the real young master.
Zhao Kongtai remembered that Kyoto TV used to film a TV series called
The Young Master,
which was all performed on TV, but now he has seen it.
Then CT6 is CT6.
It doesn't matter to Lu Sheng either. But 75 6th level marrow fluid. Lu Sheng imagined the total amount, and thought it was not enough. He may need to earn more credits.
Credits are simple for you, but you don't need to graduate so quickly.
Zhao Kongtai said a few words, then stood up and took out 2 large craft envelopes from the drawer of the desk and handed them to Lu Sheng.
This is the second thing I want to tell you today.
Lu Sheng was serious and listened attentively.
Marshal Saint Tanzhongyu has learned about
203.SSS level credit task, the most passionate thing I have ever done in my life too. The second envelope contains a credit quest.
SSS level mission. Kill a level 5 warrior overnight, have murder cases, have weapons, are cruel, and have ruthless hearts. Mission requirements, none. Mission reward, none.
If it weren't for the mission note that there was information about the mission goal overnight, Lu Sheng even thought that Zhao Kongtai had put the note in the wrong envelope pocket. The task of killing a level 5 warrior will be marked as a level 3S credit task. The key is that there is no reward for the mission. Later, after reading the information descriptions behind the task bar, Lu Sheng realized why this task was rated as level 3S. The focus of the task is not on the goal of the task overnight, but on the person behind it overnight. My father who stayed overnight Lian Jibei. Lian Jibei is one of the 7th level masters under the Jidao Martial Arts Hall, and has a close relationship with Zhao Ji, the founder of the Jidao Martial Arts Hall. His sister Lian Su is the 5th wife of Wu Sheng Zhao Ji. This makes him very high in the Jidao Martial Arts Hall, almost equivalent to some Jidao Grand Masters.
No wonder they were considered an SS level credit task. They were easy to kill overnight, but the consequences of killing overnight are not something that ordinary people can afford. Master Jidao, the eldest brother-in-law of the 9th level martial saint. Once involved, there will be endless troubles.
Lu Sheng glanced at the other information, and found that almost all of them were the crimes committed by Lian Jibei and his son overnight. To count it roughly, according to the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, these 2 people could probably be shot hundreds of times.
This mission is the first and only 3rd level S credit mission since the founding of our 7th Saint Wu University.
Zhao Kongtai picked up a pot of boiling hot water and poured it slowly on his purple clay teapot, with a faint white air steaming.
The cause was an ordinary worker in a garment and chemical factory, and his 2 daughters were murdered by a father and son overnight. There was no way to ask for help, so I knelt outside the gate of our 7th Saint Martial Arts Tower for more than half a month. Lord Wu Sheng couldn't bear it, so he decided to include the task of killing overnight in the credit quest of the 7 Saints University. In order to prevent students from mistaking, the task was rated as level 3S, and the task reward was cancelled. Then why didn't the Martial Saint take action directly? Or let you vice schools, who are also level 7 masters, take action, but they just want to let the students do it, and there is no benefit but only trouble.
Lu Sheng looked through the mission information and spoke lightly. Zhao Kongtai's expression became serious.
Lu Sheng, be careful of his words.
Do you know how great turmoil will be caused in the country if a Marshal Saint-level powerhouse takes action? The things involved in this are too deep, so Lord Wu Sheng does this naturally have the deep meaning of his doing this. Kill a level 5 warrior with a full range of evil deeds, but you need to risk revenge from a level 7 master. It depends on which young man you have the courage to do it. Lu Sheng said calmly. It's not possible, it's certain. If you will mark this task as 3S level, it means everything. And it is not only the revenge of the 7th level master, but also the revenge of the forces of the Jidao Martial Arts Hall. And there is no benefit. Zhao Kantai calmly gave Lu Sheng a cup of tea and said, Lu Sheng, the pros and cons of the matter are not calculated like this. After a night, there are Jidao Martial Arts Hall and Jidao Martial Saint behind your father and son, and behind you are also 7 saints Ye and Tan Wusheng. Do you know what it means to become a close disciple of the Martial Saint? It means that your martial arts will be smooth in the future, whether it is resources, guidance, or any aspect. I see. Lu Sheng's expression was very calm. He thought for a while and said, What you just said is the address of the residence of the garment and chemical factory worker who had kneeled in the Martial Saint Tower for more than half a month. Give me one. Zhao Kongtai was stunned for a moment and then said, I will send someone to your student email when I look back. Lu Sheng nodded and stood up from the sofa. If there is nothing to do, I will go back first at the vice school. Good. When Lu Sheng was about to walk out of the office door, Zhao Kongtai suddenly stood up again. Saint Lu, wait. Lu Sheng stopped and looked back at him. Zhao Kongtai quickly walked to the wall, took off the word that had asked Lu Sheng if he had been hanging, rolled it up, and handed it to Lu Sheng, and said seriously, 2 choices, don't rush to make a decision, think carefully after you go back. This is a letter for you. Lu Sheng, you have a very good talent, and you may surpass me and most people in the future. Zhao Kongtai patted Lu Sheng on the shoulder, hesitated for a moment, and said, This is a personal test for you by Lord Wu Sheng. It's just idealism. Hope you understand what I'm talking about. After saying that, he shook his head and walked back. Lu Sheng's eyes flashed for a moment, and he didn't say anything, so he turned around and left. Not long after Lu Sheng left, a middle-aged man walking in a row and dressed in a similar manner to Zhao Kongtai strode into the office. Old Zhao, you said a little too much to Lu Sheng today. The man sat in front of the coffee table and poured himself a cup of hot tea. Zhao Kongtai looked complicated and whispered, I know, I just don't want to. Such a good seedling, I missed it. Only those who can pass the test of Master Wu Sheng are truly good seedlings. If they can't... The man shook his head and drank the hot tea in his hand in one go. Young master, no matter how good your talent is, it is useless. Zhao Kongtai remained silent. Lu Sheng walked on the way back to the dormitory. Holding 2 craft paper bags and a pair of calligraphy and paintings in his hand, he was still thinking about the words Zhao Kongtai said to him just now in the office. Looking at 2 options, there should be only one choice. Zhao Kongtai almost wrote the words choose the second, and the second is the right choice on his face. If I still can't see it, that's a fool. But it's one thing to see, and after seeing it, you'll do it, it's another thing. Lu Sheng looked at the word Zhao Kongtai gave him. It's just a mind. Lu Sheng chanted these 4 words in a low voice. If it's really idealistic, then I will definitely choose the first one. Why are you doing nothing and making enemies with the Martial Saint level forces? Those who were killed by father and son overnight, as well as their families, were indeed miserable. The father and son deserve to die overnight. But it does not mean that Lu Sheng must be enthusiastic about helping them stand out. One of the most passionate things Lu Sheng has ever done in his life is to take on the heavy responsibility of the savior, as stupid as a second-year illness.
It is also the savior of people who will be more than 10,000 years after martial arts in the future. Unfortunately, it's too late to regret it now. This responsibility has long been deeply imprinted into his flesh and blood, and he can't get rid of it even if he wants to. This test seems to be a test of my character, courage, and courage. In fact, it is also forcing me to join Tan Zhongyu's camp. Once this matter is done, it will inevitably offend the Jidao Martial Saint, and do not want to be retaliated against by the Jidao Martial Saint. The only way is to find another Martial Saint level powerhouse to seek protection. Lu Sheng saw it very clearly, and couldn't help but sigh. The Martial Saint is worthy of being the Martial Saint. This is a dignified open plot, which is forcing me to jump into the pit myself. Either you will be his disciple to death, or you will be fucked away. These are the two choices Tan Zhongyu gave me. Lu Sheng wondered if he had passed the level in the Martial Saint Tower. Tan Zhongyu could see it. He was now taking revenge on his revenge for killing his clone in different ways in the Martial Saint Tower. So how should I choose? Lu Sheng sighed softly, and the answer seemed to be clear. Buzz? The phone vibrated and Lu Sheng took it out to check it out. It's an email. Lu Sheng stared at the screen of his phone and read out the address displayed in the email softly. Workers Community, number 213, Pingzheng Road, 204. Blood coagulation falls into beads. With tens of millions of combat power, the final cornerstone. 3. The golden alien marrow liquid in the super large ice bucket was pulled by a very strong suction force, forming a water column as thick as 2 fingers, which continued to flow into Lu Sheng's mouth. This is not comparable to that of Mantasca Cola, but it depends entirely on Lu Sheng's powerful chest and lung function. It can be regarded as a little extra fun I found for myself during the cultivation process. The alien marrow liquid in the super large ice bucket quickly decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally there was no drop left, and it was absorbed by Lu Sheng in one mouthful. Lu Sheng's lower abdomen bulged with naked eyes, and then quickly calmed down. A terrifying torrent of energy exploded in his body. Under the well-proportioned and perfect streamlined muscles, there seemed to be dragons watering, bulging and sunken. Lu Sheng did not delay, and began to practice according to the second stage of the immortal golden body. The dragons were tamed, and under the guidance of their mental power, they washed and tempered the flesh and bones, and every inch of their skin over and over again. Wahoo! Like a big wave striking the river bank, Lu Sheng could clearly sense the sound of his qi and blood value soaring. But the sound soon weakened, not because the waves became smaller, but because the river became heavier and heavier, rolling silently. Call. Long exhalation sound. Lu Sheng opened his eyes, and breathed white air from his mouth, visible to his naked eyes. It is thick but not dissipated, hot and hot. Like a sword, it flew 4 or 5 meters away, and it took more than half a minute before it gradually dissipated. Lu Sheng stood up. His perfect muscle lines floated like flowing water, and just doing stretching movements gave people a terrifying feeling. Lu Sheng tried to punch an empty punch. The fist was swung out and turned into a phantom. Lu Sheng felt that his fist seemed to touch an invisible film, and there was resistance to appear. But with a little force, the film will be pierced and the resistance will disappear. Bang! A circle of flesh 057 white air waves visible to the eyes burst out at the falling fist. Then, there is the second lap, the third lap. One circle is smaller than the other, and it looks very strange. The speed of fist breaks the speed of sound. Lu Sheng thought silently in his heart. He could have punched a punch that broke through the sound barrier before, but it was far less relaxing than now, and the punch just now broke more than twice the speed of sound. Although the chances of using pure power the later you will be less, and you will fight with Gongqi, but you will get this effect. Lu Sheng sighed sincerely. It's really cool. It reminded him of the battle scenes in some comics I had seen in his previous life. If it is practical or not, let it be aside first, and the silence is definitely full. It's a pity that the second stage of the immortal golden body has not been completed. Lu Sheng felt that this would be better. The last bit of immortal golden body left, but the energy of the alien marrow liquid was not enough, so I simply didn't rush hard. Next time, I will make all the 30 pieces of level 6 alien marrow liquid into golden ambergris, and break through in one breath. Only by achieving complete promotion without any flaws and perfection. I haven't tested it for a long time, let's see. Lu Sheng's eyes fell on the testing instruments placed in the corner of the martial arts practice room. These 2 master-level testing instruments were placed in his dormitory, and had never been used once, and were almost rusted. Lu Sheng walked over and took out a pack of light golden blood needles from a small box next to the qi and blood testing equipment. Tear open, pinch and truncate the fingertips of your left index finger with your right hand. Feeling a little resistance, it's like pricking an old cowhide with a needle. When the second stage of the immortal golden body is tempered, I guess this master-level blood-taking needle can't pierce my flesh. However, by that time, the qi and blood value will also become a number, and it is no longer important to measure it or not. A drop of red blood came out of his fingertips. Under the light, a hint of gold appeared faintly. Lu Sheng picked up the blood needle and threw it on the ground. Pooh! There seems to be a sound of marbles falling. The red blood beads rolled on the floor for a distance, and stopped when they hit the edge of the pad, like a red bean or a small red pearl. Lu Sheng's eyes flashed slightly, and the blood beads hung in the air, and he flew to his eyes on his own initiative. He reached out and pinched it gently, feeling as if he had pinched a very elastic pill. Qi and blood are like mercury, falling to the ground into beads. This is a sign that the qi and blood value exceeds 10,000, and it has reached the level of the master. Lu Sheng sighed, and placed the blood bead in the groove of the qi and blood value test. Blue light falls to scan. Drop. It is probably the longest wait since Lu Sheng used the blood test instrument. He almost thought the instrument was broken. Finally, the drip sound stopped and a value jumped out of the display. 3,892.31. Nearly 4,000 qi and blood value. Compared with the cultivation progress over the past period of time, Lu Sheng was not surprised by this result. Just as I imagined, because I practiced the immortal golden body, my blood quality has reached the master level, but my blood volume is still a little less. For example, Lu Sheng is now like a martial arts master with deficiency of qi and blood. It has been achieved in quality, but the quantity has not yet been increased. This is too simple to make up for. The second stage of the immortal golden body is perfected, and then tempered with the will of the Grandmaster. Each of the 2 steps can make the qi and blood value soar once. Lu Sheng estimated that his qi and blood value could reach 10,000 or even more in 2 rounds. For combat effectiveness. The combat effectiveness testing instrument next to Lu Sheng punched him casually. There is no use of the gang qi, just pure power plus the power of the stars. A little simple trick. Lu Sheng's fist was quickly shot out and retracted quickly, so fast that it could not be captured by the naked eye, as if he had never made any moves. The combat effectiveness test instrument shook hard, making a loud boom. A white air wave burst out from the fist slot. The values on the display were jumping wildly, and 1 million were soaring. Final. Frozen the frame. 984,000. Nearly tens of millions of combat power. The star has made a breakthrough in its power, almost 25 times the power, plus various factors. Lu Sheng made a rough calculation, and it was almost this value. The main reason is that his qi and blood quality is too high,
and the calculation of the general algorithm for qi and blood to correspond to combat power is no longer accurate. Moreover, he did not use the gongqi, the star holder, the master's will, etc. The maximum limit for this master-level combat effectiveness test instrument is only 20 million. If I take all my strength, I'm afraid I will blow the instrument up. This kind of thing has happened once during the college entrance examination, and Lu Sheng doesn't want it to happen again. The School Affairs Office of the 7th Shengwu University is already busy enough. If you can avoid causing trouble to the organization, you will never cause trouble to the organization. The minimum combat power standard for a Grandmaster is 20 million. Lu Sheng sighed inexplicably. With a level 6, he has a combat power level comparable to a level 8 Master. Who dares to believe it if you say it? I'm afraid it will scare a lot of people to death. The further you practice, the more obvious the terrifying foundation of the 11th level exercise. Lu Sheng is quite satisfied with this by maintaining the combat power standard that spans 1 or 2 major realms. If you can't beat the routine up, how can you just hold the sky with your hands? Lu Sheng thought calmly. After completing a simple strength test, Lu Sheng took a shower, then lay on the bed in a large shape and entered the dream space. Dream space. Lu Sheng's figure appeared on the dilapidated street. He naturally walked into a small shop next to 205, Crescent Moon God Romance 1. It's here. Lu Sheng landed lightly on the top of a tall building. Holding a broken gun, he stood on the roof and looked down, and could see the figures watering the street below. This is a crossroads, about half the distance from the center of base number 1359. The tall building he occupied also has tall buildings on the front and left and right sides. The building was filled with shocking, scary traces. There are also huge pits in the center of the street, and you can even see the cables and steel bars that are rolled out below. This made Lu Sheng couldn't help but think of the scenes in the science fiction monster disaster film. It was hard to imagine how fierce the battle had erupted here. Lu Sheng's eyes were fixed on a quietly standing figure in the center of the street. This is a man with a tall figure, slender figure, and a slightly drooping head. He grabbed a broken sword from 1/3 in his hand. There were 3 extremely terrifying huge wounds, from his chest to his lower abdomen. These 3 wounds were extremely similar, almost hollowing out his internal organs, like the claws of a giant beast. The Grand Master of the Crescent Moon Gods Feng Lu Martial Arts. Forestry. Lu Sheng softly said the other party's identity, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. This person is the cornerstone that Lu Sheng finally chose. Level 8 Grand Master Strong. The Crescent Moon God Feng Lu's sword technique is also a powerful martial art that directly points to level 10. This forestry is one of the most outstanding representatives of the Crescent Moon God Feng Lu martial arts. Like Xiao Lingxuan from the Hanjiju prison, she is both a top genius, but unfortunately she died at base number 1359. Otherwise, there may be a chance to hit level 10. Lu Sheng recalled everything about the Crescent Moon God's Feng Lu martial arts in his mind. He glanced around and found that there were 2 Grandmaster-level zombies wandering around the target forestry. First clear the monsters, then kill the elites, and finally fight the boss? A plan emerged in Lu Sheng's mind and quickly rejected it. It's a big deal to do it every step. He jumped directly from the roof of a 12 stories high building. Hoo-hoo! The strong wind whistled in my ears, and the ground under my feet quickly magnified. Lu Sheng once experienced this feeling of falling from a high altitude once. But what was different from the last time? Last time he tried every means to slow down the impact of the fall, but this time he wanted to increase it. Switch, the breath of the earth. Don't move, Ming Zun. The gray roulette in my mind rotates, and the invisible pointer is selected. Kaka. There seemed to be a sound of invisible mechanism starting.
The black phantom of Mingzuan appeared behind Lu Sheng, and the ground under his feet seemed to be cheering and eager to hug Lu Sheng. After entering the state of emptiness, Lu Sheng's breathing method of the earth had already entered the fourth level of control. The greatest manifestation of controlling the fourth level earth breathing is to control gravity. Boom! Lu Shengru fell from the sky and fell heavily on the ground in the center of the street. A huge hole was directly smashed into the ground that was already broken. The extremely terrifying impact force spreads around. A huge white air wave formed, and the concrete stone rolled outward like a tide. The entire street was alarmed, and countless zombies looked in this direction. The slender figure, who had previously stood somewhere in the center of the street, suddenly looked up, revealing a face with sunken cheeks and a gray complexion. The empty eyes stared forward for a second, and then the whole person disappeared in an instant. Crack! Lu Sheng pulled his legs out of the concrete expressionlessly. He is at the bottom of the giant pit. Under his feet, a black smoke as thick as a black python jumped up quickly and merged into his body. This is the gift of the Grandmaster-level zombie, who was just sent away by him. Heroic spirits are immortal, Lu Sheng silently said in his heart. This is probably the worst killing zombie in his hands. A large number of memory images of the master-level zombies poured into my mind, and Lu Sheng had no time to absorb and digest them. Then the process was terminated. Mingzuan! Lu Sheng suddenly poked his left hand out somewhere in front. Shu Yu! Take his left hand as the basis point and move forward. The ground of the nearly 100-meter-long street cracked and flipped in an instant. Large pieces of earth and rocks were grabbed by invisible twisting force and disintegrated. It's like a earth dragon turning over. Taking action is a master's skill. Boom! Unfortunately, Lu Sheng's capture fell into the air. A figure slowly shattered. Lu Sheng's pupils shrank slightly, and he was frightened. It's an afterimage. It's so fast. Immediately there was a great joy. I am a level 8 master, and I am also a speed master. Send you away. This speed is mine. Lu Sheng reached out and tapped his eyebrows gently. Almost 3/4 of the human figures in his mind that had been transformed into gold obsidian trembled slightly. A huge amount of mental power came out of the body. Level 7 mental power. The air around Lu Sheng instantly distorted, forming an invisible ripple that was almost visible to the naked eye, spreading out around. Like big waves washing the beach, fish, shrimp, shells emerged one after another. A figure that was so close to him was washed out. I found you. Lu Sheng grinned, his teeth white. The gun in his hand was stabbed back. The gray roulette in my mind turned again, the invisible pointer trembled, and the cold spirit bird fluttered its wings and flew high. Ice breath! Large swaths of frost spread from Lu Sheng's feet, and the tip of the gun was spreading. If you look from top to bottom, you can see that this gray area is quickly covered by blue and white at a speed visible to the naked eye. The white water surging the whole world. The 4th level gun technique is invincible. The terrifying gun force was filled with cold air, as if an ice dragon rushed out of the Lu Sheng gun, roaring. The slender figure was directly hit. Then it turns into a phantom and disappears. Air strike. No results. Lu Sheng's eyes became gloomy. He finally knew why the speed warrior became more and more difficult to deal with as he went back. He has the help of mental power, and his attack speed is quite fast enough. It's really annoying that it's still a failure. The opponent is like the mosquitoes lingering in your ears in summer. Every time you slap it out, you think you hit it. As a result, I was empty every time. However, Lu Sheng felt much better when he thought that he would become so annoying in the future. I'll let you hide. Lu Sheng took a deep breath and sank his legs down. 0. Mingzuan doesn't move. Crack. With Lu Sheng as the center, All the surrounding streets were flipped, and the scene was extremely shocking. In this mess, Lu Sheng accurately captured a figure that was so flexible that it didn't look like a zombie at all. It's too fast. Even if he was capturing his mental power, Lu Sheng was only barely keeping up with the changes in the other party's body shape.
This is still after death. If it was at its peak in life, how fast would it be?
Lu Sheng's heart was shocked. This kind of speed can be called invincible. No one else can beat you, so how can you play with you? Now he has become a zombie, which attracts hatred and will fight him head-on. If you have a little brain, even if Lu Sheng can beat it, he will not be able to catch up.
At this speed, I was killed head-on.
Lu Sheng couldn't imagine what kind of method it was, but he felt his shortcomings in speed more and more deeply.
That's how you run.
Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes, and suddenly shrank his mental power. 0. The huge mental power was condensed to a point, and the invisible force squeezed the air, and the void turned into a mud. This is a small trick in the use of mental power, which can be used to restrain opponents. Plus the gravitational effect of the breath of the earth. The constantly changing figure in the perception of mental power finally becomes slower. Lu Sheng took a deep breath and exerted force under his feet.
Boom!
The ground collapsed, and Lu Sheng's figure disappeared and appeared again. The broken sword drew a hazy brilliance in the air like a crescent moon. 206. The end of martial arts is never touched, the state of the martial god. 2. You will become my most outstanding disciple of the crescent moon god. Forestry, I like you. Young grandmaster. Still a genius disciple of the crescent moon god. God knows how many wealthy ladies are going to marry you, Forestry. Forestry, my father found out about my pregnancy. He said he was going to kill you. He was a congressman and a level 10 strongman. Please leave. Level 9. If you can become level 9 before the age of 50, I will let you marry my daughter openly. Hello, my name is Forestry. Forests of trees, karma of karma. Beautiful lady, can you give you a glass of wine?
It's all messy memories.
Lu Sheng opened his eyes, and his face looked a little ugly. It was completely different from what he imagined. The memory scenes in the mind of this crescent moon god Feng Lu Jiandao genius named Forestry are almost all women. All kinds of women. Continuous women.
Will you die if you leave a woman?
Possibly for Forestry. But fortunately, he is indeed a rare genius. He is already a level 8 master at the age of 40, almost comparable to Zhao Lingxuan at the time. Lu Sheng even felt that if he could put all the energy he used on women in martial arts, his martial arts talent might be more than Zhao Lingxuan. Lu Sheng shook his head, and cleared out all the messy memories of Forestry that were related to women. Only martial arts memories and combat scenes are left. What made Lu Sheng speechless was that Lingya actually flirted with Zhao Lingxuan. Of course, the result was that Zhao Lingxuan's master shot him, and lay on the bed for half a month.
I deserve it.
Under the influence of Forestry's memory, Lu Sheng's swordsmanship and body skills were rapidly improving. Controlled domain. In the end, all of them were frozen in the 4 realms. Great harvest. Although Lu Sheng's weapon is not a sword, the 4th level of body skills have improved him too much. Lu Sheng couldn't help but try it. Swish, 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 swish. His figure left a series of illusory afterimages on the streets.
But I still feel that it is not as fast as Forestry, so elegant. What is the difference?
Lu Sheng frowned and quickly let go.
Yes, the core of martial arts.
Lu Sheng quickly searched through his memory, and soon found a black crescent moon surrounded by a light green breeze in a corner of his mind. Absorb. Boom.
Master skills, the crescent moon gods Feng Lu Jiandao.
In a trance, there seemed to be endless blue wind in front of Lu Sheng's eyes. These breezes reminded him of the lavender covered with lavender during spring sunny days. He ran on the plain like the wind, watching the flowers and plants hanging down under him. Suddenly, a black crescent moon rose slowly, and the cold and solemn light spread throughout the earth. Call. Lu Sheng came to his senses, and a faint blue color bloomed in his eyes. The wind breath. Lu Sheng's figure merged into the wind. But unlike in the past, this time he felt unprecedented.
In the past, I used to use the wind and steer the wind, but now, I am becoming the wind.
Lu Sheng returned to the origin and stood still. Behind him, the Lu Sheng, located in different locations on the street, were quietly broken.
The speed is at least 4 times faster than before.
An extremely exaggerated number. You should know that Lu Sheng's original speed was already very fast, but it was slightly inferior to his other aspects. But now, speed has become an extremely prominent aspect of him. He can also declare with confidence, I am a speed-based talented warrior.
How did you die at such a fast speed?
Speed brought Lu Sheng confidence and doubts. His current speed is about the same as before. As a level 8 master, Forestry's speed was astonishing as another outrageous height. But even so, he still died. What kind of existence killed him? Lu Sheng turned the memory picture of Forestry to the last page. Sinking cities, spreading black fog, blood, fire, death, and killing. Forestry runs between the streets and truly turns into wind. When the black new moon rises, large areas of strange beasts will die. Damn it, base number 1359. Quick! I want to be faster. I can't die, I have to survive, and more people must survive. Forestry is running, breathing sound. Suddenly,
it's there.
A strange wave of consciousness passed down from the top of the head. Forestry subconsciously looked up. He saw a pair of weird dark purple eyes, and someone stretched out a hand to him. The black light cuts through the vision, and the eternal night comes.
Hoo-hoo!
Lu Sheng suddenly woke up, and sweat oozed out of his face. In addition to the paleness after experiencing a Forestry death, there were deeper vibrations and horrors.
What is that? What is the one who killed Forestry? Our people?
In the last picture, Lu Sheng saw a humanoid figure. But he was sure that it could never be human.
The body size is at least twice that of the human race, and its external characteristics are different from that of humans, but they are just humanoid. He was filled with strange and evil aura. It's a strange beast.
Lu Sheng was a little unbelievable.
Have the alien beasts in the next 10,000 years evolved to this level?
Don't know.
No matter what the future is, I just need to take the current situation step by step.
Lu Sheng took a deep breath and tried to suppress the shock and doubts in his heart. He did not forget his true purpose of entering the dream space this time. It was just an unexpected surprise to get the Crescent Moon God's romance, mainly to make up for it. The last cornerstone of the 10 complete Masters' way. At this time, there was another Master's will, and the will of the Grandmaster in Lu Sheng's mind. A black crescent moon surrounded by a light green breeze coexisted with the other 3, making it seem mysterious and docile.
The Crescent Moon God Feng Lu is stronger than the Buddy Mingzuan, and is ranked alongside the Cold G Bird Prison, second only to the Star Will.
Lu Sheng felt that his speculation should be correct. When the Crescent Moon God, which represents the wind, flows into the roulette, some strange connection seems to arise between the 4 Masters' wills. Earth Feng Shui Fire is the cornerstone of the 4 major energy of the universe. Connect with each other to form a cycle. The gray roulette representing the Master's Way continues to become stable and powerful in this cycle.
Try it again.
With anticipation, Lu Sheng slowly tried to use the power of the 10 comprehensive Master Dao Zero. The gray roulette did not rotate, but 4 invisible pointers appeared at the same time. The 4 Master Wills shined brightly at the same time. Buzz? Lu Sheng felt the consciousness trembled. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes were already occupied by pure gray. His entire temperament changed in an instant. Lu Sheng just changed his standing posture and body slightly, and his whole body immediately became majestic. His expression was extremely calm, and no trace of negative emotions could be found in his gray eyes. He was absolutely calm, and he had complete control. He is omniscient and omnipotent. He encompasses everything. He looked down at his palm lines, as if he could read the true meaning of the universe from it. He is the beginning of everything, and the final chapter of everything. He is God. It's martial arts. The end that will never be reached. Call. Lu Sheng exhaled a long breath, and the gray in his eyes quickly faded. Is this the effect of the 10 comprehensive masters' way? Lu Sheng just felt like he had become a god in martial arts. If you are omniscient and omnipotent, there is nothing in the world that he cannot do. Although that feeling is extremely strong and real. But, is that possible? Of course it is impossible. It's a completely invincible psychological hint. St. Lu is irritated. I don't know how to describe my inner feelings. Psychological hints are an extremely terrible force. It can revitalize a patient with a dying cancer and heal itself overnight. It can also allow a strong and healthy death row prisoner to die coldly in the sound of dripping water. This is a powerful spiritual power that can make people do things that are completely 207. Invasion Mission of Strange Beasts. I, Lu Sheng, also have my own pride. 3. The 7th St. Wu University, Student Task Management Center. Lu Sheng sat on the chair, tapping the table with his right fingers gently. His eyes swept across the tablet, and looked up and asked, Are there only these 3? The one who received him happened to be the girl who handled him a AA task last time. His name is Zhang Qi, a sophomore. The girl replied honestly, There are not many tasks above level A. It is normal to hang in the task hall for 10 days and half a month. This time it is quite good, and there are 3 at once. Lu Sheng didn't say anything, nodding as if nothing had happened. The remaining 30 pieces of the 6th level alien marrow liquid he exchanged have been delivered, and Lu Sheng is preparing to return to Baihe City. It was just a while before the National College Students Martial Arts Conference, so he thought about taking on several tasks and earning some credits. Anyway, there are no things like credits. I can't use it all myself, and I can still exchange it for resources for Lu Qinghe to use. The 3 tasks that are now placed before him. 1 3A, 2 AA. The 3rd level A mission is invaded by a strange beast, and the level of the strange beast is quite high, reaching level 6. I don't know which gap came from the front line. Fortunately, there was no major riot, so I did not send troops to suppress it, but uploaded it directly to the Kyoto Martial Arts Association, which quit the task to the 7 saints. The other 2 double-level A-level ones are kidnapped by the murderer, and the other is looking for someone to be a personal bodyguard. In the end, Lu Sheng didn't have so much time to be a nanny for others. After thinking about it, Lu Sheng decided to come down. Then let's just have these 207. Please register for me. Lu Sheng handed his student ID to the girl in front of him and chose the task he wanted to take. The student ID he had pressed in the new restaurant had long been redeemed. Before leaving, the boss warmly welcomed him to come again next time. Okay. The girl took Lu Sheng's student ID and quickly registered the task for Lu Sheng, and then passed the task information to him. While Lu Sheng was looking down at the information, Zhang Qi secretly observed the rumored boy in front of him with his eyes. The eyebrows are thick and neat, the nose is high speed, and the skin is fair and delicate. When you lower your head, you can see eyelashes and clear and bright lip lines. Despite this, the whole person has no creamy smell, but looks extremely masculine. This is a cold and extremely aggressive beauty. It reminds people of the precious cold weapons hanging on the walls. You can see its beauty and feel its murderous aura. Moreover, it is full of legendary colors. The Demon King. The Seven Saints. Just as Zhang Qi was thinking about it, Lu Sheng finished reading the information and looked up.
Okay, then if it's okay, I'll leave first. Yeah, okay.
Zhang Qi quickly stood up and quickly added,
It is more urgent to kidnap that person. There are still quite a few people taking on the missions from the Wushu Association. If you go too late, you may not be able to catch up. Okay, thanks.
Lu Sheng nodded, put away the information and turned around and left. Looking at Lu Sheng's back as he left, Zhang Qi felt a little lost in her heart. It seems that time passes too fast. Suddenly, she remembered something and patted her forehead hard.
Oh, it's so stupid. I forgot to take my phone to secretly take 2 photos of the Demon King, who can usually take such a close distance.
As usual, Lu Sheng went back to the dormitory to clean up his things, mainly some changes of laundry and 30 doses of 6-level alien marrow liquid. Then I booked high-speed rail tickets online with my mobile phone and said hello to Lin Zhe. But when I looked at my phone, I realized that Lin Zhe had actually gone on a mission and left him a message.
Haha, boss, I'm going to kill someone.
Thinking of the scene where Lin Zhe rushed around with a big gun, Lu Sheng felt a little reluctant to look at it. In fact, in addition to some special circumstances, it is better to hunt for fugitives in the city or the like. I originally wanted to say hello to my family, but I just thought about it and let it go. The main reason is that I don't know how long it takes for the 2 tasks, and I don't know the specific days of going home, so I saved my parents from looking forward to working hard. At noon that day, Lu Sheng had already taken the high-speed train to his first destination. Because he was carrying a lot of alien marrow fluid with him, he was afraid that he would get damaged on the road, so Lu Sheng specially bought a business seat. Relying on the back of the business seat with a wide and comfortable seat, Lu Sheng suddenly realized something. With his current body shape, ordinary seats may feel crowded. Lu Sheng grew a little taller, nearly 1.9 meters tall. Although the body has always been well proportioned, the perfect muscles trained by practicing martial arts for many years still appear strong after relaxing. He just casually put on a black t-shirt. When I bought it, I especially picked the larger size, but now I wear it on my body, making it look a little tight, outlining some beautiful muscle lines. Through the vague traces reflected on the glass car window, Lu Sheng felt. It turned out that before he knew it, he was about to go from a teenager to a young man. A girl in a short skirt and a white t-shirt suddenly staggered when she walked to Lu Sheng, and her body couldn't help but fall to one side. Lu Sheng held her at will.
Sorry.
After standing firm, the girl kept apologizing to Lu Sheng.
I stepped on you.
His cheeks were red, and he didn't dare to look into Lu Sheng's eyes. Lu Sheng glanced at his clean and tidy upper, and smiled and said nothing.
It doesn't matter.
The girl quickly walked away, and sat down a few rows ahead of Lu Sheng. A whispering sound came into Lu Sheng's ears.
It's really handsome, with a good temperament and a good figure. After getting off the bus, prepare to contact information. I don't dare.
Lu Sheng looked calm and looked at the passengers within his sight. Sitting on his left was a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, looking like an elite look. His eyes seemed to be staring at his phone, but in fact he was sneaking in the direction of the 2 girls. A mother and daughter sat in the row further ahead, snuggling together and watching cartoons with tablets. The little girl, aged 5 or 6, laughed like a silver bell from time to time. After looking at it for a while, Lu Sheng suddenly remembered the little Nan, who liked to play ball-throwing games with him in Xianlin village. I don't know how Tang Maolin's family is doing now. After clarifying the reason for killing Master Jidao, Lu Sheng's idea of calling to inquire was still stranded. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng couldn't help but take out a piece of information from his backpack and put it in his hand to check it. A lot of text introductions and photos. Last time, Lu Sheng just glanced it out quickly and didn't look carefully. Now, looking at what the father and son have done overnight, the calm eyes are floating from time to time.
Is this a clue found? The evidence is conclusive, and those buried in the dark?
Lu Sheng reinstalled the information in his hand and turned to look at the scenery passing by hurriedly outside the window. He had no interest in becoming Tan Zhongyu's disciple. He has no shortage of inheritance. He can also make resources slowly by himself. Backing. Do real strong people need this thing? Moreover, judging from Tan Zhongyu's tolerant personality, he is not qualified to become a qualified backer.
Then why should I go through his test?
Lu Sheng asked himself. He suddenly understood a little. Understand why I chose to kill Lien Jibei at the National College Students' Martial Arts Conference. First, because of his dignity and his master's reputation. At least the Jidao Martial Arts Hall dare not act against him in public. 2 words. Maybe I also want to tell Tan Zhongyu.
I, Lu Sheng, also have my own pride.
Lu Sheng stretched his muscles and bones a little, like a dragon entrenched in the mountain stream.
Even if you are a 9th-level martial saint.
Lu Sheng said softly, leaning against the car window, and fell asleep.
How?
In a suburb of 208. Give me 5 minutes. Why don't you drink a glass of water and rest first? 4. Under the light yellow sunset, a taxi appeared shakingly in Xiao Yaren's sight. Xiao Yaren frowned and issued an order quickly.
Let them turn around. Yes. Why are there police cars in this wilderness?
The taxi stopped. The driver looked around and muttered. Lu Sheng was paying for money, and a tall and thin policeman had already come over.
What are you doing? Go back quickly. The front is blocked and you won't let in.
The driver poked his head out of the window, looked at the large group of policemen with live ammunition in front, and asked curiously,
Police officer, what's going on? Are you catching wanted criminals? It's not something you should ask about.
The police officer waved his hand impatiently, then pointed at Lu Sheng, who had just gotten out of the car, and shouted,
Who asked you to get out? Go back to the car quickly.
Lu Sheng paid the car money to the driver, then took out the mission certificate, handed it to the police officer, and said calmly,
I came for the mission. Task.
The police officer took the task certificate and looked at Lu Sheng up and down with suspicious eyes.
Just you? The sniper has been watching me to death. Can you detect the specific situation inside? Report it to me.
Xiao Yaren was holding the walkie-talkie to coordinate the situation on the scene. Although modern thermal weapons are not very lethal to strange beasts below level 7 still have certain effects. This is also the significance of the gathering of all the elites of the Nanping Public Security Department here. At this time, the subordinate, who had just arranged to stop the car, suddenly came back with someone.
Deputy Bureau.
Xiao Yaren glanced at the taxi that had turned around in the distance and couldn't help frowning.
I asked you to stop the car. Why did you leave the person behind?
The subordinate pointed to Lu Sheng behind him and said,
The student from Kyoto Sheng University has received the task.
Xiao Yaren was stunned, and his eyes stopped on Lu Sheng for a moment. This is a tall and upright young man. He looks extremely young, fair-skinned and handsome. Wearing a simple black t-shirt with jeans, carrying a large bag and a small bag, he looked like he had just gotten off the high-speed rail. Looking at the unfinished building with squinted eyes, for some reason Xiao Yaren reminded him of the beasts before hunting. The laziness was a bit casual, but he felt that he would suddenly burst out at any time.
Student from Kyoto Sageway University?
Xiao Yaren's eyes flashed and she said,
Show me the proof of mission and identity proof.
Oh! The subordinate quickly handed over the ID. Xiao Yaran glanced at her eyes, with a look of surprise. The 7th Shengwu University freshman? Is Shengwu University's requirements for students are so high now? How dare you release this kind of task when you are freshmen? Lu Sheng withdrew his gaze and smiled slightly at Xiao Yaran. Some situations. As he said that, he naturally stuffed the 2 certificates back into his pocket. Xiao Yaran stared at Lu Sheng's action, suddenly came to his senses suddenly, and looked down at his empty hands. His expression suddenly became horrified. There was at least 2 or 3 meters away from Lu Sheng. The other party stood there, and did not move. She didn't even notice how the things in her hand were taken back by the other party. Hell? Xiao Yaran immediately had the urge to adjust the monitoring and viewing habitually. Fortunately, she is also a senior executive in the police industry in a city, and she still has basic psychological qualities. He forced his heart to calm down, and his attitude towards Lu Sheng improved by more than 1 level, and even brought a little respect in his vagueness. Someone has already entered, for level 6, all of which are the peak level 6, and there is also a top 300 master in the hunter list. If nothing unexpected happens, it will probably be solved soon. Come one step later? Lu Sheng was stunned for a moment. But there was nothing to regret. He nodded and quickly extended his mental power towards the unfinished building. Asked casually, "What is the hunter list?" Xiao Yaran felt that the young man in front of him suddenly became tall and majestic. It was as if the other party had suddenly stood at a very high position, and she had to raise her head and look up and speak. But Lu Sheng clearly stood in front of her, and his figure did not change at all. This feeling and visual misalignment experience made Xiao Yaran feel indescribable. Combined with the weirdness of having the identity certificate taken back before, Xiao Yaran became more and more honest. A list within the Wushu Association is specially formulated for hunters who receive rewards. The higher the task level and completion level, the higher the ranking. Oh! Lu Sheng nodded. The police officer next to him was puzzled. Xiao Yaran's temper is famous for being decisive, and he is very angry at the moment. Even his attitude towards the director and leader is cold. I don't know what my sexuality has changed today, but I am actually polite to a college student, even a bit like the attitude of a subordinate to his superior. At this time, Lu Sheng's eyes suddenly flashed when he looked at the direction of the unfinished building. I don't know if it was to say to the 2 or to talk to themselves. Fortunately, I didn't have a trip in vain. Before the 2 understood what Lu Sheng said, a huge roar suddenly sounded in the unfinished building behind them. Boom! Boom! It was a huge echo from a sledgehammer slamming into the concrete floor, thrusting it into the open space. Xiao Yaran turned his head suddenly, picked up the walkie-talkie in his hand, and issued the instructions quickly. Prepare! All units prepare! The roar broke out suddenly, and ended very quickly. In just over 10 seconds, I saw 3 figures jumping down on the 5th floor of the unfinished building like flying. The speed is extremely fast, but it can't hide the embarrassment when escaping. The 3 figures ran out of the unfinished building like fleas, as if something was chasing them behind them. There is indeed something chasing them. A red vine as thick as an forearm of an adult man ejected out like an octopus tentacle and danced in the air. A figure who ran the slowest could not dodge. When he was halfway through, he was entangled with a vine on his right foot and pulled him back. Ah! The harsh screams filled with horror and despair quickly changed from big to small, and disappeared into the unfinished building within a few seconds. All the police officers deployed outside the unfinished building were frightened and all stood there. It was a feeling of paralysis that was dominated by huge unknown fears. Next second. Let's fire! Xiao Yaran almost roared at the walkie-talkie. Dada dada. The sound of dense gunfire sounded in the open field,
and the sound of bullets slashing through the air. Some cement dust bursts out from time to time on the unfinished building in the distance, very much like the gunfight scenes played in TV movies. The only difference: there was no counterattack in the building, only a few strange and creepy roars that came from time to time. Lu Sheng stood quietly and watched. With the mental power, he was more aware of the situation in the unfinished building than anyone else. It's not that Lu Sheng doesn't want to take action, but sometimes things have happened just when the thoughts turn. It becomes unnecessary and meaningless to take action. The shooting continued until the remaining two figures ran back safely from the unfinished building. Both of them are middle-aged men. He is a little older and has fair skin, so he can tell that he is usually pampered. The other one has a bronze complexion, and there are obvious scars on Gao Wu's arms and neck, and he has a strong temperament. Of course, both of them looked quite embarrassed at this time, with a look of lingering fear on their faces. Certainly level 7. As soon as he ran closer, the fair-skinned man immediately said to Xiao Yiren, "Apply for support from the military headquarters, or apply for a Grandmaster transfer order from the General Association of the Martial Arts Association. Quality level 7. Xiao Yiren's face changed suddenly. The quasi-level 7th level strange beast. No wonder the 4 peak warriors of level 6 were entered, and only 2 ran out. This is no longer a problem that the armed forces of their small city can solve. Good." Xiao Yiren nodded decisively, and was about to take out 209. "Okay, you can start trembling now. 1. Too smelly. Ordinary people even faint under such a stinky smell, and warriors with poor strength will also be greatly reduced in combat effectiveness." Thinking that the alien beast meat he usually eats, and the alien marrow liquid he drinks comes from such things, Lu Sheng couldn't help feeling disgusted. "You deserve to die." Ugly and dirty are original sins. Lu Sheng's cold eyes fell on the strange beast in front of him. This is a monster with a very similar shape to a black cicada pupa. But there were 6 long and strong limbs, and the claws were like sickles, and the cement floor was full of traces of plowed out. The head is thick on one side, and the mouth parts occupy 4/5 of the entire head, and the eyes as big as mung beans are arranged to the back of the head. The mouth is covered with fine and sharp teeth, and a flesh-colored long tongue rolls in it. The red vine that had just ejected out of the unfinished building was its tongue and its main attack method. The naked-eyed magic pill. Lu Sheng learned about this kind of strange beast class in Shengwu University. Their strength is generally between level 5 and level 6. This is amazing in front of me, and there is already a vague trend of reaching level 7. At this time, this naked-eyed magic pill was eating. Its mouth parts kept squirming and chewing, its tongue wrapped around a human body that was only half left. Lu Sheng recognized the identity of the corpse, which was the level 6 warrior who had tried to escape from the unfinished building and was dragged back. At this time, the man's distorted face full of fear was facing Lu Sheng. His dead gray eyes widened, as if he was saying to Lu Sheng, "You're late." "Feel sorry," Lu Sheng said silently in his heart. Although he is not a person with a strong sense of justice, and is easily bound by morality. But if I could get faster, I would have a chance to save the 057 life of the person in front of me. Sometimes I just think for a while, and think for a few more seconds. Some things have become irreversible. "I'll try to make it less dying, I promise," Lu Sheng said to the half of the corpse very seriously. "He!" The naked-eyed magic pill, which was disturbed by eating, looked a little irritable, and the tongue covered with small red barbs suddenly released the tangled body and disappeared into the air. Lu Sheng tilted his head. The red tongue rubbed against his ear and ejaculated. Through the ceiling of the top layer, the thick cement layer creates a hole as big as a fist. The steel bars inside were broken, and cement blocks fell down.
Lu Sheng looked calm and walked towards the naked-eyed demon horn step by step. The latter's tongue danced like a whip between the empty floors, whipping the surrounding cement pillars and the ground into large patches of cracks and collapses. But every time the flesh tongue hit Lu Sheng, it would strangely penetrate through his body. Lu Sheng's figure is like a three-dimensional projection with poor signal, sometimes blurring disappears, sometimes appearing again. The only thing that remains unchanged. It is his straightforward route. A trace of aura that looked like a glacier and volcano rose from Lu Sheng. It was like a thick layer of ice cracking, and the magma surging below erupted out in the hot heat. The scarlet and hot flame columns rushed into the sky one by one, bringing up large swaths of scorching water vapor. Lu Sheng slowly moved his neck and wrists, and his body made a sound of kick joint activation.
Okay, you can start trembling now,
he finished, speaking calmly. The next second, the body completely disappeared.
A freshman from the 7th St. Martial Arts University? Sent to carry out a mission?
Qian Lian doubted whether he had heard it wrong. Xiao Yaran hesitated and said,
I have seen his mission certificate and student ID. Where? Show me,
Qian Lian simply said.
He took it back after just one look.
Xiao Yaran now began to doubt whether she had read it wrong.
Mr. Sun.
Qian Lian looked at the fierce middle-aged man next to him. The latter has been staring in the direction there since Lu Sheng entered the unfinished building, without even blinking.
I don't know if you ask me,
the smart middle-aged man said lightly.
But even a student from Sheng University, not to mention freshman year, you can't have such speed.
Thinking of the speed that Lu Sheng just showed, the Jingqiang middle-aged man still had an unforgettable shock in his heart. Too fast. It was so close that even the warriors who were trained through 100 battles did not capture any trace of their perception. When it appears again, Lu Sheng is already hundreds of meters away. If you want to kill him at this speed, I guess I don't know when the other party took action until I die.
Let's take a look first. No matter how strong he is, at least nothing will happen to him at his speed.
The strong middle-aged man thought about it and said, Qian Lian is still talking.
I think I have to report to the Military Affairs Department of the Wushan Army first. If that kid gets angry, the strange beast will run out. A quasi-level 7th level beast breaks into the city, it's not a joke. Besides, fast speed does not mean strong.
As he was talking, a violent roar suddenly sounded in the unfinished building in the distance. Boom! Boom! Qian Lian immediately shut up, and the three of them looked at the unfinished building at the same time, with a cold expression. The roar in the unfinished building rang for a long time. It was short at first, and the sound was small. It started to grow bigger later. Once and then, it was like a sledgehammer was swung hard on the concrete floor, accompanied by some kind of creepy roar and roar. The expressions on the faces of Jingjian middle-aged and Qian Lian and Xiao Yaran became more and more serious, and their hands were clenched unknowingly. The police officers, who were solemnly treated each other, were sweating profusely. From time to time, they put their gun-catching hands on their clothes and wiped them, swallowing their saliva. After a while, the roar of Og came to an abrupt end. The unfinished building is terribly quiet.
Not good.
Qian Lian seemed to think of something, and his face changed slightly. But I heard a strong middle-aged man say something.
It's out.
Qian Lian looked up. Sure enough, the edge of the 5-story unfinished building. A slender and upright figure slowly walked out from the shadows that the sunset could not shine. It was Lu Sheng who had just entered. Xiao Yaran subconsciously picked up the walkie-talkie and wanted to issue an order to fire.
Prepare to cover,
But before she could finish her words, she saw a scene that would never forget her. It is also a scene that everyone present will never forget. Lu Sheng jumped straight off the platform outside the 5th floor. Only when his body fell could everyone see clearly. Lu Sheng's right hand was tightly holding a strange red tongue like a thick rope. At the end of the tongue was connected with a large lump of soft black meat. When Lu Sheng's body fell, the rotten meat was also pulled down. The rotten meat spread slightly in the air. Qian Lian and Jing Qiang, middle-aged men's pupils, contracted severely. They recognized the appearance of this rotten meat. In other words, when the long flesh tongue was revealed, they had already had the answer in their hearts, but they just didn't dare to confirm it at once. Quasi-level 7th level alien beast, a naked-eyed demon. 4 of them were in the 6th level, and went in to round up the attack, and one of them died as soon as they met. Without a single move, he turned around and ran away, and when he came out, he broke another one. It's such a terrifying existence now. It was actually like a pile of rotten meat, and was dragged out by Lu Sheng casually. Still moving. Obviously, all vital signs have been lost. At this moment, I remembered the sound of bombardment from the unfinished building before. The 2 of them breathed and their hearts stopped, and they felt a suffocating shock. Xiao Yaren was also stunned. A rustling noise came from the walkie-talkie that had been pressing his mouth, but his eyes were staring straight at Lu Sheng, who was lightly landing on the ground in the distance. 1 man and 1 beast fell to the ground, and only a dull sound came. Lu Sheng let go of his hand, tear off a corner of his T-shirt to wipe his hands, and then walked towards them with a calm face. At this time, the last bit of afterglow of the settings 210, kill all HUD 2. Although, it is very troublesome to deal with the corpse of a strange beast. Dong Qingxue once told Lu Sheng that trucks of strange beasts are transported back every day on the front line, and sometimes they don't even have time to deal with them, so they can only be thrown into the warehouse and put them on the odor. But the quasi-level 7th level alien beast is different. If you make good use of it, the rate of return is calculated thousands of times. Enough for a family that has lost its pillar to survive the second half of their lives.
Hello, Sun Wayman.
After Qian Lian finished reporting, he took the initiative to walk to Lu Sheng and stretch out his right hand. Lu Sheng nodded and shook hands with him, which was considered to be acquaintance.
Lu Sheng. Saint Lu?
Sun Wayman said this name a little familiar. He seemed to have heard it somewhere, but he couldn't remember it for a while. After all, he is over 40 years old, and he is not in the same world as such a top student from Shengwu University, who is rising like the rising sun in the morning. Seeing that Sun Wayman was still thinking, Lu Sheng didn't say much to him, but walked to Xiao Yaren, who was arranging personnel to clean the scene, and took back his luggage. By the way, he asked,
"Can you help me get a taxi? I have to catch the next high-speed train."
Xiao Yaren was stunned for a moment, and said quickly,
"I'll let someone drive you away." "Oh no, I'll drive you there in person."
5 minutes later, Lu Sheng had already gotten into a police car, and was on the way to the high-speed rail station. Xiao Yaren drove the car himself. She secretly looked at the young man in the back seat through the rearview mirror, who was full of mystery. Lu Sheng, who was leaning against the car window, quietly looked at the scenery passing by through the car window. Compared with the domineering figure who had previously pulled a quasi-level 7 beast and jumped down from a 5-story building, it's completely different. As if he felt his hot gaze, Lu Sheng in the rearview mirror turned his head and smiled at Xiao Yaren. Xiao Yaren's pretty face suddenly blushed, and quickly withdrew her gaze and looked forward. In order to hide her embarrassment, she even spoke without saying a word.
"Actually, Mr. Lu, you can stay in Nopping for a while. We will have a celebration banquet in the evening." "No need. I bought the ticket when I came, and I won't be able to catch up later." "All right."
Xiao Yaren was a little disappointed, but she didn't expect much hope at all. Suddenly, Xiao Yaren came back to the smell. What did Lu Sheng say just now?
Buy the ticket when you come? Xiao Yaran was a little confused, with a calm expression, but in fact, the accelerator under her feet was almost unknowingly, and the numbers on the speedometer were beating like her heart. What does this mean? This shows that the other party was already very sure when he came, and could get rid of this strange beast before the next high-speed rail came. This requires how confident you are in your own strength to be able to perform like this. Combined with the 5 minutes Lu Sheng said before. For a moment, Xiao Yaran felt a sense of terror, and a terrifying feeling of thought, and his heart was surging. Lu Sheng noticed the inexplicable emotional fluctuations in Xiao Yaran, who was driving, but he was too lazy to ask. He was thinking about the strange beast just now. Although the matter has been resolved, the cause of the incident is worth pondering. How could a quasi-level 7 beast leak out from the front-line gap and run into a hinterland city like Nanping? In the past, there have been incidents like strange beasts missing their defenses. However, the strange beasts that were missing were not strong enough, and they could only run into the border for a maximum of several hundred kilometers, and were killed by the military headquarters and the military association. The main reason why the military headquarters did not take action this time is the location of the strange beast is too deep, and it appears very abruptly. It appeared in Nanping City without any warning, which was really strange. Lu Sheng took out his mobile phone and searched the internet for a few keywords, but a lot of information popped up. Spy from the Lion Kingdom smuggled across the strange beast. There are signs of disputes between dragon and lion? Analyze the whole story of several strange beast invasions. Is it a conspiracy theory or the truth? Lu Sheng glanced around and probably got a point in his mind. Thinking of the decayed and dead scene where the human martial arts civilization completely fell 10,000 years later, I suddenly felt an inexplicable anger and irritability at this intrigue within the human race. There is a kind of I'm fighting to the death every day for the future of the human race. You group of pig teammates are still having internal divisions in the rear every day. Damn, it's because you want to die, right? Emotions like that. But this emotion comes and goes quickly. The main reason is that it is not enough strength. If one day you have enough strength, Lu Sheng naturally has only one idea. Everything is killed. Call. Lu Sheng exhaled a breath of turbid air, gradually calming down the restless emotions in his heart, and returning to calmness. Ding dong. At this time, the phone in your hand sent a message to deliver a message. Lu Sheng picked it up and looked stunned, and then quickly relaxed. The double-level A mission kidnapped by the murderer has been completed, and there is no need to go again. One task is missing. It's also good, it saves you a waste of time. Is there anything wrong with Mr. Liu? Xiao Yaran, who was driving, kept observing Lu Sheng's face changing and asked carefully. Lu Sheng shook his head and smiled and said, No. Oh. Xiao Yaran didn't ask much. Lu Sheng used his mobile phone to open the online ticket purchase system and began to check the tickets he had recently gone to buy his city. 20 minutes later, Lu Sheng got off at the entrance of the high-speed rail station. The show of the police car delivery is quite eye-catching. Lu Sheng and Xiao Yaran thanked each other and walked towards the high-speed rail station with their luggage. Xiao Yaran looked at Lu Sheng's back until he disappeared. He suddenly came to his senses, took out his mobile phone and searched online quickly. Keywords Lu Sheng, a freshman in the 7th Shengwu University. After half a minute, shit! Standing beside the police car, the heroic female policewoman suddenly stared at her phone, looking shocked and gasping for a cold air. It has really attracted a lot of attention. Baihe City, Baihe No. 1 Middle School. The students in Class 2 and 3 of high school are taking practical martial arts classes. The students in martial arts uniform sat around the battlefield, watching the two people fighting in the center of the venue.
It would be better to say that one of the parties was beaten unilaterally. In just a few rounds, the tall and strong boy was hit one after another, and couldn't get up while lying on the ground.
Say to lose.
The tall boy lay on the ground and raised the white flag, and smiled bitterly.
Squad leader, you are too fierce. No one in the entire number 1 middle school is probably your opponent. Wow!
The students around him applauded enthusiastically. Even the actual combat teacher clapped his hands, and walked up with a smile, and praised him without hesitation.
People Lu Qing's practical level is indeed very high. With the same level of strength, the teacher is probably not her opponent. 0. If you have any questions in actual combat, please ask Lu Qinghe for advice. It must be certain. The squad leader is awesome.
However, Lu Qinghe was extremely humble, and walked back to his position without saying a word. As soon as they sat down, 2 figures squeezed over.
Qinghe, the actual combat teacher praises you for your practical level being higher than his. If you continue like this, you will definitely be the top scorer in the city next year. Why are you still not happy at all?
Lu Qinghe rolled his eyes, and said speechlessly,
If you have a brother who has been to the dragon in the country, you will not be happy even with this little achievement.
Well, the 2 girls were stunned for a moment, and then they started to quarrel again.
Yes, Qinghe, when will your brother have time? Can you invite him out and meet us? Just meet again. That's right. I remember your brother said before that he would treat us to dinner. We can invite him. Yes, the key is to invite others.
211. My brother, I will become a general in the future. Afraid of embarrassing him. 3. Lu Qinghe probably knows more than anyone else what kind of sensation would cause if Lu Sheng was exposed to by a number 1 middle school. So she didn't even change her clothes. So she pulled Lu Sheng and left the martial arts hall directly.
Go to this side, brother.
Lu Qinghe took Lu Sheng to secretly avoid a group of students, who seemed to be here to take martial arts classes, and walked around the edge of the playground in the middle. There were people playing football in the middle of the playground, and there were several basketball courts next to it, surrounded by blue-painted barbed wire. The 2 of them chatted while walking, and Lu Qinghe naturally gently held Lu Sheng's arm.
Brother, why are you back today? It's not the winter vacation yet, right?
Lu Qinghe tilted her head to look at Lu Sheng. She was wearing only a martial arts uniform, and she showed her fair and graceful swan neck and delicate collarbone. Lu Sheng reached out and lifted the collar of her martial arts clothes upwards, and said lightly,
Go ahead and take a mission and come back and take a look. Have you told my parents? Do you think I've told my parents?
Lu Sheng pointed to the big bags he carried with him.
Huh?
Lu Qinghe smiled, with a little pride and satisfaction between his eyebrows.
You have a little conscience. The first thing you do when you come back is to see me. By the way, are there any gifts?
Lu Qinghe glanced at the small luggage.
057.
Box and backpack that Lu Sheng was carrying. Lu Sheng smiled and rubbed her head, saying,
I brought you good martial arts tonics. Is it a gift?
I thought Lu Qinghe would be very happy, but she actually sighed in disappointment, shaking his head at Lu Sheng.
Brother, I find that you really don't understand girls.
Well, Lu Sheng didn't know how to answer. At this moment, a basketball crossed the iron net and slammed heavily on the road in front of the 2 of them.
Bang!
A boy wearing a basketball uniform with a headband tied around his head and sweaty body crossed the iron net in a beautiful position and landed in front of the 2 of them.
I look like you from afar.
The boy grinned at Lu Qinghe, then squinted his eyes and looked up and down at Lu Sheng.
Qinghe, who are you?
While talking, the boy kept staring at Lu Qinghe holding Lu Sheng's hand. His tone was a bit unkind. Lu Sheng was stunned for a moment and smiled.
None of your business.
Lu Qinghe rolled his eyes at the boy and deliberately posted it to Lu Sheng. The boy suddenly felt as if he was stimulating and shouted, "Lu Qinghe, you can't like me, and there is no need to find an old man to swear by himself." Lu Qinghe. "Suan, go to death." Lu Qinghe kicked him directly, gritting his teeth in anger. The boy grabbed the basketball and ran away. After running 2 steps, he threatened Lu Sheng. "Boy, wait for me. Sooner or later I will find someone to deal with you. Roll." This is what Lu Qinghe roared. The boy in the basketball uniform ran away in a flash. Lu Sheng looked at the boy's back as he walked away and wanted to laugh inexplicably. "Are you guys chasing you? Hold head high." Lu Qinghe looked very annoying and complained, "I'm so annoyed that I'm so annoyed. It doesn't matter if you fall in love, just don't delay your martial arts practice. Also, please put your eyes on the highlights and don't be deceived." Lu Xingyu taught earnestly. "What are you talking about?" Lu Qinghe immediately shouted. "The boys I can look down on must be able to beat me first." "Brother, do you think there are such boys in Baihe No. 1 middle school?" Lu Xing was thinking, saying, "That's not necessarily true. If you encounter a sudden transfer from school in the future, some people will be unhappy when they see him, and they are mysterious and like to talk to themselves, especially those with surnames Lin, Xiao, and Yi. You must stay away from him." Lu Qinghe was confused. "Brother, what are you talking about? I can't understand a single sentence." "It doesn't matter whether you understand it or not. Just remember it anyway." "Oh." Lu Qinghe nodded. Suddenly his eyes rolled, and he said curiously, "Brother, how are you doing with senior sister Yang Yuan? What's going on?" Lu Sheng glanced at her strangely. "We are very ordinary friends, and we come out to have a meal from time to time." "Just having a meal? Are you watching movies together, holding hands or something?" "Neuropathy." Lu Sheng is not a fool either, and Yang Yuan can still feel a little bit of his feelings for him. However, Yang Yuan's name was not on the spouse column where the information was updated several times, and Lu Sheng probably wouldn't have any fate in the future. Lu Qinghe obviously refused to give up and asked repeatedly. Lu Sheng was too lazy to pay attention to her, and his feet were fast. Lu Qinghe had no choice but to let go of this topic. The two walked out of the school gate and did not mention taking a taxi. In addition, they were both warriors and were full of energy, so they simply walked in the direction of going home. Lu Sheng asked his father Lu Dehai and his mother Zheng Yufan about his recent situation. He felt relieved when he learned that he was doing well. Suddenly, Lu Qinghe remembered something and said to Lu Sheng, "Brother, do you have a classmate named Lu Qiming?" "Yes, what's wrong?" Lu Sheng nodded, a little surprised why Lu Qinghe mentioned this. "He has come to you," Lu Qinghe said. "It seems that he didn't get into the undergraduate degree in Wuhan University, and then he went to join the army. I wanted to say goodbye to you before leaving, but unfortunately you had already gone to Kyoto at that time." Lu Sheng paused under his feet and subconsciously took out his cell phone. He found Lu Qiming's chat box in the 999 message reminder. Sure enough, just as Lu Qinghe said, Lu Qiming had asked him once and sent him a message, which was just a few days after he went to Kyoto. Unfortunately, Lu Sheng has been busy all the time and has never seen this message. Lu Sheng stood there, thought quietly for a while, and Lu Qiming's figure quickly flew through his mind. Lu Qinghe knew that he was thinking about things, so he was obedient and didn't bother him. Lu Sheng remembered that on the night after the college entrance examination, Lu Qiming came to find him, standing under the street lights with a cramped and nervous back. And at the class reunion, in KTV, and internet cafes. These figures finally gathered into one figure. Wearing a military uniform, and with a green smile on his face, he waved his hand to Lu Sheng vigorously, and turned around to step onto the moving train. Lu Sheng replied to Lu Qiming. Then he greeted Lu Qinghe.
Let's go!
Lu Qinghe nodded and followed suit well. He walked 2 steps on Lu Sheng's shoe print, and then gently held his arm. At the same time, a new recruit company in the Eastern Military Region. Just after the training, Lu Qiming, who was exhausted, took out his mobile phone and slowly browsed several chat groups. This should be the most relaxing and happiest time for Lu Qiming every day. It is not prohibited to use mobile phones in the army, but they can only be used for contact. They cannot access the internet, and they cannot play games. Even so, he felt very satisfied. Looking at the chat records in the group, the corners of your mouth will unconsciously rise 0. In a trance, it seemed like I was back to the bustling class of senior high school 3 or 5. However, most of Lu Qiming just read and rarely speaks. Because the most talked about in the group was everyone's new life in various Wuhan University, and he didn't get into Wuhan University. Lu Qiming looked silently for a while, and was about to turn off his phone to rest. Ding dong. New message prompt. A game character's avatar jumps to the top of the chat list. The notes read Lu Sheng. Lu Qiming was stunned. The next second, I sat up from the bed with a swish, and clicked on the chat box with excitement. Only one short sentence.
I've gone to the Eastern Military Region, right? I'm coming soon. Wait for me, okay?
Wait for me. Seeing the last 2 words, Lu Qiming felt a bang in his heart. The whole person was filled with a huge sense of satisfaction. The high-intensity training of the recruits, 212, turned decay into magic. The 10 complete master skills break the void. 4. Lu Sheng's return brings the Lu family a new year atmosphere. Zheng Yufan and Lu Dehai didn't even take off their shoes after get off work, so they hurried to the vegetable market. After I came back, I had a lot of trouble and waited until after 8 o'clock to supper. As usual, I had a few drinks with my father Lu Dehai. When Lu Sheng was lying on the bed, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. He was like a soldier who had returned from a long battle, and in the harbor of his home, he removed his pride and fatigue. Even without deliberately controlling it, Lu Sheng quickly fell asleep and fell asleep. Dream space. Lu Sheng, with gray eyes, stood in front of a Grandmaster-level zombie, and in an instant, hundreds of Lu Sheng transformed into. Each Lu Sheng uses different postures and different martial arts to strive towards the center from different angles from all directions. The battle ended soon. The powerful Grandmaster-level zombie stood in front of Lu Sheng, and its body gradually weathered and turned into fine sand to flow away. Lu Sheng's hands naturally fell to his side, and his eyes looked like a lake of gray marks that had not been shocked for thousands of years. He spoke calmly from a high place.
I'm the god. I am the martial arts you will never reach.
Before the last word was finished, the gray in Lu Sheng's eyes quickly faded away, and his pussy collapsed instantly. The whole person was knocked down from the mortal world from a majestic and boundless posture, and became the ordinary Lu Sheng again. Lu Sheng let out a long sigh. His expression 07 was both satisfied and regretful.
The time is still short.
He now enters the state of martial god almost every day, have to enjoy it. That kind of omniscient and omnipotent state, like a god, is even more addictive than playing games. Unfortunately, the time is too short. Lu Sheng maintained a progress of earning at least 1 Grandmaster's will every day. The Grandmaster's will in the Grey Roulette has increased to 7, but he still cannot extend the martial god state to 1 minute. The other half is to be familiar with the combat style of the martial god state. The move that had transformed into 100 and full of martial arts was developed by Lu Sheng in the past few days.
In the state of the god of martial arts, my control over strength, speed,
mental power, and other aspects has reached an incredible level, so that it can achieve a clone attack effect. It seems that Lu Sheng became hundreds of them in an instant, but in fact the actions of those clones were not synchronized, but the gap between actions was so small that it was almost negligible that it caused such a shocking effect. It was like the infrared grid that Lu Sheng encountered when he entered the body training room. Ordinary people seem to be a grid, but in Lu Sheng's eyes, there is a gap between every infrared ray. In fact, it's just a time difference. But it is easy to say, but it is to reach the top. Not to mention that in a moment of time, like Lu Sheng, he can quickly produce hundreds of different martial arts attacks, such as shocking effects like clone attacks. If Lu Sheng had to do it himself, he wouldn't have been able to do it. The state of the god of martial arts has fully developed his potential to the extreme. Many of the hidden bodies are almost forgotten by the Lu Sheng, or they are not used at this stage and have been eliminated. All were used. Combination, collision, reconstruction. Turn decay into magic. The magical means of creation in the field of martial arts. This is the real power of the 10 comprehensive Master Tao. In the state of the god of war, Lu Sheng can even use all the master skills he masters at the same time. The combat power instantly increased by countless times. This can be regarded as the master skill of the 10 comprehensive Grandmaster's way. Lu Sheng was considering what name he should give this trick. Thinking about it all the time, just call it Broken Void. Isn't it just to break the void in the extreme? Lu Sheng remembers that this is what he said in many martial arts novels he had read in his previous life, regardless of whether the name is related to this move. Anyway, Lu Sheng likes it. Absorb the memories of the Grandmaster level zombies that have just been hunted. A large number of martial arts memories poured in, and Lu Sheng's 10 perfect martial arts have improved again, and he has also taken a step further from the third form. A martial arts memory of a level 8 master or level 7 master is comparable to the hunting of hundreds, or even thousands of level 5 or 6 zombies. Only after passing the threshold of level 7 can martial arts memory be called a treasure. It contains at least one control realm, and even if it is not good, it can have several martial arts that enter the micro realm. In the memory of zombies below level 7, martial arts entering the micro realm are like hunting for gold in the sand sea. Just like the equipment explosion rate of low-level monsters and high-level monsters, the latter is much higher than the former. Lu Sheng suddenly felt that the mode of dream space was becoming more and more similar to the game. After getting the memory, look for the core of martial arts, that is, the master skills. With this one, the master will in the gray roulette reaches 8, and the energy source in the state of the martial god is even more abundant. The more will the master on the gray roulette, the longer the state of the martial god is. Correspondingly, the more powerful the move of the 10 comprehensive master, breaking the void. This is still a master skill of level 7 or level 8. In time, when I mastered many level 10, or even level 11 master skills. To what extent will the broken void be strengthened? I'm afraid I can really break the void. And that, would it be the 12 level direction? Lu Sheng didn't know. But he was very eager. As usual, harvest another wave of ordinary zombies, accumulate memory fragments, and then practice crystal visualization. Although the construction of the golden obsidian humanoid is no longer so urgent, but the golden obsidian humanoid is about to be completely completed after working hard every day. Probably, it's only this month. Lu Sheng estimated. After the mental power broke through level 7, the practice of mental power-related skills became much faster. The same is true for the Zhenjiaopen of the Pluto Sutra. The 5 internal organs are almost completed, and the growth rate of qi and blood is about to exceed 45%. When Lu Sheng finished all his daily practice, Lu Sheng took out his brain and leaned against the corner of the wall at the door of a small shop, browsing casually to enjoy the time. Inquiry, Lu Qiming, a student of the 325th Baihe No. 3 Middle School in Baihe City, Gulongguo. Personal information. Inquiry. Lu Sheng looked at Guangming quietly, and the misty blue light reflected in his clear eyes. He once read Lu Qiming's personal profile. There were no fluctuations or surprises. But that was before. Because of his changes, Lu Qiming's life trajectory also changed. Originally, he should have gone to an ordinary liberal arts university, and after he came out, he found an ordinary job and became an ordinary dead house. Finally, I spent my life in an ordinary way. And now, Lu Qiming has changed. He joined the army. This is not the peaceful era of previous lives. After joining the army for 2 years, you can come back. Now that we are in the army, we can go to the front line. The death rate of recruits is getting higher every year if... What if? Lu Sheng can't guarantee it. Lu Qiming can really come back safely. Soon, Lu Qiming's personal information was retrieved. Lu Sheng glanced at his first glance in his life, and his eyes relaxed instantly. Then read carefully. The curve of the corners of the mouth became larger and larger. This kid can even achieve a second-class merit. Gloriously discharged from the army. After you come out, you can open a large goods and then open a logistics company. Your net worth is over tens of millions at the age of 50. 3 children, 2 women and 1 man. It's amazing. It's a pity that my wife lost in middle age. Fuck. Let's reopen the strings all over again. This kid. Lu Sheng has been reading all Lu Qiming's life experience, and the last trace of worry on his 213 start to break through and meet the master 1. There are actually not many counters in the huge pharmacy, and only a few medicines are placed in each counter. It's just like that precious jewelry store or gold jewelry store. It can be seen that He Lingsu has really put a lot of effort into building Lingxing Pharmaceutical into a mid to high-end brand. But Lu Sheng felt that this was somewhat different from the name of Tao Hall. However, no matter whether Lu Sheng thinks it is good or bad, he was too lazy to care. Even if this is not the most suitable corporate development route for Lingxing Pharmaceuticals, it doesn't matter. All he needs is a source of energy to continuously provide his martial arts practice funds, a reliable subordinate and partner. That's all. He Lingsu has done a great job in this regard so far. There's one more thing. He Lingsu took 2 steps, leaned closer to Lu Sheng's ear and whispered. Since recently, someone started to trip us up secretly, although he didn't move much. I have investigated and said that they are from the Qin family in Kyoto, who still have a certain status and power in Kyoto province. To this day, the energy in Lingsu's hands is far greater than before. Of course, she also secretly investigated it privately, and the facts proved everything Lu Sheng had told her. But the Qin family in Kyoto is still an irresistible behemoth for the current He family and Lingxing Pharmaceuticals. If the Qin family really has a certain strength and status in Kyoto province, Lu Sheng said calmly, then they should know very well that provoking you is equivalent to provoking me. And provoking me is such a stupid behavior. He Lingsu's expression was suffocated. He blinked his eyes and looked at Lu Sheng steadily. I haven't seen each other for more than 2 months, and He Lingsu has felt it since Lu Sheng walked in. Lu Sheng has become a little different from before. This feeling has reached its peak now. It is a kind of calmness and domineeringness shown with absolute confidence, just like a real big man, who is the only one and the only one. This temperament makes people subconsciously ignore Lu Sheng's age. For many women, it is something as deadly as poison. It's a pity that I'm not effective, haha. He Lingsu thought to himself, subconsciously recognizing and avoiding Lu Sheng's eyes, feeling his cheeks a little hot. By the way, Lu Sheng said, are you ready what I asked you to prepare? He Lingsu pretended to be nothing, tweaked the short hair that was hanging down to his ears, and replied, "It's okay. It's all in it. It's all in the potion mixing room." Lu Sheng nodded and walked towards the deployment room with big strides. "Remember to upgrade and renovate the deployment room. It's just a lot," Healing Su muttered in his heart. It was Lu Sheng's next sentence, but it made her jump almost on the spot. "In the past 2 days, I will give you a new recipe for marrow-breaking pill." I understand. I upgrade according to the standard of the dispensing room of level 7 pharmacist." Lu Sheng picked up the pharmacist's clothes on the hanger and put it on, and his mental power was released. The materials Healing Su placed in the corner of the mixing room were filled with several large boxes of materials, and took the initiative to fly out and sort. The main purpose of Lu Sheng's return to Baihe City this time is to allocate golden ambergris. Level 6 golden ambergris. In order to avoid the fact that it was not enough, Lu Sheng also paid for 10 more portions of the 6th level marrow fluid. Even if we were following the internal channels of the Eastern Military Region, it took Lu Sheng a dozen small targets. 40 parts of the 6th level marrow liquid, all of which are mixed into golden ambergris. If nothing unexpected happens, you can prepare a total of 120 pieces of the 6th level marrow liquid. Lu Sheng felt cruel. This time, let alone the second stage of the immortal golden body. Even a son. He also wants to kill it. The powerful level 7 mental power made Lu Sheng add hundreds of hands, because it was the first time that the level 6 potion was prepared. In order to ensure the success rate, Lu Sheng also entered the second form of 10 comprehensive martial arts during the preparation, the calming state. 2 days later, 120 grade 6 golden ambergris were neatly placed in front of Lu Sheng. The dark golden liquid refracts a hazy brilliance, like amber sand under the light. Healing Su's eyes were blurred, as if he saw the Cinderella who had always dreamed of crystal shoes in his heart, and reached out to try to touch. Then, the dream is broken. Stop watching. Lu Sheng closed the refrigerator specially customized for the storage of golden ambergris, then threw a small storage card to Healing Su, and said lightly, "This is yours." Healing Su had a helpless look on his face, and he held the small storage card that recorded the recipe for the marrow-nourishing pill tightly. He looked at Lu Sheng with a bit of gritting his teeth. She finally got what she had been dreaming of, but the man in front of her was extremely cruel and magnified the pain and desire in her heart by 100 times. Compared with the mysterious golden potion that can feel just by looking at the appearance, the formula of the marrow-breaking pill, it suddenly became less fragrant. It's simply a devil. Healing Su looked at Lu Sheng's increasingly handsome face, and accused loudly in his heart. Lu Sheng was too lazy to pay attention to Healing Su's little thoughts, and picked up the refrigerator, and walked out of the Xingyao Hall smoothly. "Go away!" Baihe City, World Trade Center Hotel. A young man in a black t-shirt and jeans strolled into the hotel lobby. The young man was tall and handsome, and he was carrying a silver suitcase more than a half meter tall in his hand. He glanced around casually with a calm expression, and then walked straight to the hotel front desk. "Please help me open a better suite." It was Lu Sheng who came with 120 golden ambergris. The golden ambergris is ready, and Lu Sheng also plans to officially attack the second stage of the immortal golden body. In order to avoid being disturbed at home, he simply came to the hotel to open a room. "Okay, sir, please show your ID." When Lu Sheng checked in, a slender man in a casual suit walked into the lobby. The man also wore a hat on his head, his long hair was combed into small braids behind his head, and he also carried a box in his hand. But it looks quite retro, and has a bit of a British gentlemanly look. Lu Sheng couldn't help but look at the man. Standing next to the man, it seemed as if approaching a burning stove. The surging blood and blood in the other party's body caused the desire for fighting and destruction in Lu Sheng's chest to jump. Grandmaster. In terms of qi and blood intensity, Zhao Kantai and Xiao Pingnan are both a little weaker than those Lu Sheng had previously contacted. But he is also a serious level 7 master. A master actually came to Baihe's city? Lu Sheng was quite surprised. But it was just a surprise. Lu Sheng is proud of his full force now, and it is probably easy to kill a similar level 7 master. Since it is in existence that does not threaten him, there is no need to pay too much attention. The man noticed Lu Sheng's gaze, took off his hat, and smiled at him. Under the gentleman's hat was a handsome face, and a pair of beautiful mustaches on his lips. Lu Sheng also nodded slightly to count as a response. Then I packed up the room card and ID card handed over from the front desk, turned around and walked towards the elevator.
Sir, are you sure you want to book a presidential suite? Yes. Okay, please collect your room card. We will have someone here to take you up to help you get your luggage. No.
The middle-aged man, with a beautiful mustache, smiled and declined the kindness of the front desk, picked up his suitcase, and walked towards the elevator alone. Walking into the elevator, the man stretched out a finger and tapped his ear gently. The phone is connected.
Everything went well, and we have arrived at the target location.
While talking, the man tidied up his collar and hair in front of the clean and bright elevator mirror.
But I met an interesting little guy when I checked in. Oh, who is it? I don't know very well.
The man leaned closer to the mirror, combed his beard bit by bit, and said casually,
Maybe it's from Dark Star, or maybe it's not. What if he doesn't care? Anyway, I'm here for vacation this time, and I will complete a small
214. Qi and blood are like dragons. If I become a master, the great master will be intimidated. 2. In the huge hotel suite, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. Soon, the sound of water flowing stopped. The handsome middle-aged man wearing a bath towel walked out of the bathroom.
It's almost done.
The man picked up the diamond watch on the sofa and glanced at it, and said to himself leisurely,
The two little mice holding gold mines have probably arrived in Baihe's city. It is time to deal with them, and then officially start enjoying my vacation. A wonderful holiday.
The man stretched his waist. The qi and blood in the body were surging, emitting body temperature far beyond ordinary people. The remaining water traces on the body also evaporated, turning into white water vapor and spreading everywhere. 10 minutes later, the middle-aged man, dressed neatly, had a white suit, a tie, and even the mustache on his lips, had a greasy hair, walked out of the room. He whistled happily, put one hand on his hips, and his other hand and body gently swung with the melody. The best handmade leather shoes twist and rub against the corridor carpet. He stepped into the elevator lightly in the tango dance steps. The elevator door slowly closed. Just below the suite on this floor in a room, the thick white mist filled the room, and the temperature was so high. If someone steps into this room, he may mistakenly think that he has walked into a sauna. In the hazy water vapor, the large white bathtub in the center of the room made a sound like the soup was about to be boiled. Suddenly, call. A body stood upright from the bathtub, like a red sun breaking through the air from the clouds and mist. The heat waves swept through, and the water vapor in the entire room was stirred. Bah! The windows of the room were all open, and a strong wind rose for no reason, blowing out the window with water mist. When the water vapor and white mist dissipated, Lu Sheng's figure appeared in the room.
0.57 inch.
Lu Sheng walked out of the bathtub. The movement pulled the body, and the muscles on the body were slightly undulating. This is a masculine body that is infinitely close to perfection, like a work of art created by God, shining brightly under the light. It's like a stove, like the sun. It exudes a hot and surging atmosphere. Immortal golden body, the second stage, perfect. The remaining golden ambergris liquid on the body slowly flowed down the lines between the muscles, but before it landed, it was evaporated into gas by Lu Sheng's body temperature. So much so that Lu Sheng looked at himself in the mirror, as if he had just been taken out of the pot, and a faint white air was lingering all over his body. The perfect immortal golden body in the second stage directly took Lu Sheng's body to a higher level. The skin, flesh and bones all undergo a qualitative transformation. Even Lu Sheng didn't know what his current physical strength was.
Try it.
He walked to a corner of the room and took out the red crystal dragon pattern wrapped in the weapon bag. There was only one piece of gun tip, and it seemed to be a red dragon tooth in my hand. Lu Sheng put the spear head on his right chest and slowly stroked it downward. Exercise force little by little. It has a strong sense of obstruction, but it does not cut. When Lu Sheng felt the sting, he looked down. I found a deep white mark left on the position I just passed. The white mark quickly turned red, and then faded in a few seconds and disappeared, replaced into a delicate texture like jade.
Even if you are the master of cold weapons, don't try to break my defense easily.
Lu Sheng came to the conclusion and was slightly satisfied. In fact, even if you don't do the experiment, Lu Sheng can roughly guess the result. It's like a normal person who sees a round and dull edge of a table. He can know that it will definitely not be able to cut his flesh without trying it, but it will be different if he sees a sharp kitchen knife. One truth. Lu Sheng could feel that he was very strong now. Very strong. The desire to fight and destroy is the best manifestation of the desire to grow wildly in the chest, and the desire to destroy almost turns into flames.
The growth of strength will surely breed the growth of one's own strength and ambitions, and the impulse to trample on the rules. Therefore, you should have a stronger mind to control this power.
Lu Sheng looked at himself in the mirror. His eyes flashed slightly, and he was thinking about what way he should find to vent his anger later. He didn't want to enter the dream space, and the pure mental power battle was simply not enough, even in the illusory world with a real degree of more than 99%. We must have real-life catharsis.
It seems that there is an abandoned construction factory in the west of the city. Maybe you can consider going there and punching them.
Lu Sheng thought about it, and walked into the shower room. Standing under the spray head, letting the hot water pour on yourself. Go down from the top of your head. The body temperature gradually decreases. Sheng Lu looked at himself, and at this time the qi and blood in his body had become a very strange state. The blood in the whole body is connected together to form a condensed but not loose whole. Lu Sheng didn't know how to describe it. I can only say that his original blood was scattered. Even if it reaches the level of master's blood that has reached the ground and become a bead, it will disperse, and will disperse as soon as you fight. But now it is different. His blood seems to have become a blood-colored dragon, lent in the meridian blood vessels. When he wanted to mobilize the power of qi and blood, the dragon would swim quickly and stimulate terrifying power.
Not only that, I also feel that it is very close to the next step.
Lu Sheng reached out and touched the location of his heart. He had a strong premonition. Once he uses the will of the master to connect the body, he generates the master's power field. Then his qi and blood will reach another new level in an instant. Maybe it's
coagulate blood to form a pill.
Lu Sheng gently spit out a few words.
The Grand Master's qi and blood realm.
This premonition is extremely strong. But he clearly hadn't even entered the real master realm, and had not yet completely created his master's power field. Lu Sheng shook his head.
The path I took is completely different from that of warriors in this era. Perhaps it is also different from the path that warriors in the future for 10,000 years of martial arts. This is my only path, and the normal level division is almost unavailable to me.
At this moment, Lu Xingxuan was truly standing on the threshold of a level 7 master. Take a step forward. It is to generate a force field and achieve the 7th level master realm immediately. But he doesn't want to do it now.
It's not time.
A light flashed in Lu Xing's eyes. He has his own plans.
Bang.
The water flow stops. Lu Xing walked out of the bathroom barefoot, his blood moved, and the rising body temperature evaporated all the water marks on his body. It turned into a thick white air, blurring the mirror in the bathroom. Lu Xing stretched out a hand and wiped it around the mirror twice, looking at the sharp eyes that were reflected in the clear part.
If I reach the Grandmaster realm, I will definitely be shocked, and even the Grandmaster will be intimidated. So, I can't become a master yet. Otherwise, it will scare some people away.
The sharpness in the eyes gradually faded away, and the clear mirror was once again covered with water mist. Lu Xing walked out of the room and changed into clean clothes. He planned to go out, but when he walked to the door of the room, he turned back.
Come to the window. Why bother so much?
Lu Xing stretched out his hand and gently broke the riveted iron bars on the window, and opened the window door wide. The night wind in the tall building rushed in, blowing the curtains on both sides high, and also blowing Lu Xing's slightly longer black hair.
Or, go out the door in my favorite way.
After saying that, Lu Xing jumped out of the window. Here it is, the 48th floor of the hotel.
Master, please go to the suburbs of the West District.
A middle-aged man took a child and quickly got into the taxi and reported a location. The taxi driver casually looked at the two passengers who had just gotten on the bus through the rearview mirror. The man looked like he was in his 40s, wearing a plaid shirt with jeans, unshaven beard, and 215. The ninth seal, a person who is as righteous as me 3. The man pulled the little girl toward the factory far away. The wilderness shrouded in the night is very difficult to walk on. Even if you shine it with a flashlight on your phone, it will be deep and shallow. After walking for a while, the man simply carried the little girl on her back. Let the little girl grab the flashlight of the mobile phone and walk quickly under her feet. He was in a hurry. The two of them stumbled away for about 20 minutes, and the little girl on her back suddenly pointed to the front and shouted,
"Dad, there is a car in front."
The man stopped and looked up. I saw an off-road vehicle that looked down on a piece of wasteland ahead. The car is off, but the lights are on. The orange lamppost shone on the left, and you can see the abandoned and dilapidated factories not far away.
I'm waiting for us.
The man suddenly became excited and walked faster. The legs of the two legs were covered with mud, and they rushed towards the direction of the headlight like a trot. Stepping on the ground under his feet, the man put the little girl down from his back. He didn't bother to wipe the thin sweat from his head and shouted in the direction of the off-road vehicle,
"Ajay! Is it Ajay? Ajay!"
The man blocked the dazzling light of the car light with his hands, and vaguely seemed to see someone shaking in the car. Bang! As the car door opened, a figure got out of the car and walked towards him. The man barely saw the man's face clearly, looked happy, and picked up the little girl and walked up to him.
"That's great. I'll be relieved if you come. Go away quickly. The ring person will catch up soon,"
the man said as he quickly walked towards the man. When he walked to a position only 4 or 5 meters away from the visitor, he stopped at his feet. The whole person suddenly tensed, and his expression became tumultuous. Where is the person standing in front of him? His face was twisted and ferocious. His neck was bent at a strange angle, and his limbs were stiff like wood. When the man stopped, the ferocious corpse fell to him with a terrifying expression and fell heavily to the ground. A middle-aged man in a white suit, a gentleman's hat, and a beautiful mustache smiled at him.
"Catch you, little mouse with the gold mine."
The man hugged the little girl's arms and suddenly tightened, his face turned pale, and he slowly spit out from his mouth.
The ninth seal of the ring seal, a white suit.
Call. Lu Sheng fell gently on the rooftop platform, like a big bird. But before his feet landed on the ground, another Lu Sheng had already jumped towards the top of another tall building. Lu Sheng jumped quickly among the tall buildings like a flea, and there were still afterimages behind him that were too late to dissipate.
It's so much stronger.
Lu Sheng was estimating silently in his heart. Now he didn't even use Feng Zhi's breathing, and his speed was already so fast that he could leave a residual image. At least twice as fast as before. If you switch the breath of wind and enter the state of emptiness, use the
Crescent Moon God Feng Lu.
Even Lu Sheng didn't know how fast his speed could be.
Bang!
After falling gently in a remote alley, 2 young people in the society who were peeing in the corner were startled. Lu Sheng glanced at the 2 of them and rushed directly to the city. Behind him, a young social man with yellow hair on his head stared at the slowly dissipated afterimage of Lu Sheng and screamed at the top of his throat.
Damn it! Hell!
The green hair next to him was so angry that he kicked him in the butt.
The grass mud horse, I'm urinating on my pants.
In the lane, Lu Sheng chased the moving taillights. As he switched to the wind breath, the vehicles that were speeding on the road were left behind by him. Call. A figure rushed by. The branches and leaves of trees on the roadside were directly blown by the strong wind and fell to one side. The speed test and photography instrument flashes repeatedly, but if someone calls out the surveillance and checks, they will find that there are no traces of human or vehicle shadows at all.
The extreme explosion speed can be so fast that even the monitoring instrument cannot capture it. The average master can reach 200 yards, but it is impossible to keep it all the time, but I'm different. The natural breathing method forms an internal circulation in Lu Sheng's body, with qi and blood rushing, and physical strength pouring out almost endlessly from the limbs and bones. When Lu Sheng came to the abandoned factory in the western suburbs of the city, he stopped, and only had a thin layer of sweat on his body, and he didn't even breathe. Breathing is still stable. It takes more than an hour to drive from the hotel to here. I arrived in less than 20 minutes. It's amazing.
Lu Sheng rarely boasts. But pride makes people retreat, and soon set a small goal for themselves in their hearts. Next step, catch up with the high-speed rail. There is a speed called Lu Sheng speed. It's gone far. Lu Sheng set his sights on the abandoned factory area in front of him. This place was originally a chemical factory, but later it was ordered by the government to stop work due to environmental protection issues, and gradually became a deserted place.
It's just right for me to test my boxing power.
Lu Sheng didn't dare to go to the martial arts hall or something, for fear that the noise would be too loud. Moreover, in Shirakawa City, there is no place where he can test his current boxing power. The Municipal Martial Arts Association is not good either. The highest level combat effectiveness testing instrument of the Martial Arts Association is still in the martial arts practice room of Lu Sheng's family. Lu Sheng walked towards the factory area with big strides. After the second stage of the immortal golden body was completed, his 5 senses also increased a lot, and he regarded darkness as white as day. The darkness did not affect him at all, but instead gave him a feeling of peace of mind. Lu Sheng walked to the front of the factory area, next to an abandoned factory building. Stand under the wall, and your mental power radiates out like light. Receive as soon as you send it. No one exists in such a large factory area. This place is so desolate that even wild cats and dogs won't come. There was a faint light in the distance, and Lu Sheng glanced at it, and saw the outline of the car.
Maybe it's just a young man who's here to fight the field,
Lu Sheng thought. Because the distance is quite far, he didn't check it carefully, for fear of seeing any eye-catching scenes. Anyway, He left after a few punches, and it doesn't matter if he disturbs someone else.
Try it, pure power.
Lu Sheng looked at the tall cement wall in front of him. His eyes were calm, and he naturally entered the second form of 10 comprehensive martial arts. When he started to punch, it can be clearly perceived that the muscles and qi and blood on the right arm are like steel bars and winding together. It quickly differentiates into smaller and more powers, twisting layer by layer, blending. This is a feeling I've never had before. 25 times, maybe it has reached a higher. The stars work hard and run spontaneously. In the night sky, there are stars. The glow of the stars, and the moon sprinkled on Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng raised his hand, and slowly punched the wall in front of him. This punch has not been fully shot. The air around the fist was slightly distorted, as if the transparent paper was wrinkled little by little. Unfortunately, it melted in the night, and no one saw it. Finally, Lu Sheng completely punched him out. 0.
Boom!
The terrifying roar seemed to be invisible waves coming from a distance, sweeping by quickly. Both the white suit and the middle-aged man were shocked. The two of them turned their heads subconsciously to look. I saw that in the direction of the abandoned factory area not far away, a factory building at the end suddenly collapsed. Then, there is the second and third. The scene was like someone accidentally knocking down the building blocks placed on the ground, causing a domino effect. Because it is in the dark, I can't see it clearly. But even so, there were continuous huge roars, and the factory buildings that were pushed one after another. The scene was still quite shocking. Even the white suit was shocked and looked over there. The middle-aged man quickly came to his senses. Without saying a word, he turned around and ran away. Run! If you can run to the lane smoothly and stop a car. 216, Dark Star? No, I am the sun for. Well, the middle-aged man lay on the ground like a dog, sweating heavily. Both of his legs were broken, blood soaked in his pants, mixed with the mud above, and slowly drifted to the ground.
Dad, Dad!
The little girl he had been carrying was lying beside him, crying with tears on his face, and grabbed his arm hard, trying to help him up from the ground.
You still have hands, and you can still climb, run again.
Bai Su glanced at the diamond watch on her wrist, and said with a smile,
I'll give you 10 minutes this time.
The man bit his lips tightly, showing a painful, powerless, and desperate expression on his face.
Let my daughter go, I'll give you the things.
The white suit leaned against the front of the off-road vehicle, reached out, and touched the hair behind his head, and said lightly,
Even if I don't let your daughter go, you will hand over the things to me, right? Dream.
The man spat and gritted his teeth and said,
That thing is remembered in my mind. No one except me knows where it is. Don't think about forcing me to confess. I can bite my tongue and commit suicide at any time.
The white suit's face gradually became cold, and he slowly stood up.
Do you think I'll give you a chance to commit suicide?
There was a cold murderous intent in his eyes, but soon he restrained himself again and returned to his original relaxed and freehand look.
I suddenly came up with a great idea. There is no need to force you to confess, and you don't have to threaten me with suicide. Of course, I will tell me the location of the thing right.
The white suit's eyes gently fell on the little girl squatting beside the man crying. The man's face changed drastically, and he suddenly reached out and held the girl behind him, struggling to try to stand up.
What do you want to do? You're a beast. Have you heard of the Grandmaster?
The white suit's eyes narrowed, and his feet seemed to move. A stone on his feet suddenly disappeared. Almost at the same time, a ball of blood burst out from the man's shoulders, and he screamed and flew backwards several meters away. The severe pain made the man roll and twist on the ground like a maggot.
Okay, you can tell me where you are now.
The white suit looked casual and walked towards the father and daughter step by step. The man pressed his head against the ground, trying hard to support half of his body with only one good hand, gritted his teeth and stared at the white suit. No words were spoken.
Then don't blame me.
The white suit shook his head and reached out to grab the little girl. Just as the man showed despair, the white suit's halfway hand suddenly stopped. He turned his head, looked at the direction next to him, blurting out with a little surprised expression,
"Is it you?"
In the darkness, a figure slowly stepped out.
"Even a little girl of this big age doesn't want to let go. Are you worthy of being a master?"
Lu Sheng glanced at the middle-aged man lying on the ground and the little girl, who was crying and helpless, and said, "Regardless of the reason, the father and daughter have indeed been weak so far." And before he came out, Lu Sheng also listened to it. The father and daughter will be chased by white suits because they are guilty of possessing a treasure. It is not a situation where a pitiful person must have a hateful point. Since it was the execution of justice, Lu Sheng had no worries. The fighting desire to move in his chest was almost bursting out, and there was also a hint of desire in his eyes when he looked at the white suit. "Master, what does it feel like to have a master killed with bare hands? I'm so looking forward to it."
"I guess you were weird."
The white suit squinted his eyes and looked at Lu Sheng up and down. He felt a faint, dangerous feeling from Lu Sheng. But considering the other party's age and the lack of traces of the master's power field, he didn't take it seriously.
"Are you a dark star?"
The white suit sneered at Lu Sheng.
"Dark star?"
Lu Sheng was contemplative and shook his head immediately.
"No."
He looked at the white suit and said calmly,
"I am the sun."
When Lu Sheng finished speaking the last word, his eyes lost. Then it starts to slowly dissipate. The white suit's pupils shrank violently. The heart seemed to be grabbed by an invisible big hand. The life and death crisis that was so strong that it almost made him jump up, rising from the bottom of his heart. It was a sense of extreme terror that faced the collapse of the landslide and the tsunami. But obviously, there is nothing in front of him. The next moment, an open hand appeared in front of him, which was so close to him. Then there is Lu Sheng's figure. It appeared so abruptly, as if it was coming out of thin air. The master's force field in the white suit is quickly distorted and broken. The white and open palms quickly enlarged. Round after round of white air waves exploded in the air. Twisted feeling. Time seems to be lengthened, but in fact it is only less than 1% of the blink of an eye. The eyes of the white suit were completely occupied by the palm.
Boom!
The off-road vehicle parked in the open space suddenly jumped up from the spot, bursting out large clusters of sparks. The front of the car was sunken, and the rear of the car was raised. The white suit was deeply trapped in the front of the off-road vehicle, and his head was grabbed by one hand, pressed down from the front hood of the car, and almost buried it in the ground.
Boom!
The terrifying chi and blood, like a stove, exploded, and a huge momentum swayed and rose, like wolf smoke. The white suit suddenly jumped up from the ground, his face twisting to almost distorted. But he had just said a word. A hand that twisted air once grabbed his head. Go down hard.
Boom!
Lu Sheng looked calm and grabbed the head of the white suit with one hand, just like he grabbed a basketball with one hand.
Boom! Boom!
He grabbed the white suit and smashed it hard on the ground again and again. The first half of the off-road vehicle was almost smashed, and it exploded several times, and the fire surged into the sky. The white suit has been trying to stand up, but never succeeded. The terrifying blood and blood emitted from his body gradually faded from the beginning like a burning stove, to the end, completely extinguished. When Lu Sheng didn't know how many times he grabbed the white suit's forehead and lifted him up, he accidentally felt the coldness of the other party's body temperature.
Dead?
Lu Sheng frowned.
Why can't help but fight?
Lu Sheng shook his head in disappointment. threw away the white suit, and shook the remaining blood on his hand. It's like throwing away the soup that was accidentally stuck in your hand. Well, the middle-aged man looked at the scene in front of him. His mind was blank, and he almost forgot the pain coming from all over his body. He was completely confused. Dead? The top master of the Ring Seal organization, a real level 7 martial arts master, and the 9th White Seal suit. He actually died? Just in front of him, someone was pressed to death on his head, and pressed to the ground one by one. Everything in front of you has exceeded the middle-aged man's perception 0. He opened his mouth wide, and couldn't even say a word. Next to him, the little girl who had been crying just now was standing there. Her expression was confused, as if she had been scared. After getting rid of the white suit, Lu Sheng's eyes fell on the middle-aged man and daughter in front of him. He is considering what to do with the two. The middle-aged man whose scalp was numb and his scalp was blurted out first by Lu Sheng's eyes.
I said, I'll tell you where the thing is now.
What? Lu Sheng frowned.
Well,
the middle-aged man was stunned. You don't know what it is, then you come over and kill the 9th sealed white suit that Yanin was in the face. But of course, he didn't dare to say this, so he could only speak honestly.
It's me gold mine, the specific location coordinates of a me gold mine that has not been developed. If you can help our father and daughter escape from the pursuit, I can.
Never mind. Lu Sheng waved his hand and said lightly, No interest. Just kidding. There are specific locations for the distribution of dense gold mines in the light of the dream space. Does he need such a rare one? Still having trouble.
I'm just passing by and taking action with righteousness.
Lu Sheng said a few casual words, then turned around and left.
Since your trouble is solved, I'll leave first. Hey.
The middle-aged man, 217.
The gold mine was announced at the beginning, and the entire network was blown up. 1 monthly ticket request. Lu Sheng held the middle-aged man and the little girl in both hands, and his body was as shaped like the wind. In less than 5 minutes, I came from the wasteland location to the side of the road. If he hadn't been afraid that the two of them would not be able to bear it, his speed would have been much faster. This place is remote, and occasionally you can see cars with lights on the road whistling by.
It's not easy to take a taxi here.
The middle-aged man was held in his hand like a shopping bag by Lu Sheng. His face turned pale, and he was sweating in cold sweat. He endured the pain and said, gritting his teeth. Lu Sheng glanced at him and said lightly, That's you. The middle-aged man was stunned and didn't understand what Lu Sheng said. He and the little girl had been put down by Lu Sheng. Then Lu Sheng walked to the middle of the road. Soon, a heavy cargo with bright headlights rushed from a distance. Soon we got closer. The high beam of the large-scale goods shone on Lu Sheng, and the horn sounded, and the light flashed rapidly.
Bow, 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 bow.
Like an anxious giant beast. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes and looked forward. He saw the big cargo driver sitting in the cab holding the steering wheel and honking, cursing, and his right foot was already on the brake. In the end, the truck barely stopped less than 10 meters away from Lu Sheng. The middle-aged man was stunned. Damn it, too! What if they can't stop it? Lu Sheng could see what he was thinking, but he was too lazy to explain. Under the control of level 7 mental power, no accident happened at all. Even if the big truck driver didn't have time to brake 07, Lu Sheng could still stop the car honestly. Hold. The big truck driver slammed the door and jumped out of the car.
I want to die in another place, don't come.
Before he could finish his words, a shiny thing was thrown in front of the big truck driver. He subconsciously reached out to catch it and looked down. It is a watch with diamonds inside and outside, flashing luxuriously under the headlights.
Change and send us to the city.
Lu Sheng was already carrying the middle-aged man and his daughter into the car.
The big truck driver looked confused and suddenly came to his senses. He climbed back into the car and stepped on the accelerator.
"You're ready to sit down."
More than an hour later, a large truck full of building materials stopped at the entrance of the top hotel in Baihe City.
"Let's go slowly."
Watching Lu Sheng and the other two enter the hotel, the big truck driver happily took out the diamond watch and wiped it hard twice, then looked at the ceiling light.
"It should be true that you can afford such a good hotel. Even if it is fake, you will definitely be able to pay for this train if you buy it."
Hey. Lu Sheng took two people and walked through the hotel lobby to the elevator. "Keep going up. First go to the top floor presidential suite, open the room with the hotel card collected from the white suit, and throw the father and daughter in. Then there is a sentence.
Wait first."
A few minutes later, Lu Sheng reappeared in the room. But I had a glass of light golden color in my hand, which looked a bit like a functional drink.
Drink.
Lu Sheng's words are powerless. The middle-aged man at this time had a pale face and trembled all over because of blood loss. He trembled and drank all a glass of water. After only a few seconds, I immediately felt a burst of heat coming up from my body, and there was strength in my body.
"What medicine is this?"
The middle-aged man looked surprised and couldn't help asking.
"Don't care what medicine it is. It will work for you anyway. A sleep should be cured tomorrow."
Lu Sheng sat on the sofa, picked up the fragments collected from the white suit, and answered casually while checking. In fact, it was the little remaining left in the bathtub after the second stage of his impact on the immortal golden body was completed. Just a little bit, and I mixed half a cup of water. But for a middle-aged man who is just an ordinary person, it is enough to heal his injuries several times. Identity card, wallet, a light gold color looking at ordinary ring. Plus the hotel room card. It's almost everything on the white suit. Lu Sheng picked up his ID card and glanced at it, and threw it away. Who knows whether it is true or not? The main thing is that ring, which is actually made of pure secret gold. It was a few grams of light in my hand, but the real value was probably enough to buy the entire hotel. There was still a special mark of mental power hidden in the ring, and Lu Sheng wiped it away with a glance. He put the ring on his right finger and tried it. Lu Sheng casually asked the middle-aged man,
"What is this guy's identity? Do you know?"
The middle-aged man who was whispering to his daughter was slightly stunned when he heard Lu Sheng's words, and his expression became serious.
"Xiaomi, go there first. I will talk to my uncle for a while."
The middle-aged man bowed his head and told the little girl. The little girl nodded obediently, glanced at Lu Sheng, and walked quickly towards the snack cabinet in the distance. "I guess I'm hungry too." Watching his daughter walk away, the middle-aged man turned around and said to Lu Sheng,
"The white suit is the 9th seal of the Ring Seal organization, which is specially for the secret gold mine." "What is Ring Seal?"
Lu Sheng remembered what Bai Suit said to him before and added,
"There is also Dark Star. Let's explain it together. Ring Ein and Dark Star are both mysterious organizations internationally, with unknown purpose, but they are active in all countries around the world. There are many experts in the organization. For example, there are many sects at the level of martial arts masters in the organization. It is said that there are stronger king seals, even divine seals."
Lu Sheng roughly learned about it, but he was not very surprised. In the era when martial arts prospered, the light was extremely prosperous, and the power of darkness was naturally not weak. The strength of martial arts has grown people's ambitions, and there are always some people who want to compete with the mainstream forces in the world.
Look back and enter the dream space and check it out.
Lu Sheng quickly lost interest in the so-called Ring Seal organization. Now, he just wants to properly handle the trouble between father and daughter as soon as possible. The fact that the chivalrous and righteousness is too troublesome. It's not that you just need to help solve the enemy in front of you, but there are still a series of things to do later. But you can't do half of good things, and don't do it anymore. I have to be patient and cure the aftermath. Lu Sheng doesn't have much sense of justice, it's just enough. He swore that if he encountered something similar next time, he would never take action. But what happened next time? Who can say it correctly?
So what are you going to do next?
The middle-aged man sat in the distance on the carpet holding a pack of potato chips, quietly gnawing at the little girl, smiling bitterly.
I don't know, just take one step at a time.
Although I really want to seek the help of this mysterious and extremely powerful young man in front of me. But middle-aged men can't open their mouths. It is already considered that the other party can save them from the white suit. Moreover, from the perspective of the other person, he doesn't look like the kind of person who is easy to talk to. Lu Sheng thought for a while and said,
I have a solution once and for all. It depends on whether you want it or not.
The middle-aged man was stunned and quickly spoke.
You said? Tell me the specific coordinate location of Mijin Mine.
Although the middle-aged man was surprised, he still told him honestly. After hearing this, Lu Sheng took out his cell phone and quickly operated it for a while. After that, he stood up and said calmly,
Okay, I guess no one will come to chase you next.
The middle-aged man looked confused.
Can you ask? How did you do it?
Lu Sheng casually said,
Oh, I just posted the location of the Mijin Mine all over the internet. If you report the seeding standards correctly, I think no matter whether it is the Ring Seal or the Dark Star organization, there will be no need to cause trouble for you in a short period of time.
Ah. After hearing this, the middle-aged man opened his mouth wide and was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. The gold mine with unknown value is just announced on the entire network. Does he not know the value of the Mi gold mine? Or does
218. A alienated warrior, unmarried forever.
2.
The cool breeze blows, making people's hair stand up.
You say.
A man hesitated and said,
Do we still want to continue chasing? Seeking the dam.
Another man had already walked towards the black car.
The 9th sealed white suit in the serial seal was dead, and it was so dead. The people who took away the news of the secret gold mine were at least at the peak of level 7, or even at the 8th level Grandmaster. This is no longer a task that you and I can intervene. Apply for the top management and let the stronger Dark Stars in the upper class come.
The companion nodded, and the two of them got into the black sedan. Before the car started, the phones in their pockets suddenly rang out at the same time. He took it out and took a look. Next second.
Hold! Damn!
The two of them stared at the screen of their phones with confusion, and looked at each other with a look.
The coordinates of Mijin Mine have been announced on the entire network? Damn! If this is true, wouldn't so many people in front of us die in vain? Dark Star, Ring Seal, Dark Club.
In the dream space, Lu Sheng used his light brain to check it out. Unexpectedly, I got a lot of information. There are about a dozen international mysterious organizations similar to Ring Seals, and some have only existed for decades. Some have continued to martial arts for nearly 10,000 years, and there are still traces of activity. In addition to the Masters and Master-level powerhouses, there are even Martial Saint-level experts in several large organizations such as the Ring Yin.
The Martial Saint cannot be cultivated casually. I guess there is a shadow of the state machine behind it.
Lu Sheng's eyes flashed, and he continued to check it down. Suddenly, his eyes were frozen, and his eyes fell on a line of small words.
The Circular and Indian organization has been committed to researching alienated warriors, and has caused many major international events, and has been jointly killed by various countries.
Alien warrior? Shang Lu carefully checked the introduction of this so-called alienated warrior. It is a technical product that transplants the genes of alien beasts to warriors. The warriors produced are extremely powerful,
far several times, or even dozens of times higher than their same level. But there are pros and cons. After transplanting the genes of alien beasts, this alien warrior will be eroded and transformed by alien beasts both physically and consciously. Like a time bomb, it is full of huge risks of instability. Thinking of the strange invasion of strange beasts before, Lu Sheng felt that there seemed to be some connection between the two.
Since even I can see that the senior executives of Long Country are not stupid, they must have corresponding measures to deal with it.
Lu Sheng didn't take it to heart. If you are not in his position, you will not seek his position. He is just an ordinary college student. Just do what he sees, and there is no need to worry too much. However, he secretly remembered several international terrorist attacks caused by organizations such as the Ringing Dark Star in his heart. Several incidents occurred in the past 2 years, and even occurred in the territory of Long Kingdom.
If you encounter it, please help clean it up. If you can't...
Lu Sheng shook his head.
That's it.
When Lu Sheng's vision was elevated to the level of 10,000 years of martial arts, his pattern was destined to be much beyond ordinary people.
However, although the swords of alienated warriors are taking a different approach, they are not completely worthless.
An idea popped up in Lu Sheng's mind. Of course, it is just a concept. Whether it can be achieved will still be discussed after the opportunity to experiment in the future. Then Lu Sheng searched for information about the middle-aged man's father and daughter. As he expected, after the news of the secret gold mine broke out, regardless of whether it is true or false, organizations such as the Ringing Dark Star Dark Society will definitely go to verify it. Once they find out that it is true, they will naturally not pay attention to their two small characters. The father and daughter have been safe in the future, and have never suffered any dangers. What surprised Lu Sheng was that the daughter of the middle-aged man, the little girl he saved, would have a considerable life experience in the future. The general manager of the International Crime Investigation Section, a Level 8 master, has been committed to tracing organizations such as the Ring Seal, Dark Star, and Dark Society throughout their lives. The total number of members of the organization, including Huaning and other organizations, was shot dead by her and sent to prison by her own hands, exceeded 800 people.
Good guy. I didn't expect to save an international elite and come back.
Lu Sheng sighed softly, but when he saw the little girl's follow-up resume information, he almost fell on the spot. Only loved the Dragon Kingdom Martial Saint 10 complete Martial Saint. Never married for life.
Well?
Lu Sheng opened his mouth slightly. His expression fell into great surprise. Isn't it him, the 10 comprehensive Martial Saint? The daughter of a middle-aged man actually likes him when he grows up? And it's a love affair, never married for life? A small figure, who was quietly sitting on the floor eating potato chips, subconsciously jumped out of Lu Sheng's mind. His mind was confused.
Damn!
Lu Sheng shook his head, and tried hard to throw out the distracting thoughts in his mind.
I shouldn't have read these messy information. I'm sorry. I will definitely not read it next time.
Early the next morning, 2 figures, one big and one small, walked out of the hotel. They walked very lightly, and did not alarm anyone. After a night of rest, the middle-aged man had the powerful effect of golden ambergris, and his injuries had been mostly healed. He changed into clean clothes, and looked a lot more energetic. The father and daughter walked to the intersection of the street. The middle-aged man stopped a taxi and greeted softly.
Xiaomi, let's go!
The little girl nodded and tried to step 1 foot into the car. Stopped, turned to look in the direction of the hotel. Her big eyes were thundering, and there was a faint light flashing in her clear eyes, as if she wanted to engrave everything that happened here and here in her mind. When the middle-aged man urged him for the second time, she withdrew her gaze and walked into the taxi. The taxi gradually faded away and could be seen vaguely. A little girl lay on the back of the back seat, staring at this side intently. The hotel is on the 48th floor, beside the windowsill. Lu Sheng quietly watched the father and daughter go away. It was not until the taxi left the range that could be explored by his mental power that he regained his mental power.
It's time for me to leave, too.
Lu Sheng lowered his head, gently took off the golden ring from his finger, put it in his pocket, and turned around and left. When Lu Sheng retreated and returned home, he was inevitably scolded by his mother Zheng Yufan again.
I have only been back for a few days in total, and I still haven't been home all night. I don't know what to say about you. Mom, it's inevitable to get together with old friends.
Lu Sheng explained. Lu Qinghe came out of nowhere and interrupted.
Brother, don't your classmates go to college? Have you ever joined the army? What friends do you have in Baihe City?
Lu Sheng glanced at Lu Qinghe coldly and said calmly.
Xiao Yuhe, president of the Martial Arts Association? Do you have any objections?
Lu Qinghe stopped talking and started to have breakfast. Lu Shenrong stayed at home for more than a week, and then took the excuse of having something to do in the school and boarded the high-speed train back. A day later, Lu Sheng appeared on an old street. There are sycamore trees planted on both sides of the street. It was early autumn, and many leaves had begun to turn yellow and fell one after another. There were some yellow and green leaves on the road, and a cleaner was cleaning. In the early years, the style of growing sycamore trees on the roadside was very popular, but later it was less, and the old city that had not been rebuilt for decades was continued. Even in Baihe City, it is not common. Lu Sheng dragged his suitcase and walked slowly along the sidewalk that was floating in bricks and stones. On both sides of the road are rows of old residential buildings, with ivy crawling on the walls, and many people dry their clothes outside. Lu Sheng walked 219. You will see 3 monthly tickets. Lu Sheng finally found his goal for this trip next to the garbage dump at the entrance of the community. It was a slim figure with a hunched back, leaning on the edge of the trash can, concentrating on searching for something in the trash can. There was a light blue nylon bag under his feet, and a few dirty stray cats walked around him.
Fu Jianming.
Lu Sheng walked over and calmly shouted out the other party's name. The old man turned around suddenly, subconsciously grabbed the nylon bag at his feet, and looked at him vigilantly, looking like a wandering old dog.
Who are you?
Lu Sheng's eyes swept across the other party's completely white hair, and his face as black as dry wrinkled old tree bark. He remembered that he had seen it in his information that the other party should not be over 50 years old this year.
Who are you? What are you doing for me?
The old man raised his voice and looked aggressive. But Lu Sheng remained silent. When he called out the old man's name, he suddenly realized that he really didn't know what he was doing on this trip. The information about the person in front of me was quickly passed through my mind. Fu Jianming, a worker at the Lantian garment and chemical factory in Fengzi City. Have 2 daughters. The youngest daughter Fu Shui was caught by the son of Lian Jibei, Jidao Martial Arts School, on her way home from the evening study get out of class in the 2nd year of high school, and was forcibly abducted. After learning the news, the eldest daughter Fu Ying came to the Jidao Martial Arts Hall branch to argue. Then he didn't come back. A week later, the bodies of the sisters were found on a river beach outside Fengzi City, and their death was miserable. Fu Jianming's wife could not bear the blow and committed suicide. To this day, only the old man, who was only 46 years old, is still alive. Lu Sheng thought for a while and said,
I am Fu Ying's classmate. I'll come to see you.
Perhaps because he heard the word Fu Ying, the old man's turbid eyes suddenly appeared.
Are you really Xiao Ying's classmate?
Lu Sheng nodded.
Yes, I'm here to help you.
The old man's lips trembled, as if he was a little surprised. But in just a short time, he changed his appearance and his voice was harsh.
You are lying.
I have found all Xiaoying's classmates and friends since she was a child, and I remember them all very clearly. You are not at all. Do you think I'm stupid? Crazy? I'm very sober. I remember everyone, every face clearly.
The old man spoke urgently and quickly, excitedly, and even became a little incoherent.
I'm lying.
Lu Sheng took a deep breath and said calmly and seriously,
But I didn't lie to you. I'm here to help you. Help me.
A trace of confusion flashed across the old man's face, and his eyes fell on Lu Sheng, and suddenly it seemed as if he had discovered something, and he grabbed Lu Sheng's hand. He asked anxiously,
You are a warrior. You are a warrior, right? You are a very powerful warrior.
The two thin palms as thin as chicken feet clutched Lu Sheng's arm tightly, and their 10 fingers almost sank into Lu Sheng's flesh, leaving black fingerprints on it. It is hard for Lu Sheng to imagine how such a huge power burst out from such a thin body.
Yes,
received a positive answer from Lu Sheng. The old man shivered excitedly, and his eyes emitted a strong light of hope.
I just knew that I had seen so many warriors, and I could recognize them at a glance. You must be a warrior. It must be.
The old man kept muttering, pulling Lu Sheng to one place. Lu Sheng did not resist, and let him drag him forward. Several stray cats followed the two of them. Soon, Lu Sheng was taken to a remote and dark place. This is the corner between a residential building and a fence, and a temporary shack built with black tarp cloth and a few pieces of wood. The ground was filled with various mineral water bottles, beverage bottles, cardboard, scrap iron, and other things. There is almost no place to stay. The old man grabbed Lu Sheng with one hand and walked forward quickly in the garbage dump, making a smash sound of plastic bottles colliding under his feet.
You wait a moment.
Walk to the depths of the garbage dump and under the shack. The old man let go of Lu Sheng's arm and crawled into the pile of bottles. Lu Sheng's eyes fell somewhere under the cramped and low shed. That is the only dry and clean location in this place. There are 3 black and white photos neatly placed there. The 3 women, from left to right, grew older in turn.
Fu Shui, Fu Ying, and Fu Jiaming's wife, Wang Hongyu.
Lu Sheng looked at these 3 photos calmly, as if he was looking at them. At this time, the old man rushed out of the garbage dump and almost rushed to Lu Sheng.
Help me kill Lianya and Lian Jibei. I will give you all the money.
The old man raised the passbook in his hand high, as if he wanted to make it easier for Lu Sheng to see the numbers above. Seeing that Lu Sheng was silent, he became nervous.
Not enough, right? I know it's not enough, very little, but I can still make another profit.
The old man looked around, and the plastic bottle under his feet rustled.
This is all money. It's just that I haven't had time to exchange it yet. Not enough if you take my life away. Anything that's good.
Lu Sheng looked at the restless old man in front of him calmly, and there was no emotional fluctuation on his face. The old man suddenly became quiet. He squatted on the ground sadly, raised his head to look up at Lu Sheng, his eyes full of self-deprecation and despair.
Forget it, Hugo.
The old man pointed at the direction of the mouth.
I know you won't help me. Are you here to see me for jokes? The Jiao Martial Arts Hall sent you here? See if I die, Og? Ha ha.
The old man suddenly started laughing again, and tears fell from his eyes.
See now? I'm living well. Even the father and son of the family are not dead. I will not die. I will live until...
The old man's eyes were filled with blood. He glared at Lu Sheng fiercely, and said with gritted teeth,
Life until he saw them both go to hell with his own eyes. You'll see it.
Lu Sheng spoke calmly.
What did you say?
The old man was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't hear it clearly. But Lu Sheng stopped speaking, and turned around and walked straight outside. His pace is not fast or slow.
but every step is taken very steadily. Very solid. Also very firm. The old man looked at him in confusion, until his back completely disappeared. Call. Lu Sheng slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling that his whole body was a little better. His heart is strong, and his will is harder than steel. Even if the sword comes, it will be like a spring breeze, and his eyelids will not blink. But just now I was in that small shack. I felt an indescribable feeling of depression and discomfort under the dense dark clouds.
Come on, draw one.
Someone handed over a cigarette with a yellow filter. Lu Sheng raised his head and saw a fat man wearing a red vest, blue shorts, and flip-flops under his feet looking at him.
Thanks.
Lu Sheng shook his head and rejected the other party's kindness. The fat man didn't mind either. He stuffed the cigarette into his mouth, lit the fire skillfully, took a deep breath, and spitted the smoke ring, and said to Lu Sheng,
It's been a long time since I saw anyone come to find the old madman. Has it been a lot before? Many.
The fat man pulled the corner of his mouth and said disdainfully,
But they are all here to cheat him of money. In the first few years when the old madman's family died, he looked for people everywhere to help him get revenge, just like crazy. As long as someone with some martial arts skills comes to him, he will give him money. But who would really help him? Who doesn't know that the person who harmed him is extremely?
The fat man said a word, shut up immediately and vaguely passed.
Anyway, the old madman's property is so torn apart. Even the house has been sold, and now he can only live in the garbage dump.
Lu Sheng's eyes flashed for a moment. He didn't say anything, but just nodded.
That is, you confiscate the old crazy man's money and are considered a good person. I'll come out to talk to you for a few words. If it were someone else, I wouldn't look at him directly. Humph.
As he's 220. No one can control the path I want to go, nor can the martial saint. National Martial Arts Conference. 4. Zhao Kantai didn't say anything, but silently picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip. The middle-aged man continued to speak.
He took 2 tasks this time, one AA and the other 3A. The double level A-level mission is closer to Kyoto and more urgent. And?
The man paused and then said,
I'll be in Ming City overnight. I can go to Ming City first, but I have to go to Nanping specially. Lu Sheng's meaning is already very obvious. Maybe he just wanted to complete the 3rd level A mission first. I remember that it was a mission of invading strange beasts. The strange beasts are much more dangerous than any kidnapper.
Zhao Kantai thought about it and said. The middle-aged man glanced at Zhao Kantai.
I prefer that he deliberately avoided overnight and avoided the second choice given by Lord Wu Saint, which is the test of a true martial saint disciple. Having said that, this is actually true. It is a normal human nature to seek good luck and avoid bad luck.
Zhao Kantai said lightly.
It's too early to draw a conclusion now. There is still some time before the National College Students' Martial Arts Conference.
The middle-aged man slowly drank the tea in his cup and sighed.
It's been a few days. Once the National College Students' Martial Arts Conference began, Lu Sheng had not taken action yet. Then the result is already out. The test failed. Lord Wu Sheng has no habit of giving people a second chance, and he doesn't like to wait too long.
Zhao Kantai didn't say anything, just drank tea and looked at a certain location on the office wall. There used to be a pair of words hanging there. Later he gave the word to Lu Sheng. The words say, Ideal. Lu Sheng, don't let me down, and don't let Lord Wu Sheng down. Zhao Kantai thought silently in his heart. Time passes like flowing water. The campus of the 7th Saint Martial Arts University, which gradually calmed down after the Demon King Lu Sheng pushed forward the 7 Saints and became famous in the 5th district, was once again turbulent because of something. The 7th Shenwu Canteen. It was during the meal that the cafeteria was quite lively.
Click!
The crisp sound of footsteps sounded at the entrance of the cafeteria. A pair of blood-stained alloy combat boots stepped on the clean and tidy floor. Some people looked up subconsciously. I saw a young man with a height of 1.9 meters, a black vest with camouflage pants, and a hair like a steel needle, strode into the cafeteria. The young man was carrying an uncleaned alloy sword on his shoulder, with a cold expression. As he walked in, a strong smell of blood rushed towards him.
It's Xiaolon! Xiaolon is back! I heard that he took out the double-A mission this time, but he didn't expect to come back so soon. TSK, this murderous aura, his strength may have improved again. Double a level? Damn, Xiaolon is getting more and more terrifying. No wonder my heart beat faster just now.
Many people recognized the identity of people and started to talk quietly. In the huge cafeteria, the voices of the young people spoke more than twice as much as possible. It was like a lively bee swarm, buzzing and clamoring.
Xiaolon is back!
The slim girl with a ponytail retracted her gaze and said to the handsome young man sitting opposite her, eating bite by bit.
It seems that she has also returned for the National College Students Martial Arts Conference. This opportunity to confront young masters in martial arts schools across the country is only once every 2 years. How could a militant like Xiaolon miss it?
The handsome young man ate without raising his head and responded casually.
The top 10 students on the old student list are going to go. I don't know what the situation is going on this time. Don't be at the bottom of our 7th holy martial arts.
The girl sighed. The handsome young man looked up in surprise.
Finished? What are you talking about? The Devil King Lu Sheng is here in this martial arts conference. We can even reach the top. Why will we still be the bottom?
The girl shook her head.
Lu Sheng may not participate. What?
The handsome young man was stunned and asked subconsciously.
Why? The 7 majors finally produced a Lu Sheng who had never met in a century. Would he not allow him to participate? The school leaders' minds are broken, right? Chinny Xuan, I warn you to be kind. Sorry, I forgot that your dad is the vice principal.
The handsome young man apologized repeatedly, and the girl's face looked a little better.
I heard from my dad that the test of martial saint on Lu Sheng is that he cannot attend the National College Student Martial Arts Conference. Once Lu Sheng participates, the test will be considered a failure. What kind of test is this?
Chinny Xuan looked puzzled.
Deliberately suppressing Lu Sheng's sharpness? There is no need to do this. How can the martial saint's mind be what we can guess? Since we do so, it will naturally have this profound meaning.
Chinny Xuan sighed, looking regretful.
What a pity. 2 years ago, the Gemini star of the extreme Tao swept the 7 saints, and the entire 7 saints were completely unfair. I heard that the
holy seedling
has also emerged in the past 2 years, and the limelight is unmatched. I originally thought that I could rely on Lu Sheng to fight back this time, but now I'm ready.
Chinny Xuan threw the chopsticks on the table and said depressedly,
I have to be abused again. We are almost graduating. It's fine.
The girl gently held Chinny Xuan's hand and comforted her softly.
I'll get used to it very soon. Is the National College Students Martial Arts Conference?
Lu Sheng looked at his phone and the school email he had just received. He was notified by email that at 8 a.m. 3 days later, he went to the school gate to gather at the National College Students Martial Arts Congress. If you are late, you will be deemed to have voluntarily waived the qualification to attend the conference. Lu Sheng was very suspicious and wrote the last sentence specifically for him. Will the school allow the old and strong students not to participate? You have to take it all the way. Lu Sheng stood up and walked to the window of the room. Through the glass, he could clearly see a few sneaky figures wandering outside the courtyard of his dormitory. These people appeared from the day he returned to school. It is a student-run person. It is estimated that 80% sit by the school. It's not so much about surveillance, but rather about whether he will go out. Go to perform a task. Go and kill someone.
You don't want me to go, do you?
Lu Sheng turned around and said lightly at the words hanging on the wall.
But how can the path I, Lu Sheng, take be controlled by others? The 7 saints are not good. The martial saint, it's not possible.
Lu Sheng looked at the towering and motionless Wusheng Tower in the distance. Then sit cross-legged, pick up a forged cloth and gently wipe the red crystal dragon pattern. 0. There was peace in my eyes as before. On the computer desktop behind him, all information about the Jidao Martial Arts Hall and the Jidao Martial Saint were densely listed. 3 days later, at the gate of the 7th Shengwu University, a bus was parked, and many new and old students from the 7th Saint Martial Arts University gathered aside. Chen Yishuan and other top 10 masters on the list of veterans stood in front of the car, as if waiting for something. The National College Students Martial Arts Conference is about to be held, and today is the day to set off. Vice Principal Zhao Kangtai will lead the team to the destination in person. Everyone was quite excited because everyone knew it very well. Their 7th Saint Martial Arts University. What kind of earth-shaking figure has appeared in this generation?
The Demon King goes to the battle. At this National Martial Arts Conference, my 7th Holy Martial General completely avenges his previous shame and revives his mighty spirit. I really can't think of a reason to lose. I can't wait to see Lu Sheng crush the scene of those younger brothers in the martial arts school. Unfortunately, I can't go with me, and I can't watch it on the spot. It's okay, there's a live broadcast. Just watch the live broadcast then.
0.
By the way, why haven't Lu Sheng come yet?
Listening to the discussion. 221. Recreate Jiazi, the Holy Land of Martial Arts, Cumulus Mountain. 1. The 7 big bus special cars are quite luxurious. There is only 1 seat in a row, and each seat is located next to it with a small table board, with a snack cabinet and a refrigerator. There are iced drinks and even alcohol inside, which can be taken out to drink at any time. Lu Sheng was the first to get on the bus. After he got on the bus, the other old students followed him one after another. He casually found a position in the 3rd row, and the first 2 rows suddenly appeared, and no one dared to sit. All the old students sat down in the position behind him with great understanding. If the single person is not in enough position, the 2 people with good relationships can squeeze together. This is a kind of awe and respect. The higher the level of the strong, the more vivid it is reflected. Xiao Katai did not get on the car. As the leader of the 7th National Congress, he had his own special car. The real leader was a student tutor from the 7th University. He was in his 40s, and was wearing a white martial arts uniform with the school badge and school name printed on it. As soon as the teen tutor came up, he began to distribute martial arts uniforms to everyone. Everyone is a top martial arts student at the 7th National Congress. The representatives of the National Congress of College Students Martial Arts Congress are on the verge of the 7th National Congress. They should wear the same uniform. Please change them. If the size is not right, please come to me to replace it. Lu Sheng looked at the martial arts uniforms he got from 057. The style was similar to the ones he wore on the teen tutor, and the workmanship was exquisite, which was still good. There are curtains that can be pulled down on the top of each row of seats, so it doesn't matter if you change clothes or something. After everyone changed their clothes, and the mentor led the team scan them with satisfaction, then they began to explain the various things about this National College Student Martial Arts Conference. Some of the people here have attended a conference, while others have participated for the first time. Since that's the case, I'll introduce it again. Those who have never heard of it carefully, and those who have heard it will understand it again. This mentor in charge has a gentle temper and is good at everything, but he just talks too much nonsense. Lu Sheng looked out the window with his eyes, the scenery passing by from slow to fast outside, and thought about his own affairs in his mind. The 7th level master is like a furnace. The will of martial arts is generated, and the master's power field. What about the 8th level grandmaster? Qi and blood condense into an elixir, and the qi and blood value can reach more than 100,000 at any time. Qi and blood are as powerful as rivers, as hot as lava, and even steel can almost melt. One move can bring tens of millions of combat power. From a master to a master, it is another qualitative transformation, especially in terms of physical fitness. Qi and blood transform from liquid to solid condensation, just like the Taoist golden elixir described in ancient Xianshu, swallowed into the abdomen. It continuously provides potential, stimulates cell activity, and washes away impurities in the body all the time. When a great master comes, the lifespan of a warrior will also skyrocket, becoming an immortal species among ordinary people. Lu Sheng didn't care about this, after the 2nd stage of the immortal golden body was completed. He is only one step away from the Grand Master's Qi and blood realm where blood coagulation is formed into elixirs, and he can step in at any time. However, after the Grand Master condenses into a blood pill, his physique will continue to strengthen as the blood pill continues to wash away day and night. The longer you enter the realm of a Grandmaster, the stronger your physical fitness. This is also a benefit after entering the Grandmaster. Qi and blood will hardly weaken with time. Unless death or special circumstances, the physical function can always be maintained at its peak and have the opportunity to impact the 9th level martial saint. Therefore, entering the realm of the Grand Master, there is another name, which is recreation of Jiazi. It takes 60 years for 100 years, and the peak age of ordinary people is only 60 years. Recreating Jiazi is not about having a lifespan of 60 years, but about rejuvenating the 2nd spring and experiencing the peak period of the human body. The perfect immortal golden body in this 2nd stage is probably not much worse than those old masters and powerful people. Besides, there is also the 3rd stage of cultivation. What Lu Sheng cared more about was the master's martial will. Although he has obtained a lot of great master will in the dream space. But what Lu Sheng saw was their external brilliance and hardness, and he had no chance to see the glow of their heyday. The power exerted by the Grand Master's physical fitness and the Grand Master's level martial arts will is not as simple as one. So far, Lu Sheng has never felt the strength of a true master. The Grandmaster level zombies in the dream space are too unrepresentative. Although Lu Sheng is now killing a Grandmaster like killing a chicken, the gap between level 7 and level 8 is even bigger than the gap between level 6 and level 7. If you have the chance, you must feel it. If it is inevitable to fight against the martial saint, then Lu Sheng needs to start preparing now. He hasn't even reached the level of the Grandmaster. Even if the martial saint wants to kill him, he will never take action himself. It's amazing that the great master will end up in the end. Therefore, Lu Sheng's current imaginary opponent's strength level is the 8th level master. But no matter how strong the level 8 master is, he will definitely not be able to kill him. Everything that cannot knock Lu Sheng down will only make him stronger, and sooner or later he will twist the martial saint's head off as a kick. The martial saint is like a towering tree with lush branches and leaves and developed roots. But the big tree attracts wind. The stronger the power, the more trouble it will cause. It is impossible to deal with everything yourself, otherwise even the martial saint would be exhausted to death. Lu Sheng thought to himself, when I become a martial saint in the future, I must not make my subordinates so bloated and huge. If you find hidden dangers, you will definitely take action to kill them as soon as possible and kill the crisis in the cradle. Lu Sheng thought, and came back to his senses, and found that the mentor leading the team was still talking non-stop. I don't know where he got so much nonsense. He simply pulled the curtain and fell asleep.
Kikuyu Mountain is here. Everyone can get off the bus.
When Lu Sheng woke up, he found that the bus had stopped. He was the first to get out of the car and looked at the scene in front of him. He is now at the foot of a mountain. The floor is covered with gray stone bricks, with many cars parked around, and supermarkets and hotels in the distance. There was a huge mountain gate standing in front of me, with the words, "Cumulus Clouds," written in red paint. Behind the mountain gate is a spacious stone step that is upward.
The group members behind me will follow as soon as possible. Just go up the mountain scenery. There are the ruins of the martial saint, the creation of heavenly soldiers.
A young tour guide shouted with a loudspeaker, and in front of him was a group of tourists wearing red tourist hats. It looks like a tourist attraction.
It was originally a tourist attraction.
Lu Sheng had checked the information about Cumulus Mountain before coming. Jiyun Mountain is also known as Wusheng Mountain. At that time, the first martial saint level powerhouse in the Dragon Kingdom, and the world was born in Jiyun Mountain. Therefore, there is a martial saint ruins on the Jiyun Mountain, which are called the martial saint by many people. Every year, many people come to visit pilgrimage, including foreign martial artists. Lu Sheng now saw some blonde and blue-eyed foreigners in the square. At this time, the other 7 old students also followed. The group of people were wearing white martial arts uniforms with 7 major names, each with tall figures and majestic appearance. After getting off the car, it naturally attracted many people to watch.
Wow, the student of the 7th St. Wu University. I seem to have seen students from the 6th St. Martial Arts University and the 1st St. Martial Arts University. I guess they came to the competition.
222. Thousands of waves gather. Hundreds of whales are chirping together.
2. Senior brother, I still have the strength to do so. Why don't I rush up in one breath?
The girl was puzzled and asked while adjusting her breathing. The middle-aged man smiled and said,
"You are here in Wusheng Mountain for the first time. I don't understand some rules. I happen to take this opportunity to tell you." "Rules? What rules? There are still rules when climbing a mountain?"
The girl showed surprise on her face and looked down at her. They are now standing close to 1/3 of the top of the mountain. Tourists are forbidden to walk, and the surroundings are filled with clouds and mist, and the stone steps are steeply upward. Even if there is no ban, it is not something that ordinary people can climb up, and even ordinary warriors can climb up.
From us up and reaching the top of the mountain, there are a total of 5 stone steps.
The middle-aged man glanced around and pointed at the vast clouds and mist and said,
"But you can't see it when you are shrouded in clouds and mist. These 5 stone steps are called the way to reach the sky, and they mean to reach the sky with 1 step. More than 200 years ago, Zhou Fuhai, the great master of martial arts in the Dragon Kingdom, achieved an unprecedented level of 9th level martial saint here. A road to heaven is open for future generations. Senior brother."
The ponytail girl couldn't help but interrupt the middle-aged man.
"Can you choose the key points when you speak? I know all this. Do you know how my father usually says you? Everything is good, just talking hard, doing things not like a man."
A black line appeared on the middle-aged man's forehead.
"I want you to recover more physically, but you still think I'm too long-winded. Okay, I will just choose the key points for you." At the beginning, Senior Zhou Fuhai refined his body in the sky fire, quenched his body in the sky thunder, and felt the heaven and earth in the spirit, becoming a martial saint. So much so that his martial saint aura remains in the entire Wusheng Mountain. Any warrior under the age of 30 comes here, if he has strong talents, strong chi and blood, and good luck. After walking the way of heaven in one breath, it is possible to trigger the martial arts chi remaining here by Senior Zhou Fuhai, forming an extremely rare wonder.
The girl with ponytail had a beautiful eyes lit up, and she quickly asked,
"What kind of vision?"
The middle-aged man is thinking about how to describe it. At this moment, a long roar of cracking through stones, and clouds suddenly came from the top of the mountain. Under the whistle, the clouds around the top of the mountain were pulled by an inexplicable aura, rolling up layers, presenting a strange phenomenon like a surging wave. Not only that, the two even vaguely heard wah-wahoo. It was like the sound of big waves rolling over, hitting the reefs. This scene was quite strange and shocking. The ponytail girl was shocked at once and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow!"
"Yes, it's this vision,"
the middle-aged man said.
"The clouds and mist roll over, and the waves slam the reefs. Those who can trigger such strange phenomena will probably be promoted to the master in the future."
Before the middle-aged man could finish his words, another long roar rang out. The clouds and mist surging on the top of the mountain became even louder and louder. Two long roars were like fuses, and then more long roars rang one after another. It is almost impossible to tell which roar is causing the strange phenomenon. I can only see the clouds surging continuously, and the sound of waves is stronger than that. It seems that at this time, I am not in the clouds, but on the coast of the East China Sea and above the reefs, watching the waves surging.
It is the National College Students' Martial Arts Conference that has shown this grand scene. Too many martial arts elites, and the dragons and phoenixes of people gather here. It's more exaggerated than the previous sessions I participated in,"
the middle-aged man said in a moving look. At this moment, the three long roars suddenly rang out at the same time regardless of the order. These three long roars were like sharp swords piercing through the sky, and the moment they rang, they pressed down all the long roars before. Large fogs of clouds rolled up and gathered into waves, making a magnificent sound like a wave slamming the reefs in the sea of clouds. The middle-aged man's pupils contracted, and he blurted out,
"Junior sister, you have a blessing now."
The ponytail girl hasn't figured out what the middle-aged man means, and she will see it in the next second. As the clouds surging, the three heads were completely composed of clouds and mist, and the huge and majestic white long whales slowly appeared. Three long white whales appeared on three sides of the mountain top, with huge mouths slightly opened, and white ripples visible to the naked eye exploded from the clouds and mist, sweeping across the sea of clouds. An indescribable grand voice. It gives people the feeling that the elephant is invisible, and the sound is faint. The ponytail girl was completely stunned, and she opened her beautiful eyes and stared at the top of the mountain. The shocking scene of the clouds and mist rolling, and the long whale hissing, was filled with shock and amazement. Three long roars continued, one louder than another, and another louder than the next. The three white giant whales also kept ringing, swaying from head to tail, and three sides stood in a row, competing against each other.
The big waves slam the reefs, and the white whales roar. This vision of the highest specification actually appeared in one breath. What a good guy! You really think I'm a good guy.
The middle-aged man kept marveling, and made a sound of TSK. The ponytail girl turned her head, and asked with shock and curiosity on her face,
"Senior brother, what does the highest standard vision mean?" A martial arts talent under the age of 30 hit the Wusheng Mountain to climb the heavenly way. Those with outstanding talents can involve the Wusheng's chi and trigger strange phenomena in the clouds and fog. However, this vision can also be divided into high and low strength depending on the amount of the chi. The clouds and mists are just the most common. Going up, it is the spectacular scene of the big waves slashing at the reefs and the whales roaring. What can it represent if such a vision triggers?
The ponytail girl asked subconsciously.
Since the emergence of Wusheng Mountain, there are no more than 100 people who can cause whale visions, including more than 28 level masters and 4 martial saint level powerful men.
The middle-aged man looked at the ponytail girl, pointed to the top of the mountain, and said with a serious expression,
"What do you mean?"
"This means that at this moment, there are at least 3 geniuses on the top of the mountain, who have the qualifications of becoming a martial saint in the future."
"Shit." The ponytail girl inhales while reaching out to cover her mouth.
"Senior brother, are you saying that this martial arts conference may produce three martial saints?"
The middle-aged man said speechlessly.
"I didn't say that. I just have the posture of a martial saint, and I don't necessarily become a martial saint. But this is also amazing enough. Under the age of 30, you can see hope that you can attack the martial saint. Others, even this slight hope is gone."
Oh. The ponytail girl suddenly realized, and her face became excited the next second.
"Senior brother, I want to try it too. If I don't do it well, the whole whale will come out."
The middle-aged man smiled and nodded.
"Try it, don't force it deliberately. Not everyone can roar when they rush to the heavenly way. This involves chi and blood, breathing and chi. Senior brother, you are really long-winded."
The ponytail girl was too lazy to listen to his nonsense, and was about to prepare to reach the top.
Call.
A sharp whistling sound suddenly sounded in my ears. It was like the sound of a sharp arrow cutting through the sky. The sound came from below them, from far to near. The ponytail girl and the middle-aged man subconsciously looked in the voice. Just one glance. The pupils of both of them suddenly contracted. I saw a figure quickly attacking upwards on the stone steps of the mountain road they had walked past. The figure was so fast. It was so close that neither of them could capture the specific appearance of each other. I could only see the clouds and mist surrounding the stone steps constantly spreading to both sides, revealing a vacuum path. It was like a sharp scissor that quickly passed.
223. Don't be so panicked. Whoever meets Lu Sheng first will beat him to death. 3. The top of the cumulus mountain is actually not narrow, but rather wide. This place was built into a huge square similar to a martial arts arena. Many people gather here. Almost everyone has strong chi and blood and a good temperament. When the martial arts strength reaches level 5 and level 6, a strong body will naturally form a strange life magnetic field. This kind of life magnetic field is used to describe it in popular words as a person's momentum. So many people with powerful momentum gathered together, and the originally thin mountain top was even more depressing. If an ordinary person comes here, he will probably feel breathing immediately or even suffocating. And this huge momentum was now completely dispersed by a sound. Everyone looked in one direction with horror. That is the exit location of a certain way of heaven. A young man with a tall figure and a handsome appearance stood there. His mouth opened slightly, and an invisible sound wave sound came from his mouth. The sound was like a dragon roaring, piercing through the sky and sweeping through the sky. After this sound was made, the continuous whistling sounds on the platform were suddenly cut off, and even the 3 most outstanding ones stopped. It's like, why do monkeys compete against tigers and leopards? Around the young people, the sea of clouds surging into stormy waves, rolling endlessly, and the sound of waves continued. There are also huge and magnificent whales in the clouds, raising their heads and roaring. The sound of whale roars and long whistles were mixed together, which was extremely shocking. Finally, Junwei young man shut his mouth. The roar of dragons and tigers came to an abrupt end. Lu Sheng briefly glanced at the people on the platform and walked towards somewhere. It was quiet in such a huge platform square. Everyone stood in place with a shocked expression. The mountain wind whistled past the top of the mountain, and the sound of whales echoed faintly. After a few breaths, a fierce discussion sound exploded on the platform.
Damn! Damn! Who is this person? He can actually trigger the scene of hundreds of whales ringing together.
Even the Gemini and the Holy Miao, who surpassed the martial arts museum, are far inferior to him. Where did the peerless monster emerge? Thousands of waves gather together, hundreds of whales are chirping. Be good, when did such a majestic vision appear in the Jiyun Mountain? It's so amazing! It's so amazing! If I hadn't seen myself, I almost thought it was the martial saint who came here in person. He was wearing clothes marked by the 7th Saint Martial Arts University. When did such a monster appear in the 7th Saint Martial Arts University? Incredible. The disciples of the martial arts school looked horrified, and their eyes remained unavailable for a moment. While discussing, they rushed to inquire about Lu Sheng's identity. Somewhere on the platform, there were a few men and women standing together at the platform where the organizer and the sign in place were hung. A few martial saints who had climbed the Cumulus Mountain only caused 1 or 2 whales when they were young. What kind of virtue is this kid? He can actually be 100 times more powerful than the martial saint. A middle-aged woman wearing a blue cheongsam with an ordinary appearance, but snow-white and delicate skin, said in disbelief. A person next to him said, I recognize this young man as a demon from the 7th Saint Martial Arts University. At just 18 years old, the records of the 7 martial saints' towers were broken all, and some time ago, it caused a considerable sensation in the 5th district of Kyoto. It is said that Lord Tan Wuxing intends to accept him as his disciple. So it's a disciple that Tan Wuxing values, no wonder. Someone suddenly realized it, but was still shocked. But this talent is too exaggerated. A long whale can be considered as a martial saint. What is 100 heads? Will you become a martial saint in the future? This is not what martial arts talent is calculated like this. Among the few people, one of the old men with black hair, smooth skin and rosy complexion spoke slowly. Seeing the old man talking, several men and women with strong auras immediately shut up, and their faces also showed a look of respect and listening. They are all masters of the Wushu Association, but they are far behind the old man. The latter is a great master, and his strength and status are far superior to them. The temperature is once low, and water can melt ice. When the temperature is 1 degree higher, water can also transform gas. Sometimes the effects seem to be very different, but not many are actually inferior. This little guy named Lu Sheng is very talented, but it is not as exaggerated as you imagine. Moreover, things like Wuxing Mountain Vision are not specifically used to test martial arts talents. Perhaps he was just very consistent with the martial arts chi of Zhou Fuhai Martial Saint back then, so he could trigger more chi phenomena than others. It may also be that the people before had already involved a lot of chi. This guy happened to be the first time. A long roar happened to completely activate the remaining chi in Wuxing Mountain, and then it caused the shocking scene just now. The old man told his speculations. Several masters of the Martial Arts Association could see their eyes lit up, and they felt a sudden enlightenment in front of them. Yes, the Grand Master said nothing wrong. Maybe Lu Sheng is just the last straw that broke the camel's back. It was like a bunch of people were moving heavy objects. After using half a day of strength, the heavy objects remained motionless. The last person came up and added a handle, and just moved it. You can't say that this heavy object was moved by the last person alone. Eating full food and filling your stomach is not the last bite of rice, but every bite you eat in front. Almost the truth. But from the breath I just saw, my talent is indeed far beyond my peers, and is the best in the world. This is undeniable. The old man nodded, with an unconcealed look of appreciation on his face. No wonder he is the person Tan Wuxing values. He is very outstanding, and has a glorious appearance. Several people nodded in agreement, and some people couldn't help laughing. This Lu Sheng made such a big noise when he came up. I guess the people who are in the Ji Dao and the 2 major martial arts schools are going to panic now. Okay, they took advantage of this martial arts conference and enjoyed the glory of every session. Stop it!
A middle-aged man standing with his hands behind his back snorted coldly, saying,
Isn't it just a strange phenomenon? Look at how you all are shocked. He is not a master, so he is more talented at best. Each of you is the core elite of our Jidao Martial Arts Hall and the mainstay of the future Martial Arts Hall. Since I started, I have received some guidance from the Martial Saint, but am I still afraid of a mere student from Wuhan University?
A handsome young man with a slender and toned figure in the crowd flashed his eyes and said slowly,
Teacher Lien is right. This Lu Sheng is not a master. No matter how good his talent is, it means the future, not the present. Moreover, I didn't use all my qi, blood and breath just now. If you whistle with all your might, you may not be worse than him. But that would seem a bit ridiculous. Chao Ban should be the same. As he said that, the handsome young man turned to look at a majestic young man who was more than 2 meters tall and his muscles were like granite stone carved. The young man said in a muffled voice, single quote, just shout twice to clear his throat. The strength of martial arts is not as good as anyone's voice. If that kid stands in front of me,
the young man stretched out a big hand that was 2 or 3 times that of an ordinary person, grabbed it suddenly, and made an explosion like crisp sound in the air.
I can kill him alive.
The middle-aged man, known as the coach of Lien, raised his hand and patted it twice and smiled and said,
This is the momentum that my Gemini should have. Since that's the case, I'll just arrange a small game for you. Whoever meets these 7 major land saints first during the conference will beat him to death on the ring. Don't worry about the 7 saints, I will naturally help you deal with it.
The handsome young man and the majestic young man nodded, with a cold light floating in his eyes.
No need to pay attention.
The long-haired 224. The power of the magic phase of the divine whale will follow my script, otherwise you will be killed.
1. Be good, this is the Demon King, this is Lu Sheng.
On the 7 saints, there was also fierce discussion about the topic of Lu Sheng. But unlike other martial arts disciples, these 7 saints' students were shocked and amazed, and there was a hint of pride on their faces. When discussing, he deliberately said the words,
Our 7 saints,
and Lu Sheng, loudly and clearly, for fear that others would not be able to hear clearly. What side was a handsome young man with clear eyebrows and high nose. His name is Wen Jingyan, the first in the list of the first Saint Wuda. Before Lu Sheng rose, he was also the first in the list of the 7 saints. At this time, the cloud waves around the top of the mountain had not completely dissipated, and you could vaguely see clouds with blurred whale outlines.
Fortunately, I didn't jump out to fight him rashly, otherwise the martial arts confidence I had developed in 4 years in college would be broken.
When Jingyan sighed, he was just one of the people who whistled a long neck. It is precisely because of this that he could feel the power and terror of Lu Sheng. Putting aside the shocking vision of the long-lasting whales, Lu Sheng's long-lasting aura was hard for him to see.
How powerful the qi and blood can support such a dragon-roaring and tiger-roaring breath, and his martial arts will have been achieved. If I fight him, the fate will probably not be much better than by Hengchuan.
When Jingyan subconsciously glanced at the black-haired young man in the second Saint martial arts suit in the distance, who had been lowering his head and pursing his lips without saying anything since Lu Sheng appeared, Bai Hengchuan just roared and competed for the fierce waves. Then when Lu Sheng came out, it became like this cowardly.
Don't underestimate yourself either.
Someone was talking next to him. When Jingyan turned around and looked at her face with a look of 070 respect, calling, Vice Schoolman. The person who spoke was an old man in a black Shongshan suit, with gray hair and powerful without anger. He was the vice principal of the No. 1 Saint Martial Arts University, and a respected old master.
He lets him be strong, just concentrate on walking the path under his feet. The 7 major books are integrated. There is no need to regard Lu Sheng as an opponent," the old principal said earnestly. When Jingyan glanced at the 2 schools of Chaohui and Jidao in the distance, as well as some martial arts halls with the same loud signatures, nodded and smiled. "Old principal, you are right. With Lu Sheng in, this martial arts conference is so fun." The old principal smiled, carried his hands on his back, and straightened his chest slightly, saying, "This session should be the most promising first session for my 7 saints." There are many people who have similar ideas to the old vice principal of the First Saint Martial Arts University, and the other masters of the 7 Saints University all have their faces like spring breeze. I chatted and walked around with my familiar friends. My voice was loud and I burst into laughter from time to time. On the contrary, Zhao Kantai, the leader of the 7th Saint Martial Arts University, looked a little indescribable. His eyes fell on Lu Sheng, who was beside him. He opened his mouth several times, but in the end, he turned into size and swallowed them into his stomach. The more amazing the talent Lu Sheng showed, the more regretful he felt. As the will conveyor of the martial saint Tan Zhongyu, he knew the martial saint's thoughts. Compared with martial arts talent, what Tan Zhongyu values more is Lu Sheng's mind and decision. That's why there are 2 choices and 1 test. As long as you kill that knight, no matter what the reaction of the Jidao Martial Arts Hall is, there will naturally be the martial saint to stop everything for you and keep you and your family safe. Master Wu Sheng only sees your attitude. Why do I still don't understand if I suggest so much?" Zhao Kantai looked at Lu Sheng, who was sitting aside to sedate and nourish his heart, and sighed in his heart. "Your path was wrong after all, wrong. Lu Sheng, when you look back in the future, you will definitely regret it." "Why?" Lu Sheng turned a blind eye to all the gazes around him, and focused on feeling his own changes. "The benefits are great." Even Lu Sheng himself did not expect that he would get so many benefits just by climbing a mountain. The emptiness state has entered the 2nd stage, and is deeper. The boxing technique controlled by the 3rd level breaks through the 4 realms. Also, what is this? Most of Lu Sheng's attention was on the gray roulette representing his 10 perfect masters way in his mind. At this time, the gray roulette has some wonderful changes from the previous ones. In the center of the gray roulette, there is an additional pattern of a long whale trading on white waves. It is printed on the roulette like a pattern, which complements the images of the will of several masters, similar but different. This is... Lu Sheng tried to mobilize the power of the long whale pattern, and the sound of the long whales hissing suddenly sounded in his mind, and then a powerful force, like a huge wave, emerged from his limbs and bones. Although he has not taken action, Lu Sheng can also estimate. That is a terrifying physical power that is more powerful than his use of stars to exert force 25 times. The power of the divine whale. Or... The light flashed in Lu Sheng's eyes, as bright as a drill. It is the power of martial arts and Dharma images. The 9th level martial saint, the will of martial arts transforms into the form of martial arts. The natural power of heaven and earth can be activated in every move, and you can easily exert terrifying power 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times than the 8th level master. This is something that Lu Sheng just realized. Before, he only knew that the martial saint was very strong, but he didn't know how strong the martial saint was at level 9, was then level 8, and level 7. Now he got it. After all, the natural breathing method is actually powerful. Even the remaining martial saint chi can be absorbed for hundreds of years. It is an incredible martial arts magical means. It is better to say it is a rubbing than to say it is absorption. The remaining Zhou Fuhai martial saint chi in the Cumulus Mountain still exists. Lu Sheng just activated all of it, and then copied a copy on his gray roulette. I have always felt that natural breathing is much worse than the other two 11th level exercises. Actually, it's not. It's because I haven't really understood the mystery of natural breathing method. Even now, Lu Sheng has only experienced it a little bit in depth. Natural breathing method is too mysterious. It is not like martial arts, like cultivating immortals, and its various concepts and means are incredible. If you obtain the great power of the divine will Dharma, if you encounter a great master in the future, you will be more sure. Lu Sheng raised his gaze and scanned the field of sight. His eyes raised immediately alerted some of the people in the field who had been paying close attention to him. Two of them were extremely domineering, full of aggressiveness and provocation, and eager to try. Lu Sheng glanced at it, and saw the words of Jidao Martial Arts Hall with a slightly pause. However, his eyes did not stop on the two fools who provoked him, but fell on a strange and familiar middle-aged man led by the Jidao Martial Arts Hall. It is strange because Lu Sheng saw this person for the first time. I am familiar with it, because Lu Sheng has seen this person in the photo many times. Is Lian Jibei? It's true that he is leading the team. Lu Sheng thought lightly, not looking at the other party for too long. The eyes continued to shift, falling on a person at the organizer's position. It's actually easy to find. Under the radiation of level 7 mental power, the breath of everyone on the entire platform was clearly visible in Lu Sheng's eyes. The ordinary warrior's qi and blood are like a fireball, the master-level strongman is like a stove, and the old man with black hair and childish face that Lu Sheng was looking at this time. It was a blazing round, emitting light and heat all the time. The sun. This is the first person Lu Sheng saw after the second stage of the immortal golden body, whose qi and blood were stronger than himself. Level 8 Grandmaster. If I face him, what's the chance of winning? Lu Sheng estimated in his heart. 225. The conference begins. Draw lots and old friends too. Please give up. A man wearing a down jacket, wrapped like a polar bear, and with a red nose walked to Lu Sheng with a camera on his back and reminded carefully. Lu Sheng stood up readily and opened his body sideways. Thank you, thank you. The man carrying the camera thanked him repeatedly and breathed a sigh of relief. The platform on the top of the mountain is full of martial arts powerhouses, each with abundant qi and blood and a strong aura. Ordinary people like him were mixed in, as if they were accidentally entering the primitive jungle surrounded by beasts, and they were trembling with every step. Fortunately, Lu Sheng looked fierce and was quite polite, and even stood aside and chatted with him. Is the whole process live? Yes, the equipment has been installed almost all the time. The conference will probably officially begin in a while. Speaking of this, the man showed a little regret on his face and said to Lu Sheng, We came up too late. Just now, we could see a spectacle here at the bottom of the mountain. The clouds and mist gathered into whales, which was so spectacular. It's a pity that I'm rushing and still can't catch up. I've got nothing after I got up. Only a few pictures taken by the mobile phone. As he said that, he took the initiative to take out his cell phone and show it to Lu Sheng. In the mobile phone screen, from the perspective of the mountain, clouds and mist turn into waves and whales are neighing. The scene was extremely shocking and spectacular. Lu Sheng didn't say anything, and glanced at the platform on the top of the mountain. Since he came up, people have been coming up one after another, including the 7 old students who were left behind by him. There are now more than twice as many people gather on the platform than before. Can you compete in one day with so many people? Lu Sheng said casually. The man installed the camera and replied, It must be more than one day. It will take 2 or 3 days. But there are everything on the top of the mountain, and you have good health, so don't worry. At worst, you can go down the mountain to rest. Anyway, it's fast to get up and down. It's just that it's been a pain for us.
Indeed, the various infrastructures around the battle plaza on the top platform are quite complete. Canteen, supermarket, toilet, and accommodation. Even if it is a little worse than the mountain, it is not much different. It can fully meet the living conditions of ordinary people. While chatting casually, I suddenly heard a powerful voice coming from the front.
Everyone is quiet.
The wind whistled up the top of the mountain, and the louder sound was immediately blown away by the wind. This sound was as airy as iron, falling clearly into the ears of everyone in the huge platform square, which shows the strength of martial arts. After the sound rang, the platform immediately became quiet. Everyone stood up and slowly gathered towards the martial arts square. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes, and his eyes fell on the person who was talking. It was the 8th level master he noticed from the Martial Arts Association.
Lao Xiejian, he is fortunate to preside over the conference for the general person in charge of this National College Students' Martial Arts Conference, on behalf of Lord Tan Zhongyu's martial saint.
The old man Tongyan said some scenes and announced.
Next, I will announce the official start of the National College Students' Martial Arts Conference.
After that, I hand over the right to speak to the woman wearing a blue cheongsam beside me. The woman is also a master. She took the conversation and said loudly,
all the people participating in this conference line up to draw lots in turn. After drawing lots, they will prepare for group competition.
The crowds on the platform were gathering. Everyone on the Seven Saints side was arranged together, and Lu Sheng followed the team. A total of 600 or 700 people participated in this martial arts conference. For example, each university can have more than 10 places to participate in the competition, but there are fewer places in the provincial Wuhan University, at most, only 2 or 3. The martial arts hall is even more demanding. In addition to top martial arts schools like Chaowei and Jidao, there is only 1 place in the martial arts schools, and 2 are better. The Sentry is naturally the most outstanding disciples under the sect. The disciples of the martial arts school are clearly distinguished from the disciples of the university, and can be identified at a glance. Martial arts disciples are generally older. Lu Sheng even saw several people who had taken the signs and drew the signs. Their skin was dark, and they looked as old as middle-aged people in their 40s. This is also the point that the martial arts conference has always been criticized. The martial arts school has taken too much advantage. You can participate in the competition at the age of 20. After 24 years of Wu University, all students have graduated. They have suffered a lot in their martial arts practice. But there are no exceptions. Lu Sheng heard the old scholar, who was ranked 6th in front of him, and whispered,
why is the contestant from Hailong Martial Arts Hall so similar to Wang Xian, a senior in our school, who was in the past few years? What a look, it's all. Wang Xian joined the Hailong Martial Arts Hall as soon as he graduated. Don't you know? Fuck, then when you meet him later, wouldn't you betray each other with your classmates? I thought too much. Now the disciples of the Hailong Martial Arts Club are his fellow disciples. We can only be considered classmates.
Lu Sheng was silent. Finally, it was Lu Sheng's turn to draw lots. The lottery draw uses an electronic machine. Press it on a red button, and the lottery number will start scrolling on the screen. The lottery number Lu Sheng drew was
0135.
Lu Sheng was quite satisfied with seeing this number, that was quite similar to base number 1359. I got the sign, and had a short break. Lu Sheng stood at the edge of the martial arts square, staring at the flowing clouds and mist outside the cliff on the top of the mountain, and was stunned. He was trying to regain his previous state of running the natural breathing method when he was climbing. The wonderful feeling of observing mountains and rivers is like observing palm patterns that Lu Sheng has never experienced before.
Is it an epiphany?
Lu Sheng didn't know. The breakthrough of the third level of martial arts to the fourth level depends entirely on personal understanding and luck. It may be easy to take it through, or it may be possible to be at the peak of the third realm for the rest of your life. This is how Lu Sheng's boxing technique is. After practicing for so long, he has not made any progress, but he actually made a breakthrough after climbing a mountain. If you could enter the wonderful state of natural breathing, again, you may have more rewards.
I don't know what the second realm of emptiness and brightness is like.
Lu Sheng thought that he only knew that his emptiness and brightness had entered a deeper level. But it has not been tested, and the specific effect is not clear. Just as he was thinking, suddenly someone called him softly behind him.
May I ask, is it Lu Sheng?
Lu Sheng turned his head and saw a young man who was a few years older than him and had gentle eyebrows.
Who are you?
Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes. He was sure he didn't know the other person.
Oh, I am a student from Dongning Wuhan University. My name is Lu Ming.
The young man spoke quickly and smiled and said,
We are all surnamed Lu, but my road is the same road as the road.
0.
Hello.
Lu Sheng nodded slightly. Dongning Wuhan University, he came from Dongning Province and is considered a fellow villager, with the young man named Lu in front of him.
I have heard of the name of Lu Sheng's Jr. I saw it today, and it is indeed extraordinary.
The young man spoke with deep admiration. The tone is quite serious. Lu Ming had heard about Lu Sheng earlier. Today, Lu Sheng roared a long time, causing hundreds of whales to roar. He was also present. The kind of courage to look down on all the heroes and be the only one left a profound impression on him. You should know that as the strongest representative of Dongning Wuhan University, Lu Ming won't be able to compete for the long roar. He didn't even have the courage to open his mouth and exhale. There are so many experts coming to participate this time. So many of them are so 226. Opponent? The one you just knocked out is 3. Xingji's college entrance examination scores are not bad. He is the top scorer in the city, and the province is Tanhua. This achievement can impact Kyoto Holy Martial Arts University. But Xingji did not go, but went to the province's #1 Wuhan University. Before Qiming's general selection, Xingji was arrogant and confident. After Qiming selected the general star, his mentality completely changed. The world. Oh no, the Dragon Kingdom is too big. There are really many martial arts geniuses like him. Xingji has a clearer understanding of his positioning. So he finally chose the former between the chicken's head and the phoenix tail. It's not without benefits either. At least, if he really went to Kyoto's Sacred Martial Arts University, there would be no chance to watch this National College Student Martial Arts Conference. In the provincial Wuhan University, Xingji is still highly valued by the school. Kong Qing next to him is in similar situations as Xingji. At this time, Kong Qing bit her lower lip tightly, without saying a word, and didn't know what she was thinking.
Very strong, very strong.
At this time, Lu Ming, who had just greeted Lu Sheng, walked back and sighed.
I have definitely reached that step. In front of him, I even felt that breathing was quite difficult. The pressure is too great. Just kidding. Lu Sheng is known as the strongest monster in the history of the Seven Saints. After 2 months of enrollment in school, he pushed the Seven Saints and slammed the records of the Martial Saint Tower. I didn't expect that there would be such a terrible figure in our
070
East. I really didn't expect.
Representatives from several provincial Wuhan universities said. Suddenly, Lu Ming turned his eyes to Xingji and Kong Qing and said in his tone of envy,
Lu Sheng still remembers you, saying you are his friends, so I asked me to say hello to you on his behalf. You are so lucky that you can actually be on the same level as Lu Sheng. Keep this relationship well. Wait 10 or 20 years later. God knows how much benefit it will be.
Sheng didn't say anything, but turned his head to look at Kong Qing, who was also not talking beside him. Maintain? How to maintain it? For people like them, Lu Sheng will at least crush thousands of people in his life. Who would have thought that the young man who participated in the selection with them has grown to a height that even their seniors can hardly look up to? Is this the gap between people? Sheng thought to himself, his eyes full of confusion. Lu Sheng waited for dozens of minutes, and the lottery was finally over. Next is the formal competition in groups. Before the competition, the organizer of the Wushu Association also stood up and said,
because there were 3 martial arts contestants who did not arrive as scheduled, the sign number was invalid.
The organizer read a few sign numbers and shouted,
the contestants with these sign numbers will be automatically promoted.
Lu Sheng accidentally found his own signature number in his voice. It's really a lucky sign, but he can still get by in the first round. It's also good to take the bye, which saves the trouble of Lu Sheng coming up and going. The contestants who were assigned to the group went to their competition venues one by one. A huge competition square was divided into hundreds of competition venues, and non-participants were deported to the edge of the square. Only photographers and referees are eligible to walk around the competition venue. Lu Sheng was a little sympathetic when he watched the photographer, who was snowed by the cold wind on the top of the mountain running around the venue. I found a location nearby and watched the competition on the stage casually. The martial arts temple in front of him was about 20 meters square, which was really a bit small for warriors with an average strength level of more than 5. But this will show more strength. Because once you are beaten out of the field, you will be directly judged to be a loser. Lu Sheng heard that many examples of a powerful warrior who lost the game because he was too fierce and did not control his ability to run out of the field, causing him to lose the game. The 2 people competed in the martial arts hall in front of Lu Sheng. He was in his early 20s, with a spirited appearance, and was wearing a martial arts uniform with the words, Chuanda, a student of Wuhan University in Sichuan Province. His opponent is older than him, with a steady temperament and breathing evenly. I also know that I came from the martial arts school without looking at the logo on the martial arts uniform.
Start!
At the order of the referee of the Wushu Association, the player from Sichuan Province immediately rushed towards the opponent. The latter's expression remained unchanged, and the 2 of them quickly stood together. The white chi tore apart the air and made a crisp sound. Just a few minutes later, the Sichuan University player was punched out of the field by his martial arts opponent.
But Wu-Tang Home Mountain won!
The referee announced loudly. Someone cheered immediately on the sidelines, and a few young men and women rushed towards the young man, and his eyebrows were flying.
I am worthy of being the senior brother. The elder brother is so amazing. This year our Bo Hall can reach the top 100. Hee hee.
The young man in the martial arts school who won was in a good mood, and followed his senior brothers and sisters to rest with a smile. The young man from Sichuan University, who lost the competition, looked depressed and unwilling. A young man wearing the martial arts uniform with the words, Chuda, quickly came over to comfort him.
It's okay. These martial arts disciples are older than us and have been practicing martial arts for longer than us. It's normal for them to lose. If I were the same age as him, he would definitely not be my opponent. That's natural.
Lu Sheng's mental power was radiating, and he listened to the conversation and shook his head slightly. Many people from Wuhan University, who are born in Wuhan, always use their age and martial arts practice time as an excuse when they lose the game. If anything, I will definitely be better than him. The question is, if it is a real life and death battle, will your opponent care about this? He would choose to start a little gentler because you caught a cold, had diarrhea, had a broken heart, had a wife cheated on you, and went to the internet cafe all night last night. Losing means losing. A true warrior will never make any excuses for his own failure. And the real strong.
The word failure will not appear in the dictionary.
Lu Sheng thought lightly. The disciples of the martial arts school are students who compete in martial arts and have the advantage in age. But the students of Wu University are also in the martial arts practice environment and are better than those of the martial arts disciples in various cultivation conditions. Many martial arts disciples do not have such good conditions when practicing, and they have to earn every penny with their own hands. Wuhan University has various resource subsidies.
So this martial arts conference will relax the age limit to 30?
Lu Sheng thought something. The first round of competition ended very quickly, and the weakest part of the contestants were quickly eliminated. The second round of lottery competition will soon begin. This time Lu Sheng is not qualified for a bye.
Name Jiang Yuan.
Lu Sheng swept his mental power and found his own competition venue. When he walked into the martial arts temple, Lu Sheng had just stood still when he saw a young man standing on the sidelines and shouting at the referee.
Number 0247 Jiang Yuan abstained from the right.
Lu Sheng was slightly stunned, and immediately understood when he saw the other party wearing a martial arts uniform that belonged to the Seven Saints. He didn't say anything, but turned around and ended up. The young man Jiang Yuan's voice came faintly behind him.
You're crazy. Want me to fight with the Demon King? Bai Hengchuan was so scared by his punch that even his martial arts will almost collapsed. I don't want to die.
The second round of competition also ended without any turmoil. In fact, the battle between warriors is to quickly decide the winner and lose zero. Speed, strength, martial arts, qi, practical experience. When various factors are superimposed, unless the overall strength is extremely similar, you will find out in just a few or dozens of moves. Those who fight for 300 rounds at any time